At the end of Huayan Alley in the old part of the city. Chen Yuan, get out here. Lin Xia kicked open the wooden door of the old bookstore, the bell clanging against the doorframe before bouncing off and flying away. The shop was empty. The rocking chair behind the counter creaked back and forth, a teacup still steaming beside it, while an old-fashioned radio crackled and wheezed out a peaking opera aria from locking up the precious pouch. Lin Xia walked around 3 rows of dust-covered bookshelves and pushed open the door to the backyard. Chen Yuan lay on a wicker lounge chair, a straw hat covering his face, one hand resting on his knee, fingers lightly tapping in time with the rhythm of the opera vocals. Are you deaf? Lin Xia yanked his straw hat away. Chen Yuan squinted, the sunlight stabbing his eyes and making him wrinkle his nose. What? Take a look at this. Lin Xia shoved her phone in front of his face. On the screen was a notice from the production team of Top Secret Dossier's Cold Case reopened. Student Lin Xia, your off-site Callan segment has ranked at the bottom in viewership for consecutive weeks. If there is no improvement next episode, your participation qualification will be revoked. Chen Yuan gave the screen a cursory glance and pulled the straw hat back over his face. Oh. Lin Xia's voice pitched higher with anger. If I get eliminated, I lose my practical course credits this semester. I won't graduate, do you get that? Then prepare your material properly. His muffled voice came from beneath the straw hat. Prepare my ass. Lin Xia plopped herself down on a stone stool in the yard. The production team wants me to do folk detective clue collection. I'm just a third-year student at the police academy. Where am I supposed to collect anything? From rummaging through the trash heap in your shabby bookstore? Chen Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds, then reached into a cardboard box beside the wicker chair and fished out a tattered diary, its cover coming loose at the spine, and tossed it in her direction. The diary landed on the ground, flopping open a few pages to reveal yellowed paper, covered in tiny, neat characters. Use it as material. It's enough for you to talk through 3 episodes. Chen Yuan rolled over, turning his back to her. Lin Xia picked it up and flipped through a couple of pages, all vertical lines of traditional characters that made her head ache. What the hell is this? I can't even read it. That's your problem. Lin Xia shoved the diary into her bag, stood up, and slapped the dust off her pants. Fine, I'll do my live stream right here in the shop tonight. Don't come back too early and get in the way. Chen Yuan did not move. At the backyard door, Lin Xia paused and glanced back. Oh, right about your basement. Chen Yuan's voice suddenly emerged from under the straw hat, his tone completely different from before. Do not touch it. Lin Xia froze for a moment. Chen Yuan sat up, the straw hat sliding off and revealing a face that looked barely past his early 20s. He looked at Lin Xia, his eyes utterly devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if stating a physical law. There is rat poison and expired chemical reagents down there. Touch them and you'll die. If you dare open that door, I'll break your legs. A chill ran down Lin Xia's spine under his gaze, though she refused to back down verbally. Who cares about your crappy basement? What could be in their gold bars? Chen Yuan lay back down, pulling the straw hat over his face again, his voice returning to that lazy drawl. Old Zhang from the city god temple asked me to play chess. I won't be back before 10 tonight. Do your live stream and don't touch what you shouldn't. Lin Xia huffed and turned away. 7:30 p.m. On the second floor of the old bookstore in Lin Xia's makeshift streaming room. 3 fill lights flooded the cramped room with harsh brightness. Forcing a smile at the camera, Lin Xia said, "Hello everyone, welcome to the off-site Callan segment of Top Secret Dossiers. I'm your clue collector, Lin Xia." On her phone screen, the number of viewers online 47. In the picture-in-picture window from the studio, the host was discussing an unsolved case from the 1980s with criminal psychology professor Zhou Yiming. No one was paying attention to her little corner. 2 comments drifted across the screen. This girl's back again. Last time she rambled on with useless nonsense. When is the production team going to cut this segment? Lin Xia's smile froze on her face. She picked up the battered diary Chen Yuan had given her and opened it toward the camera. Everyone take a look. This is a handwritten diary from the Republican era that I found in a century-old bookstore. It records, viewers online 39. 8 more gone. Clenching her back teeth, Lin Xia slapped the diary down on the table. Her gaze drifted almost unconsciously toward the stairwell. Down the stairs through the back hall of the bookstore, at the end of the corridor, stood that iron door sealed with a strip of rusted paper. Another comment slid by. Big Yun, just in the stream, girl, stop wasting everyone's time. Lin Xia's fists tightened. Viewers online 31. She stood up, grabbed the phone stand, and drew a deep breath. Everyone, today I'm going to show you something different. The camera shook as Lin Xia, carrying the stand, headed downstairs. She passed through the pitch-dark back hall of the bookstore. At the end of the corridor, the iron door appeared on screen. A rust-streaked seal strip clung to the door, a brass lock hanging from the latch, looking like it hadn't been touched in decades. The comments suddenly came alive. What is this place? Haunted vibes, the atmosphere is off the charts. Girl, you're asking for death here. Viewers online jumped to 58. Lin Xia stared at the brass lock, her palms damp with sweat. Chen Yuan's words echoed in her ears. If you dare open that door, I'll break your legs. She fished 2 hairpins out of her pocket. Viewers online 87. The moment the hairpin slid into the keyhole, Lin Xia's hand trembled. The comment feed exploded. She's really opening it. This girl's got a record. Her lockpicking looks way too practiced. Police Academy student committing a crime on the spot. Incredible. The brass lock was far weaker than expected. The core had rusted through. With a twist of the hairpin, there was a click, and the shackle sprang open. Lin Xia tore off the seal strip and pressed her palm against the icy iron door. Viewers online 203. She pushed. The door didn't budge. She pushed again, then braced her shoulder against it. The iron door screeched with a piercing scrape and opened. A smell rushed out. Not rat poison, not chemical reagents, but the scent of preservatives mingled with rust, underlaid by a faint, almost imperceptible trace of sandalwood. He lied to me. Lin Xia rolled her eyes at the camera. Rat poison, my ass. Who's he trying to fool? She slipped sideways through the opening, the phone's fill light sweeping across the dark space. The basement was much larger than she had imagined. All four walls were covered with hanging objects. Tattered garments, metal tools whose names she didn't even know, a few hand-drawn maps with curled yellowing edges. In the center stood a long wooden table, its surface cluttered with boxes of various sizes and wrapped bundles. In one corner, several wooden chests were stacked, their lids thick with dust. Lin Xia set her phone up at the edge of the table, adjusted the angle, and planted her hands on her hips as she looked around. Welcome everyone to my cousin's secret base. Her tone was dripping with disdain. Look at all this junk. I told you he's got a hoarding problem. Just look at what he's got hanging on these walls. What even are these? She yanked down a dusty robe and gave it a shake, the dust making her cough. Comments flashed. Is that a costume? Looks like something ancient. Does your cousin cosplay? Just a junk pile, boring. The viewer count held steady at a little over 200, no longer rising. Growing anxious, Lin Xia's eyes swept over the tabletop, finally coming to rest on a long cloth bundle. She untied the twined hemp rope. The cloth spread open to reveal a half-broken blade. The blade was narrow and single-edged, its shape reminiscent of the Tang-style swords she had seen in museums. The edge was mottled with dark red stains, the handle wrapped in leather that had long since turned black, and at the end was a blurred square-shaped mark. Lin Xia lifted it and weighed it in her hand. Heavier than it looks. She tapped the back of the blade against the tabletop, producing a dull metallic thunk. Everyone, you don't think my cousin bought some cheap knockoff antique knife online, do you? Lin Xia brought the blade close to the camera. Look at this rust, all red like tomato sauce. She didn't finish her sentence. From the studio's picture-in-picture window came a sudden roar. Don't move. Lin Xia was so startled that her hand loosened and the knife almost slipped from her grasp. On the studio's split screen, an elderly man with graying hair suddenly rose from the panel of experts, shoving aside the microphone stand in front of him as his voice burst out so loud it cracked. Put that knife down. Do not touch the edge with your hand. The host froze. Elder Chen, you. The old man ignored him completely, his gaze locked on the broken blade in Lin Xia's hand on the screen, his eyes bulging as he barked, zoom in on the blade. Focus on the middle of the blade. Hurry. Roared at like that. Lin Xia went blank and obeyed on instinct, bringing her phone closer to the knife. Under the fill light, the dark red mottling along the midsection of the blade appeared clearly on the screen. The studio fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the forensic expert called Elder Chen spoke in a voice Lin Xia had never heard before, as if someone were squeezing his throat. That is not rust. The comment feed stalled for a heartbeat, then exploded with frantic messages. Chen Yuan, recognized nationwide as a leading authority in trace evidence, a veteran forensic expert who had participated in 17 major unsolved cases since the founding of the country, was now bracing both hands on the table, body leaning forward until the tip of his nose was almost touching the studio's giant screen. Turn the knife over, let me see the back. His voice was trembling. Lin Xia rotated the blade in her hand. The dark red marks on the back were even denser, forming a bizarre pattern under the light, like the growth rings of a tree, concentric circles seeping deep into the metal's grain. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, then opened them again, his voice pressed, so low it was almost a growl. Blood Lu Ban. The host leaned closer. Elder Chen, what is Blood Lu Ban? A permeation pattern formed when human blood soaks into the spine of a blade. Chen Yuan's atoms apple bobbed up and down. The formation of such a pattern requires 2 conditions. First, the edge must come into contact with a large quantity of fresh blood in an extremely short span of time. Second, the blade's temperature must be extremely high, so high that the blood vaporizes instantly, then condenses again, seeping into the metal's crystal lattice. He paused, his words squeezed out between his teeth. Only one situation can satisfy both conditions at once. The host swallowed hard. What situation? The battlefield, Chen Yuan said, straightening up. In a battlefield of large-scale slaughter with cold weapons. The comment feed erupted, completely filling with shocked, disbelieving reactions. Lin Xia's hand holding the knife began to tremble. Elder Chen, are you saying this knife is a genuine? Chen Yuan did not answer her question. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the blurred square mark at the end of the hilt. Aim the mark on the handle at the camera. Wipe the dust off with your sleeve. Lin Xia rubbed at it a few times with her cuff, and a square seal in seal script emerged. Chen Guohai's pupils constricted sharply. He turned and pulled a notebook from the briefcase he carried, rifling through the pages in a frenzy. When he reached a certain page, his finger pinned it down. He lifted his head to look at the screen, then dropped his gaze to the notebook back and forth 3 times. Elder Chen, the host ventured. Chen Guohai closed the notebook, his voice suddenly turning extremely calm. A calm like the stillness before a storm. This mark belongs to the Zenfusi of the Ming era Jinyui. In the studio, Professor Zhou Yiming's coffee cup stopped halfway to his lips. More specifically, Chen Guohai enunciated, "It is the Heaven class weapon seal recorded in the top secret archives of the Zenfusi. For blades bearing this seal, the number of surviving records nationwide is 0. Lin Xia felt her legs. The comment feed became so dense, it was almost unreadable, packed with exclamations about a Jinyui blade appearing in the basement of a shabby bookstore. Some doubted the authenticity of the show, others insisted that Elder Chen, a truly national treasure-level expert, would never act. Suddenly, Chen Guohai turned toward off-camera and shouted to the director, "Contact the city bureau immediately. This basement must be sealed off and protected at once. The things inside." He never finished because on the screen Lin Xia was stepping backward. Startled by his shout, Lin Xia staggered back 2 steps, and her shoulders slammed into the wooden shelving behind her. The rack shook. On the top tier, a dark red old wooden box slid toward the edge. Lin Xia reached back to catch it and missed. The box crashed onto the concrete floor, its lid springing open, spilling its contents everywhere, several yellowed slips of paper. There was a craft paper file envelope and a rusted shell casing that rolled twice across the floor before coming to a stop. Lin Xia crouched down and first picked up the envelope. The craft paper was brittle and dry, printed with faded red characters, Republic Year 30 Special File No. 071. Pinching the wax seal at the mouth of the envelope, she snapped it gently. The wax seal cracked apart. Inside, she drew out a folded sheet of paper. Lin Xia unfolded it. Everyone in the studio was staring at the screen. It was an execution order. The text was printed in vertical traditional characters, stamped with a dark red square official seal, with a 2-inch black and white photograph affixed to the upper right corner. The photograph showed a young man facing the camera, the corners of his mouth faintly lifted, a hard-to-name expression in his eyes, as if he were smiling, yet also as if he were looking at a swarm of ants. Lin Xia stared at that face. Her phone slipped from her hand, hit the floor, and landed screen up, the camera lens pointed at the ceiling. But the experts in the studio had already seen clearly. The viewers had seen it clearly too. For a second, the stream of comments went utterly still. Then, like a breached dam, they surged forth, astonished voices fixated on that face. Lin Xia was squatting on the floor, her knees knocking against the cold concrete. She picked up her phone with trembling hands and brought the camera back to the execution order. The young man in the photograph, his brows, the bridge of his nose, the line of his jaw, was identical down to the last detail to Chen Yuan, who that afternoon had been lying in a rattan chair listening to Peking opera. Impossible. Lin Xia's voice floated thin and unsteady. This is from 1941, more than 80 years ago. The comment feed went wild once more. Some insisted it was exactly her cousin's face, others shouted that it had to be doctored, that with modern AI face swapping anything could be fabricated. In the studio, Professor Zhou Yiming set down his coffee cup, cleared his throat, and resumed his scholarly demeanor. Everyone remained calm. There are many reasonable explanations for a situation like this. From the perspective of criminal psychology, this is highly likely to be a carefully orchestrated online hype incident. He spoke of genetic traits, skipping generations, and strong family resemblance, saying such factors could lead to descendants closely resembling their forebears. The comments quickly echoed his view, asserting that it was probably just a grandfather's generation, that they themselves also resembled their grandfathers when young. Lin Xia clutched at his words like a drowning person grabbing a straw. Right? It has to be my cousin's grandfather. Or great-grandfather. Just family inheritance. She broke off mid-sentence because something had come to mind. Chen Yuan had no family. For as long as she could remember, Chen Yuan had simply been the distant cousin her father Lin Tian had mentioned over a call from Africa. Your cousin Chen Yuan is a distant relative of ours. His parents are gone, and let him stay with you. There was no grandfather, no grandmother, no relatives of any kind. On his registration records, the parent column read, deceased, in place of origin, unknown. For someone with no traceable family line, where would a grandfather's generation come from? Lin Xia did not voice this thought, but her expression betrayed her. Sharp-eyed viewers picked up on it in the comments, noting that her expression was wrong, that she herself looked panicked. Chen Guohai's voice cut through from the studio, cold as a scalpel. Young lady, turn that execution order over and see if there is a binding seal and an archive number on the back. Lin Xia turned it over. In the lower left corner on the back was a dark red binding seal, not a single character faded, with a handwritten archive number beside it. Chen Guohai read the string of numbers aloud, then shouted toward off-camera, old song. Song CI. Can you access the microfilm for special files from the military intelligence of the Republican era? From off-screen came a hurried reply. I'll make the call. 10 minutes. Professor Zhou Yiming spoke again, his tone firm. Viewers, there is no need to panic. From the standpoint of criminal psychology, this is very likely a meticulously planned online hype event. This student Lin Xia's cousin most likely aged these items in advance and coordinated them with AI face-swapping technologies. Professor Zhou. Qin Guohai cut him off, his voice not loud, yet everyone in the studio fell silent. I have been doing trace analysis for 52 years. Gazing at the screen, Qin Guohai said, the degree of oxidation of that photographic paper, the state of decay of its silver halide grains. No modern technology can counterfeit that. He paused. It is genuine. The studio fell deathly silent for 2 seconds. The comments split into two camps, arguing furiously over whether to trust Elder Qin or demand laboratory testing, some accusing the show of scripting everything, others insisting they believed in science rather than the supernatural. Lin Xia knelt on the floor, her mind a complete mess. She remembered too many things that had never quite made sense. Chen Yuan never went to the hospital. Once she had personally seen him cut his finger while chopping vegetables, blood spilling across the table. By the time she came back with a bandage, the wound had already faded to a thin white line. Chen Yuan had no fingerprints. In her sophomore year, when she was learning fingerprint collection and wanted to practice on her cousin, all 10 of his fingers left the device displaying unidentifiable. Chen Yuan had no social media accounts, no medical insurance records, no vaccination history, not even a single photograph of himself older than 3 years. These thoughts tore through her mind like bullets, but she did not dare voice a single one. Student Lin Xia. Qin Guohai's voice pulled her back. What else is in that wooden box? Pick it up and show me. Lin Xia lowered her head to the items scattered across the floor. The yellowed slips of paper. She picked them up. They were several black and white photographs. The first, a group of people in military uniforms standing in a jungle with charred tree stumps and overturned trucks in the background. On the back, written in pen, were the words, Dianyan 1942 Lashio. The second, the same group of men gathered around a campfire, a young man in a long gown standing in the middle, bandaging the wounds of a soldier whose face was smeared with blood. That young man's face. It was Chen Yuan again. Lin Xia held the photograph up to the camera, her hands shaking so badly the image wavered. The live viewer count surged. The comment feed was no longer discussing, but screaming. Shocked cries that the same man had appeared again in 1942 among the Dianyan expeditionary troops. Professor Zhou Yiming's face went through several shades, his lips moving a few times before he finally said nothing. Through the microphone, the sound of Qin Guohai's breathing came across heavy and rapid. Just then, a system prompt popped up in the upper right corner of the live stream. A user named Soul of the Expeditionary Army had sent the host 10 carnival gifts, the highest tier of reward. Immediately, a pinned comment flashed across the screen. The user Soul of the Expeditionary Army begged her to look at the shell casing, to turn it over, and see whether there was any engraving on the bottom. Lin Xia froze for a moment, then lowered her head toward the shell casing she had neglected on the floor. She picked it up and turned it over. On the base of the casing were 3 crooked characters, as if carved stroke by stroke with the tip of a bayonet. Lin Xia leaned in to make them out and read aloud, Zhao Si Guet, Zhao Si Gui. In the live stream, the avatar of the user with the ID Soul of the Expeditionary Army lit up as they sent a request to join the stream. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the studio, director Wang Wei stared intently at the soaring numbers, his pupils dilating, and turned to the earpiece, shouting, Connect. Give me the connection. Switch all cameras. The connection window popped up. A middle-aged man appeared on the screen, dressed in a dark jacket, sitting in an office adorned with banners, his eyes red-rimmed. My name is Li Jinghua. The man's voice was hoarse, vice president of Northern Heavy Industry Group. He took a deep breath as if suppressing some emotion. Zhao Si was the name of my grandfather's comrade in arms. In 1942, during the Lushu blockade, he was shot 3 times and died in my grandfather's arms. Before he died, he shoved the only bullet shell he had into my grandfather's hands, saying, help me take it home. Lin Xia's hand holding the bullet shell froze. Li Jinghua continued, his voice beginning to tremble. That bullet shell was something my grandfather searched for his entire life. He lost it when he returned to the country in 1945, and he felt guilty about it until he died. Before passing, he kept muttering. The thing of Zhao Si was taken by Mr. Chen, who said he would keep it for me. He suddenly leaned closer to the camera. The Mr. Chen my grandfather spoke of as the one in the photo, the man in the long gown. Online viewers 52016. The bullet comments were completely unreadable, a torrent of exclamation marks and question marks. Qin Guohai stood motionless in the center of the studio, like a statue. Professor Zhou Yiming's mouth was agape, unable to close. Lin Xia knelt on the concrete floor of the basement, clutching the bullet shell inscribed with Zhao Si, returns, her mind consumed by one thought. Chen Yuan, what on earth are you? At that moment, a WeChat message notification popped up at the top of her phone screen. Send her cousin. The content was just 4 words. You're done for Lin Xia. Lin Xia felt as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water over her back. The light from the phone screen illuminated her face, and the comments continued to scroll wildly, but she could see nothing. Those 4 words had no punctuation, no tone, words clean and clear like a judgment. Li Jinghua was still speaking on the line, his voice fading into a buzzing background noise. Lin Xia mechanically lifted her head, looking toward the staircase in the basement. At the top of the stairs, the back hall of the old bookstore was dark, empty. But she felt someone was standing there, watching her. Someone in the comments noticed her change in expression. Why does this girl suddenly look so pale? What is she looking at? Is someone there by the stairs? Damn, wasn't her cousin out playing chess? He won't come back, right? Lin Xia swallowed hard, swiped away the phone message, and forced a smile that looked worse than crying no. Nothing, my cousin messaged me to sleep early. Lin Xia student. Qin Guohai's voice suddenly interjected, his tone completely different, carrying a seriousness she had only heard from her instructors at the police academy. Listen to me now. Do not touch anything in that basement. Gently place the bullet shell back on the ground. Then go upstairs, close the door, and wait for our people to arrive. Lin Xia was stunned. What do you mean? Qin Guohai did not explain, turning to the direction of the director's studio. Old Wang, cut the live broadcast. Director Wang Wei's voice burst through the earpiece. Cut. Are you insane? 52,000 online. It's still rising. This is the highest rating this year. Cut it off. Qin Guohai's voice left no room for negotiation. What's in that basement is no longer something an entertainment show can touch. Wang Wei did not cut. Online viewers 61304. Comments, don't cut it. I paid for 3 months of membership just to watch this. What does Qin mean? Is there something even more intense in there? Lin Xia stood in place, caught in a dilemma. Just then a clamor erupted from Li Jinghua's connection screen. Someone was shouting something behind him, and Li Jinghua turned sharply, his expression shifting from excitement to shock. He turned back to the camera, his lips trembling. My grandfather. My grandfather saw the live broadcast. Lin Xia, what? Li Jinghua's tears fell. He is watching television in the next room, and the caregiver switched. He wants to connect with you. Qin Guohai frowned. How old is General Li this year? 100. Li Jinghua wiped his face with his sleeve. He started banging on the bed railing. When he saw that photo, no one could stop him. The doctor set his heart. Then don't let him see it. Qin Guohai said sternly. I can't stop him. Li Jinghua almost shouted. He pushed the caregiver away. He said he wants to confirm with his own eyes if that is Mr. Chen. Online viewers 78429. The screen shook as Li Jinghua's camera moved, passing through a corridor, pushing open a door. In the hospital room, on a medical bed, an old man thin as a skeleton was struggling to sit up. His white hair was like snow, his skin resembling a cracked riverbed, but those eyes, burning with a fire in the murky pupils. The old man's hands gripped the bed railing tightly, veins bulging, shouting something, his voice hoarse to the point of being almost inaudible. A caregiver and a doctor in a white coat were pressing down on his shoulders. Li Jinghua held the phone up to the old man. Grandfather, please don't get excited. The old man grabbed the phone, bringing it close to his eyes, staring at the screen, showing Lin Xia in the basement. Then he saw the comments. The screen was filled with longlifers, immortals, time travelers. The old man's expression shifted from excitement to rage. That kind of anger was not just ordinary anger. It was the fury of a century-old soldier who had survived countless battles, being touched on a nerve. He slammed the phone down onto the bed, facing the camera, his voice booming like a broken gong. Nonsense. The live broadcast room fell silent for a moment. The old man leaned on the bed railing, his upper body straightening like a rusty gun that refused to fall. Mr. Chen is a hero who exchanged his life for others. He was hit by 7 bullets in that battle at Luxiu. 7. I watched him fall into a pool of blood with my own eyes. The old man's eyes reddened, but his voice grew louder. When he died, I was holding him. His blood soaked my entire. I carried him for 30 miles through the mountains looking for a military doctor. His voice suddenly cut off. The old man gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, and the monitor began to beep urgently. The doctor rushed over oldly. You cannot. The old man pushed the doctor's hand away, staring at the camera, his eyes bloodshot. You little brats. What kind of live broadcast are you doing with a martyr who died 80 years ago? What immortals? What longlifers? If he could have lived, would he? The old man could not continue, murky tears streaming down his deeply lined face. The tide of comments reversed instantly. Damn, I'm crying. This old man is truly a veteran of the expedition, so that Mr. Chen has long since died. Lin Xiao's cousin just looks like him. I told you there's no such thing as immortality. It's all hype. Lin Xia, you liar. Using a martyr to gain views. Disgusting. Reported exploiting heroes ban their accounts. The black comments surged like a tide, overwhelming. Meanwhile, a live broadcast room with the ID fraud buster suddenly went live, the title boldly stating, solid evidence. The confidential files crew colluded with police academy students to forge anti-Japanese war relics, exploiting heroes for views. Zhao Ke's face appeared on the screen, wearing his signature black-framed glasses, a smug smile on his lips. Family members, did you see that? I told you this program is trash. The audiences of the 2 live rooms began to clash. Lin Xiao's comments were 90 insults. Get out of the live broadcast industry. Police academy students. Do they deserve it? Expel them. Exploiting heroes go to jail. Internet police, internet police, internet police. Lin Xia stood in the basement, her lips pale, her eyes red, unable to say a word. She wanted to explain, but explain what? She didn't even know the answer herself. In the studio, Professor Zhou Yiming spoke up at the right moment, his tone filled with regret. Alas, young people are unscrupulous for views. This phenomenon is typical in criminal psychology. Shut up. Qin Guohai did not turn his head. Zhou Yiming was choked. Qin Guohai stared at the screen, his brow furrowed tightly. He did not look at the comments nor at Lin Xia. He was looking at the execution order. More precisely, he was looking at a detail in the lower left corner of the execution order that everyone had overlooked. Boldly, Qin Guohai suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but the studio's audio transmitted every word. In the hospital room, the old man was still gasping, the monitor beeping. Boldly, please listen to me for a moment. Qin Guohai's tone changed, becoming extremely cautious, as if he were disarming a bomb that might still have a fuse. In the lower left corner of that execution order, there's a handwritten annotation. The ink color is different from the main text. It was added later. The old man lifted his murky eyes. Qin Guohai enunciated slowly. The annotation states, this person disappeared on its own after being executed. 3 duty soldiers went insane that night. This case is classified as top secret, never to be archived. The hospital room fell silent. The beeping of the monitor sounded like it had been muted. The old man's mouth opened, unable to close. The comments also paused for a moment, then erupted at 10 times the speed. What? The body disappeared after execution? I'm getting goosebumps. So he didn't die. The old man's hands began to tremble violently. He turned to Li Jinghua, lips moving, making a sound. The photo. Show me that. Photo of the expedition. Li Jinghua hurriedly pointed the phone screen at the live broadcast image of that black and white photo from 1942. The old man brought the phone to his eyes, almost touching the screen. He was looking at the young man in the long gown in the photo. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds. Then the old man's gaze shifted to the open collar of the young man's long gown. The photo was blurry, but one could vaguely see a dark pattern below the collarbone. The old man's pupils constricted sharply. His hand released the phone, and he froze on the bed as if struck by lightning. Li Jinghua was panic-stricken. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? The old man did not answer his grandson. Slowly, inch by inch, he moved his gaze away from the phone screen. Then this 101-year-old man, this veteran of the expedition, who experienced the blood battle at Lushu and walked out of the wilderness, began to rise from the bed. He pushed away the caregiver, pushed away the doctor, pushed away Li Jinghua's reaching hand. The monitor's lead was torn off, and the machine emitted a piercing alarm. The old man's feet hit the ground, and he stood up. His legs trembled, his whole body shook, but he stood firm. Then he raised his right hand. Trembling, emaciated, covered in age spots, his right hand, fingers together, was raised to his brow. A standard military salute. Tears from the old man fell onto the hospital floor, his lips repeatedly chanting the same sentence, his voice growing from a whisper to louder. Mr. Chen, you are still alive. You are still alive. Online viewers 14857. The entire live broadcast room was silent as a grave. The old soldier's salute remained raised. That frail hand trembled in the air, refusing to lower. The alarm of the monitor pierced the hospital room as the nurse and doctor rushed around in a flurry, while Li Jinghua reached out to support the old man's arm. The old man shook him off. Don't touch me. The voice of the 100-year-old shattered through the air, tears clouding his eyes, streaming down the grooves of his face, dripping onto his hospital gown, staining it with dark spots. Mr. Chen, I am truly sorry. The old man's lips trembled, the salute's posture began to falter, his whole body leaning to one side. Li Jinghua embraced him from behind. Grandpa? That's enough. The comments flooded in with cries. The barrier has broken. It really has. A 100-year-old soldier. Regardless of truth, I kneel for this salute. Director Wang Wei stared at the data panel backstage, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching. 150,000. Still rising. Qin Guohai turned around for the third time. Wang Wei. I said to cut the live stream. Wang Wei's hand hovered just above the control panel, his fingertips less than 2 centimeters from the cutoff button, as the numbers jumped to 16,000, then 17,000. He withdrew his hand. Old Qin, wait a moment, the situation isn't definitive yet. You. Qin Guohai pointed at him, his finger trembling. Do you have any idea what the things in this basement signify? Wang Wei licked his lips, his eyes glued to the data panel. Of course I know, which is why we cannot cut it, old Qin. If this is real, it would be a discovery of the century. Qin Guohai fell silent, for he had seen the comments. The comments on the screen changed color within 30 seconds. Exploiting martyrs. Disgusting. The production team must have paid an old man to act right. Lin Xia, get out of the live streaming industry. The old soldier is over 100, he must be confused to be fooled like this. Qin Guohai frowned. These comments arrived too synchronously, the wording almost identical, as if copied from the same template. He turned to the technician beside him. Check the registration times of these accounts. Before the technician could move, a trending topic notification popped up on the right side of the studio's big screen. Confidential documents, fake, exploiting martyrs rising to third place in real time. In Zhao Ke's live stream, the online viewer count had surpassed 80,000. He faced the camera, his eyes squinting behind thick-framed glasses. Family members see clearly okay. A police academy student using cheap goods to impersonate Relics hired an old man to act as a soldier just to fool your donations. He raised a finger and shook it. I Zhao Ke have been debunking for 12 years, so I've seen this kind of trick many times. The comments flowed seamlessly. Brother Ku is awesome. Solid proof. Reported expect to ban people like Lin Xia, should be jailed. The audiences of the two live streams were exchanging insults, pouring contempt into Lin Xia's stream. Lin Xia sat on the concrete floor of the basement, her phone propped up at the corner of the table, the screen filled with black comments. Exploiting martyrs. Fraud. Get lost. She opened her mouth, her throat constricted, unable to produce a single word. She had not hired an actor, she didn't even know Li Jinghua, nor did she know that old soldier. But she couldn't explain why the face in the photo looked exactly like Chen Yuan. She couldn't explain it herself. Lin Xia, do you still have the face to not in the stream? Wait for the police to come and arrest you. Where's your cousin? Let your cousin come out and explain. Oh right, he doesn't dare because he's just a fraud, a family of frauds. Disgusting. Lin Xia's eyes turned red, her teeth biting down on her lower lip, a metallic taste filling her mouth. In the studio, Professor Zhou Yiming lifted his freshly poured coffee, his tone imbued with a sense of superiority that seemed to say, I told you so. Old Qin, you see, my previous judgment was correct, wasn't it? This is a typical case of online hype. That old soldier was likely exploited. Smash. The teacup shattered on the ground. Qin Guohai swept his cup to the floor, shards of porcelain splattering onto Zhou Yiming's trousers. What do you want? Qin Guohai turned around, glaring at Zhou Yiming, his eyes bloodshot. As a psychologist, have you ever seen the seepage patterns on a blood Luban knife? Have you tested the silver salt decay of Republic of China photographic paper? What qualifications do you have to draw conclusions here? Zhou Yiming was forced back a step by his intensity. Even the coffee splashed on the back of his hand went unnoticed. Old Qin, I was just approaching it from the perspective of probability. Probability. Qin Guohai scoffed. The blood Luban pattern on that knife, there are no more than 3 people in the world who can forge it, and it requires at least 2 tons of fresh blood in an environment above 1,000 degrees. Tell me, how could a third-year police academy girl forge it? Zhou Yiming's mouth moved, but he remained silent. Qin Guohai turned back to look at the screen, seeing the barrage of insults and Lin Xia's pale face sitting on the ground, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. This bunch of scum. He cursed under his breath and shouted to the director through his earpiece. Get me connected to that debunking live stream. I want to confront him face to face. Wang Wei's voice came from backstage. Old Qin, now is not the right time. The public opinion climate. I don't care about any climate. Qin Guohai's voice echoed in the studio, causing several young directors to shrink back. On the screen, Lin Xia bowed her head. The comments were still rolling. Her hand touched the phone stand beside her, her fingers tightening. Enough. She didn't want to broadcast anymore. Wasn't it just a practical credit? She didn't want it anymore. She reached out to grab her phone. Just then a metallic scraping sound came from above. The rolling shutter door? The rolling shutter door of the bookstore's first floor was pulled open from the outside. Lin Xia's hand halted in midair. Footsteps came from the first floor, slow and unhurried, creaking on the wooden floor. Accompanying the footsteps was a humming tune. Peking opera. The flowing melody from Locking the Silk Pouch, lazy and indistinguishable from what she had heard in the backyard that afternoon. The footsteps grew closer, stopping at the basement stairs. Lin Xia lifted her head, looking at the iron door she had pried open. Outside the door, a pair of cloth shoes appeared in her view. The humming stopped. In its place was a voice she knew all too well, devoid of any warmth. Lin Xia. Lin Xia's back stiffened. I remember telling you something. The cloth shoes stepped down one stair, revealing gray trousers. In the live stream, all the comments stopped at the same second. 18,000 people stared at the screen, at the figure slowly descending the stairs. Chen Yuan's voice floated down from above, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, about the consequences of opening this door. The oil paper bag for the roast duck rustled softly. Chen Yuan held half a roast duck standing in the back hall, his cloth shoes making no sound on the wooden floor. His gaze fell on the open iron door of the basement, pausing for 2 seconds. The oil paper bag in his hand was casually placed on the counter. His actions didn't change, his breathing remained steady, and there was no expression on his face. Yet the temperature in the bookstore's back hall seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Footsteps descended step by step. Lin Xia crouched in the center of the basement with a phone stand still upright, the camera aimed toward the stairs. 18,000 people watched as the pair of cloth shoes gradually moved down from the top of the screen. Gray pant legs, a black cotton jacket, the collar drooping, and nothing in hand. Chen Yuan's face appeared in the frame. The barrage erupted within 0.3 seconds. It's him. That's the face from the photo. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. He really looks like the picture. Chen Yuan did not look at the camera. His gaze passed over the phone screen, over the scattered photos and bullet casings on the ground, and landed on Lin Xia. Lin Xia was curled up in the corner, her knees against her chin, her face marked with dried tear tracks. Cousin. Her lips trembled and her voice squeezed out from her throat, tinged with a sob. I've gotten into trouble. Chen Yuan stood on the last step of the stairs, not moving. They said they would call the police to arrest me, saying I was consuming the legacy of heroes. Lin Xia sniffed and her eyes turned red again. I really didn't. I just wanted to find something to go on the show. Oh, I didn't know these were inside. Her words became faster, her tongue starting to trip over itself. The barrage is calling me a scammer, saying I should go to jail. That person who exposes fraud has gone live just to hammer me. Hand. Lin Xia's words got stuck. Chen Yuan did not look at her face, his gaze fixed on the back of her left hand. The lock of the iron door was rusty. When she pried it open, she cut a gash, blood flowing down through her fingers, already pooling into a small stain on the concrete floor. She didn't even notice it herself. Chen Yuan frowned. Just then a face popped up in the connection window on the right side of the live stream. Zhao Ku, with black frame glasses and a smug smile behind him, was the donation effect from his own live stream. Yo, the main culprit of the fraud is back. Everyone take a look at this pathetic sight. Still wearing a cotton jacket that's worn down, running a shabby bookstore that sells less than 3 books a day, and this kind of person claims to be an immortal hero of the expedition. I've been exposing fraud for 12 years, over 300 episodes. I've called out more scammers than you've ever seen. Brother, if you really are an immortal, why don't you turn into gold? The barrage started to cheer. Turn into one. Turn into one. What's the use of pretending to be a big shot when you're this poor? Haha, Zhao Ku is here. There's no way to escape. Now Chen Yuan did not look at the screen. He stepped down from the last step, bypassed the scattered photos on the ground, bent over, and rummaged through the overturned wooden box on the table. His fingertips brushed aside several copper buttons and a stack of old envelopes, and he pinched out a neatly folded piece of gray cloth. The fabric was wrinkled, faded gray, with small holes from insect damage at the edges. He pulled Lin Xia gasped. Chen Yuan ignored her, directly wrapping the gray cloth around the back of her hand, circling it twice, pressing the end with his fingertip, and tying a knot. The action was rough and strong, causing Lin Xia to grimace. It hurts. Be gentler. Who told you not to watch where you're going? Chen Yuan released her hand, his voice sounding scolding. The rust went in, who will have to deal with tetanus later. Lin Xia looked down at her wrapped hand, a dark red bloodstain immediately soaking through the gray cloth. Zhao Ku was still shouting in the connection window. Hey, I'm talking here. Are you deaf? Respond directly. Chen Yuan didn't turn his head. He squatted down, starting to pick up the scattered photos on the ground, flipping them over one by one, and placing them face down, his movements very gentle, as if he were organizing something that shouldn't be seen by outsiders. Someone in the barrage began to notice something else. Wait. What cloth is he using to bandage? Did he just grab a rag to wrap it up? Isn't he afraid of infection? In the broadcast room, Qin Guohai's pupils constricted. He stared at the live stream, focusing on the piece of gray cloth on Lin Xia's hand. The image wasn't clear enough. The phone camera had limited resolution, but after 52 years of trace identification, Qin Guohai's eyes were the best microscope. The weaving pattern of that cloth was off. Cotton fabric woven by modern machines has evenly spaced warp and weft with a smooth surface. The warp and weft of that cloth varied in thickness, with traces of hand knotting at the intersections, and the edge, where was natural decay, not artificially aged. Qin Guohai stood up. The chair slid back over a meter, crashing into the wall of the broadcast room. Zhou Yiming was startled. Qin Lao. Qin Guohai ignored him, bending down to rummage through a book from the briefcase at his feet. The cover was worn to the point where the title was unreadable, but he flipped through it as quickly as if tearing paper. His fingers stopped on a certain page. That page bore a colored diagram labeled Song Dynasty Xuanhe Imperial Workshop Silk Weaving Specifications. Qin Guohai held the book up to his eyes, then turned his head toward the screen. The weaving pattern in the book. The weaving pattern of the gray cloth on the screen. His hands began to tremble. After comparing back and forth 3 times, the book slipped from his hands and fell to the ground, yet he didn't bend down to pick it up. Impossible. Qin Guohai's voice changed in tone. Zhou Yiming leaned over. What happened? Qin Guohai did not answer, for only one thought remained in his mind. The piece of gray cloth that Chen Yuan casually used to bandage his wound matched perfectly in weaving technique, warp and weft density, and silk thickness with the Xuanhe years tribute silk recorded in the Song history diagram. Xuanhe tribute silk. During the late Northern Song dynasty, used exclusively by Emperor Huizong, there were only 3 rolls in the world. No records of its existence remained. Qin Guohai leaned on the table, his knees weak. He felt his heart racing wildly, the blood vessels in his temple. On the screen, that piece of tribute silk was wrapped around Lin Xia's hand, stained with her blood, wrinkled like a rag picked out of a trash can. Wang Wei in the backstage noticed Qin Guohai's abnormality. Qin Lao, are you alright? Qin Guohai reached out his hand, pressing down on the red all-mic broadcast button on the soundboard. His fingertip paused at the edge of the button for a second. Zhou Yiming caught a glimpse of his expression and took a step back. Qin Guohai pressed the button down. The all-mic was activated, and the sound from the broadcast room directly flooded into all connection terminals. Zhao Ke's connection window was still cursing, his voice abruptly cut off. Qin Guohai stared at the screen, his voice squeezed out between his teeth. That thing wrapped around the little girl's hand. He swallowed his atoms, apple rolling. Don't move. No one touch it. Qin Guohai's hand pressed down on the whole wheat button, his knuckles turning white. His voice pierced through all the connected terminals, entering the ears of 200,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Mr. Chen. Qin Guohai bent down towards the microphone at the mixing console, the veins on his forehead pulsating. That piece of cloth in your hand. Don't tie it into a dead knot. Please. Everyone in the studio was startled by him. Zhou Yiming's coffee cup hung in midair, while Wang Wei peeked out from backstage. Qin Guohai's eyes were bloodshot, his throat feeling like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. That is a tribute silk from the Xuanhe Inner Court, a royal brocade granted during the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Northern Song. There are only 3 pieces in the world with 0 records of their existence. He leaned against the table, his knees trembling. You use it to wrap a wound. He couldn't finish the latter part of his sentence, his breath catching. The online viewer count in the live room jumped from 180 to 200, the barrage scrolling so fast that individual messages were unreadable. What is tribute silk from the Xuanhe Inner Court? Northern Song. Huizong. Isn't that stuff from hundreds of years ago? Has Qin Guohai gone mad? A piece of rag. A sneer came from Zhao Ke's connection window. Did you all hear that? Zhao Ke leaned into the camera, the lenses reflecting the golden glow of the donation effects. Old Qin got so excited over a tablecloth, claiming it to be the royal brocade from the Northern Song. He gave a thumbs up and slowly scrolled down. Qin Guohai, with 52 years of experience in artifact appraisal, is this your level? Or are you saying, how much black money did you take to play along here? Immediately a wave of synchronized comments flooded the barrage. Qin Guohai's reputation is ruined. Received money to act an old forensic expert coming to appraise artifacts. Is that professional? In the studio, Qin Guohai stared at Zhao Ke's face, the blood vessels in his temples throbbing, making his scalp tingle. He opened his mouth, but had no time to retort. The image on the screen moved first. Chen Yuan crouched on the ground, holding the piece of gray cloth. He heard Qin Guohai's voice. He also heard Zhao Ke's sneer. His expression remained unchanged. He lowered his head, tightening the gray cloth around Lin Xia's wrist, his fingers making a loop to tie a bow. The bow was crooked with 2 corners of the cloth sticking out, looking as ugly as a bandage wrapped at a roadside stall. Lin Xia was choked, saying, "Cousin, loosen it a bit. Bear with it." Chen Yuan patted her hand, stood up, and brushed the dust off his pants. It's my fault. This rag has been pressed in the cabinet for nearly 1,000 years and has collected a layer of dust. He'll get you a clean one later. Lin Xia rubbed her wrist and remained silent. In the studio, Qin Guohai felt weak in the legs. He saw that bow. A dead knot. What he pressed the microphone to say was, don't tie a dead knot. Chen Yuan tied a bow. A bow isn't a dead knot, it can be untied with a tug. Qin Guohai didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or to curse. 1,000 years. He murmured these 3 words, his eyes glued to the screen. What did Chen Yuan just say? Pressed for nearly 1,000 years. Zhou Yiming furrowed his brow beside him. Old Qin, don't let his rhetoric mislead you. This person is clearly doing it on purpose. Shut up. Qin Guohai didn't turn his head, pointing at the lower right corner of the gray cloth in the image on the screen. You come here and look at this. Zhou Yiming hesitated for a moment and leaned closer. Can't see. Qin Guohai shot him a glance, then he'll tell. In the lower right corner of the gray cloth, there is half a seal. The seal is folded and showing only 1/3 of it. Qin Guohai's voice lowered, and the studio became quiet enough to hear the hum of the air conditioning. The 1/3 of the strokes is in the Shoujin script. Zhou Yiming raised his eyebrows. The Shoujin script, a calligraphic font uniquely created by Zhao Ji, Emperor Huizong of the Song. The Shoujin script seal combined with the weaving technique from the Xuanhe period. Qin Guohai swallowed and felt his throat move. This kind of seal has a special name, the only one in the world. It is the absolute seal of Zhao Ji himself. It is only stamped on the tribute items he personally approved. No one in the studio spoke. Wang Wei stood at the doorframe backstage, his walkie-talkie raised halfway forgotten. Qin Guohai finally steadied his voice as he faced Zhao Ke in the connection window. Zhao Ke, right. 12 years of counterfeiting. Then let me ask you, what is the standard of the thread density for the tribute silk from the Xuanhe Inner Court? Zhao Ke's smile froze for a moment. What about the diameter precision of the silk? Zhao Ke opened his mouth. And what does the cross-section structure of the ink layer of the only one in the world seal look like under a 40-fold magnifying glass? Zhao Ke's mouth shut. He glanced at the phone beside him. The barrage was scrolling, but he didn't read any of it. Qin Guohai waited for 3 seconds without receiving an answer. If you don't know, just shut up. You haven't even touched the door. What right do you have to distort the truth here? Zhao Ke's connection window was quiet for 2 seconds. He clenched his back teeth and suddenly raised his head. Even if that piece of cloth is genuine tribute, isn't using a national treasure-level artifact to wrap a wound a crime of damaging cultural relics? Article 324 of the criminal law, deliberately damaging precious cultural relics protected by the state. Imprisonment for more than 3 years and less than 10 years. Immediately someone in the barrage echoed right. Even if it's real, that's still a crime. Using a national treasure as a rag, arrest him. Zhou Yiming listened to Zhao Ke's words, and his eyes lit up. He adjusted his glasses and took over the conversation. Mr. Zhao makes a valid point. If this brocade is indeed tribute silk from the Xuanha period, then Mr. Qin's actions have already constituted deliberate damage to cultural relics. Old Qin, you can't ignore this legal issue regardless of the authenticity of the artifact, can you? Qin Guohai turned his head to look at him, the blood vessels on his forehead still throbbing. He was about to retort. A voice came from the screen. It wasn't loud, the tone as lazy as chatting with a neighbor. What are you arguing about? In the image, Chen Yuan tilted his head and finally looked at the camera of the phone. 230,000 people were staring at that face. He rubbed his nose with the back of his hand and sat down on the stairs. So you mean that piece of cloth? He nodded his chin at Lin Xia. That rag. Turns out it was given to me by an old man I know to cover the tea fee. We were playing chess, he lost 10 games, and he owed me for 10 games. In the end, he tossed me this rag saying it was worth 10 yuan. Chen Yuan rubbed the back of his neck and his joints cracked. I felt he was ripping me off even for 10 yuan. Lin Xia looked at her cousin with her mouth agape, her eyes still red, her mind completely unable to keep up. Qin Guohai nearly broke the corner of the table in the studio. 10 yuan. Tribute silk from the Xuanha inner court. 10 yuan. Zhao Ke was still shouting from the opposite side. Avoiding the main issue. Why don't you respond to the legal question? Damaging cultural relics. Chen Yuan lifted his eyelids. That gaze passed through the phone lens through the live broadcast signal, landing in Zhao Ke's connection window. Zhao Ke's voice stuttered for a moment. Chen Yuan spoke slowly, clearly enunciating each word. It's my property. If I want to use it to wipe the table, then I will wipe it. If I want to use it to wrap a wound, then I will wrap it. Even if I set it on fire to listen to it crackle. He slightly tilted his head. What right do you young ones have to interfere? In the live room of 230,000 people, the barrage stopped for a full 4 seconds. Qin Guohai was frozen in front of the broadcast desk, his hand still resting on the edge of the table. Zhou Yiming's hand, which was holding the coffee cup, was frozen in midair. Wang Wei stared at the backstage data, his eyes unmoving. The online viewer count jumped to 270,000 and was still climbing. Lin Xia covered her left hand, which was wrapped in the gray cloth, and secretly glanced at her cousin's profile. She had known Chen Yuan for 3 years. It was the first time she felt she didn't know him. The silence in the live room was broken by a sound. It wasn't the barrage. It wasn't the connection. It was the sound of police sirens from outside the bookstore, growing louder as it approached. Red and blue flashing lights sliced through the gaps of the rolling shutter door, illuminating the concrete wall of the basement, flickering on and off. Lin Xia's face turned pale. It wasn't just one vehicle. She could tell. At least 5. The sound of police sirens shattered the silence of Huayan Alley. Lin Xia's fingers tightened against the concrete ground beneath her, her nails turning white. It was not just one vehicle. She had heard the siren differentiation training over 100 times at the police academy. The low-frequency roar of an anti-riot vehicle was completely different from that of a regular patrol car. 3 vehicles. At least 3. The alley outside the bookstore was narrow enough for only 2 people to walk side by side. The armored vehicle squeezed in its body, scraping against the walls, bricks falling like dust. The live stream had 290,000 viewers. The bullet comments were going wild. The police are here. They really came to arrest someone. It's over, Lin Xia is going in. A sharp sound of a table being slapped came from Zhao Ke's co-broadcast window. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ke leaned back against his chair, laughing so hard that his glasses tilted. He adjusted the frame and leaned closer to the camera. Did you see that, everyone? The city bureau has deployed 3 anti-riot vehicles. This treatment is something even drug dealers might not get. He raised 2 fingers in front of the camera, the grease from just devouring duck neck still lingering in the crevices of his nails. What did I say? Consuming the image of heroes forging cultural relics, a forgery gang. This operation tonight is enough for Zhao to eat 3 years of traffic. The bullet comments aligned perfectly. Brother Kes, battle for glory. Lin Xia will meet you in jail. A sound of the rolling shutter door being kicked open echoed from above. Metal clashed against the wall, resonating throughout the entire alley. The sound of footsteps poured into the first floor of the bookstore. Not just one person, but a row. Tactical boots stomped on the wooden floor, the rhythm fast, and the spacing even, each step carrying the marks of training. The beam of a flashlight sliced down from the staircase, glaringly bright, sweeping over the scattered photos on the basement ceiling, walls, and floor. Lin Xia's eyes were stung, and she could barely open them, raising her arm to shield herself. People inside. A booming male voice thundered down from above the staircase. Hands on your head. Come up the stairs. Repeat after me. Hands on your head, come up slowly. The beam of light pressed against Lin Xia's face, causing her to instinctively shrink back, her back hitting the wall. The phone holder remained upright, the camera pointing towards the staircase, as 310,000 viewers watched the beam divide the basement in 2. Lin Xia's legs felt weak, and she had to brace her knees twice to stand up. She glanced back at Chen Yuan. Her cousin was sitting on the lowest step of the staircase holding a purple clay teapot. The spout was crooked, the glaze worn to the point where its original color was unrecognizable, and the lid was missing a corner. She didn't know when he had taken it from the table. Chen Yuan lifted the lid, poured a sip of cool tea into his mouth, puffing out his cheeks before swallowing. The people upstairs were already shouting for the third time. Final warning. If you don't come out in 10 seconds, we will force our way in. Lin Xia's heart ached and tears streamed down her face once more. She suddenly turned around, taking 2 steps towards the staircase, spreading her arms in front of Chen Yuan. Don't come in. Her voice trembled, unable to suppress the sobbing tone. I stole the things. I pried open the cabinet, I smashed the lock, everything was done by me alone. She sniffled, tears smudging half her face. It has nothing to do with my cousin. If you want to arrest someone, arrest me. A wave of comments flooded the live stream, but Lin Xia didn't even glance at them. The flashlight's beam blinded her, making it impossible to see anything. The 4th second passed. A very soft sigh came from behind her. Someone grasped her wrist and pulled her back. It didn't use much force. She was yanked back up the staircase and stumbled 2 steps, crashing into the corner of a nearby wooden table. Chen Yuan stood up from the steps and pushed her behind him. The action was as casual as brushing aside a pot of obstructing potholes. Don't embarrass yourself. He set the purple clay teapot on the steps, dusted off his clothes, and raised his chin toward the staircase. Carry on with whatever you were doing. Lin Xia opened her mouth to look at him, tears still hanging on her face, not realizing who he was talking to. The footsteps on the stairs did not stop. Tactical boots descended step by step, the beam of the flashlight narrowing into a tight column, focusing on Chen Yuan's chest. A man in black combat gear appeared at the corner of the staircase. Wearing a bulletproof vest, tactical belt, and a spare magazine clipped to the outer thigh, his right hand held a Type 92 pistol flat against his chest, the muzzle angled down at 45 degrees. With a mask pulled down to his chin, revealing a sharply defined face, his jaw clenched and his brows furrowed. He scanned the basement, his gaze sweeping over the photos on the ground, scattered bullet casings, and an open wooden box, finally landing on the standing Chen Yuan. I am Zhang Lei, the captain of the City Bureau's Special Operations Team. His voice was not loud, but each word carried a commanding force. We received a report that someone is suspected of forging national precious cultural relics, exploiting the images of revolutionary heroes, and conducting fraudulent live streaming activities on online platforms. His gun barrel lifted half an inch. Are you the owner of this bookstore? Chen Yuan stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at him, hands in his pockets. The beam of light illuminated his face, making every expression clear. There was not a single expression. Zhang Lei frowned slightly. He had seen various suspects, some crying, some kneeling, some throwing tantrums, some pretending to be crazy. But this was the first time he encountered someone looking drowsy while being pointed at with a gun. He'll say it again. Zhang Lei slowed his speech and clicked the safety off with his thumb. Hands on your head, face the wall, squat down. The 2 team members behind him had already reached the last 3 steps, the sound of handcuffs clinking sharply in the base. Lin Xiao's heart twisted into a knot. She peeked out from behind Chen Yuan, her lips trembling as she was about to speak. Chen Yuan spoke before her. Who reported this? The 3 words were asked casually, as if he were inquiring about the price of roasted duck today. Zhang Lei's gun momentarily paused, but he did not answer. Chen Yuan nodded, not pursuing the question, and bent down to pick up the purple clay teapot from the steps. Don't move. Zhang Lei's index finger rested on the trigger guard. Chen Yuan's hand stopped on the handle of the teapot, and he turned his head to glance at him. The tea has gone cold. He lifted the teapot and poured another sip. Zhang Lei's pupils shrank for a second. He instinctively stepped forward, reaching out his left hand to press on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Just then, his encrypted communicator at his waist buzzed. It was not an ordinary call channel. It was not the squad's dispatch signal. That voice was a 3 short, 2 long electronic pulse, the frequency sharp, cutting through all the noise in the basement. Zhang Lei's hand froze 2 centimeters above Chen Yuan's shoulder. He looked down at the black communicator at his waist, where a line of red bold character codes flashed on the screen, the prefix, a level he had only seen once in textbooks in his 13 years of service. His hand retracted from above Chen Yuan's shoulder. Zhang Lei's hand rested on the gun holster, his knuckles turning white. At the entrance of the basement stairs, 6 fully armed SWAT officers fanned out in a semicircle, their guns aimed at the wicker chair in the center. Seated in the wicker chair was a young man, casually crossing his legs, holding a cup of tea and lowering his head to blow away the tea foam, as if he were basking in the sun in his own backyard. Zhang Lei's temples throbbed, twice his right hand already gripping the sidearm at his waist. Just then the encrypted communicator at his side exploded with sound. It was no ordinary call, but a red hotline, accessible only to the head of the municipal bureau. Zhang Lei pressed the answer button with one hand, and the voice on the other end was loud enough for even the nearby team members to hear. Zhang Lei, put your gun away. The voice of the bureau chief was tinged with a panic Zhang Lei had never heard before. That person is someone the military's chief, Li, has specifically requested to be absolutely protected. If you so much as touch a hair on him, I won't be able to protect you. No one can protect you. Zhang Lei's hand felt as if it had been scalded, jerking away from the holster. Do you understand clearly? I understand. A heavy breath came through the communicator. Seal off the scene, clear all unrelated personnel, and you personally guard the entrance. Remember, whatever that person says goes. If he tells you to leave, you leave. The line went dead. Zhang Lei stood still, his back drenched in sweat. He looked up at the young man in the wicker chair. Chen Yuan was still blowing the tea foam, not even lifting his eyelids. Zhang Lei took a deep breath, and with the speed he had honed over 14 years in the military, withdrew his hand from the holster, brought his feet together, and straightened his back. His right hand, fingers together, raised to his brow. A standard military salute, perfect enough to be included in a textbook. Sir, I apologize. It was my offense. The 6 SWAT officers exchanged glances, their guns lowering in unison. Their commander, Zhang Lei, who had once bravely seized a grenade barehanded during a drug bust, was now saluting a young man in an old t-shirt drinking tea. The live broadcast was still ongoing. Lin Xiao's phone was propped up on the table, capturing this scene in its entirety. Online viewers 186342. At the moment Zhang Lei saluted, the barrage of comments vanished. Then, like a flood breaking through a dam. Am I seeing this wrong? The SWAT captain is saluting. Who is he saluting? That bookstore owner. A military leader specifically requested to be protected. What kind of person could make the head of the municipal bureau this scared? In the studio, Zhou Yiming held his coffee cup in midair, the smile still on his lips, but the light in his eyes had... He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to smooth things over. Nothing came out. In Zhao Ke's live stream, the comments had turned upside down. Did you see that, fake buster? The SWAT team is saluting him. Ha ha, does it hurt your face? How can you debunking military fakes? Zhao Ke stared at the screen, his lips pressed into a thin line, unable to utter a word. In the basement, Lin Xia stood against the wall, her eyes darting back and forth. On the left, the armed SWAT captain maintained his salute, sweat pouring down his forehead. On the right, her cousin sat cross-legged in the wicker chair, sipping tea, his pants still stained with mud from the backyard earlier that afternoon. Lin Xiao's mouth opened and closed, then opened again like a fish thrown onto the shore. Chen Yuan finally lifted his eyelids. He glanced at Zhang Lei, then looked up at the shelf. On the top shelf, a pot of orchids tilted on the edge with several leaves fallen to the ground. It's too noisy. Chen Yuan's voice was neither loud nor soft, as if he were complaining to a neighbor about renovations next door. You've knocked my orchids off their perch. He blew away the tea foam and took a sip. Take your people outside. Zhang Lei dropped his salute and stood at attention. Yes. His voice was loud enough to make the basement hum. He turned and strode up the stairs, shouting at the 6 still-dazed team members. Put your guns away. Head upstairs. Clear the scene. Footsteps rushed upward. 30 seconds later, only Chen Yuan, Lin Xia, and the phone still broadcasting remained in the basement. Lin Xia swallowed nervously and cautiously said, Brother. Chen Yuan did not look at her. He stood up with the teacup, walked to the shelf, and straightened the tilted orchids. Aren't you going to explain? Lin Xia's voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. I was wrong. What was wrong? I shouldn't have opened the basement door. Chen Yuan picked up the fallen orchid leaves from the ground and placed them on the table, his tone unreadable. The phone is still on. Lin Xia shivered and dashed forward to grab the phone. On the screen, the number of online viewers had surpassed 2,000. All the comments asked the same question. Who exactly is he? As Lin Xia was about to press close, Chen Yuan's voice came from behind. Don't turn it off. She turned around, and Chen Yuan was already walking towards the stairway with the teacup. Turning it off won't help. Everything that needed to be seen has been seen. His figure vanished around the corner of the stairs. Lin Xia clutched the phone, her palms sweaty. Upstairs, Zhang Lei's voice was heard as he was issuing orders to the communicator. Block Huayan Alley completely. All residents are prohibited from entering or leaving. All unauthorized media personnel are to be detained. In the live stream, the comments continued to surge. In the picture-in-picture window of the studio, Qin Guohai sat back in his chair in silence, his hands crossed on the table, staring at the screen, showing Chen Yuan's departing figure. Zhou Yiming finally found his voice, speaking dryly this. Dear audience, the situation is not yet conclusive. We cannot just because no one listened to him. Even the comments cursing at him had disappeared. Out, everyone's attention was drawn to something else. In Zhao Ke's live stream, the viewer count was skyrocketing. Because Zhao Ke was holding a USB drive up to the camera. He raised the USB drive, his hand trembling, but a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Dear family, don't rush to clear that scammer's name. Zhao Ke plugged the USB into the computer and opened a folder. Do you think the military's intervention can silence everyone? His mouse hovered over a video file, the file name reading. Chen Yuan 2019 killing scene. Zhao Ke licked his lips, a crazed light burning in his eyes. What I have here is something that someone paid 200,000 to suppress 3 years ago. He hit the play button. Today I will show it to the entire nation for free. Zhao Ke's face was pressed against the camera, his eyes reddened, and the veins on his neck bulged. He poked the screen with his finger, his fingernail almost embedding itself. The special police captain salutes a bookstore owner. What is this? What do you call this? This is called collusion between officials and criminals. He slammed his palm on the table, causing the water cup to bounce up and spill water over half the keyboard. I Zhao have been fighting fraud for 12 years. What kind of monsters haven't I seen? Today, I am making it clear. He extended his index finger towards the camera, his hand trembling, but his voice reached its peak. Everyone call me. Call the City Bureau's complaint hotline. Call the Provincial Department. Call the Discipline Inspection Commission. If one call isn't enough, make 100. If 100 isn't enough, make 10,000. I want to see who can silence 10 million people. The barrage of comments exploded. The number of online viewers in Zhao Ke's livestream exceeded 400,000 and continued to rise. His fan group, support association, and administrators of various substations simultaneously began to forward the message, fraud fighters suppressed by the police, which surged to the 9th spot on trending searches within 3 minutes. In the broadcasting hall's backstage, Wang Wei's phone rang. It wasn't just one call. It was 7 calls coming in at once. He answered the first call. On the other end was the station's deputy director, his voice extremely low. Wang Wei, what's the situation in your live stream right now? Someone above is asking. Before he could answer, the second call came in. The third. The fourth. Wang Wei's fingers swiped across the screen. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the control panel buttons. Lu Ming turned from his workstation. Director, Wang, should we cut away? Wang Wei stared at the number in the top right corner of the main screen. Online viewers, 430,000. He swallowed hard and stuffed his phone into his pocket. Cut what? His voice was shaky, yet his hand firmly gripped the edge of the control panel. Stay focused, no. Lu Ming opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. In the basement, Lin Xia squatted in the corner, covering her phone with both hands. The barrage on the screen made her dizzy. Zhao Ke's voice came from the phone speaker, drilling into her ears sentence by sentence. The phrase collusion between officials and criminals made her nails dig into the phone case. She looked up at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stood in front of the bookshelf, his back to her, flipping through a bound book. After flipping 2 pages, he closed it. He turned around, his gaze landing on the phone still streaming on the table. The barrage was still scrolling, and Zhao Ke's connection window shrank to the upper right corner, his face filling the small frame, mouth opening and closing. Chen Yuan's brow twitched. It wasn't a frown, it was the kind of annoyance one feels when a fly lands on the edge of a teacup. He took a couple of steps towards the table, his right hand casually reaching out to the side shelf. He touched something. It was the size of a palm, dusty, the edges worn smooth with a shallow crack at the bottom. He weighed it in his hand, raised it, and aimed it at the phone on the table. Lin Xia's pupils dilated. What are you doing, brother? Chen Yuan ignored her, pressing his wrist down half an inch. In the broadcasting hall, Qin Guohai's chair shot back. He sprang up from his seat, slapping his hands on the mixing console, knocking the microphone stand in front of him. Ask you. Don't smash it. His voice cracked, and the sound coming from his throat was all breath. Mr. Chen, that thing in your hand, that's a Duan inkstone. The inscription on the back of the inkstone. I saw it. The 4 characters, don't but you sure. Qin Guohai's knee slammed into the table leg, not even feeling the pain as he leaned over the screen. That's Su Shi's Duan inkstone. The Duan inkstone personally used by Su Shi from the Northern Song dynasty. Ancestral spirits. His forehead almost slammed into the screen, and his voice was no longer human. Can I bow to you? Put it down. I beg you, put it down. Zhou Yiming was so startled by his shout that he spilled coffee on half his pants, jumping up from the heat. In the corner of the broadcasting hall, 2 temporarily invited cultural relic consultants stood up simultaneously, one of them an old man with graying hair, holding onto the table's edge, his lips trembling and unable to speak. On the screen, Chen Yuan's hand stopped. He glanced down at the gray stone in his hand, then at the phone screen. He left it here when he left, and I haven't returned it. Qin Guohai's breath stopped for a full 2 seconds. Lin Xia's mouth fell open, her mind filled with one thought. Who is old Su? Su Shi. Does her cousin call Su Shi old Su? Chen Yuan didn't smash the phone. He turned with the Duan inkstone and walked to the low cabinet nearby. On top of the low cabinet was a small bamboo woven basket filled with a few dried walnuts, their skins wrinkled and looking very hard. Chen Yuan pinched one from the basket and placed it on the cabinet. Then he raised his right hand using the base of the Duan inkstone to aim at the walnut and gently tapped it. Crack! The walnut shell split in half, the kernel rolling out. In the broadcasting hall, the cultural relic consultant with white hair rolled his eyes back, falling backward, caught by the person next to him. The other consultant clutched his chest with both hands, letting out a sound akin to a sob, his legs giving way as he sat back down in his chair. Qin Guohai held onto the edge of the table, his knees bending, half his body hanging over the mixing console. His mouth was open, making a wheezing sound, as if someone had grabbed his throat. Zhou Yiming stood frozen in place, holding the dripping coffee cup, his glasses slipping to the tip of his nose, forgetting to push them up. On the screen, Chen Yuan picked up the walnut kernel, blew off the broken shell, and tossed it in his mouth, chewing a couple of times. He reached for the second one from the basket. Crack! Qin Guohai's body shuddered. The third one. Crack! The cultural relic consultant, who was caught completely slumped in his chair, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, repeatedly muttering the same phrase. What a sin! What a sin! The barrage in the live stream was no longer just scrolling, ooh, it was screaming. He used Sushire's inkstone to crack walnuts. Qing Guohai is going to pass out, ha ha ha. What on earth is this guy's background? I'm going crazy. In Zhao Ke's connection window his mouth was still open, but the sound had cut off. He had just been shouting collusion between officials and criminals, and now he was frozen in front of the camera, his eyes unmoving. Chen Yuan finished the last walnut kernel. He casually placed the Duan inkstone on the low cabinet, clapped the crumbs off his hands. Then he turned around, lifting his eyelids. His gaze passed through the phone lens through the live stream signal, landing on Zhao Ke's frozen face. Zhao Ke's back was pressed against the chair, his Adam's apple bobbing. Chen Yuan spoke, his voice not loud, as if conversing with an old man at a chess table downstairs. What was your surname, Zhao? Chen Yuan finished chewing the walnut, brushed off the shell fragments from his hands, and his gaze fell on the small link window at the upper right corner of the phone screen. Zhao Ke's face filled the small frame, his mouth still agape as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. What was Zhao's last name again? Chen Yuan repeated the question, his tone reminiscent of recalling the name of the owner of the breakfast shop downstairs. Oh, Zhao Ke, you left hand. Chen Yuan leaned back in the rattan chair, crossed his legs, and tapped his fingers on the armrest. The image in Zhao Ke's link window shook slightly. Chen Yuan's voice was calm, as if he were chatting about the weather with an old man at a chess stand. That string of beads on your wrist, small leaf red, sandalwood. Zhao Ke instinctively retracted his left hand half an inch under the table, but abruptly stopped himself, showcasing his wrist in front of the camera. What? You know about decorative items? He pulled the corner of his mouth, his voice sounding 3 degrees weaker than before. This string of mine is plastic. Chen Yuan interrupted him, his speech speed unchanged. Dyed with chemical dyes, soaked for at least 2 years. He used his pinky nail to pick at the walnut residue stuck in his teeth, tilting his head to look at the lens. The toxins from that thing have seeped into your wrist bones. Go get a blood lead test later, you might not even know how you died. The barrage in the live stream paused for a second. Zhao Ke's face turned red and the muscles on his neck tightened like 2 ropes. You're talking nonsense. He thrust his left hand towards the camera, the beads glinting under the light. I spent 80,000 on this from. He paused, swallowing the latter half of his sentence, and changed his tone. Stop trying to change the topic. The trick of playing ghost, Panjiayuan. Chen Yuan spat out 3 words. Zhao Ke's voice faltered. 3 years ago at the 7th stall in the east alley of Panjiayuan. Chen Yuan's fingers stopped tapping the armrest dangling by the side of the chair, his tone as flat, as if he were reading a menu. You sold a pair of fake Qianlong Famille rose vases, and scammed an old lady with the last name Liu. 68,000. That was the old lattice retirement money. Zhao Ke's lips moved twice, but no sound came out. Chen Yuan continued. Dongcheng branch, the case established in November 2019. I even remember the case number. Do you want me to read it to you? How the case was later withdrawn, how much it cost, and who was involved, you know better than I do. A layer of fine sweat broke out on Zhao Ke's forehead, glistening under the live stream lights. He opened his mouth to speak, his tongue nudging against the roof of his mouth, but not a single word came out. Chen Yuan tilted his neck, a cracked sounding from his joints. You've been feeding on rumors for 12 years. Do you really think of yourself as a righteous crusader? In the live stream room, with 47 million viewers, the barrage flipped direction. Panjiayuan sells fake antiques. The one who fights against fakes is actually a fraud. Is anyone checking the case number? I said why this person knows so much. Turns out he's part of the industry. Zhao Ke's link window in the upper right corner began to show a decrease in fan count. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. He saw the number and clenched his fingers into a fist under the table, his knuckles turning white. You're slandering me. His voice cracked, rising in pitch and trembling. I've been fighting against fakes for 12 years. I'm innocent. Chen Yuan smiled, not a cold smile, but the kind of smile one gives when a child is caught lying. What's stored in the 3rd encrypted folder of your phone's album? Should I also reveal that for you? Zhao Ke's hand trembled. His right hand fumbled under the table for his phone, fingers tightening into a grip, the screen dampened by the sweat of his palm. Outside the bookstore, Zhang Lei stood at the alley entrance, Bluetooth headset in his ears, the live stream displayed on his tactical tablet. After hearing Chen Yuan's last words, he pressed the communication button on the intercom. Network supervision team. His voice was deep, each word clear. Immediately verify Zhao Ke real name, Zhao Keming ID number. He recited a series of numbers. 2019 Dongqing branch fraud case, retrieve all files. A voice from the intercom replied, received. Zhang Lei released the communication button and pressed it again. Additionally, notify the local branch, prepare for interprovincial action. In the basement, Lin Xia squatted in the corner, covering her phone, her eyes darting between her cousin and the screen. The barrage was overwhelming, sending chills down her scalp. Zhao Ke's live stream fan count continued to plummet, dropping several hundred every second. The comment section filled with insults. Zhao Ke's hired commenters were still posting, but they had been drowned out like throwing stones into a flood. In the studio, Zhou Yiming set down his coffee cup and pushed up his glasses. He cleared his throat and leaned closer to the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to view this rationally. His voice barely began to rise. On the screen, Chen Yuan's gaze shifted direction. From Zhao Ke's link window, it moved to the picture-in-picture window of the studio. It landed on Zhou Yiming's face. Zhou Yiming's latter half of the sentence got caught in his throat. And you too. Chen Yuan's voice came through the phone speaker, not loud, but every word was crystal clear. Zhou what Ming? Zhou Yiming's fingers gripped the handle of the coffee cup, his knuckles tightening. Criminal psychology professor. You dare call yourself a professor after reading a few books on street psychology? Zhou Yiming's face stiffened. Your set of theories is just a repetitive 3 tricks. Micro-expressions, stress responses, cognitive dissonance. Chen Yuan reached for the purple clay teapot on the low cabinet, lifted the lid to take a glance, then replaced it. With such low quality, even an average scholar in the Ming dynasty wouldn't pass the exam. You would fail the first exam of the county test. In the studio, Qin Guohai couldn't help but twitch his lips. Zhou Yiming's face turned from white to red, then to green, his lips pressed into a thin line, a syllable squeezed out of his throat, but swallowed back. The 2 cultural relic consultants behind him exchanged glances, both turning their heads away. The barrage was no longer just scrolling. Ha 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 ha, even an average scholar wouldn't pass the exam. I'm dying of laughter. Professor Zhou's face could fry an egg. Why is this person so savage? I love it. Zhao Ke's link window showed his face was no longer red, but gray. The fan count dropped from 1000 at the start of the stream to 10,26000. 40,000. In 15 minutes, 40,000. His hands trembled uncontrollably under the table, his jaw clenched tightly. His lips parted twice, attempting to say something to turn the situation around. A pinned message scrolled across the screen, sent by the platform's official account. Due to suspected violation of content regulations, this live stream is under review. Zhao Ke's pupils dilated. He reached for the mouse, trying to click something. His fingers glided across the table, twice knocking over a cup of water. Water splashed onto the keyboard. The screen flickered. Lin Xia stared at her phone screen, watching Zhao Ke's expression change from anger to fear, then to blankness. She turned to glance at Chen Yuan. Her cousin had stopped looking at his phone, holding the purple clay teapot, while standing in front of the bookshelf, tilting his head to examine the spine of a book on the 3rd shelf. As if nothing had happened, Lin Xia opened her mouth, wanting to say something. A sound came from outside the bookstore. It wasn't a siren. It was the shriek of tires on the ground, the smell of burnt brake pads wafting through the rolling shutter door. Then came a dull thud. Someone had fallen, the sound of a knee hitting the concrete. Immediately after, a hoarse voice called out, breathless, as if they had run a long way. Captain Zhang. Where's Captain Zhang? Zhang Lei's voice came from outside. Who? Qin. Old Qin sent me here. The voice was gasping, each word trembling. He said there's something in the basement. The voice paused for a second, as if swallowing. There's something that must be reported to the central authorities immediately. At the entrance of Huayan Alley, the tires of a black Hongqi sedan left 2 black marks on the ground. The license plate had a white background with red characters prefixed with Jia. Zhang Lei's peripheral vision caught sight of that license plate, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand up. The car door was slammed open from the inside, not pushed but kicked. An old man with gray hair rolled out of the back seat. His cloth shoe on the left foot got caught on the door sill and flew off, without him even glancing back. With one bare foot on the concrete ground, he staggered a couple of steps and rushed towards the bookstore. Zhang Lei's 2 team members reached out simultaneously to block him. Stop. This is... Zhang Lei recognized that face. It wasn't from the television, but from the cover of a report at the Municipal Bureau. The recipient of the National Traceology Lifetime Achievement Award, he participated in the re-examination of 17 major cases after the founding of the nation and was a specially appointed consultant by the Ministry of Public Security. Qin Guohai. Let him go. Zhang Lei's voice cut through the air. The hands of the 2 team members retracted. Qin Guohai squeezed past them, his shoulder hitting the door frame, his body swaying slightly, but he didn't steady himself and charged straight inside. His sock slipped on the steps of the basement, causing him to nearly fall, but he grabbed the handrail, ripping a nail, and blood oozed out, though he felt nothing. The basement lights were still on. Lin Xiao's phone was still positioned at the corner of the table, the camera facing the center of the room. Qin Guohai stood at the last step of the staircase, his chest heaving violently, his eyes scanning the entire room. On the table, the items Lin Xia had previously rummaged through were scattered everywhere: yellowed letter paper, a blood-stained military knife, rusty bullet casings, a broken half of a tiger talisman, and fragments of a bamboo scroll. Qin Guohai's knees buckled. It wasn't a slow descent. Both legs simultaneously lost strength, and he crashed straight down onto the concrete floor. With a loud thud, his kneecap struck the ground, making Lin Xiao's teeth ache. He knelt there, his hands hovering above the table, all 10 fingers trembling, yet he dared not touch anything. He leaned his face close to the edge of the table, his nose less than 2 centimeters from the yellowed letter, his reading glasses askew on his nose, and the eyes behind the lenses were bloodshot. Tears welled up and flowed down the lines of his face into the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Father. His voice emerged from his throat, laced with a sob and gasping. This is from Yashan. His finger hovered uncertainly above the military knife, the tip, just an inch away from the hilt, trembling like a sieve. And this? The expedition army. The numbers are all here. His forehead bumped against the edge of the table, his shoulders shuddering. The dark side of my Chinese civilization. It's all here. It's all here. The number of online viewers in the livestream, 217,000. The barrage of comments stopped for 3 seconds. For a full 3 seconds, not a single comment appeared. Then it exploded. Chen Yuan. That Chen Yuan. The Chen Yuan from CCTV's major case records. He knelt. He's actually kneeling. My mom just asked me why I was crying, and I said I didn't know what on earth could make old Chen kneel down. In Zhao Ke's livestream, the 3 appraisers he had temporarily invited were still hanging in the connection window. The one on the left, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, saw the scene of Chen Yuan kneeling and reached for the upper right corner of the screen. My signal isn't great here, so ill. The screen went black. The one in the middle with the goatee trembled his lips twice. I suddenly have something to do. Let's change the day. The screen went black. The youngest one on the right didn't even say a word, directly exiting the connection. In 3 windows, all went dark within 5 seconds. Zhao Ke's face was plastered in the center of the screen. The muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched. The barrage floated past above his head. Ha! The masters run faster than rabbits. If Chen Yuan has knelt, why invite such riffraff to debunk? Zhao Ke, why don't you say something? Lost for words. In the basement, Lin Xia shrunk in the corner, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She didn't know why she was crying. Perhaps it was because of the sound when Chen Yuan knelt, or perhaps it was the expression on the old man's face. She had seen many kinds of tears at the police academy. Victims' family members suspects. But the expression on Chen Yuan's face she had never seen before. It wasn't sadness, nor was it excitement. It was the look of a person who had searched for something their whole life suddenly appearing before them. Chen Yuan sat in a rattan chair, still holding the chipped purple clay teapot. He glanced at the kneeling Chen Yuan, his brows furrowing slightly. At your age, your bones are so soft. He placed the teacup on the armrest, his voice neither light nor heavy. Get up and talk. Chen Yuan lifted his head, his reading glasses askew on one side of his face, tears staining the lenses, snot smeared on his lips. He opened his mouth, a ha-ha sound coming from his throat, trying to say something, but his tongue stumbled 3 times. Chen. Mr. Chen. His hands pushed against the ground as he attempted to stand, but his knees lacked strength, and he fell back down. These things. How did you? Chen Yuan did not answer him. He stood up from the rattan chair, walked to the low cabinet, opened the drawer, and rummaged through it, pulling out a pack of tissues and tossing it in front of Chen Yuan. Wipe your face, look at you. Chen Yuan caught the tissue, his hands still trembling, pulling out 3 sheets before managing to get one, wiping his face haphazardly. He propped himself up on the table, standing up, dirt clinging to his knees, a hole worn in his pants, completely unaware. His gaze fell back on the table, sweeping over each item one by one, his lips moving as if he were silently reciting something. Suddenly his eyes froze, not looking at the table, but at the corner of the wall. Lin Xia turned her head, following his gaze. At the low table in the corner, something was propped under the table leg. A roll of paper. Yellowed, the edges curled, pressed flat, revealing a small part sticking out from under the table leg. Chen Yuan's pupils dilated. His body leaned forward, neck stretching, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. That. His voice changed, no longer the previous sob, but a tone Lin Xia had never heard before. It was as if someone had choked his throat, or as if his tongue had frozen. Under the table leg. That roll of paper. Chen Yuan glanced at where he was looking and let out a sound of realization. The table wobbled, it was propped up casually. Chen Yuan's body began to tremble. It wasn't just his hands shaking, but a tremor that ran from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. His mouth opened, closed, then opened again. A syllable squeezed out from his throat as if he had choked. The words on it. He took a step forward, then stopped, his entire body frozen in place. I saw. The signature. His voice shattered into breathy sounds. That is Yongla. Chen Yuan's knees were still on the ground, his pants torn in one place, blood seeping from the scraped skin, completely unaware. His eyes were fixated on the leg of the low table in the corner. That roll paper. Yellowed, curled at the edges, crumpled by the table leg. A small portion of it was exposed, covered in writing. A strange sound escaped from Chen Yuan's throat, as if someone were using sandpaper to scratch his vocal cords. He crawled towards the corner, using both hands and feet, his knees scraping against the cement floor with a harsh sound, nails digging into the crevices, his entire body resembling a dehydrated fish pushing towards the shore. Mr. Chen. His voice squeezed out from his chest, hoarse and breathless, every word trembling. That is. The latter half of the sentence got stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. Chen Yuan stood before the bookshelf with a purple clay teapot, glancing at the corner, following Chen Yuan's gaze. Moi. He put down the pot, walked over, and looked down at the low table. On the table sat a pot of withered bamboo, and underneath the table leg was stuffed that roll of paper, the exposed portion covered in dust. Chen Yuan lifted his foot and gently kicked the table leg. The table tilted. He bent down, pinching the edge of the paper roll with 2 fingers and pulling it out. Oh, this. He lifted the paper roll, casually patting it on his pants leg, causing dust to flutter down. The table is uneven, so I just stuffed some scrap paper under it. Chen Guohai's pupils constricted to pinpoints. The paper roll loosened halfway and Chen Yuan's hand beginning to drop under its own weight. Silkworm cocoon paper. Yellowed with fine fibrous patterns, the ink flowing on the surface, the cursive script, graceful, the brush strokes threatens into the paper, embodying a style unique to the Jin dynasty. Lin Xia leaned over to take a look, unable to understand what was written, but the beauty of the characters left her breathless. Chen Guohai climbed up from the ground, his legs, shaking, hands trembling, even his chin quivering. He pulled out an object from the inner pocket of his chest, a portable high-powered magnifying glass with a brass frame that had accompanied him for 40 years. He raised the magnifying glass to his eyes and leaned closer to the paper roll. The lens focused on the first 4 characters. The 9th year of Yonghe. Chen Guohai's hand stopped. The magnifying glass slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground and bouncing twice before rolling to the edge of the table leg. His eyes rolled back, the whites showing prominently, his body leaning backward. Bang! The back of his head collided with the wall, and he slid down along the wall, sitting on the ground, his head tilted to one side. He fainted. Lin Xia screamed and rushed over to support him. Old Chen. Old Chen. She slapped his face. The old man's skin was chillingly cold, his lips turning purple, and his eyelids fluttered twice without opening. Chen Yuan stood nearby, still holding the paper roll, glancing down at Chen Guohai. Is it really that serious? The live broadcast room exploded. The online viewer count jumped from 217,000 to 280,000, the speed of the bullet comments refreshing so fast that only a white wall of subtitles could be seen on the screen. However, a few bullet comments were pushed to the forefront, marked with verification tags. China Calligraphy Association Li Zhengyang, that is silkworm cocoon paper. Jin Dynasty silkworm cocoon paper. The method has been lost for 1600 years. Palace Museum researcher Zhang hemming the 9th year of Yonghe. Oh my goodness. The 9th year of Yonghe in the year of Guichou. That is the opening of the Lantingyi Su. Peking University History Department Professor Chen Wangshu, quickly call an ambulance for old Chen. That is the authentic Lantingyi Su. The true Lantingyi Su by Wang Shiji. The bullet comment section went wild. It wasn't ordinary viewers posting, it was verified accounts from various universities, research institutes, and museums posting. Ambulance. Hurry, call an ambulance. He used the Lantingyi Su to prop up the table leg. Did I see that wrong? Am I dreaming? The whole world thought the original was buried with Li Shimin in the Zhaoling. In the studio, Zhou Yiming's coffee cup fell to the ground and shattered. He didn't hear it. The older of the 2 cultural relic consultants covered his chest with both hands, muttering, impossible. It's not possible. Zhaoling. Funerary items. The other consultant was already making a call, trembling so much that he pressed 3 times before getting through, shouting into the receiver, old song. Did you see the live broadcast? Hurry and look. Hurry and look. In Zhao Ke's live broadcast room, he jumped up from his chair. It's impossible. His voice cracked, the muscles in his face twisted, and the veins on his forehead throbbed visibly. It must be a modern imitation. He shouted at the camera, saliva spraying on the lens. The original has long been buried in Zhaoling. It was taken into the coffin when Emperor Taizong died. Scholars around the world have agreed. His finger jabbed at the screen, his fingernail turning white. This fraud. Who is he trying to fool with a piece of imitation? The bullet comments floated past his head. What do you know? Chen Guohai fainted just from a glance. Are you bet? Laughing to death, the ability of the 10 million follower anti-fraud blogger isn't even as good as a piece of scrap paper. Zhao, do you want to go down and take a look? Alright, you can't go in, they have special police guarding it. Zhao Ke's mouth kept moving, but his voice grew fainter. In the basement, Lin Xia pinched Chen Guohai's philtrum. The old man's eyelids finally fluttered twice, and he gasped, waking up. He opened his eyes, and the first action was not to look at Lin Xia, but to turn his head to find that roll of paper. Seeing Chen Yuan still holding it, his tears fell again. Mr. Chen. His voice sounded as if it were coming from underground Horse Week with a hint of crying. Do you know what you are holding? Chen Yuan flipped the paper roll over, looked at the back, then flipped it back. The piece written by Wang Yujun. His tone was as if confirming whether the discount flyer from the supermarket downstairs was expired. I know. Chen Guohai's lips trembled, wanting to speak, but his throat felt blocked, unable to rise or fall. Chen Yuan casually placed the paper roll on a nearby shelf and clapped his hands. He insisted on writing after drinking too much. The next day, when he sobered up, he thought it was ugly and wanted to burn it. He walked back to the rattan chair, sat down, and crossed his legs. I stopped him. Chen Guohai's body began to tremble again. Lin Xia squatted beside him, her mind buzzing, a single thought repeatedly striking her skull. Her cousin said, back then, her cousin said, I stopped him. Wang Shiji, Eastern Jin, year 353 AD. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room fell silent again. 280,000 people simultaneously fell silent for 3 seconds. Then Zhao Ke's voice came from the connection window, sharp, piercing, filled with final madness. He said he knows Wang Shiji. Huh. Did you hear that? He's just a madman. A mental patient. Chen Yuan's gaze fell. In the bullet comments someone was posting the same line. The original was buried in Zhao Ling. His expression shifted slightly. It wasn't annoyance nor was it anger. It was something distant surfacing from deep within his pupils, as if he were looking at someone across 1400 years of time. He spoke softly, almost to himself. Buried in Zhao Ling. His finger tapped lightly on the armrest of the rattan chair. The one Li Shimin buried was the copy I gave him. He paused, the corner of his mouth twitching, unsure whether to smile or sigh. He asked me for the original 3 times, but I didn't give it to him. Chen Yuan held the scroll of paper in his hand, tilting his head to take a look. His thumb pressed against the paper, and his fingertip brushed over one line of characters, the ink glimmering faintly. This thing wasn't written by Wang Yujun. Qin Guohai had just leaned against the wall with Lin Xia's support when he heard this sentence, turning his neck so quickly that a joint cracked. What? Chen Yuan unfurled the scroll a bit, his fingertip pointing at the character Mu on the 3rd line, pressing down heavily, causing the ink to spread into a small blot. Look here. His tone carried disdain, as if he were criticizing a burnt dish he had cooked. The brushwork is scattered, and when he finished his wrist flopped outward slightly, a mistake only someone who had drunk too much would make. Qin Guohai's mouth hung open, his mind's gears jammed. Chen Yuan flipped through the scroll again, pointing at the characters before the signature and curling his lip. That kid Wang Shiji insisted on comparing drinking capacity with me. He placed the scroll on the low cabinet, crossing his arms over his chest. After 3 jars of bamboo leaf green my tongue couldn't even straighten out, yet he still made me write. Lin Xia crouched in the corner, her mouth forming a round shape. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the scroll, his expression carrying an indescribable emotion, a mixture of disdain and nostalgia. He passed out on the table, and I finished this piece for him. He raised a hand to rub the back of his neck, his joints cracked. When you drink too much, your hands tremble, and the brushwork becomes scattered. How can that be considered a true piece? He paused. At most, it's just something I casually wrote while practicing my calligraphy back then. The barrage in the live broadcast room came to a halt. It wasn't slowing down, and it was completely stopped. 280,000 people were struck dumb at the same time, the screen clean, without a single character. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then the barrage poured in like a breached dam, and the screen instantly turned into a blank slate, nothing visible. In the backstage of the studio, Lu Ming's keyboard was smoking from the rapid typing. In front of him, 6 screens flashed with red warning boxes, the server load jumping from 78% to 93, then to 97. It's not working, it's not working, it's not working. His voice carried a crying tone, his fingers wildly pounding on the keyboard, sweat droplets from his forehead landing on the spacebar. Director Wang, the server can't handle it. 1,000 barrage messages are flooding in every second. All CDN nodes are red. Wang Wei stood behind him, staring at the number on the main screen that was still climbing. 310,000. 320,000. 340,000. His Adam's apple bobbed as he absorbed Lu Ming's cries as background noise. In the basement, Qin Guohai's back left the wall. His eyes were glued to the end of the scroll, his pupils constricting as he leaned forward. He picked up the magnifying glass that had fallen earlier from the ground, his hand still trembling, positioning the lens over the lower right corner of the last line of text on the scroll. There a blot of ink appeared resembling an accidental drip. Qin Guohai brought the magnifying glass less than a centimeter from the paper's surface, holding his breath. Hidden within the ink blot was a character. It was extremely small, with strokes as fine as a hair, yet its structure was ancient and robust, carrying a kind of aura he had never seen in any steel or rubbing. Yuan. Qin Guohai's arm dropped, the magnifying glass clattering against his knee, and he felt nothing. He raised his head, looking at Chen Yuan, who stood beside the rattan chair. The man in the faded cotton shirt was using his pinky nail to pick at the walnut residue between his teeth. Qin Guohai's knees buckled. It wasn't that he wanted to kneel, his legs had gone weak. He braced himself against the edge of the table to steady his body, exhaling a tremulous breath. Then he bent over deeply, his back folding at a 90-degree angle. You? His voice emerged from his bent body, muffled, each word trembling. How long have you walked on this, sir? Chen Yuan glanced at him, but did not answer. He returned to his rattan chair, picked up the purple clay teapot from the armrest, lifted the lid to smell, and then replaced it. The tea has gone cold. In Zhao Ke's connection window, the screen was shaking. His face filled the small frame, his eyes bloodshot, lips trembling, his utterances lost coherence. No. Impossible. This can't be. His hand reached under the table, groping for something, grasping it tightly, and smashing it against the screen. With a bang, the screen shook violently. It was a keyboard. He smashed the keyboard onto the monitor. Fake. It's all fake. His voice had turned shrill like nails scraping against glass. With the second smash, a crack appeared in the monitor. Fraud. Crazy. You've all been deceived. With a third smash, the image tilted, the camera pointing at the ceiling, only his arm visible at the edge of the frame, flailing. With a snap, something shattered. Then came the sound of a chair falling, and everything on the table crashed to the ground. Zhao Ke's heavy, rapid breathing came through the microphone, raspy and urgent, thick with phlegm. The barrage floated past his screen. He's gone mad. He's really gone mad. Ha ha, smash it, once it's done, it's over. Is this your way of debunking? The characters he casually wrote are worth more than your entire fortune. Lin Xia covered her mouth, her eyes darting between her cousin and the phone screen. She wanted to speak, but a lump lodged in her throat, unable to rise or fall. Her cousin said he wrote this on behalf of Wang Shiji. Her cousin said he was trembling from too much drink. Eastern Jin, the year 353 AD. 1,671 years from now. Her nails dug into her palm, leaving red imprints. In the studio, the gray-haired artifact consultant stood up from his chair, hands pressed against the table, his whole body trembling. He turned to look at the picture-in-picture window of Qin Guahai, seeing the old man, hunched over at 90 degrees motionless. His lips moved twice, turning to a colleague beside him. Old Zhang, what do you think? Who exactly is he? No one answered him. Zhou Yiming sat in the corner, his mouth tightly shut, not daring to utter a word. His fingers were entwined, knuckles pale, his eyes behind his glasses fixed on the screen, unblinking. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room, 387,000. Still rising. Lu Ming's sobs echoed from the backstage. Wang Wei heard it, but ignored it. He stared at that number, his tongue licking his cracked lips. 390,000. 400,000. As the number on the screen surpassed 400,000, everyone's image froze momentarily. Then it went black. All images, all barges, all sounds. All gone. The screen was left with utter darkness and a line of small text in the lower right corner. Live broadcast signal interrupted. The door of the studio was not pushed open. It was kicked open. The iron fire door crashed against the wall, the doorknob embedded into the drywall, dust cascading down from the ceiling. 6 men rushed in, clad in camouflage uniforms, helmets pressed down to their noses, their guns not aimed at anyone, but the barrels angled down at 45 degrees were more intimidating than if they were pointed directly at someone. Wang Wei's first reaction was to step back. His back collided with Lu Ming's workstation, the numbers on the 6 screens still flickering. For 1,120,000. The leading officer didn't look at him and walked straight to the cabinet. Pull it out. 2 words devoid of any unnecessary syllables. 2 soldiers moved simultaneously, yanking the server's power cord out, sparks flying as the plug disconnected from the socket, and all 6 screens went black at once. Lu Ming's hand still hovered above the keyboard, his 10 fingers frozen in midair, mouth agape, unable to utter a single sound. Wang Wei's knees buckled, and he slid down along the cabinet, but hitting the floor, a dull pain shooting through his coccyx, but he didn't pay it any mind. Which department are you from? His voice squeezed out from his throat, sounding as deflated as a flat tire. The officer turned around, pulling a document from his chest pocket, a red cover adorned with a seal he had only seen by highest order. The officer's voice was flat, as if reading a weather report. All visual materials related to Mr. Chen are to be destroyed immediately. All personnel involved must sign a confidentiality agreement. Violators will be prosecuted for leaking state. Wang Wei's eyes were fixed on the seal, his pupils dilating. His lips moved 3 times, attempting to ask which Mr. Chen, but those 3 words wouldn't come out. Because he knew. Zhou Yiming sat in the corner, arms wrapped around his own nails, digging into his flesh, silent. The 2 cultural advisors had already stood up, the color drained from their faces, hands behind their backs, bent at the waist like 2 students caught in wrongdoing. The officer glanced at them. Everyone present, hand over your phones now. No one spoke, no one resisted. 17 phones were placed on the table within 30 seconds. Huayan Alley. Footsteps echoed up the stairs from the bookstore's basement. It wasn't the kind of cautious steps Zhang Lei would take, it was the sound of boot soles striking concrete steps, each step heavy with significance. Lin Xia looked up and saw someone descending from the staircase. A military uniform, sharp and crisp, a golden star on the shoulder. She had seen such epaulets in her police academy textbooks. A major general. Lin Xia's legs automatically stiffened, her back straightened like a stick, her hand almost saluting her temple. The general didn't look at her. His gaze passed over Qin Guahai, over the scattered artifacts on the table, landing on the man in the rattan chair with one leg crossed over the other. Then he came to a halt. Feet together, right hand raised, fingers aligned, fingertips touching the brim of his hat. A standard military salute. Mr. Chen. His voice was not loud, but each word carried a respect Lin Xia had never heard from any officer before. It was not the respect of a subordinate to a superior, but that of a junior to an elder. My father Li Jinghua asked me to convey his regards to you. Chen Yuan's crossed leg came down. He gazed at the general for 2 seconds, something shifting in his eyes. Jinghua is still alive. My father is 97 this year, and still in good health. The general lowered his hand, pulling out a photo from his pocket, hands extending it forward. He said, if you don't believe me, take. Chen Yuan took the photo, glancing down at it. The photo had yellowed corners, worn, but the image was still relatively clear. Against a backdrop of jungle, several young men in tattered military uniforms stood in a row, the one on the far left skinny to the point of being unrecognizable, grinning broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Chen Yuan's thumb pressed against the edge of the photo, remaining silent. After a few seconds, he flipped the photo over. On the back, there was a line of penmanship. The ink faded to a light blue trace. Year 31 of the Republic of China, the Yunnan Myanmar Road. Chen Yuan returned the photo, leaning back in the rattan chair. Did he get his teeth fixed? He wouldn't listen when I told him to get them fixed. The general was momentarily taken aback, the corner of his mouth twitching. He did all false teeth. Chen Yuan simply hummed an acknowledgement, saying nothing more. The general put away the photo, his expression returning to a formal demeanor. Mr. Chen, the state has classified your identity as level top secret. His voice lowered slightly. Huai'an Alley will be designated as a top-level military protection zone. Immediately, all surveillance devices within 300 meters will be dismantled and residents will be gradually relocated. He paused. The higher-ups mean to ask you to move to a safer location. Chen Yuan remained still. He reached for the purple clay pot on the armrest, lifted the lid for a glance, then closed it again. I've lived here for decades. His tone was akin to rejecting a neighbor offering a cigarette. Too lazy to move. The general opened his mouth as if to say something. Chen Yuan lifted his eyelids slightly. Just don't let anyone bother me. The general's mouth closed. He was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Understood. He turned and walked towards the stairs, took 2 steps, then stopped, glancing back at Chen Yuan. His lips moved slightly as if wanting to say something personal, but ultimately remained silent, stepping up the stairs. The sound of boots faded away. The basement was quiet for a few seconds. Zhang Lei peeked in from the staircase, scanning the room, his gaze landing on Lin Xia. Lin Xia, come with me. Lin Xia's legs were still weak. She leaned against the wall and followed Zhang Lei to the corner of the staircase. Zhang Lei pulled out a document from the inner side of his tactical vest, the blue cover thick as cardboard. Lin Xia took it, opened the first page, recognizing each word, but together they made her scalp tingle. Involving the highest state secrets. Lifetime confidentiality obligation. Violators will be subjected to. Her fingers creased the edge of the paper. Captain Zhang, am just a police academy student. Sign. Zhang Lei's tone left no room for negotiation. Lin Xia bit her lip, took the pen Zhang Lei offered, and signed her name on the last page. As the pen tip landed on the paper, her hand trembled. Zhang Lei withdrew the document, glancing at her. From now on, everything you see and hear tonight does not exist. He turned and left. Lin Xia stood at the corner of the staircase, her back against the wall, hearing the footsteps, car doors, and the crackle of the radio outside fading layer by layer. When she returned to the basement, Qin Guohai had already been helped away. Most of the items on the table had also been taken, leaving only a few empty traces, the outline of dust still visible. The scroll was gone. Chen Yuan still sat in the rattan chair, his posture unchanged, as if nothing had happened in the last hour. Only the two of them remained in the basement. Lin Xia stood on the last step of the staircase, looking at her cousin, her lips moving twice, unsure of what to say. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted from the purple clay pot. It fell on Lin Xia. More precisely, it fell on her right leg. The outer side of her calf, where her pants were rolled up, exposing a small patch of skin. There was a birthmark on her skin. Chen Yuan's fingers hovered over the lid of the pot without lifting it. His expression changed. It was different from the previous indifference, the gaze that seemed to regard everything as inconsequential. It was something Lin Xia had never seen on his face before. She couldn't articulate what it was, but a sudden chill ran down her spine. Cousin. Chen Yuan did not respond. His gaze was fixed on that birthmark, his Adam's apple bobbing. His lips moved, uttering 2 words, the sound so soft it felt like it had traveled from 1,000 years ago. Mu shui. Lin Xia's back was pressed against the wall, every hair on her body standing on end. Her cousin stared at the birthmark on her calf, uttering 2 words, Mu shui. That gaze sent chills down her spine. It wasn't directed at her, but rather it was as if he was looking through her at another person. Chen Yuan's gaze lingered for 3 seconds, then it seemed as if something pulled him back and the depth in his eyes vanished. His expression returned to its usual indifference as he leaned back against the rattan chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Come here. Lin Xia's legs did not move. She curled up in the corner, her hands twisted together, her lips quivering for a long time before she managed to squeeze out a sentence. Brother, you were joking when you said you'd break my legs if I opened the door right. Chen Yuan did not respond and stood up. He walked over slowly, step by step, his cloth shoes making no sound against the concrete floor. Lin Xia shrank her back further into the wall, her shoulders rising as she resembled a frightened quail. I told you not to touch anything in the basement. Chen Yuan stood in front of her, looking down at her, his voice not heavy, yet each word felt like a weight pressing down on her forehead. Not only did you touch it, but you also went live. Lin Xia's mouth opened slightly. I didn't mean to. Over 3 million people saw it. Chen Yuan raised his hand, pinching Lin Xia's shoulder with 2 fingers. The pressure at his fingertips was not great, but Lin Xia could not move, as if nailed to the wall. Brother, elder brother, biological brother. I have lived this long without making jokes. Chen Yuan did not even raise his eyelids, his tone as casual, as if he were commenting on the nice weather. Rules are rules. His fingers exerted force. Lin Xia's pupils constricted sharply. A wave of heat surged from her shoulder, not the warm kind, but a scorching, oppressive heat that poured down her shoulder blades and crushed along her spine. "Oh!" Lin Xia screamed in agony, her entire body arching, the veins on her forehead bulging and the muscles in her neck straining like two ropes. As the heat flowed through her chest, she felt as if someone had gripped her lungs, twisted them, then released. As it passed through her lower abdomen, her organs felt as if they had been taken apart and thoroughly cleaned. By the time it reached her limbs, it felt like 1,000 needles were piercing through her bones, densely packed, drilling out from her marrow. Her mouth opened, and after 2 cries, she could make no sound, only a raspy breath in her throat. 10 seconds. The heat drained from the soles of her feet, disappearing. Chen Yuan released his grip and took a step back. Lin Xia's legs gave way, her body sliding down the wall, her bottom thudding to the ground, collapsing into a heap. She gasped heavily, sweat matting her hair to her face, her t-shirt soaked through at the back, clinging to her skin. Pain. It had been real pain. But now, Lin Xia was stunned. Her breathing was unnaturally smooth. Throughout her life, her airways had always felt as if stuffed with cotton. Running 800 meters made her gasp, seasonal changes triggered her asthma, and a nebulizer was a regular item in her backpack. Now that cotton was gone, air flowed freely into her lungs without obstruction, every breath filling her completely. She looked down at her hands. Her fingers no longer trembled. The fatigue built up from 3 consecutive nights of live streaming had vanished. She clenched her fist, the joints cracking loudly with such strength that she startled herself. This. She looked up at Chen Yuan, her mouth agape, her mind unable to process. Chen Yuan had already walked to the low cabinet, pulled out a tissue from the drawer, wiped his fingers, balled it up, and tossed it into the trash can. Bone washing. He did not look back, stepping onto the first step of the staircase. With your broken body, asthma will lead to pulmonary heart disease by 30. I can't be bothered to collect your corpse later. Lin Xia sat on the ground, her lips quivering. Chen Yuan's footsteps ascended, pausing after 3 steps. If you dare touch anything in the basement again, I will really break your legs. His voice drifted down from above, infused with his typical impatience. Go sweep the yard. The fallen leaves have piled up for 3 days. The footsteps continued upward, growing fainter until the door on the 2nd floor creaked open and closed. Only Lin Xia remained in the basement. Sitting on the cold concrete floor, her back against the wall, she looked down at her hands. Clenching, relaxing, then clenching again. Each finger was filled with strength, and her joints were as flexible as if she had a new pair. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs completely, without a hint of obstruction. 21 years. For the first time, she experienced what normal breathing felt like. Her nose tinged with a sourness, her eyes growing warm. She rubbed her eyes hard with the back of her hand, suppressing the surge of emotions. Said he would break my legs, yet ended up healing me. She sniffed, the corners of her mouth curling upwards before she quickly suppressed it. Such a proud brat. She pushed against the wall to stand up. Her legs felt slightly weak, but not in a feeble way, more like the soreness after running a marathon. She moved her wrists, the joints cracking twice, feeling an indescribable lightness from within. She bent down to pat the dust off her pants and walked towards the staircase. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back to glance at the empty basement. The items on the table had been cleared away, and the roll of paper was gone, leaving only the outline of dust. She remembered Qin Guohai kneeling on the ground, the stance of that major saluting, and the confidentiality agreement handed to her by Zhang Lei, and her cousin's gaze when looking at that birthmark. Who was Mu Shui? She shook her head, dismissing the thought, and stepped up the stairs. The broom in the yard leaned against the wall as she picked it up and started sweeping the fallen leaves. The moonlight illuminated the bluestone slabs of Huayan Alley. One of the streetlights at the entrance was broken, and no one came to fix it. As Lin Xia swept, while humming a tune, the smooth flow of air made her feel like singing high notes. What she didn't know was that 30 kilometers away, on the top floor of a certain office building in the city center, the lights were still on. Zhao Ke slumped in his swivel chair, the monitor before him cracked, the keyboard missing 3 keys, and the desk littered with fragments. His phone screen lit up. A message popped up and signed with only one line. Mr. Zhao, the remarks you made during tonight's live broadcast have been documented by the relevant departments. It is recommended that you cooperate with the investigation within 24 hours. The Adam's apple in Zhao Ke's throat bobbed, and the phone slipped from his hand, hitting the desk with the screen facing down. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the office. They were not the footsteps of a single person. It was 2:47 in the morning. In the study on the 2nd floor of Zhao Ke's villa, the blue glow of 3 monitors illuminated his face, making the bloodshot veins in his eyes particularly vivid. His fingers pounded on the keyboard, his nails splitting, blood smearing on the enter key, yet he did not stop. The VPN was running through 3 layers of proxies, the IP showing a small country in Southeast Asia. He registered his 17th overseas account, the username a string of random digits, the profile picture blank. The title of his post was half-written, exposing the truth behind the Huayan Alley scam. His teeth clenched, his temples throbbed. Over 3 million people watched him being slapped in the face. 3 masters of live streaming fled faster than dogs, and the image of Qin Guohai kneeling on the ground spread across the internet. He lost 4 million followers. 4 million. Overnight. It's fake. All fake. He muttered, his fingers still typing the content of the post, bouncing out line by line. Qin Guohai has lost his mind. That Chen Yuan is just a lunatic. The silkworm cocoon paper can be faked. Send. The page spun twice and the post was up. He let out a breath, leaning back in his chair, reaching for the mineral water bottle on the edge of the desk. His fingers barely touched the bottle when, bang, the entire villa shook. Zhao Ke's mineral water bottle shot off the table, rolling on the floor for 3 turns. His body left the chair, propelling him half a meter into the air, his head nearly colliding with the chandelier. Downstairs came the sound of wood splintering, the metallic screech of a broken hinge, followed by the sound of boots striking the marble floor. It was dense, orderly, rhythmic. No. A syllable squeezed from Zhao Ke's throat as his legs began. The footsteps climbed the stairs. From the first floor to the second, 14 steps taken in less than 3 seconds. The door to the study was not knocked upon. The door flew out of the frame, crashing into the bookshelf behind him, the hardcover copy of Criminal Psychology, bursting apart, paper scattering all over the floor. 6 black figures blocked the doorway, masks pulled down below their noses, exposing only their eyes. The gun muzzles were aimed squarely at his chest. Zhao Ke's knee struck the table, leg, his body falling backward, the chair flipping over, and the back of his head hit the floor, turning his vision white for a moment. Get down. Hands on your head. He complied. Not out of obedience, but because his legs gave way, unable. His face pressed against the cold floor tiles, his nose brushing the dust in the cracks, his body trembled, shaking from his toes to the back of his head. A pair of black combat boots stopped in front of him, the tread less than 10 centimeters from his nose. Someone crouched down. A piece of paper was slapped onto the floor beside his face, a red seal stamped on the white paper, glaringly bright. Zhao Ku. Zhang Lei's voice came from above, devoid of any warmth. Suspected of endangering national security, provoking trouble, and defaming martyrs. Come with us. The sound of pages flipping. Zhao Ke's mouth opened, wanting to speak, yet only air escaped. He had wet his pants. Warm liquid trickled down his inner thigh, spreading a small puddle on the floor. The smell of urine filled the air, causing the nearby special police officer to take a half step back. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhao Ke began to bang his forehead against the floor once, twice, the third time, drawing blood that streamed down his nose. Please. I didn't mean it. I just wanted traffic. His fingers clutched the floor cracks, his nails peeling back, mixed with blood as he scraped outward. Let me see Lin Xia. Let me apologize to her. I beg you. I will kneel for her. Zhang Lei stood up, glancing down at him. That gaze held no anger, no contempt, only a matter-of-fact demeanor when dealing with trash. Cuff him. The metal handcuffs clicked around Zhao Ke's wrist, cold enough to make him shiver. 2 special police officers lifted his arms, dragging him out. Zhao Ke's legs scraped against the ground, one shoe lost his sock, torn, exposing his toes. He was still crying, snot and tears mingling with the blood on his forehead, smearing his face. I have money. I can pay. No matter how much. No one paid him any mind. The 3 monitors in the study were still lit, and the recently sent post page displayed a line of red text. This content has been deleted for violating relevant laws and regulations. Meanwhile, on all platforms across the internet, the account of scam buster Zhao Ke vanished simultaneously. It was neither a ban nor a restriction. It was as if it had evaporated. When searching for Zhao Ke, the results page was blank, with only a line of gray small text. Search results not displayed in accordance with relevant laws and regulations and policies. 17 million of his followers clicked on his homepage only to find a 404 error. All videos, all posts, every word he had ever written in the comment sections, completely reset. Scam buster became the highest priority ban term in the risk control systems of major platforms. 3,000 kilometers away at Terminal T3 of the capital airport. In a men's restroom stall, a fat man wearing a baseball cap sat on the toilet seat, clutching a brand new passport and a ticket to Bangkok. On his smartphone screen, the banking app displayed a balance of 3,470,000. The final payment from Zhao Ke had just arrived 2 hours ago. The corners of the fat man's mouth curled upwards, his thumb gliding over the boarding time on the ticket. 4:15 in the morning with 20 minutes to go. He stood up and pulled the stall door open. 3 people stood outside the door. They were undercover, but the bulge at their waists was unmistakable. Qian Duo. The leader, a crew-cut man, smiled slightly, flashing his credentials in front of him. Cybersecurity Division, shall we have a chat? The fat man's passport slipped from his hands, clattering to the floor tiles. He turned to run, but behind him was the toilet with no way to retreat. The crew-cut man pressed his hand on his shoulder, pushing down. The fat man's knee collided with the edge of the toilet, forcing him face down, his nose nearly shoved into the toilet. Don't. He'll cooperate. He'll cooperate fully. The sound of handcuffs clinking echoed against the tiled walls. 6 o'clock in the morning. The sky over Huayan Alley was just beginning to brighten. The broken streetlight at the alley entrance appeared even older in the morning light. Lin Xia crouched in the yard, clutching a broom, sweeping the last pile of fallen leaves into a dustpan. She took a deep breath, the cool air filling her lungs without any obstruction. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Someone knocked 3 times on the yard door from outside lightly with a rhythm. She put down the broom and walked over to open the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, holding a red document bag. The document bag was sealed with red wax. "Excuse me, Comrade Lin Xia." Lin Xia paused for a moment, then nodded. The middle-aged man handed her the document bag with both hands slightly bowing. "This is from above for you." Lin Xia took the document bag, feeling the thickness of the paper pressed beneath the wax seal as her fingers brushed against it. She flipped it over and saw the seal in the upper left corner. It was the same as the confidentiality agreement Zhang Lei showed her last night. The middle-aged man turned and left his leather shoes tapping on the bluestone tiles, the sound quickly disappearing at the alley entrance. Lin Xia stood at the door holding the document bag, the morning wind blowing her stray hair. Her thumb rested against the edge of the wax seal, hesitant to tear it open. Behind her, the sound of a wrought-tan chair creaking came through. Chen Yuan's voice floated over from the yard, still raspy from just waking up. "Who is it?" Lin Xia turned around, looking at her cousin, rubbing his eyes while leaning against the wrought-tan chair, then glanced down at the red document bag in her hand. A line of embossed gold letters was printed on the cover, causing her pupils to contract slightly. "Special." Lin Xia crouched in the yard, watering the flowers, the spout of the watering can directed at the half-dead hanging orchid. Water overflowed from the bottom of the pot, creating a puddle on the ground. There were 3 knocks on the gate. She put down the watering can, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, and jogged over to open the door. A middle-aged man in uniform stood outside, his hair cut short with some gray at the temples, his back straight as an arrow. Lin Xia recognized him. It was Fang Zhengwo, the director of the police academy. Her legs involuntarily came together, and her hand almost lifted in a salute. Fang Zhengwo wasn't in his usual uniform. He wore formal police attire with one more star on his shoulder insignia than she typically saw at school. He held a brown paper folder sealed with a red wax seal. "Comrade Lin Xia." Fang Zhengwo's tone was completely different from when he usually scolded her for failing to meet the running standards on the playground, sounding so polite it made her back shiver. "This is a special admission notice approved by the Ministry of Public Security's Special Investigation Bureau." He extended the folder toward her with both hands. "It includes the qualification for graduate school, effective immediately." Lin Xia's hand reached out, then withdrew, then reached out again. She took the folder, opened the seal, and pulled out the paper inside. It was A4 paper, 2 pages, with a header bearing a department name she had never seen: Special Investigation Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security of the People's Republic of China. Below were her name, her student ID, and her photo. Further down was a bold line: Special Admission, exempt from exams for graduate studies, research, focused special case investigation. 3 official seals were stamped at the bottom, the largest bearing the national emblem. Lin Xia's hand began to tremble. The paper rustled at her fingertips as she turned it over to check the back, then flipped back to the front, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I got into graduate school." Fang Zhengwo nodded, a smile on his lips that she couldn't quite comprehend. "Congratulations." After saying those 2 words, he turned and left, his steps quicker than when he arrived, as if afraid that staying even a second longer would bring trouble. Lin Xia stood at the door holding the paper, her mind buzzing like 100 bees in a whirlwind. 3 seconds later, "Ah!" Her screams startled the wild cat perched on the courtyard wall, causing it to leap and dash away over. Lin Xia dashed into the yard, clutching the notice, her cloth shoes splashing into the puddles, mud splattering up her pant legs, but she didn't care. Chen Yuan was seated on a wrought-tan chair, legs crossed, holding an ancient book bound with thread. The title on the cover faded to mere shadows. Brother, look, graduate school. I got into graduate school." Lin Xia stretched out her arms, her whole being launching toward the wrought-tan chair like a cannonball. Chen Yuan's hand reached for the broom beside the chair, the handle extended horizontally, propping against Lin Xia's forehead. Her steps were abruptly halted, her forehead pressed against the bamboo pole, frozen in place like a frog that had failed to catch its prey. "Stay 3 feet away from me." Chen Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids, turning a page of his book. "You're covered in mud." Lin Xia glanced down at her shoes, noticing the mud caked up to her ankles. She chuckled twice, took a step back, and waved the notice in front of Chen Yuan. "Brother, look. Special Investigation Bureau. Graduate school. Exempt from exams." Chen Yuan's gaze shifted from the page to glance at the paper. 2 seconds passed. He closed the book, resting it on the armrest, leaning back against the chair. "Don't be too happy too soon." Lin Xia's smile froze on her face. Chen Yuan's finger tapped the armrest, his tone as flat, as if he were saying that vegetable prices had risen by 2 cents today. "They are using you as a leash to keep me in check." Lin Xia's mouth opened slightly. The smile remained, but the light in her eyes dimmed for a moment. "What do you mean?" "Think about it." Chen Yuan picked up the purple clay teapot on the armrest, lifted the lid to smell it. "A junior student, average grades, barely passing physical fitness. On what basis do you get into graduate school?" Lin Xia's lips moved, wanting to refute, but unable to find the words. "Because you are my cousin." Chen Yuan placed the lid back on, his tone unwavering. "They give you a benefit and you owe them a favor. You owe them a favor, and I can't just kick them out." He glanced at Lin. This trick has been used for 2,000 years. Lin Xia clutched the notice tightly, the paper crumpling under her grip. She lowered her head for a moment, and when she looked up there was a stubborn glint in her eyes. Then I don't want it. Chen Yuan looked at her for 2 seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching, unclear if it was disdain or something else. Foolish. Just take what is given to you, it's free. But what you just to let you know, don't really think too highly of yourself. Lin Xiao's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. The gate rang again. This time it wasn't a knock, it was a gentle tap with a cautious rhythm. Lin Xiao walked over to open the door, finding 3 people outside. Leading was Qin Guohai, dressed in a clean Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, but dark circles under his eyes indicated he hadn't slept a wink. Behind him were 2 middle-aged men in plain clothes, their backs straight, eyes sharp, clearly not ordinary people. Qin Guohai was carrying 2 plastic bags printed with the red characters, Lao Suns, the grease soaking through the bottom of the paper bag, the aroma of buns wafting out. In his other hand, he held 2 cups of soy milk, steam rising from the paper cups. Miss Lin Xia, Qin Guohai beamed, his wrinkles crinkling together. Sorry to intrude, I brought some breakfast for Mr. Chen. Lin Xia stepped aside, allowing Qin Guohai to bend down and enter the yard, his steps light, as if afraid of breaking the bricks on the ground. The 2 men behind him followed in, but stopped inside the gate, not advancing further. Qin Guohai placed the buns and soy milk on the stone table beside the rattan chair, his hands hanging at his sides, standing 3 steps away. Mr. Chen, Lao Sun soup dumplings, I waited in line for 2 hours. Chen Yuan continued flipping through his book. Qin Guohai maintained his smile, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He glanced back at the 2 men behind him, one of whom nodded slightly. Qin Guohai turned back, leaning forward slightly, his voice lowered. Mr. Chen, there is something. His Adam's apple bobbed, the smile fading from his face, revealing a tense expression underneath. Before the live stream was interrupted last night, a segment of footage was intercepted by an overseas server. Chen Yuan's hand flipping the pages stopped. Qin Guohai's voice lowered further, almost squeezing out between his teeth. 7 minutes ago that video appeared on the dark web. His fingers clenched the seam of his pants, knuckles turning white. The buyer is the Smith family. Chen Yuan's fingers pressed on the book page, remaining still. Lin Xia stood 3 steps away, still clutching the graduate school notice, her smiling photo facing the sky. She didn't catch what Qin Guohai said, but she saw her cousin's shoulder lines shift. It wasn't tensed, it was a kind of calm she had never seen before. Like the eerie stillness before a storm, the air thick with pressure, making it hard to breathe. The voice of Qin Guohai was almost inaudible, his lips pressed towards Chen Yuan, squeezing out each word. Smith Consortium. Chen Yuan's fingers were still pressed on the pages of the book, unmoving. Lin Xia stood 3 steps away, noticing the change in her cousin's back posture. The armrest of the rattan chair creaked under his fingertips. Qin Guohai's forehead was drenched in sweat, trickling down his temples, dripping onto the collar of his Zhongshan suit, staining it dark. The footage from the 7 minutes before the live stream was interrupted last night was intercepted by foreign servers. His Adam's apple bobbed. The close-up of that tang knife has been singled out and posted on the dark web. Chen Yuan remained silent. Qin Guohai took out his phone from his pocket, swiped the screen twice, and handed it to Chen Yuan. The screen displayed a screenshot black background with white text. In English, Lin Xia couldn't discern the content, but she saw the string of numbers. 8 zeros followed. $100 million. Qin Guohai clenched his teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching. A bounty for a hired killer targeting the tang knife in your possession. He pulled the phone back, both hands clenched at his sides, knuckles turning white. We have activated the highest level of security protocols, but the Smith Consortium has its own mercenaries in Southeast Asia. That's enough. Chen Yuan spoke up. Just 2 words, not heavy, yet Qin Guohai's mouth immediately shut. Lin Xia stood still, watching her cousin close the ancient book and place it on the armrest, his movement slow. He stood up. The rattan chair slid back half an inch, producing a harsh screech. Lin Xiao's hair stood on end. It wasn't fear, the air had changed. The cup of soy milk on the stone table was still steaming, condensation forming on the paper cup surface. Then the droplets stopped moving. The steam disappeared. Frost formed on the outer wall of the cup, creeping up from the bottom, covering the entire cup in 2 seconds. Lin Xiao's breath exhaled white mist. In June she saw her own breath. The 2 men in plain clothes behind Qin Guohai took a step back simultaneously, one of them already reaching for his waist. Chen Yuan did not look at them, his gaze fell outside the courtyard wall far away. Smith Consortium. As he uttered those 4 words, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It wasn't a smile, it was a curve that sent chills down Lin Xiao's spine. She immediately denied that word. It was just a twitch of his lips. In 1900, when the 3rd son of their family came in with 200 people through Zhenyang Gate, I was waiting on the city wall. Qin Guohai's pupils dilated. Chen Yuan's fingers tapped on the stone table, his nails striking the stone with a crisp sound. That day I severed the heads of 17 of them. The 18th one knelt down and begged for mercy, and I let him go to report back. He turned his head and glanced at Qin Guohai. It's been 124 years. It seems they've forgotten the pain. Qin Guohai's legs trembled. He could feel his knees fighting against each other, but he dared not move. The man in front of him, wearing an old cloth shirt, exuded an aura that reminded him of a photo he had seen in the Taiyang Mountain Veterans Memorial. In the photo, the person stood atop a mountain of corpses holding a knife. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and walked towards the backyard. His cloth shoes stepped on the bluestone slab, passing by an old locust tree and approaching a pile of debris in the backyard. Lin Xia followed behind, and Qin Guohai trailed, as well tripping over his own legs, almost stumbling on the threshold. The backyard was piled with junk. Old newspapers, broken flower pots, a stool, missing a leg, a rusty iron pot with holes in the bottom, and several dusty boxes. Chen Yuan raised his foot and kicked the bottom iron box. The box was small, slightly longer than a shoebox, entirely rusted, and the latch was reduced to a single iron lump. He bent down, lifted it with one hand, and rust flakes fell off. They can't take that knife away. Chen Yuan placed the iron box on the stone table, rust smudging the surface with a brown stain. However, it's time for them to spill some information. His fingers secured the latch and twisted it gently. The rust crumbled, the latch snapped in two, falling to the ground. The lid of the box was lifted. Qin Guohai leaned closer, his eyes fixed on the contents of the box. Inside lay a layer of oil paper, yellowed and brittle, with edges crumbling. On top of the oil paper rested a folded sheepskin parchment. Chen Yuan pinched the sheepskin parchment with 2 fingers and unfolded it. Qin Guohai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The handwriting on the sheepskin parchment was in ink that had faded to brown, yet every letter was clearly legible. In English. At the bottom of the text there was a wax seal. Qin Guohai recognized the emblem on the seal, the royal badge of the British Empire featuring a lion and a unicorn. But what made his legs weak was not this. It was the signature next to the wax seal. Victoria R. Qin Guohai's mouth dropped open, his jaw slack, a muffled sound escaping his throat. This is... His hand reached out, then retracted, his fingertips trembling in the air. Queen Victoria's autograph. Chen Yuan handed the sheepskin parchment towards Qin Guohai, his tone as casual as if presenting a menu. A promissory note. Qin Guohai's mind buzzed. In 1860, before the Anglo-French Allied forces burned the old summer palace, I snatched 3,700 items from inside and hid them underground. Chen Yuan placed the sheepskin parchment back in the box and dusted off the rust on his hands. Later I went to them and had their queen sign this. He pointed at the sheepskin parchment. It states the British Empire owes China 3,700 cultural relics to be returned upon sight without exception. Qin Guohai's knee struck the edge of the stone table, his whole body lunging forward. He steadied himself on the table to avoid kneeling down. Lin Xia leaned closer, standing on tiptoes to glance into the box. She saw the yellowed sheepskin parchment, the wax seal, and the signature. Her mouth hung open, unable to close. Chen Yuan had already turned and walked into the room, his cloth shoes stepping on the steps, not looking back. Old Qin. Qin Guohai jolted, standing straight. Help me check how many items the Smith family still holds that were taken from China. Chen Yuan's voice drifted from what should be returned with both principal and interest. Not a single item should be missing. Qin Guohai stood before the stone table, both hands supporting the surface, staring down at the sheepskin parchment in the box. His shoulders trembled, not out of fear, but something else. He had been a forensic doctor for 40 years, seen countless pieces of evidence, but none had ever evoked this feeling in him. Lin Xia noticed Qin Guohai's eyes were red, the old man's lips quivering, his Adam's apple bobbing several times, but he couldn't utter a word. She looked down again at the promissory note. 1860. An item from 164 years ago, just thrown in the pile of junk in the backyard alongside a rusty pot. She truly couldn't understand her cousin's thought process. The sound of boiling water came from inside the house, the lid of the copper kettle rattling from the steam. Qin Guohai finally straightened up, took out his phone from his pocket, his fingers trembling as he dialed a series of numbers. When the call connected, he opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Old Zhang, retrieve the files, the Smith family, all records of cultural relics related to China. I need them right now. He hung up, dialing a second number. Guohai. A woman's voice answered on the other end, sounding groggy. Qin Guohai skipped the pleasantries and burst out word by word. Song Ci, get over here, now Huaiyan Alley immediately. He hung up, nearly dropping the phone from his hand. Lin Xia stood beside him, watching the 70-year-old man dialing a number with red-rimmed eyes, suddenly feeling a bit emotional. Inside, Chen Yuan's voice floated out again. Lin Xia. Off. Have you swept the yard yet? Lin Xia looked down at the rust flakes and broken metal pieces on the ground. He'll sweep it again. Qin Guohai's hands trembled violently. He pinched the edge of the parchment with 2 fingers, not daring to breathe, as if holding a fragile glass bead that could shatter at any moment. The English calligraphy on the paper was surprisingly well preserved. Although the ink had faded to brown, the strokes remained sharp. His gaze swept from the first line to the last, his pupils widening and his breath growing shallower. No. Qin Guohai's lips quivered as he brought the parchment closer to his eyes, his nose nearly touching it. This isn't from 1860. His finger pointed at the third line of text, his nail turning pale. The date says 1840. Earlier than the Opium War. A series of fragmented syllables escaped his throat as if someone had gripped his neck. This is a mortgage agreement personally written by Queen Victoria, ceding 2 overseas gold mines and promising to return all looted cultural relics. The last 3 words were nearly shouted out. The courtyard fell silent for 2 seconds. A voice came from inside the house, tinged with a yawn. Calm down, watch your blood pressure. Chen Guohai's hand holding the parchment froze in midair, his neck turning toward. Chen Yuan emerged from the door holding a purple clay teapot, his cloth shoes stepping on the stone steps, while the other hand rubbed the back of his neck. In 1840, that woman contracted a strange illness that the court physicians could not cure, and she sought me out through intermediaries. I casually wrote a prescription, 3 doses of medicine. He sat down at the stone table and poured himself a cup of tea. The hot water filled the cup and steam rose. She couldn't provide what I wanted, so she wrote this as payment for the consultation. Chen Guohai's mouth hung open, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Consultation. Fee. Chen Yuan picked up the teacup and blew on it before taking a sip. Yes, at that time I thought it was of no use and just tossed it into a box. Chen Guohai's knees buckled, and he crashed down onto the stone bench. He looked down at the parchment in his hand. The patterns of the lion and unicorn on the wax seal, clear and distinct. Victoria R. The signature was fluid. 2 gold mines. All looted relics. Personally by the Queen. Royal Wax. Having worked as a forensic expert for 40 years and assessed over 10,000 documents, he found that the age of this parchment, the degree of ink oxidation, and the composition of the wax seal all matched perfectly. Lin Xia peeked over Chen Guohai's shoulder, tiptoeing to glance at the parchment. She had just barely passed her English level 4, but she recognized several keywords. Gold mine, return all. She gasped. Brother. Chen Yuan did not look up, sipping his tea. Are you saying you plan to use this IOU to collect a debt? Chen Yuan placed the teacup on the table, flicking the edge of the parchment with his fingers, producing a crisp sound. Debts should be repaid, it's only right. His tone was as casual as if discussing how the neighbor old son owed him money for 2 baskets of dumplings. Since they want my knife, I will first retrieve what belongs to Huaxia. Chen Guohai suddenly stood up the stone bench, sliding back half a foot. Mr. Chen, if this document becomes public, the entire international community, no rush. Chen Yuan raised his hand, stopping his words. Let them jump around for a couple of days first. He lifted his teacup, his gaze resting on the patch of sky visible above the courtyard wall. The higher they jump, the harder they fall. Lin Xia looked at her cousin's profile, suddenly feeling that this man who usually lounged in a rattan chair listening to operas was different from usual. It was hard to say what was different. There was just something more in his eyes. The courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open, the iron door crashing against the wall with a loud bang. Zhang Lei rushed in his combat boots, thudding heavily on the bluestone tiles. His face was ashen, sweat covering his forehead, and one of the buttons on his uniform collar had popped open. Mr. Chen. He stopped in front of the stone table, his chest heaving, gripping a walkie-talkie tightly, his knuckles turning white. Chen Guohai frowned. Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Lei did not look at him, his eyes fixed on Chen Yuan. We just received a report from the National Security Agency. He swallowed hard, stabilizing his breath. Between 11 last night and 3 in the morning, 4 individuals of unknown nationality entered the country through illegal channels. He pulled a folded paper from his chest pocket, opened it, and slapped it on the stone table. The paper had 4 blurry surveillance screenshots printed on it, showing 4 people all wearing hats and masks, revealing only their eyes. The National Security Agency has preliminarily compared them, and 2 of them closely match registered members of a Middle Eastern mercenary organization. Zhang Lei's finger pointed at the screenshots. The other 2 have no information, as clean as if they just jumped out from between the cracks of the stones. Top-tier mercenaries, 4 people their target, is very likely here. Zhang Lei looked up at Chen Yuan. I've already deployed 2 squads to set up a perimeter at the alley entrance, but if these individuals are after that knife. Chen Yuan put down his teacup. $100 million, what kind of level of people can that hire? Zhang Lei's mouth pressed into a tight line. It could hire retired special forces. The courtyard fell silent for 3 seconds. Lin Xia clutched the research notification letter, a corner of the paper dampened by her sweat. The hands of the 2 plainclothes men behind Chen Guohai had already moved to their waists, their eyes scanning the courtyard walls. Chen Yuan stood up and capped the purple clay teapot. Captain Zhang. Yes. Pull your men back 50 meters from the alley entrance. Zhang Lei was taken aback. Mr. Chen, this standing in front will get you hurt. Chen Yuan's tone was calm, as if stating a fact that had already occurred. Zhang Lei opened his mouth, meeting Chen Yuan's gaze, and the words he intended to say were swallowed back. There was no tension or anger in those eyes. What lay within them was something that sent chills down his spine, like a hunter watching prey walking right into a trap. He tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. All teams be advised, withdraw to 50 meters from the alley entrance. Repeat, withdraw to 50 meters. The walkie-talkie echoed with a cacophony of responses. Lin Xia's ears perked up. She turned her head, her gaze landing in the direction of the backyard. There lay some debris against the courtyard wall, with withered vines crawling over the top. A tile slid off the wall. The sound of it breaking was extremely faint, like a cat's paw crushing a thin sheet of ice. Lin Xia's pupils constricted. Chen Yuan's hand had already reached under the stone table. There leaned a broom. No, not a broom. It was the long object wrapped in old cloth that he had casually propped against the table leg last night. His fingers grasped the outline beneath the cloth, his thumb pressing against the guard position. A second tile fell. When the third tile fell, Lin Xia clearly saw what was on the wall. It was not a cat. 3 figures spaced less than half a meter apart silently slid down the withered vines against the wall. The landing made no sound. 3 pairs of combat boots stepped onto the bluestone slab, as if treading on. Lin Xia's pupils contracted as she saw the equipment on the 3 individuals: tactical vests, night vision goggles, and silenced pistols at their waists. Professional. More professional than any instructor she had seen at the police academy training ground. After landing, the 3 quickly spread out, forming a triangular formation, their gun muzzles pointing towards the iron door leading to the basement in the backyard. Lin Xia's hand had already reached her waist. The Special Investigations Bureau had just issued her a pistol yesterday, a Type 92, fully loaded. It was the first time she wore it today, the leather of the holster still stiff. Her thumb clicked the holster buckle, and as she turned her wrist, a hand pressed on her shoulder. The force was not strong, but she was pulled back 2 steps, her back colliding with the shadow in the corner. Chen Yuan's hand released, his index finger raised in front of his lips. Lin Xia opened her mouth to speak, but met her cousin's gaze and closed her mouth again. There was no tension in those eyes, not even any unnecessary emotion. It was as if he were looking at 3 stray cats that had wandered into the yard. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted from her face to the 3 individuals in the backyard. He was not holding a knife. The long object wrapped in old cloth leaned against the leg of the stone table 4 steps away from him. He wasn't even wearing an outer garment, clad only in a faded old cotton nightgown, with only 2 buttons fastened, exposing a thin chest below his collarbone. In the backyard, the leading mercenary crouched in front of the iron door, his fingers touching the lock. He raised his left hand and made a gesture. The 2 behind him simultaneously raised their guns, one aiming at the yard gate, the other at the second-floor window. The leading mercenary's finger pressed against the iron lock, while his other hand pulled out a slender crowbar from his vest. Then he heard a sound from behind. A sigh. Very light, like the wind blowing through pages of paper. The 3 froze simultaneously. You trampled my newly planted orchid. The voice came from 3 steps behind them. The leading mercenary turned, and his night vision goggles reflected a shadow. Thin, tall, wearing a loose nightgown with hands in his pockets, the cloth shoes stepping on broken tiles. He stood there 3 steps behind the 3 fully armed mercenaries. No one knew when he had appeared. Lin Xia hid in the corner, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her throat. She had watched Chen Yuan walk out beside her, but she heard no footsteps. Not a single step. The leading mercenary reacted swiftly. The crowbar slipped from his hand, his right hand already gripping the gun at his waist. His partner was quicker, with the gun already aimed at Chen Yuan's chest. Chen Yuan glanced down at the broken flower stem underfoot, the green sap staining the bluestone slab. This pot has been nurtured for 3 months. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3. Lin Xia saw her cousin's expression change. It was neither anger nor intent to kill. It was a condescending scrutiny, like a human looking at ants. PFF. PFF, PFF. 3 gunshots exploded almost simultaneously, the suppressors muffling the sounds into dull thuds. Lin Xia instinctively shrank back into the corner, her nails digging into the brick crevices. Then she witnessed a scene she would never forget in her life. 3 bullets, 2 aimed at the chest, 1 at the forehead. They halted suspended before Chen Yuan, less than an inch away from his body. 3 copper bullets gently rotated in the air, the rifling marks at their tails clearly visible. It was as if they were held by an invisible hand. The air in the yard solidified. The leading mercenary stared at the 3 suspended bullets, the half-face exposed under the night vision goggles twitching. His partner had already begun to back away, the combat boots scraping against the bluestone slab with a harsh sound. The 3rd person turned and ran directly towards the wall they had come from. After running 2 steps, his legs would not move. Not stopping, but unable to move. It was as if they were nailed. The other 2 were the same. Their retreating movements froze midway, their postures contorted, their expressions shifting from panic to something more primal. Fear. Pure, stripped of all training and experience, a primal instinctual fear. Chen Yuan looked down at the 3 bullets slowly descending at his feet. The copper shells clinked on the stone slab, producing 3 clear sounds. $100 million. His voice was soft. Is that what bought the 3 of you? The leading mercenary's lips moved, his throat squeezing out garbled English words as if in prayer. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand from his pocket. His right hand rose, fingers spread wide, palm facing down. Lin Xia saw the knees of the 3 mercenaries bend simultaneously, as if a heavy weight pressed down on their shoulders. Chen Yuan's palm hovered in the air, gently pressing down an inch. The knees of the 3 crashed onto the bluestone slab. With a crack, the leading mercenary's kneecap shattered a piece of ground tile, shards flying. His night vision goggles flew off his face, revealing a white man's face full of flesh, pupils dilated, lips pale. The second person's gun slipped from his grasp, the metallic sound of impact on the stone slab particularly crisp in the night. The third person, the one who tried to escape, was sprawled on the ground, limbs pressed against the surface like a lizard pinned by its back. His fingers clawed out white marks on the slab, 2 nails broken, blood seeping from the gaps. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and reinserted it into his pocket. The pressure vanished, but the 3 did not stand up, nor could they. It was not a physical issue, their legs refused to open. The leading mercenary knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently, the clothes beneath his bulletproof vest soaked in cold sweat. He looked up at the man in the nightgown before him, his lips trembling as he squeezed out a few English words. "What are you?" Chen Yuan did not look at him, his gaze falling on the broken orchid. The flower stem snapped in two, the white roots exposed above the soil, a clear boot print staining the leaves. He crouched down, pinching the broken flower stem, with 2 fingers glancing for 2 seconds before placing it back in the pot. "Go back and tell your employer." He stood up, brushing the dirt off his hands. The things in this alley he will never touch in his life. He turned around, his cloth shoes stepping on the broken tiles as he walked into the house. As he passed by Lin Xia, he paused. "What are you standing there for? Call Zhang Lei to come collect the bodies." Lin Xia's hand was still clawing at the wall crevice, her knuckles turning white. She opened her mouth, only to find her voice stuck in her throat. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then another. "Cousin. You just now. That. Bullet." Chen Yuan had already reached the door, not looking back. "Replant that pot of orchid tomorrow using the black soil from the base of the backyard wall, don't mix in sand." The door curtain was lifted by him, falling down and swaying twice. Lin Xia stood in place, her legs trembling. She glanced down at the 3 bullet shells on the ground, copper-colored and glinting coldly in the moonlight. She looked again at the 3 mercenaries kneeling on the ground. The leading one had already begun to dry heave, the smell of gastric acid wafting over. Lin Xia pulled out her phone, her fingers pressing 3 times before unlocking the screen. She dialed Zhang Lei's number, hearing her own voice squeeze out from her throat, dry and hoarse. "Captain Zhang. Backyard. 3 people. Come collect them." On the other end, Zhang Lei was shouting something, but she could not hear clearly. She hung up her back against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. The cloth shoes stepped into a puddle, the chill rising from her soles, but she felt nothing. Her gaze was fixed on the 3 bullet shells, her mind spinning with only one thought. When her cousin stood there, when the 3 bullets were suspended before him, his expression, she thought for a long time before. Bored. He looked very bored. A level of impatience akin to being bitten by a mosquito. The sound of hurried footsteps and radio static came from the alley, the beam of a flashlight sweeping in from outside the yard. Zhang Lei's voice exploded from the yard gate. "Everyone come inside with me." Lin Xia sat on the ground, looking up at the night sky. The stars in June were bright one by one, just like those she had seen in her hometown when she was young. She suddenly remembered something. The research grant notification was still clutched in her hand, caked with sweat and mud. She glanced down her ID photo on the paper, smiling brilliantly. The Special Investigations Bureau. Special Case Investigation. She probably now understood what special meant. The yard gate was burst open and Zhang Lei rushed in with 4 fully armed special police officers, their guns sweeping towards the backyard. The beam of the flashlight landed on the 3 mercenaries. The 3 knelt on the ground, offering no resistance, no attempt to flee. The leading one was even shaking, his teeth chattering. Zhang Lei's footsteps paused. He scanned the scene. No blood, no signs of a struggle. 3 fully armed mercenaries kneeling like dogs with broken spines. 3 bullet heads lay scattered on the ground, intact, not deformed, as if they had been gently placed there. Zhang Lei crouched down, picking up one bullet head, examining it under the flashlight for 2 seconds. There was a shallow dent on the front of the bullet head, as if pinched by 2 fingers. His Adam's apple bobbed as he placed the bullet head into the evidence bag and stood up. His gaze shifted towards the house. The yellow light filtered through the door curtain, the sound of water bubbling in a copper kettle echoed. Zhang Lei stood at the door, not going inside. He glanced back at the 3 mercenaries sprawled on the ground, then at the evidence bag in his hand. The radio crackled with noisy reports, but he ignored it. He was pondering a question. How did the 3 bullets come to a stop? Inside the house, Chen Yuan's voice drifted through the door curtain, laced with the aroma of tea. "Captain Zhang, before you take them away, have them clean the tiles in my yard." Zhang Lei aimed his gun at the 3 individuals on the ground, his index finger resting on the outer edge of the trigger guard. The SWAT team split into 2 groups, red laser dots targeting the backs of the 3 mercenaries. "Don't move. Hands on your head." The leading mercenary knelt on the broken bricks, a pool of blood seeping from his kneecap, staining the bluestone floor a dark hue. His right hand moved beneath his body. Zhang Lei noticed. "Show me your hand." The hand did not stop. He pulled out a black cylindrical object the size of a thumb from the hidden pocket of his tactical vest with a red button on the top. Zhang Lei's pupils constricted. He recognized the item, a micro-detonator. "Get down." His words were cut off. Chen Yuan raised his palm. With fingers spread and palm, Facing down, he pressed down an inch into the void. The air exploded. It wasn't a conventional explosion. An invisible force poured down from Chen Yuan's palm, and the ground in the backyard let out a muffled wail. Lin Xia's eardrum buzzed, and she saw the broken shards of tiles bouncing on the ground, while the lid of the purple clay teapot on the stone table was blown away. The three mercenaries' bodies collapsed simultaneously. It wasn't kneeling, it was as if an invisible giant hand pressed them into the ground. The ceramic plates of their bulletproof vests emitted a piercing cracking sound, like stepping on a ground full of porcelain. The leading mercenary's ribs snapped, and Lin Xia heard the sound. Crack, 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 continuous and dense like breaking a dry branch. Blood poured from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. The detonator slipped from his hand, rolling twice before landing with the red button facing up. Chen Yuan retracted his hand, stepping over the broken bricks, one step at a time. Zhang Lei stood in place, gun raised, while the guns of 4 SWAT officers shifted slightly to follow Chen Yuan's figure, then retracted. No one dared to move. Chen Yuan approached, the leading mercenary looking down at him. The mercenary's face, swollen and covered in flesh, was pressed against the ground, blood mixed with broken teeth trickling out. His eyes rolled back, with more white than black showing. Did Smith send you? The mercenary's throat emitted a muffled sound as if trying to speak, while gasping for breath. Chen Yuan squatted down, pinching the mercenary's chin with 2 fingers to straighten his face. Tell him in a few days I will come find him personally. His tone was flat, as if asking a neighbor to pass a message. The mercenary's lips moved a couple of times, squeezing out a single word: go. To hell. Chen Yuan released his fingers and stood up, unappreciative. His right hand waved casually in the air. Lin Xia couldn't see the trajectory of the motion, as she only heard the sound. 3 sounds. 3 simultaneous sounds. The sound of bones snapping. The leading mercenary's neck twisted at an impossible angle, his head nearly turning 180 degrees, his lifeless eyes staring at the sky. The second mercenary's chin rested on his shoulder, blade mouth still open. The third lay on the ground, neck broken from the side, the white of his cervical vertebrae protruding from his skin. 3 corpses, from living to dead, in less than a second. The backyard fell silent. Zhang Lei's gun drooped, his arm trembling, not from fear, but a muscle's reflex. He had been a SWAT officer for 15 years, had shot armed criminals, and had seen the aftermath of explosions, but he had never witnessed someone kill in such a manner. A wave of his hand, just a casual motion like swatting a fly. Chen Yuan had already turned his back, returning to the pot of damaged clivia, crouching down to gather the scattered soil back into the pot. What a pity the root hasn't broken, now it can still live. He muttered to himself, using his fingers to straighten the broken flower stalk, adding a handful of soil at the base. Zhang Lei stood beside the 3 corpses, swallowing hard as he tucked his gun back into its holster. He opened his mouth, but found he didn't know what to say. Chen, Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan did not turn back, still tending to the pot of flowers. My, these 3 are dead. Chen Yuan dusted off his hands and stood up. Take them away, don't dirty my yard. Zhang Lei's mouth twitched as he glanced down at the 3 corpses on the ground, then looked at Chen Yuan crouched beside the flower pot. In an old nightgown with cloth shoes covered in mud, he held a clivia leaf between his fingers, examining it under the moonlight. Killing 3 people felt as trivial as crushing 3 ants. Lin Xia leaned against the wall, her legs trembling, palms sweaty. She had witnessed the entire process. From the moment Chen Yuan raised his hand to the time the 3 men's necks snapped, it was less than 2 heartbeats. Her cousin had killed 3 lives. Without hesitation, without unnecessary movements, not even a second glance. The words cleaner spun around in her mind, suddenly weighted with meaning. 5,000 years. In these 5,000 years, how much blood had stained his hands? She dared not think. Chen Yuan placed the leaf back in the pot, straightening up, his gaze sweeping across the ground. His cloth shoe kicked something. A black cylindrical object the size of a thumb rolled out from beside the leading mercenary's corpse. It wasn't a detonator. Chen Yuan bent down to pick it up and turned it over. The bottom of the cylinder had a pinhole microphone, and a green indicator light was embedded on the side, flashing. A communicator. A mini-encrypted and operational communicator. The flashing green light indicated that someone was listening on the other end. Chen Yuan held the small device in his palm, staring at it for 2 seconds. The corner of his mouth twitched. His thumb pressed the raised button on the side of the cylinder. The call-back button. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Xia's voice came from the corner, trembling. Chen Yuan ignored her. He pressed the button. The communicator emitted a short electronic sound, the green light turning red. The call was connected. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, then a man's voice came through the pinhole-sized speaker, speaking in English with a heavy London accent. Alpha Team report. Chen Yuan brought the communicator to his lips. He spoke in English, his pronunciation more refined than the person on the other end. Your Alpha Team is dead. The breathing on the other end paused for a moment. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the 3 corpses on the ground, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Mr. Smith, it has been 124 years since we last met. Your people are still so easy to deal with. Sounds of a chair moving came from the communicator, followed by 5 seconds of silence. The London accent sounded again, this time at half the speed of before. Who is this? Chen Yuan raised the communicator to his eyes, focusing on the red indicator light. In a few days I will come to find you. His thumb pressed the end call button, extinguishing the red light. He casually tossed the communicator into the flower pot, where it sank halfway into the soil. Lin Xia stood in the corner, mouth agape, unable to close it. Zhang Lei stood beside the corpses, his radio beeping 3 times, but he didn't answer. Chen Yuan turned to walk back into the house, pausing for a moment as he passed Lin Xia. Buy a bag of nutrient soil tomorrow. This pot of flowers needs replanting. The door curtain was lifted and then fell again. The sound of a copper kettle boiling water came from inside, gurgling, as if nothing had happened. The communicator in the flower pot rang. Chen Yuan had just lifted his teacup when the black cylindrical device, half buried in the soil outside, emitted a sharp electronic beep. The red light flashed on and off. Incoming call. Lin Xia, still seated in the corner, turned her neck toward the direction of the flower pot upon hearing the sound. Zhang Lei was directing his subordinates to carry the body outside, and his actions paused as he glanced over. Chen Yuan set down his teacup, lifted the curtain, stepped out, and with 2 fingers pulled the communicator from the mud. He brushed off the dirt on top and pressed the answer button. Mission complete. The voice on the other end squeezed out from the tiny speaker, speaking in English with a London accent at a slow pace, each syllable laced with an inherent arrogance. Bring the Tang sword back to London. I want it on my desk by Thursday. Lin Xia couldn't quite understand, but she caught that term, Tang sword. Chen Yuan held the communicator in the palm of his hand, glanced down, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He spoke up. In fluent English, his pronunciation was strikingly unusual, each vowel carrying an ancient accent that Lin Xia had never encountered in any English class. Your dogs dirted my yard. The other side fell silent. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Who is this? The tone shifted from arrogance to vigilance, like a snake stepped on its. Chen Yuan did not respond, and continued speaking in that accent. Arthur Smith. Your grandfather was Edward Smith, who opened an antique shop in the Shanghai Concession in 1901, specializing in collecting items from Chinese people. The breathing on the other end grew heavier. How do you know this? Your great-grandfather was William Smith, who in 1867 ran errands for Queen Victoria, moving 37 boxes of porcelain from the ruins of the old summer palace. The sound of chair legs scraping against the floor came from the communicator as that person stood up. Enough. I don't know who you are, but I promise you, you'll make my life worse than death. Chen Yuan's tone showed no fluctuation, as if reciting a line he had heard too many times. 124 years ago, your grandfather said the same thing. The voice on the other side rose, filled with uncontainable anger. I have resources you can't imagine. The consortium behind me can crush anyone in this country. Shut up. Just one word, and the voice on the other end was cut off. Not interrupted, but that person stopped speaking because of what Chen Yuan said next. Crimson Protocol. 1840. November 12th. Lin Xia saw her cousin's lips moving, uttering a string of syllables she couldn't comprehend, sounding less like English and more like some sort of code. VR Crown 773. Clause 4 of the session, Clause 6 of the return signatory. Victoria. The breathing in the communicator ceased. For a full 5 seconds the other side was as silent as death. Then the voice rang out again, but changed. It had completely transformed. From arrogance to something Lin Xia was very familiar with, something she had seen countless times in the interrogation room's training videos. Fear. How do you know this? The voice trembled, each word shaking. This is impossible. This code was destroyed in 1901. Only the royal family. Chen Yuan brought the communicator close to his mouth. It was not destroyed. His voice was soft, as if whispering. Because this contract was written for me. The other side made a sound that resembled something not human, as if their throat was choked. Who are you? Chen Yuan's thumb and index finger pinched the ends of the communicator. A debt collector. With a firm grip. The shell of the communicator shattered between his fingers, the circuit board cracked, and sparks flew from the gaps, filling the air with the smell of burnt plastic. The fragments fell from his palm, landing beside the flower pot, smoking. The courtyard fell silent. Zhang Lei stood 3 steps away, still gripping the intercom, his mouth agape, forgetting to close it. Lin Xia propped herself against the wall to stand up, her legs still shaking, but her mind was already turning. Brother, about what you just said, what code, what contract? What score did you get on your English level for? 425. Then don't ask anything else. Chen Yuan brushed off the dust from his hands and turned to Zhang Lei. Captain Zhang. Zhang Lei's throat moved, standing straight. Yes. Help me contact Li Jinghua. Zhang Lei paused for a moment. He had heard that name, a military person of such high rank, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Mr. Chen, I don't have direct contact with General Li. Qin Guohai does. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted toward the courtyard gate, where Qin Guohai had appeared, clutching that piece of parchment, his face as pale as paper. Old Qin, please make a call. Qin Guohai's lips moved, twice his voice dry. What do you want to do? Go to the high seas. Chen Yuan walked back to the stone table, picked up the lid of the purple clay pot, and placed. Qin Guohai's hand holding the parchment trembled as he watched Chen Yuan's back, taking in the old, faded nightgown and the mud stains on the cloth shoes. This man had killed 3 mercenaries with his bare hands 5 minutes ago, and was now asking for a plane to the high seas. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and scrolled to a contact with just a number and no name. He dialed. It rang twice before connecting. Old Qin, why are you calling at this hour? What's going on? The voice on the other end was aged but robust, carrying the distinct crispness of a soldier. Qin Guohai swallowed, glancing at Chen Yuan. Old Liam at Huayan Alley, there's someone who needs a plane to the high. There was a silence of 3 seconds on the other end. Who? Qin Guohai handed the phone to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan took it and held it to his ear. Li Xinghua, your grandfather Li Dinghua owed me a life in 1944 in northern Burma, Myatkina. The breathing on the other end stopped. I will use that favor today. The other side was silent for a long time, long enough for Lin Xia to think the call had. Then that aged voice rang out again, entirely different from before, carrying something Lin Xia had never heard in anyone's voice. Reverence. Sir, the plane will arrive within 2 hours. Chen Yuan returned the phone to Qin Guohai and turned to walk back inside. Brother. Lin Xia chased after him for 2 steps. What are you going to do on the high seas? Chen Yuan did not stop, his voice drifting out from behind the curtain. To collect a debt. The curtain fell. Lin Xia stood in the courtyard, the June night breeze blowing past, sending a shiver down her spine. Zhang Lei walked over next to her, speaking in a very low voice. Lin Xia, what on earth is your cousin? Lin Xia shook her head as she wanted to know too. All she knew was one thing. The old general on the phone had referred to him as Sir. A person who could make a general call him Sir. In the distance, the sound of a propeller approached, getting louder. Lin Xia looked up and saw a searchlight illuminating the sky above the old city, a beam of light shooting straight down, illuminating the open space outside the alley. The wind whipped the leaves in the alley into chaos, and Zhang Lei's intercom exploded. Captain Zhang, a military helicopter is landing directly on the Qinghuangmiao Square. Without any prior notice, the tower side has gone mad. Zhang Lei gripped the intercom tightly, looking up at the increasingly close shadow in the sky. 2 hours were useless. 40 minutes. Chen Yuan's voice came from inside the house through the curtain, sounding yawning. Lin Xia, help me get a jacket. The wind pressure from the propeller tousled Lin Xia's hair into a chaotic mess. She pressed one hand against her forehead to keep her bangs in place, while the other gripped the collar of her black windbreaker tightly. The standard equipment of the Special Investigation Bureau, just issued yesterday, with the cuffs hidden button still unbroken, pinching her wrist. Chen Yuan walked ahead, wearing a gray linen jacket, his feet still in the same cloth shoes, stepping on the concrete of the Chenghuang Temple Square, heading towards the Black Hawk helicopter. The aircraft bore no markings, its matte finish absorbed the glare from the searchlights. Mr. Qin Guohai chased up from behind, panting, clutching a brown paper envelope, its surface damp with sweat. Wait, hold on. Chen Yuan stopped, turning around. Qin Guohai bent over, gasping for breath, shoving the envelope into Chen Yuan's hand. This is the list I compiled. There are 37 confirmed items that the Smith family has sent out of the country over the years, and a dozen more suspected. Chen Yuan did not take it, his hands buried in his pockets. Qin Guohai grew anxious, his voice rising above the roar of the propeller. 2 of them are vacant. Do you understand what that means? There is only that one in the world. Understood. Don't brush me off. Qin Guohai's eyes turned red, his voice breaking. There is a piece of Tianhuang frozen stone seal inside, made for the Qianlong Emperor, smuggled out of the Forbidden City 60 years ago. I've been searching for it my whole life. Qin Lao. Chen Yuan interrupted him. Qin Guohai fell silent. All the items, not a single one will be left behind. Qin Guohai's Adam's apple bobbed as he loosened his grip on the envelope, letting it drop to his side, his lips quivering, remaining silent. He took a step back, straightened up, and nodded at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan turned and continued towards the helicopter. Lin Xia jogged to catch up, the hem of her windbreaker fluttering in the airflow, slapping against her legs. When she stepped onto the cabin door's step, she glanced back. Qin Guohai still stood and placed the searchlight, illuminating him, his hair a disheveled mess, the envelope pressed against his chest like a cherished treasure. Get in. Chen Yuan's voice came from inside the cabin. Lin Xia climbed into the cockpit, the cabin door closing behind her, muffling most of the noise from the propeller. Inside the cabin were only 2 rows of seats. Opposite them sat 2 men in black tactical uniforms, expressionless, guns holstered at their waists with no badges or insignia. Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. As the helicopter lifted off, Lin Xia felt her stomach drop. She fastened her seatbelt and pulled out a tablet from the inner pocket of her windbreaker. The screen lit up, displaying an encrypted document, the watermark of the Special Investigation Bureau covering every page. Brother. Chen Yuan did not open his eyes. Brother, please take a look at the mission briefing. Speak. Lin Xia swiped through 2 pages, clearing her throat. The Smith Consortium owns a super yacht named the Victoria, which has been anchored in international waters, never entering the territorial waters of any country. Tonight, there will be a secret auction on board attended solely by overseas buyers. The list of items includes 23 confirmed artifacts originating from within the country. Intelligence from the Special Investigation Bureau indicates that at least 5 of those belong to the first-level national protected artifacts with smuggling dates ranging from 1860 to 2003. She glanced up at Chen Yuan. He still had his eyes closed, breathing steadily. Brother, did you hear me? I heard. Then take a look at this list of auction items. No need to look. Chen Yuan's voice carried a hint of drowsiness, as if he were talking in his sleep. No matter what they auction by the end of today, that ship will be an empty shell. Lin Xiao's mouth opened slightly before closing again. She tucked the tablet back into her pocket, leaning against the seat back, gazing at the night outside the window. The city lights below grew smaller, eventually becoming a blur of light, sliced by the coastline. Ahead lay a dark sea, nothing visible. 40 minutes later, the helicopter landed. It wasn't a cruise ship. When Lin Xia jumped down from the cabin door, her feet landed on the metal deck, the sea breeze whipping the salty air towards her, turning her hair into a flag. On the deck stood a line of people led by a middle-aged officer, the stars on his shoulder, epaulets gleaming in the night. He didn't look at Lin Xia, his gaze fixed directly on Chen Yuan. Mr. Chen, the speedboat is ready. The documents and invitations are inside. Chen Yuan nodded, saying nothing more. The officer stepped aside, pointing towards the stern. A black speedboat was parked alongside the warship, its streamlined body sitting low in the water, the engine already revved up, the spray at the back foaming white under the searchlight. Lin Xia followed Chen Yuan over. 2 people were already seated on the speedboat, dressed in suits and sunglasses, clearly agents of the Special Investigation Bureau. One of them handed over 2 sets of clothes and 2 gold-embossed invitations. Lin Xia took them, glancing at the invitation. Printed on it was a name, Mr. Chen Yuan, identified as the heir of a mining group in Southeast Asia. Brother, your alias is that of a mine owner. Chen Yuan had already sat down, leaning against the side of the boat, his eyes still closed. The speedboat pulled away from the warship, the roar of the engine bursting forth over the sea, the bow cutting through the dark waves, white spray splashing on Lin Xia's face. 15 minutes later, she saw the ship. The Victoria was anchored in international waters, illuminated brilliantly, resembling a floating palace. The ship was at least 300 meters long, with 6 decks stacked one upon another, each layer glowing with warm yellow lights, the top decks open air, swimming pool shimmering with blue light, music wafting over the water. The speedboat approached the boarding platform on the side of the yacht, and Lin Xia changed into a black evening gown, high heels, her hair styled up, with a miniature communicator clipped to her ear. Chen Yuan wore a custom-made dark gray suit with only one button fastened, his tie undone, the collar of it. As he stepped onto the boarding platform, the reception personnel welcomed him, glancing at the invitation before saying welcome in English and gesturing for him to follow. The auction was held on the 4th level of the cruise ship in a converted banquet hall. When Lin Xia entered behind Chen Yuan, she was nearly blinded by the scene inside. Crystal chandeliers, red velvet seats, the air thick with the scents of cigars and champagne. On the stage stood a row of display cases, spotlights shining down from above, illuminating the treasures within. Porcelain, jade, calligraphy, and painting bronze artifacts. All were Chinese items. About 60 or 70 people sat below, men and women in suits and evening gowns, holding wine glasses, conversing in various languages. Lin Xia heard someone speaking in French. That blue and white vase is worth at least 8 million, with a casual tone, as if discussing a pair of shoes. A person stood on the stage. In his 50s, wearing a gray 3-piece suit, his pocket square, meticulously folded, his eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses, scanning the audience, a smile on his lips that made Lin Xia want to slap him. Smith. He picked up the microphone, his English carrying a London accent, each word elongated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Victoria. The first item of tonight's auction is from the East, dating back to the 18th century. His hand rose the fingertips of his white glove, pointing to a blue and white porcelain vase in the display case behind him. Starting price, $2 million. Someone in the audience raised a paddle, laughter erupted, and others joked in languages Lin Xia couldn't understand. A blonde woman crossed her legs, bringing her red wine glass to her lips, saying something in English to her male companion, and they both laughed. Lin Xia didn't catch it clearly, but she saw the woman's expression. Contempt. As if looking at something cheap found at a flea market. Lin Xia's nails dug into her palm as she turned to look at Chen Yuan. Her cousin sat in the last row, legs crossed, holding a glass of champagne that a waiter had brought, not having taken a sip. His eyes half open, watching Smith on stage, his face devoid of any expression. One item after another was auctioned off, prices rising higher each time. An inkstone, 4 million. A Song Dynasty landscape painting, 12 million. A jade ruby, 8 million. Each time the gavel fell, applause and laughter erupted from the audience. Lin Xia's teeth were clenched tight, her hand already feeling for the holster strapped to her thigh. Chen Yuan's hand came over, pressing lightly on the back of her hand. Don't rush. His voice was soft, only Lin Xia could hear. Wait for the grand finale. On stage, Smith's voice rose again, a note higher than before. Ladies and gentlemen, next is tonight's final item of the auction. He stepped back and the curtain behind him slowly drew. A beam of spotlight illuminated a solitary glass display case. Inside the case lay something. Lin Xia couldn't recognize it, but she sensed a shift around her. Chen Yuan's hand withdrew from her hand. She turned to see her cousin's eyes fully opened. Completely open. Those eyes, which had always been half open and bored, were now fixed on the display case. On stage, the white light of the spotlight reflected in his pupils. His body leaned forward an inch. The hand holding the champagne paused in midair, knuckles tightening, a crack appearing. Lin Xia had never seen that expression on her cousin before. It was not anger, nor was it surprise. It was something deeper, so profound that she couldn't comprehend. Brother. Chen Yuan did not answer, his gaze glued to the display case, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. On stage, Smith's voice drifted, overlaced with pride. This item is the most precious collection of my family in the past 150 years. Chen Yuan's champagne glass shattered, the liquid and glass shards falling onto the carpet unnoticed by anyone. His lips moved slightly, the sound so soft it was like a whisper. Only Lin Xia could hear those two words. Hers. In the display case lay a piece of jade. Half-moon shaped, it was a creamy white tied with a faded red string, the knot worn to frayed edges. The spotlight shone on the jade surface, revealing the carvings upon it. Crafted not by machine, but by hand, with each stroke chiseled out, the lines rough, and the endings showing slight hesitation. It was as if the carver's hand trembled as they worked. Lin Xia saw the back of the jade. There was a patch of dark red stain that seeped into the jade's texture, indelible like a birthmark upon it. Blood. Dried blood from who knows how many years ago. Chen Yuan's hand rested on the armrest, his fingers tightening one by one, the veins beneath his skin bulging like writhing earthworms. It was the first time Lin Xia saw her cousin in such a state. The emotion in his eyes was not anger. It was pain. On stage, Smith removed his gold-rimmed glasses and wiped the lenses with a handkerchief, slowly placing them back on his nose. This jade pendant was obtained by my grandfather in 1943 from Chongqing. He pointed at the glass of the display case with his gloved finger. Its owner was a Chinese female spy codenamed. Lin Xia felt the temperature beside her drop. It was not an illusion, it was genuinely falling. Her arm hair stood on end and her breath came out as white mist. In the open sea of June, the banquet hall was heated. Smith continued, this female spy attempted to retrieve a batch of intelligence from my grandfather, but failed. He chuckled, revealing a perfect set of teeth. She died a miserable death. A bullet pierced her chest, and her blood splattered onto this jade. What you see is red is her blood. From the audience, someone exclaimed, oh, as if they were listening to an interesting story. The blonde woman held a glass of red wine, leaned close to her male companion's ear, whispered something, and they both laughed. Smith raised his hand, holding up a finger. The starting price is $10 million. A token of a foolish Chinese female spy worth this much. He emphasized the word foolish, prompting a wave of laughter from the audience. Lin Xia heard a sound. It was not laughter, nor was it the auctioneer's bidding. It was the sound of glass shattering. She turned her head. The tempered glass in front of Chen Yuan, 2 centimeters thick, separating the private box from the hall, was now covered in cracks. The cracks radiated from where Chen Yuan sat, spreading outward like a spider's web, like a parched riverbed. Chen Yuan stood up. The chair toppled over with his movement, hitting the carpet with a muffled thud. His eyes fixed on the jade pendant on stage, his pupils shrank to pinpricks, the whites of his eyes filled with blood vessels. Lin Xia's back hit the wall. She was pushed back not by her own will, but by the force emanating from Chen Yuan. It was not merely momentum. It was the intent to kill. Bang! The tempered glass exploded. It did not shatter into pieces, it disintegrated entirely like a sand wall blown away by the wind, the fine glass dust rising and shimmering in the spotlight. The laughter in the banquet hall ceased. Everyone simultaneously looked up towards the second-floor box. A woman screamed, her wine glass smashing to the floor, red wine splattering everywhere. Smith stepped back, his glasses askew, his hand gripping the display case behind him, his fingertips trembling. Security! Someone shouted. Black-clad figures surged from the 4 corners of the banquet hall, brandishing submachine guns, red laser dots converging on the second-floor box, dense as a swarm of red fireflies. Chen Yuan stepped on the scattered glass dust, slowly advancing towards the railing. His cloth shoes crunched on the broken glass, each step deliberate and steady. He reached the railing, resting his hands on the metal handrail, looking down at the entire banquet hall. Below 60 or 70 people were either crouched under tables, fleeing towards the exit, or shielded behind bodyguards. Guns were aimed at him, at least 20. Chen Yuan did not look at those guns. His gaze passed over the heads of everyone, landing on the half-moon jade pendant in the display case on stage. Then he spoke. His voice was not loud, yet every person in the banquet hall heard it, as if someone had directly whispered the words into their ears. This jade belongs to me. He shifted his gaze from the pendant, sweeping across the faces of the people below. Who dares to bid? He paused for a moment. Death. One word. The temperature in the banquet hall dropped once more. Lin Xia hid in the corner of the box, peering through the shattered glass frame down below, seeing the faces of those in the audience. Fear. A terror that seeped from the bones. An Arab man in a long robe threw his bidding card to the ground and turned to run for the exit. The blonde woman curled up beneath her seat, red wine splattered all over her makeup ruined. Smith stood on stage, his lips trembling, pointing towards the second floor. Shoot! Shoot! No one moved. The security guards holding submachine guns had their fingers resting on the triggers, but none dared to pull them. Their guns trembled, because they saw the look in Chen Yuan's eyes. Those eyes held no human emotion, only a feeling of confronting death itself. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds. The banquet hall was so quiet one could hear the faint swaying of the crystal chandelier. Then a hand was raised. In the third row of the audience by the aisle stood a man in a dark blue suit around 40 with a square face and small eyes, a chrysanthemum badge pinned to his chest. He raised his bidding card, stood up, and shouted in accented English, 15 million. Lin Xia saw Chen Yuan's. The man continued to smile, his lips curling upward, revealing a row of teeth. His eyes slitted as he gazed towards the second floor. 4 bodyguards stood behind him, their guns already raised, aimed at Chen Yuan at the railing. Chen Yuan released his grip on the railing. His body leaned forward. Lin Xia opened her mouth to shout, but it was too late. Chen Yuan's feet left the ground, and he flipped down from the second floor box, the hem of his suit flaring in the air. He landed. Without a sound. A pair of cloth shoes touched down on the red velvet carpet, as light as a leaf landing on the surface of water. From the second floor to the first there was at least a 5-meter drop, but Chen Yuan's knees did not bend, his ankles did not wobble, as if he were merely stepping down from a single step. The 4 bodyguards followed his descent with their weapons, but their fingers froze on the triggers, no one dared to pull. The man holding the bidding card still wore a smile, but it began to falter. His lips twitched, his eyelids fluttered, the bidding card trembling in his raised hand. Chen Yuan landed in front of him, less than 3 steps apart. Put it down. One word spoken in Japanese. The man's lips moved, but he did not lower the card. The bodyguard closest to him moved, pushing the gun forward a couple of inches, his finger resting on the trigger. Chen Yuan's gaze did not even waver. His right hand lifted, 2 fingers pinched the submachine gun's barrel like it was a pair of chopsticks, bending it downwards. The sound of metal breaking echoed in the banquet hall. The barrel bent at a 90-degree angle, the magazine fell off, spilling bullets all over the ground. The bodyguard's hand remained in the shooting position, but all that was left was a deformed grip. His knees buckled, and he fell backward, knocking over the chair behind him. The remaining 3 bodyguards simultaneously pulled the triggers. Gunfire erupted in the enclosed banquet hall. Lin Xia crouched on the second floor, covering her ears, her heart racing, as if it might leap from her throat. She peered through the gaps in the railing. Bullets struck Chen Yuan, hitting his chest, shoulder, abdomen. The fabric of his suit tore, revealing the white shirt beneath. There was no blood on the shirt. No bullet holes. The bullets fell onto the carpet at his feet, distorted, as if something had crushed them from the inside, the copper casings curling and steaming. The 3 bodyguards' magazines ran empty, the clicks of locked gun chambers echoed. Chen Yuan glanced down at his torn suit, frowning. Just replaced. He raised his head and looked at the 3 bodyguards. All 3 guns slipped from their hands, not knocked away, but dropped due to their inability to hold on. Their hands spasmed, fingers uncontrollably splaying open as if struck by electricity. Then all 3 men knelt. Not voluntarily, their knees buckled under the weight pressing down from above, bones creaking beneath their skin, their expressions twisting in agony. The man holding the bidding card finally let it drop. The card slipped from his hand, hitting the ground and bouncing twice. His face had lost all color, replaced by a grayish hue, sweat dripping from his forehead down his temples, landing on the chrysanthemum badge on his chest. Aye. His tongue was twisted, Japanese and English mixing into incoherence. Chen Yuan approached him, leaning down to look him in the eye. What is your surname? In Japanese, with a Tokyo accent more accurate than the man himself. The surname tumbled out of the man's throat. After hearing it, Chen Yuan nodded. In 1937, your grandfather looted a temple in Nanjing, cutting off the head of the Buddha statue and transporting it back to Kyoto. The man's face turned from gray to white. I don't know. You know? Chen Yuan's palm pressed against the man's head, not with much force, but the man's body began to shrink down like a spring being compressed. That temple housed 1,200 monks. Your grandfather drove them into the courtyard and mowed them down with a machine gun. The man's teeth rattled, his jaw clicking. Kneel. The man knelt. His knees hit the floor with a thud, his hands pressing down, forehead touching the carpet, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and turned away. He walked towards the display case on stage, step by step, crossing over the fallen wine glasses, scattered bidding cards, and rolling shells. Smith had retreated behind the curtain, revealing only half of his face. His gold-rimmed glasses were nowhere to be found, and his eyes were fixed intently on Chen Yuan as he approached. His lips moved, but his voice was choked, sounding like gasping air. Chen Yuan climbed the steps and stood before the display case. Inside the glass case, the half-moon-shaped jade pendant lay quietly on a black velvet cushion, the tassel of the red string dangling to one side, the dark red stain on the jade shimmering dully under the spotlight. He extended his hand. As his fingertips touched the glass surface, they trembled. For 5,000 years he had not trembled while killing. Now he trembled. The glass melted beneath his fingertips like ice meeting hot water, silently dissolving the edges curling outward. He lifted the jade pendant, cradling it in his palm. His thumb rubbed over the bloodstain once and again. Lin Xia, peering over the railing on the second floor, saw her cousin's shoulders sag. The man who had killed 3 mercenaries without blinking, the man who instilled fear in the Smith family through a communicator, the man whom bullets could not pierce. He pressed the jade pendant against his chest, clenching it tightly. Bowing his head, he said nothing. Hundreds of lights in the banquet hall illuminated him, casting a solitary shadow on the stage beneath. Lin Xia's nose tingled. Below, the Japanese man, kneeling on the floor, raised his head, glancing furtively toward the exit, his knee inching forward. Chen Yuan's voice came down from the stage, not turning around. I said stay kneeling. If I didn't tell you to get up, don't. He carefully tucked the jade pendant into the inner pocket of his suit, raising his head to scan the display cases in the banquet hall 123, filled with porcelain jade and paintings lined up on the stage. Turning around, he faced all the people below. Not a single item from this ship tonight shall be taken away. His gaze finally settled on the half-visible face behind the curtain. Smith finally managed to produce a sound hoarse and broken. You can't. These are all legal auction items. International law. International law. Chen Yuan walked towards the curtain. Let me tell you how your family legally took things from the Summer Palace on October 18, 1860. The Japanese man kneeling on the ground stirred. His right hand slipped a short knife from inside his suit, the blade only 4 inches long, glinting coldly. He lunged towards the stage. He pounced on that jade pendant. Chen Yuan didn't even turn around. His left hand waved behind him, the gust of wind creating a muffled sound, as if someone had struck a drum with a hammer. The man's body left the ground. He wasn't pushed away, he was shot across the room. His entire body crashed into the left wall of the banquet hall, the drywall crumbling and steel rebars twisting. His back embedded into the wall, limbs hanging down, blood streamed from his mouth and nostrils. The short knife fell onto the carpet, bouncing twice without a sound. The man's head tilted to one side, his eyes still open, pupils already dilated. The chrysanthemum-patterned badge on his chest soaked in blood, its shine dulled. Someone in the banquet hall was retching. Smith's face retreated behind the curtain, his voice shrieking from backstage, hoarse and broken. Team B, Team C, all of you come up. Kill him. Kill him. Footsteps rushed in from all directions. The 6 side doors of the banquet hall were simultaneously kicked open. A swarm of dark figures surged in, not the previous security guards with submachine guns. This new group wore bulletproof vests, brandished assault rifles, some carried shotguns, others held tear gas launchers. At least 40 people. All their gun muzzles aimed at the man in the suit with 3 holes torn in it. Fire! Smith's voice exploded from backstage. 40 guns fired simultaneously. The gunfire merged into a single roar. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall rattled, shell casings clattered on the marble floor, resembling a rain of bronze. Lin Xia crouched on the second floor, her hands tightly covering her ears, but her eyes were wide open. She saw it. Chen Yuan's body glowed. It wasn't a reflection, nor an illusion. It was a layer of light, golden and thin, radiating from beneath his skin, tracing his silhouette. Bullets struck that layer of light. They did not ricochet, nor did they embed themselves. They melted. The copper-jacketed bullet melted upon contact with the golden light, twisting, deforming, liquefying, transforming into drops of molten copper that flowed down the arc of the light, sizzling as they dripped onto the stage at his feet, causing the wooden boards to smoke. The 40 guns fired for a full 8 seconds. The sounds of emptying magazines echoed one after another. A pool of molten copper accumulated on the stage beneath Chen Yuan's feet, still steaming and exuding the acrid smell of burning metal. He stood in place, his clothes not bearing a single new hole. That layer of golden light slowly retracted beneath his skin, vanishing. Chen Yuan glanced down at the pool of copper, then raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the 40 men. Done firing. No one answered. A gun slipped from someone's hand, the metallic clatter echoing starkly. Chen Yuan stepped down from the stage. His pace was slow, each footfall crunching on shell casings creaking. The front row of people took a step back. Chen Yuan raised his right hand palm open and pushed forward. He made no contact with anyone. Yet the 12 men in the front row simultaneously flew backward, as if they had collided with an invisible wall. Bodies lifted off the ground, assault rifles slipped from their hands, the Velcro on their bulletproof vests burst open, and they crashed into the men behind them, creating a chain reaction. A dozen of them piled together. Chen Yuan continued to walk. With a wave of his left hand, the group on the left flew sideways, shattering 3 rows of chairs. With a wave of his right hand, the group on the right smashed into a display cabinet, the sound of breaking glass mingling with screams. 15 seconds. All 40 fully armed mercenaries fell to the ground in 15 seconds. Only the sounds of groaning and the delicate clattering of glass shards dropping from the display cabinet remained in the banquet hall. Chen Yuan walked toward the backstage. He tore down the curtain with a single motion, the heavy velvet fabric crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Smith curled up in a corner backstage, leaning against a metal distribution box, hands clutching his head, his entire body huddled into a ball. He heard footsteps stop in front of him and looked up. Chen Yuan stood above him, looking down. 150 years. Chen Yuan's voice was calm, as if stating, "Your family owes me 150 years. Smith's lips trembled as he tried to retreat, his back already pressed against the distribution box with nowhere to go. I don't know what you're." Chen Yuan's right hand reached down, 5 fingers gripping Smith's neck. He lifted him up. A 180-pound white male was effortlessly raised off the ground, his toes barely touching the floor, his dress shoes flailing in the air. Smith's face turned from red to purple, his eyes bulging, his mouth open, tongue extended, hissing, sounds escaping his throat. His hands clawed at Chen Yuan's wrist, nails digging into flesh, drawing blood. Those blood marks existed on Chen Yuan's skin for less than 2 seconds before healing, disappearing. A foul odor permeated the air. Smith's pants were wet, dark stains spreading from his crotch to his thighs, liquid dripping from his pant legs mixing with the tears and mucus flowing down his face. Lin Xia ran down from the second floor, rushing through the scattered shell casings and broken glass to the backstage. One of her high heels broke and she limped to a stop behind Chen Yuan. "Brother." Chen Yuan did not turn back. He stared at Smith's face, which had turned a deep purple, his eyes devoid of anger or satisfaction. Only a kind of emotion Lin Xia could not comprehend. As if looking at an ant. "Brother, don't kill him, it's not worth it." Chen Yuan's fingers loosened slightly. Smith gasped suddenly. A heart-wrenching cough erupted, saliva splattering across Chen Yuan's sleeve. Chen Yuan's other hand reached into the inside pocket of his suit. He pulled out a piece of paper. Yellowed, its edges frayed, the paper wrapped in layers of greaseproof paper that had been torn open countless times. The characters on it were written with a brush, the ink deepened to brown, but each word was distinctly legible. The signature area bore a red seal, the color of the ink deeper than blood. Chen Yuan slapped the paper onto Smith's face, the force not great, but the paper adhered tightly to that swollen purple visage. "Your grandfather's grandfather moved out 47 boxes from the old summer palace in 1860. Smith's eyes turned toward the paper pressed against his face, the characters reflected in his pupils. He saw the date. He saw the amount. He saw next to the red seal a name signed in English. Arthur Smith Sr. His great-grandfather's signature. "This IOU is due today. Do you recognize it?" Chen Yuan's fingers pressed the yellowed paper against Smith's cheek, his nails digging into the flesh. Smith's eyes rolled downward, pupils reflecting the red seal, and the signature beside it, while his lips trembled, unable to form a single coherent syllable. 150 years ago, your great-grandfather signed this receipt, when he removed 47 crates from the old summer palace. Chen Yuan released the paper, but it clung to Smith's face, soaked through with sweat and tears. "He knelt before me, just as you are now." A guttural, strangled sound forced its way from Smith's throat, like that of a chicken with its neck clenched. His eyes suddenly widened, not from suffocation, but because he had finally read the line at the very top of the document. That line was not in Chinese. It was handwritten Latin, inked in a deeper hue than the characters beneath. "To the guardian of the Eastern land." Smith's pupils contracted to needle points. His lips moved, uttering a single word, so faint it was nearly inaudible. "Demon." Chen Yuan heard it. A subtle shift flickered at the corner of his mouth. "Does your family still tell that bedtime story?" Smith's body began to convulse. Not with the earlier terror, but with a bone-deep, marrow-chilling cold. The painting in their family vault. An Eastern man standing amid roaring flames, trampling British regimental banners beneath his feet, holding aloft the helmet of a fallen commander. The face in the painting, the same face now standing before him. "Even your queen owes me her life." With those words, Chen Yuan withdrew his fingers from Smith's collar. Not gently, abruptly, like discarding a sack of refuse. Smith's skull struck the metal casing of the distribution box with a dull thud. He collapsed onto the floor, limbs splayed, chest heaving violently. The receipt slid from his face and drifted down, landing beside the damp stain soaking his trousers. Chen Yuan did not glance back. He turned and walked toward the empty display case on the stage. The jade pendant rested in his inner pocket. He slipped his hand inside, withdrew it, and cradled it in his palm. Using the fabric of his sleeve, his thumb gently wiped away dust from the jade surface. His movements were tender, as if cleansing an infant's cheek. Lin Xia stood at the backstage entrance, watching her cousin's back. It was bent forward, shoulders slightly hunched, the lethal aura and oppressive weight entirely withdrawn. Only a man remained, holding a piece of jade, polishing it under the lights. Lin Xia's eyes burned again. She sniffed sharply, forcing back her tears, then pulled out a custom-built communicator from her pocket and pressed the red button on its side. 30 seconds later, the main banquet hall doors exploded inward, hinges snapping, both heavy oak panels crashing onto the marble floor. Black tactical gear, ballistic helmets, and visors lifted just enough to reveal eyes as cold and sharp as blades. 20 operatives filed in, boots crunching overspent casings, rifle muzzles sweeping the room with ruthless. Their leader was a woman, 175 centimeters tall, her ponytail whipping out from beneath her helmet. On her left arm gleamed an insignia. Lin Xia, had never seen a shield-shaped emblem centered with a sword entwined by a dragon motif. Special Adjustment Bureau. Everyone, hands on your heads, kneel. Her voice detonated across the hall, bilingual rapid-fire commanding. Guests who hadn't yet fled froze, some already prone on the floor, others stunned motionless. A Russian woman in mink fur bolted for a side exit, only to be overtaken in 3 strides by 2 agents slammed face down and cuffed with a metallic snap. An Arab man raised his hands high, still clutching his numbered badge, then buckled at the knees and dropped to the floor. A blonde woman curled beneath her seat weeping, her makeup smeared like a ghoul's. Within 30 seconds, every person in the banquet hall was secured. The woman strode briskly toward backstage, halted before Lin Xia, and removed her visor, revealing a face in her early 30s. Lin Xia. Yes. She nodded once, then let her gaze drift past Lin Xia's shoulder, to the man on stage still bent over the jade. Her steps faltered. Her throat moved, yet she did not approach. Instead, she turned and issued orders to her team. Inventory all exhibits. Register every Chinese cultural relic. Prepare for immediate transfer. No need for registration. Chen Yuan's voice descended from the stage, without turning. The woman paused, startled. Remove them all. Chen Yuan slipped the jade pendant back into his pocket, straightened, and swept his gaze across the display cases. Porcelain, jade, bronze, calligraphy, each illuminated by spotlights, each bearing an auction lot number. Everything aboard this vessel belonging to China. Leave nothing behind. His gaze lingered for 2 seconds on a scroll housed in the farthest case. Considerate interest. The woman glanced at Lin Xia, who gave a single firm nod. Execute. Agents surged into action, hauling aluminum crates from backstage, unfolding them, lining interiors with shock-absorbent padding, donning white gloves, and extracting artifacts one by one from the cases. A blue and white porcelain vase, Song Dynasty Imperial Kilnware, its base mark half sanded away. Packed. A jadeite cabbage, dewdrops carved so finely they refracted light. Packed. A fragment of Dunhuang mural, silk-mounted, pigmented, bearing a torn-off wax seal in the lower right corner. Packed. 1, 2, 3. Lin Xia counted, until 17, then stopped. There were too many. Smith lay slumped in the backstage corner, eyes half-flitted, watching black-clad figures carry away his family's century-and-a-half accumulation, piece by piece. His mouth hung open, a ragged, rasping breath escaped his throat, like that of a fish stranded on dry land. He tried to speak. He wanted to scream robbery, to cite international law, to call his lawyer, his ambassador, every politician he knew. But no word emerged, because Chen Yuan stood on the stage back, turned, his silhouette pressing down upon Smith's field of vision, weightier than a mountain. Beneath the painting in the family vault ran another line. As a child, he'd asked his grandfather its meaning. His grandfather had paled, dragged him from the vault, locked the door, knelt before him, gripped his shoulders, and said, "If you ever meet the man in that painting, return everything to him, and run. Run as far as you can." Smith leaned his head against the metal distribution box. Tears slid from his temples, mingling with snot dripping into his mouth. Salty. The 31st artifact. The 32nd. An agent clicked shut the final aluminum crate. Click. The woman approached Chen Yuan and snapped to attention. "Sir, inventory complete. 47 lost Chinese cultural relics recovered. Exact match to the receipt. Additionally, 63 non-Chinese artifacts remain untouched. Leave them," Chen Yuan replied, descending the stage steps. "Nothing that isn't ours shall be touched, ever." Lin Xia followed, stepping over spent casings, passing the Arab man still kneeling, who lowered his head even further as she passed. Beyond the banquet hall's shattered entrance stretched the deck. Sea wind rushed in, scouring away gunpowder smoke and the coppery tang of blood. Under starlit night, a gray naval vessel floated alongside the cruise ship, searchlight beams slicing across the waves, soldiers standing rigidly along its railings, rifles held ready. Agents formed a chain, ferrying crates onto the warship, one after another. Chen Yuan stood by the deck railing, sea wind whipping his tattered, three-holed suit jacket. His hand rested in his pocket, fingertips tracing the jade pendant, thumb moving slowly, reverently across its smooth surface. Lin Xia stepped beside him, silent. She studied his profile, lips tightly pressed, eyes fixed on the horizon, pupils catching the distant glow of the warship's lights. "Brother, whose jade is this?" Chen Yuan did not answer. His thumb stilled, resting on a dark crimson stain embedded deep within the jade's surface, for a long suspended moment. Sea wind tousled his hair, strands fell across his forehead, veiling half his eye. Lin Xia did not press further. As the last crate vanished onto the warship, the woman hurried over, saluted, and opened her mouth to report. She never spoke. Her radio crackled, a voice urgent clipped. "Report 2 unidentified vessels sighted 12 nautical miles southeast, closing at high speed." Her expression hardened. "What flag?" 2 seconds of silence. "Skull and crossbones." The voice from the walkie-talkie continued to repeat. "Skull flag 2, ships speed 32 knots, 12 nautical miles. No, 10 nautical miles, now accelerating." The leader's face drained of color as she pressed the walkie-talkie to her lips, her voice lowered to a whisper. All personnel level 1 combat readiness, heavy weapons on deck, inform the warships to enter combat status. Lin Xia stood by the railing, the sea breeze tousling her hair into a mess as she pushed her hair aside to look towards the southeast. It was dark. Nothing was visible, only the sound of waves crashing against the ship. But the radar wouldn't lie. The alarm on the warship blared, the piercing sound cutting through the night sky as the searchlight's beam shifted towards the southeast, sweeping across the surface of the sea. The light beam found something. 2 dark silhouettes skimmed the surface of the sea like 2 sharks. The ships bore no national flags, no numbers, only a white flag at the top of the mast, a skull and crossbones. Lin Xia's stomach tightened. She had seen this symbol in her international crime class at the police academy. Yama. The word slipped from her lips, her tongue tingling. The leader turned to look at her, her eyes clearly asking, "Do you know? An international mysterious armed organization specializing in black ops." Lin Xia's voice trembled. The instructor said these people are better equipped than small national armies, have no bottom line, and leave no survivors. Before she could finish, the cruise ship's broadcast system was hijacked. All the speakers emitted a sharp electric sound simultaneously, then a voice came through. Processed by a voice changer, it was cold, like metal scraping against glass. "Leave the artifacts and that Immortal, and you will have a way out." The special operations team members who were handling boxes on the deck froze, the aluminum cases hanging in midair. "You have 30 seconds. The voice paused. "After 30 seconds, my shells will not have eyes." The leader's jaw clenched, and she grabbed the walkie-talkie. "What's the situation on the warship?" "Report the enemy has locked onto our ship and the cruise ship with fire control radar. Both warships are equipped with 4 127mm naval guns. Our firepower is at a disadvantage." Lin Xia's legs went weak, and she had to grip the railing to keep from collapsing. 2 warships, 8 naval guns locked on. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. A hand rested on her shoulder. Chen Yuan walked past her, tapping her shoulder twice with his fingers, like calming a startled cat. "Don't be afraid." His tone was the same as when he casually said the tea is cold in the bookstore. Lin Xia opened her mouth to say something, but Chen Yuan had already walked away. He walked through the special operations team members holding guns, stepping over the aluminum boxes, making his way to the bow of the ship. His cloth shoes on the iron deck were as steady as walking in his own yard. The leader reached out to stop him. "Sir, the enemy's firepower." Chen Yuan didn't stop, not even turning his head. "Your guns can't pierce me, and their cannons can't either." He reached the very front of the bow, placing both hands on the railing facing the 2 approaching black warships. The sea breeze rustled his suit, which had 3 holes in it, the hem flapping. The searchlight's beam from behind him cast his shadow long across the sea surface as the distorted voice from the speaker sounded again. 20 seconds. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. It wasn't a smile, but an expression Lin Xia had never seen on his face before. "Bloodthirsty. Yama." His voice was low, but everyone on the deck heard him. "I have lived for 5,000 years, and no one has dared to call themselves Yama in front of me." The speaker fell silent. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The distorted voice sounded again, this time with a hint of uncertainty. "You are." Chen Yuan didn't let him finish. His hands lifted from the railing, fingers interlocking, flipping palms facing down. A hand seal. Lin Xia saw her cousin's 10 fingers twisted into a shape she had never seen before, the angles between the joints impossible for a human to achieve. Then, the sea changed. Not metaphorically, but literally, the sea changed. The water around the cruise ship began to sink, as if something beneath was pulling the water down. The ship jolted violently, and Lin Xia fell onto the deck, her knee hitting the iron plate, pain shooting through her as she grimaced. She lay on the ground looking up. Under Chen Yuan's feet, the iron deck trembled, bolts loosening, clattering outward. His hair lifted, not blown by the wind, but rising from below, as if in zero gravity. That layer of golden light appeared again, shining through his skin, but this time, it wasn't just a thin layer. He was glowing entirely. Golden patterns spread from the back of his hand to his arm, creeping up his neck to his cheek, like some ancient totem etched onto his skin. The sea began to churn, not just near the cruise ship, but within a 10-mile radius. Lin Xia looked down from the edge of the deck, the seawater swirling, the entire sea area spinning, with the cruise ship caught in the center like a fallen leaf. The 2 black warships veered off their course. They struggled, propellers whirring at full speed, yet their bodies were uncontrollably pulled towards the edge of the whirlpool, tilting at 15 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. Shouts filled the speaker, the voice changer unable to mask their terror. "Full speed retreat. Full speed." Chen Yuan pressed his hand, sealed down an inch. In the middle of the sea between the 2 warships, the water surface began to collapse. It wasn't a whirlpool, it was a water surge towards that central point from all directions, forming a wall of water dozens of meters high, then collapsing, surging up again, then collapsing once more. The entire sea area roared. Soldiers on the warships clung to the rails, their faces drenched in seawater and fear. The special operations team lay on the deck, unable to stand. The leader held onto a fixed rope tightly, her lips moving, but her voice drowned by the waves. Lin Xia crawled to an iron pillar, wrapping her arms around it, her nails digging into the rust. She looked up towards the bow. Chen Yuan stood there motionless, the deck beneath him shaking, but his body was steady, as if nailed in place. Golden patterns covered his entire face, and the pupils in his eyes had vanished, leaving only two glowing golden orbs. His lips were moving, saying something. Lin Xia couldn't hear, the sound of the waves was too loud. But she saw the two warships. Their hulls had already tilted 45 degrees, and people on the deck fell into the sea like ants, the turrets, turning mechanisms screeching under metal stress. Then the collapsing hole at the center of the sea began to widen. The water wall grew taller, spinning faster. A whirlpool formed. A whirlpool with a diameter of over 200 meters at its center, a bottomless black abyss, with seawater spinning rapidly along the edges, emitting a deep rumble. The two warships were sucked in, their bows pointing down, sliding towards the center of the whirlpool at a visible speed. The last words from the speaker echoed. The distorted voice, this time devoid of coldness, only trembled. "It is indeed you." Chen Yuan's golden eyes fixated on the two sinking warships, the curve of his mouth retracting. His hand seal did not loosen. The whirlpool continued to expand. Lin Xia clung to the iron pillar, two of her nails broken, blood mingling with rust on her fingers, yet she felt no pain. She could only see the center of the whirlpool. Within that bottomless black abyss, something was moving. A massive shadow slowly rose from the depths. The outline of that shadow became clearer in the black water. It wasn't a whale nor a submarine. It was a spine covered in scales, each scale as large as a car, door shimmering with a ghostly green glow in the phosphorescence at the bottom of the whirlpool. Lin Xia's pupils dilated. Her brain refused to process the information her eyes transmitted. The spine continued to rise, drawing the surrounding seawater into secondary vortices, with the two warships being wrapped by the new currents, their hulls creaking under metal strain. Chen Yuan's hand seal changed. His fingers shifted from interlocking to together, palms turning upwards as if lifting something. The whirlpool's rotation slowed down. The surface of the sea transitioned from chaotic turbulence to a rhythmic undulation, like breathing. That shadow halted, suspended halfway in the abyss, no longer ascending. Chen Yuan's lips moved slightly, uttering two words. Lin Xia could not hear, but she saw the shape of his lips. "Go back." That enormous spine paused underwater for 3 seconds, then slowly sank, immersing into the darkness at the bottom of the abyss. The whirlpool began to contract. Water surged from the edges towards the center, filling the collapsed void, the water wall collapsing layer by layer, splashing waves. The two warships were pushed out of the whirlpool's range by the returning seawater, their hulls shaking violently, one mast snapping, the turret on the deck tilting to one side. But they did not sink. Chen Yuan let go of his hand. The golden patterns faded from his face, retreating like a receding tide from his cheeks to his neck, from his neck to his arms, finally disappearing at his fingertips. His eyes returned to their normal color, pupils reappearing. The sea calmed. As if nothing had happened, only the two warships in the distance drifted at odd angles, propellers churning the seawater, turning to flee. They fled faster than they had come. The deck fell silent for a dozen seconds. Then Lin Xia heard a voice, the leader's teeth chattering, her jaw clattering, just like the previous Japanese man. Members of the special operations team crawled up one by one from the deck, their legs weak, supporting each other, saying nothing. The searchlights on the warship re-illuminated the beams, chasing after the fleeing warships, but they did not fire. No one ordered a pursuit, because everyone was still recovering from the earlier scene. Chen Yuan turned around. His complexion was slightly pale, his lips lacking color, his steps slower than before. Lin Xia released her grip on the iron pillar, where her broken nails seeped blood, but she paid no heed, staggering towards Chen Yuan. "Brother." Chen Yuan stopped in front of her, looking down at the blood on her hand. He frowned. "Where did you hurt yourself?" Lin Xia's tears fell, and she didn't even know why, as the danger had clearly passed. "I'm fine, but what was that just now?" Chen Yuan did not answer, pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket, grabbing her hand, and wrapping it around the broken nail. His movements were gentle, unlike the person who had overturned the entire sea moments ago. "We'll talk later." He finished wrapping her hand, straightened up, and looked over Lin Xia's shoulder at the leader. "Is everything in place?" The woman hesitated for a moment, looking down at the aluminum boxes on the deck. Some had slid to the edge of the railing, but the locks hadn't opened, and nothing had fallen into the sea. "Everything is here. Let's move it out." After Chen Yuan spoke, he leaned against the railing, pulling out the jade pendant from his pocket, clutching it in his palm. Lin Xia stood beside him, the sea breeze drying the tears on her face. She did not ask whose jade pendant it was, but she noticed a detail. The hand that Chen Yuan held the jade pendant with was turning white at the knuckles. A hand that hadn't trembled in 5,000 years was now shaking. The leader approached, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Sir, about what the enemy said earlier regarding the Immortal." Chen Yuan's gaze lifted from the sea, sweeping over her. The woman swallowed the rest of her words. The walkie-talkie buzzed again. This time it wasn't an alarm, but a message from the warship. "Report, we intercepted an unencrypted communication from the enemy during their retreat. The woman pressed the answer button. A recording played through the walkie-talkie full of static, but the voice processed by the voice changer was still recognizable. Retreat, tell the master the one from the east has awakened. The recording cut off at this point. Lin Xia saw her cousin's eyes narrow slightly. That expression was familiar to her. In the bookstore, when someone placed a teacup on his ancient book, it was the same expression. But this time it was different. This time those eyes held something more. Beyond killing intent. Wariness. The voice from the walkie-talkie continued to repeat. Skeleton flag, 2 ships, cruising speed 32 knots, expected to arrive in 7 minutes. The leading woman tightened her grip on the walkie-talkie and turned to Chen Yuan, who was leaning against the railing on the deck. Chen Yuan's hand emerged from his pocket. The jade pendant was tucked back into the inner pocket of his clothing, his movements calm and unhurried. How many ships? 2, not small tonnage, suspected to be modified destroyers. The woman's voice was low. Sir, we only have 1 frigate. Our firepower is insufficient. Chen Yuan raised his hand, interrupting her. He walked to the front of the deck, resting his hands on the railing, gazing out at the sea to the southeast. In the night, nothing was visible, only the dark sea blending with the horizon. Lin Xia followed behind, standing 3 steps away from him. The sea breeze had changed. It had been a normal June night breeze, warm against her face, carrying the salty humidity. Now it was different. The wind began to gather from all directions, rushing towards Chen Yuan's position, growing more intense and fierce. Lin Xia's hair was whipped across her face. She reached out to push it away, squinting to look ahead. Chen Yuan's hair was disheveled. At some point, the hair tie at the back of his head snapped, and his black hair was tossed about by the wind, fluttering wildly behind him, his clothing snapping in the gusts. The clouds in the sky were shifting. It was not drifting, it was surging, swelling from all directions, piling up above their heads, swallowing the moonlight and starlight. Within 3 seconds, the entire sky over the sea turned inky black. The personnel from the Special Operations Bureau halted their movements, each looking up at the sky, the boxes in their hands nearly slipping from their grasp. The leading woman took 2 steps back, her lips moving silently. Lin Xia felt the deck beneath her feet tremble. It was not the vibration of the ship's engine, it was the sea. The sea was moving, rolling, boiling. She clung to the railing and looked down. A white foam was bubbling up on both sides of the ship, as if something was stirring beneath the water, churning the entire sea into a boiling pot. Chen Yuan released the railing and took a step forward. His cloth shoes were at the edge of the deck, his toes dangling in midair, his body leaning forward, facing the sea. The wind wrapped around him, pulling his suit, which had 3 holes wide open like a flag. In the distance, 2 black dots appeared on the horizon. Quickly, the black dots grew larger, transforming into the outlines of 2 ships. Low hulls, densely packed weapon mounts, red warning lights flashing on the deck. A new voice erupted from the walkie-talkie. Enemy ships opening fire. Missiles. 2 anti-ship missiles. The alarm on the warship blared, the piercing sound cutting through the night sky. Lin Xia saw the 2 streaks of fire erupting from the enemy ship's deck, trailing orange-red flames flying low over the sea at a speed almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. Her heart skipped a beat. Chen Yuan spoke. 1 word. Break. His voice was not loud, drowned out by the wind. Lin Xia, standing 3 steps away, could barely hear it. But the sea heard it. The deck beneath her feet suddenly sank, as if the entire cruise ship was pressed down by an unseen hand, causing everyone to stagger. Then the sea surface split open. Not metaphorically, oh, it truly cracked. Starting from the sea directly in front of Chen Yuan, a fissure extended southeast, the water parting to reveal a dark abyss below. The water on either side of the fissure surged upwards. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. Lin Xia looked up, watching as 2 walls of water rose from the sea, blocking half the sky, the tips of the water walls whipped by the wind, turning into mist. The 2 missiles plunged into the walls of water. There was no explosion, no flash of light. The walls swallowed them whole like pebbles tossed into a swamp, not even a splash. Then the water walls collapsed, not tipping to the sides, but crashing forward. Towards the direction of the 2 warships, dozens of meters of seawater came crashing down with immense force. Lin Xia heard the sound. It was not a rumble, it was something more primal. Like the entire ocean roaring, the vibrations from the sea floor penetrating the ship's hull, passing through the deck, through her feet, shaking her to the roots of her teeth. The 2 warships had their lights on, as she could see shadows moving on the bridge. Someone was shouting, but the voices were shredded by the wind, unable to carry over. The water walls crashed down. The bow of the first warship was slammed into the sea. The entire ship seemed to be held down by an unseen hand. The stern lifted up, the propellers still spinning above the surface, and then the whole ship capsized. Keel to the sky, the red anti-rust paint on the hull flashing through the waves. The second ship attempted to turn. It was futile. The second wall of water crashed in from the side. The ship's body was pushed out sideways by dozens of meters, colliding with the wreckage of the first capsized ship. The sound of metal grinding was sharp and piercing like nails scraping across a blackboard, magnified 10,000 times. The 2 ships crumpled together, enveloped by the sea, sinking downwards. The lights on the bridge went out. The red warning lights on the deck still flashed, one bright, and one dim, increasingly dark and deep. 10 seconds later, only the churning white foam and scattered debris remained on the surface of the sea. Lin Xia's hands were gripping the railing tightly, her nails digging into the metal crevices, her fingers turning white. Beside her, the leading woman knelt on the deck, not from being knocked down, but from her legs giving way. None of the 20 personnel from the Special Operations Bureau were still standing. Some were kneeling, some sitting on the ground, some leaning against the wall, all with the same expression on their faces. It was something deeper, like standing at the center of a thunderstorm watching lightning strike, beside you, like standing at the rim of a volcano watching magma churn. Humanity's instinctive submission before the might of nature. The sea surface returned to calm. The clouds began to disperse, moonlight filtering back down, illuminating the shimmering water as if nothing had happened. Chen Yuan's hand slid down from the railing. His body swayed slightly. It was like the movement small. If Lin Xia hadn't been watching his back intently, she would hardly have noticed. But she did notice. She released the railing, rushing 3 steps to Chen Yuan's side, reaching out to support his arm. Brother. Chen Yuan's complexion had paled, sweat beading on his forehead, a hint of red at the corner of his mouth, blood seeping from his lips, dripping onto the deck. He raised his hand to wipe it away, removing the trace of red. It's nothing. You're bleeding. It's just a consequence of my actions, a bit of backlash. Chen Yuan's voice was somewhat hoarse, but his tone remained indifferent. It's a small matter. Lin Xia held onto his arm tightly, her fingers clenching firmly. She could feel the muscles in Chen Yuan's arm trembling slightly, even though his face showed no expression. Don't push yourself. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Chen Yuan patted her hand. Let go, it looks bad if people see. Lin Xia did not let go. Chen Yuan said nothing more, standing there allowing her to support him, gazing at the calm sea. Moonlight illuminated his face, which had grown a shade paler, but his eyes remained unchanged. Calm and indifferent, as if he was not the one who had just overturned 2 warships. The leading woman stood up from the ground, her legs still trembling, walking up to Chen Yuan, opening her mouth. First, sir, the artifacts are all packed. Yes, they're packed. Then let's go. Chen Yuan turned to walk back, Lin Xia supporting him, their shadows stretched long by the moonlight. The personnel from the Special Operations Bureau began to move clumsily, scrambling to their feet, continuing to carry the last few boxes, but everyone's actions changed. Passing by Chen Yuan, each one instinctively lowered their heads, lightening their footsteps, even their breathing restrained. At the other end of the deck, Smith was handcuffed to a fixed iron column. He had witnessed everything. From the sky changing color to the sea splitting open to the 2 warships being shattered and sinking to the seabed. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, his lips marked with his own bite marks. Chen Yuan passed in front of him without sparing him a glance. As Lin Xia supported Chen Yuan past him, she heard a sound. Laughter. It emerged from Smith's throat, hoarse and fragmented, growing louder. Ha. Smith tilted his head back, his handcuffed hands clenched into fists, veins bulging his entire body, shaking with laughter, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Chen Yuan halted his steps. Lin Xia felt the arm she was supporting tighten. Smith's laughter abruptly ceased. He tilted his head, looking at Chen Yuan's back, his mouth curling into a grin, revealing a row of blood-stained teeth. Did you think it was over? Smith laughed. It was not the twisted laughter of fear he had shown before, but a kind of madness that came after surrendering everything. His mouth opened, and as he bit down with his molars, Lin Xia heard a crisp sound, like crushing a piece of candy. Die. Smith lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his pupils reflecting Chen Yuan's figure, laughter mixing with saliva and blood as it dripped down. Let's die together. The lower hold has 300 kilograms of C4, enough to blow this ship to smithereens. Lin Xia's mind went blank for a moment. Then the alarm sounded. It was not an ordinary alarm. It was a piercing shriek that could shake one's eardrums, erupting simultaneously from every corner of the ship, causing the steel plates beneath the deck to tremble. Red lights began to flash, illuminating the faces of everyone in the corridor, the banquet hall, and on the deck, casting their features in a flickering glow. 5. A mechanical countdown echoed through the intercom. 4. The lead woman turned pale, shouting something into the communicator that Lin Xia couldn't quite catch. 3. The special agents on the deck began to run towards the warship, the sound of boots pounding against the steel deck, creating a chaotic noise. There was no escape. Lin Xia knew this. A warship 12 nautical miles away wouldn't make it in time. It was 4 stories high from the deck to the sea surface, and in 5 seconds they wouldn't even clear the railing. 2. Her legs weakened, knees buckling as the world around her began to slow down. Smith's smiling face, the flashing red lights, and the beams of searchlights from the distant warship all seemed to be playing in slow motion. Then a hand gripped the back of her head. The force was so strong that she was yanked into an embrace, her face colliding with a fabric, her nostrils filled with the scent of gunpowder and old books. Chen Yuan's left arm wrapped around her waist, his right hand pressing against her head, enveloping her entirely in his chest. Don't move. The 2 words fell softly above her. Lin Xia's face was buried in his embrace, unable to see anything, but she felt it. Chen Yuan's chest vibrating, as if something deep within him was being forcibly expelled. Heat. The warmth emanating from beneath his skin scorched her cheeks. 1. The moment the last number echoed through the intercom, Lin Xia's ears went deaf. It was not just figurative, she was truly deaf. Every sound vanished at that moment, and the world turned into a dead silence. Then came the light. The light erupted from beneath her feet, piercing through the steel deck and ripping the night into day. The shockwave surged upward. The entire cruise ship's hull seemed to be broken in half by a giant hand. The sound of twisted steel transformed into a pure vibration in the silent world, traveling up from her soles and churning her insides. Lin Xia felt herself flying. No, not flying, but being cradled. Chen Yuan's arm tightened around her. Her ribs were pressed painfully, but she dared not move, for she sensed something else. An invisible barrier expanding outward from Chen Yuan's body, enveloping both of them. Flames licked at the surface of that barrier. Lin Xia could feel the heat, but it couldn't penetrate. Debris rained down. Steel plates, wood, glass. All bounced off the moment they touched that barrier, as if crashing against an invisible wall. She didn't know how long it had been. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, or 10 seconds. The sounds returned. First came the ringing in her ears, a sharp, continuous buzzing followed by the sound of waves crashing, the plopping of debris hitting the water, and distant shouts, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. Chen Yuan's hand, that had been pressing on the back of her head, loosened. Open your eyes. Lin Xia lifted her face from his chest and opened her eyes. The cruise ship was gone. The deck she stood on remained a patch less than 10 meters wide, its edges jagged, as if something had gnawed at it. Beyond the deck was just the sea. Floating on the Black Sea surface were burning wreckage, the flames reflecting on the water and illuminating the surroundings. The aluminum alloy boxes containing cultural relics were neatly stacked 3 steps behind her, not a single one missing their surfaces, without even a scratch. Lin Xia turned her head to look at Chen Yuan. Her breath caught. Chen Yuan's back faced her, his suit and shirt burned away from his shoulder blades, exposing large patches of flesh. Not flesh, but charred carbonized tissue with cracks revealing white bone beneath. His entire back from neck to waist had no intact skin. Brother. Lin Xia rushed over, her hand halfway out, frozen. Because those wounds were moving. The charred edges began to shrink, new granulation tissue, growing from the depths of the cracks, pink and blood-streaked layer by layer, covering it, as if someone were fast-forwarding a healing image. Bone was covered by muscle, muscle by skin. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Yuan's back was restored to its original state, not even a scar remaining, only the burnt pieces of his shirt hanging on his shoulder, fluttering in the wind. Chen Yuan turned around. Lin Xia's face was streaked with tears, her nose running, her lips trembling, wanting to speak, but unable to squeeze out a single word. Chen Yuan looked at her disheveled appearance, frowning slightly. His hand rose, resting on top of Lin Xia's head, rubbing it gently. Why are you crying? Lin Xia's tears flowed even more fiercely, her shoulders shaking, gripping the burnt sleeve of Chen Yuan, her knuckles turning white. I told you. Chen Yuan's hand slid from her head to the back of her neck, pressing gently. No one can take your life away. Lin Xia's knees could no longer support her, and she slid down Chen Yuan's arm, squatting on the deck, her hands covering her face, crying violently. Chen Yuan said nothing further, standing beside her, his gaze drifting past the flames on the sea towards the southeast. The outline of the warship grew closer, the beam of a searchlight sweeping over, illuminating the remnants of the deck. The ship's whistle sounded 3 short blasts, followed by 1 long. The rescue boat was lowered, the motor noise of the rubber boat growing louder, and the people standing on it wore Navy uniforms, shouting with a megaphone. Chen Yuan glanced down at Lin Xia, crouched on the ground, crying, then looked at the pile of aluminum alloy boxes behind him. 10 minutes later, on the deck of the warship, the boxes of cultural relics were hoisted up one by one, sailors lining up in 2 rows, carefully transporting them into the hold. The leading woman, wrapped in a military blanket, had a still bleeding wound on her left arm, standing in front of Chen Yuan and saluting. Sir, all 47 cultural relics are safe. 6 of our personnel are lightly injured, and there are no fatalities. Chen Yuan nodded. What about Smith? The woman's expression stiffened for a moment. He died in the explosion, leaving no remains. Chen Yuan showed no reaction, his gaze sweeping over the deck of the warship, resting on the flag fluttering above the bridge for 2 seconds. Help me make a call. The woman hesitated. To whom? Chen Yuan pulled out the half-moon jade pendant from his pocket, spun it around his fingertips, and returned it. To your highest commander. The woman's throat moved, her voice dropping slightly. Sir, are you referring to the fleet commander? Not enough. Chen Yuan's gaze returned from the flag to the woman. I want to speak to someone who can make decisions. I have something to return to the country. The woman's pupils shrank, her lips moved, but she didn't dare to respond. Lin Xia, wrapped in the blanket, sat on the deck's mooring post. Hearing this sentence, her hand wiping her tears stopped. She looked at her cousin's profile, the sea breeze lifting the wisps of hair from his forehead, revealing those eyes that showed no emotion. 5,000 years. How much has he accumulated to return? As the military helicopter landed on the dedicated runway of the capital's airport, the ground was already filled with people. 3 bulletproof transport vehicles were lined up, their bodies emblazoned with the insignia of the National Cultural Heritage Administration, while armed police stood guard on either side. Chen Yuan stood at the front, his old jacket billowing in the wind, his hands clenched together, knuckles turning white. The first aluminum alloy box was lifted down and opened. A Song Dynasty official kiln blue and white porcelain vase lay within the shockproof padding, its glaze intact, and the half-erased inscription on the bottom was clearly visible under the light. Chen Yuan's knee buckled slightly, and his assistant hurriedly supported him. "Old Chen, don't help me." He shook off his assistant's hand, crouched down, put on white gloves, and trembling hands lifted the porcelain vase, flipping it over and inspecting the bottom for 3 seconds. Tears fell onto the gloves, staining them dark. "It's back." His voice was hoarse, tears and mucus smeared across his face. The old man, in his 70s, squatted on the runway, hugging a porcelain vase and crying like a child. Song Ci rushed over from behind with one button of his suit misaligned and mud still on his leather shoes. He had come directly from the archaeological site after receiving a call. 47 pieces. Really 47 pieces. The leading woman handed over a list, and Song Ci took it, his hands shaking so much that the paper rustled loudly. He read from the first line to the last, finishing it, and pressed the list to his chest, tilting his head back, his Adam's apple rolling twice, but he said nothing. An old man in a Zhongshan suit emerged from the bulletproof vehicle, his hair completely white, standing straight as a ramrod with a badge that Lin Xia had never seen pinned to his chest. He walked up to Chen Yuan, extending his hands. "Mr. Chen, the country owes you an explanation." Chen Yuan's hands were tucked into the pocket of his tattered suit, and he did not reach out. "The higher-ups want to award you a special contribution medal, and additionally, no need." The old man's words were interrupted, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chen Yuan pulled out the piece of sheep fat jade pendant from his pocket, flipping it over in his palm, the bloodstains facing up. "They'll keep this." He tucked the pendant back and glanced over the row of aluminum alloy boxes on the runway. "The rest, consider it a donation for my fallen brothers." The old man opened his mouth, but found no words to respond. Chen Yuan raised his head, watching Chen Yuan's silhouette walk away from the tarmac. His lips moved as if to shout something, but in the end, he just hugged the porcelain vase tighter. Song Ci wiped his face and took a couple of steps to catch up. "Mr. Chen, can you tell me about the provenance of these artifacts?" asked Lin Xia. Chen Yuan did not turn his head, his voice carried away by the wind. Lin Xia followed behind, waving at Song Ci, limping as she caught up. She had already thrown away her broken high heel and was barefoot on the runway. 3 days later, 2 cameras disguised as street lamps were added to the sycamore trees on Huayan Alley. The pancake stall at the alley's entrance had a new owner, a man in his 30s with indelible military marks on his arms. In the chess room across the street, 3 old men had taken to playing chess, their postures much straighter than ordinary retired workers. There were no barricades, no guards, not even the community committees. Aunt knew what had happened. But from that day on, any unfamiliar faces attempting to approach the old bookstore would be intercepted at the alley entrance by helpful neighbors, asking for directions, and then discreetly guided elsewhere. National-level protection loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Inside the bookstore, the rolling shutter was pulled halfway down, allowing light to shine just enough to illuminate a rattan chair in front of the counter. Lin Xia sat on a small stool behind the counter, propping her phone up on a stack of old books, the front camera glowing with a red dot. "Family members, let's debunk the rumors." She chewed on a spicy strip, mumbling indistinctly to the camera. "All that talk online about open sea fights and artifact recoveries is AI generated. My brother has been sleeping in the store these days, hasn't gone anywhere." The comments went wild. "Lin Xia, are you lying?" Without even blushing. "Your brother's face made it onto international news. Please, can we have a real answer?" Lin Xia rolled her eyes, biting the spicy strip in a different direction. "Believe it or not, my brother is lying right behind me. You can see for yourselves." She turned the phone around. On the rattan chair, Chen Yuan was lying with his eyes closed, legs crossed, the soles of his cloth shoes facing up, and a fan resting on his belly, rising and falling rhythmically. From the nearby radio, a Peking opera performance was playing, specifically the lock of the silk bag. The comments quieted for 2 seconds before exploding again. "Isn't this too calm? 3 days ago, he was the one single-handedly bending a gun barrel on the open sea. I believe it, he's just an ordinary, useless bookstore owner reading off a script." Lin Xia turned the phone back around, making a heart sign to the camera. "All right, that's it for today. I'm going to do my homework now, signing off." She turned off the live stream, tossed the phone onto the counter, and stretched. "Brother, I'm done." Chen Yuan did not open his eyes, swatting a mosquito off his belly with the fan. "Your acting is just deceiving ghosts. The officials asked me to say it this way, it's not my fabrication." Lin Xia circled around from behind the counter, squatting next to the rattan chair, resting her chin on the armrest, tilting her head to look at her cousin. Chen Yuan's right hand emerged from his pocket, cradling the jade pendant in his palm. His thumbs slowly rubbed over the jade surface again and again. Lin Xia noticed the corner of his mouth moving. It wasn't speaking, it was smiling. She had never seen Chen Yuan smile like this, neither sarcastically nor perfunctorily, but rather a warmth that shone through the lines at the corners of his eyes. He was looking at the jade, his gaze as if he were studying a person. Lin Xia remained silent, quietly standing up and tiptoeing back toward the stairs. The peaking opera's Chung style was dragging out a long note, sunlight streaming in beneath the rolling shutter, illuminating the armrest of the rattan chair. Chen Yuan's thumb paused over the bloodstain, and something flashed in his closed eyes, his lips moving soundlessly, as if he were calling a name. Buzz! A sound emanated from beneath. It wasn't the radio nor the street's cars. It was from the basement. Chen Yuan's eyes opened. His pupils contracted for a moment, his body springing up from the rattan chair, the fan dropping to the ground and spinning twice. Buzz, 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 buzz. The vibrations grew more intense, and the teacups on the counter began to shake, the lids clinking against the rims. Chen Yuan took 3 steps to the hidden door behind the counter, pressing his finger against the third brick, and the wall slid open silently. The stairway to the basement was dark, but there was light at the deepest point. A blue light flickered like a heartbeat. Chen Yuan's footsteps halted on the last step. The innermost iron safe still had the lock dangling, but the box itself was shaking. The entire box was bouncing on the ground. The sound of the iron colliding with the concrete floor was muffled and urgent. He approached, unscrewing the lock with one hand, lifting the lid. Inside lay a bagua compass, its copper surface oxidized to a deep green, yet the carved runes glowed with a blue light. The needle was spinning wildly. It wasn't a normal spin. This copper needle, rusted for 300 years, was now being pulled by something, spinning dozens of times before suddenly stopping. The needle pointed northwest. Chen Yuan's breath hitched for a moment. He crouched down, his finger hovering above the compass, afraid to touch it. The needle remained immovable, firmly fixed in the northwest direction. Northwest. Kunlun. Chen Yuan's grip on the jade pendant in his pocket tightened, the knuckles creaking. Lin Xiao's voice came from upstairs. Brother, what's that sound? Is there an earthquake? Chen Yuan did not respond. He stared at the needle, the blue light reflecting in his pupils, his atoms, apple moving slightly. An object that hadn't moved for 300 years stirred today. Chen Yuan slammed the lid of the safe shut. The dull sound of metal striking concrete echoed in the basement for several seconds, with dust falling from the ceiling. He squatted in place, staring at the closed box. The expression in his eyes changed. It was no longer the usual indifference of someone who cared about nothing. It was serious. Lin Xia shouted from upstairs for the 3rd time, brother. What's going on? Should I come down? Don't come down. Chen Yuan stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and turned to go upstairs. The secret door behind him closed silently. Lin Xia stood by the counter, half of her face covered with a mask, the other half crumpled in her hand, tilting her head to examine him. You don't look well. Neither do you. With that thing on, you look like a ghost. Lin Xia pouted and applied the remaining half of the mask, just about to say something when the sound of an engine came from outside the alley. It wasn't an ordinary vehicle. A diesel engine, turbocharged with a displacement of at least 4 liters. Not just one vehicle. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, his fingers rubbing the edge of a jade pendant in his pocket. The engine noise stopped. It wasn't turned off, but idling. 3 vehicles simultaneously idled, their engines low and pressed down. They were well trained. Lin Xia rushed from the bedroom to the window, her footsteps hurried. Brother, there are cars outside. No license plates. Her voice was urgent, carrying the alertness unique to police academy students. 3 SUVs blocking both ends of the alley. Chen Yuan stood up from the rattan chair, unhurried, tidying the hair that had scattered on his shoulders. Footsteps sounded outside, the roll-up door, boots striking the bluestone slabs, rhythmic and synchronized. Then the roll-up door was pushed up from the outside. The sound of the metal sliding was grating, and the night wind rushed in, causing the old newspapers on the counter to rustle. 6 people stood outside the door. Dressed entirely in black jackets bulging at the waist, they were positioned in a fan-shaped, hands all tucked inside their clothes. The one in the middle was different. In his 50s, with a square face, cleanly shaven temples, and standing upright. He carried a star on his shoulder. A general. Lin Xia dashed down the stairs, stopping midway. She saw that star. A major general. She had seen this kind of insignia in police academy textbooks, but this was the first time she had encountered it in real life. The general's gaze passed over the counter, over the pile of dusty old books, landing on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was already walking towards the staircase, 1 foot on the first step. Stop. The general spoke, his voice not loud, but powerfully penetrating. Chen Yuan's steps halted, turning slightly to reveal half of his face. The general stepped into the bookstore, his leather boots striking the wooden floor, taking 3 steps before coming to a halt. Then he did something that made Lin Xiao's mind short-circuit. He brought his feet together, heels clicking, raised his right hand, fingers together, fingertips touching his brow. A standard military salute. Paying respect to a bookstore owner in a torn suit and cloth shoes. Sir. The 2 words squeezed out from his throat, hoarse. Lin Xiao's hand gripped the stair railing, her nails digging into the wood. Her cousin. The useless cousin who lay on the rattan chair every day listening to opera, despised by all the relatives. Now being saluted by a major general. Chen Yuan turned around, glanced at the general, his eyelids drooping, his expression unchanged. He walked back to the rattan chair, sat down heavily, crossed his legs, and picked up the fan to fan himself. Which military unit? The general lowered his hand, his back still straight. Northwest Military District, 13th Group Army Deputy Commander Zhao Taizhan. 13th Group Army. Chen Yuan repeated the number, pausing the fan briefly. Is that old bastard Li Jingguo? Zhao Taizhan's Adam's apple moved, his eyes reddening. Sir, he won't last through tonight. The fan began. Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but the frequency of his fanning slowed. How old is he? 97. 97. Chen Yuan repeated, his gaze fixed on a moldy corner of the ceiling. The last time I saw him, he was only 19, thin as a monkey with a gun, taller than him. Zhao Taizhan's lips were pressed into a line, the veins on his temples pulsing. The chief in his dying moments said only one thing. What did he say? He said, Zhao Taizhan's voice caught. He said, tell that unkillable bastard to come send me. The bookstore fell silent. The radio had stopped at some point, and the insect sounds outside the alley seemed to have been cut off. Chen Yuan's fan rested on his stomach, no longer moving. He stared at the ceiling for 5 seconds, then closed his eyes. Lin Xia stood at the turn of the stairs, holding her breath. She saw her cousin's Adam's apple move once. Just once. Where is he? Zhao Taizhan's body tensed even more. In the Military District General Hospital, a special plane has been waiting. It can arrive in 2 hours. Chen Yuan stood up from the rattan chair, his cloth shoes making no sound on the floor. He walked behind the counter, opened the bottom drawer, and rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items to find a cloth bag. Wrapped in oilcloth the size of a fist tied with hemp rope. He tucked the cloth bag into his inner pocket beside the jade pendant. Let's go. Zhao Taizhan stepped aside to let him pass, and 6 plainclothes officers simultaneously retreated, clearing a path for Chen Yuan. Lin Xia jumped down from the stairs. Brother, I'm going with you. Chen Yuan didn't look back. Do your homework. I finished my homework. Then go. Chen Yuan. Lin Xia called his full name, her voice carrying a stubborn tone. Chen Yuan's footsteps paused for a moment. He turned his head to glance at Lin Xia. Moonlight streamed in through the roll-up door, illuminating Lin Xia's face. Half of it still covered with a mask, her eyes wide, fists clenched, lips pressed together, a look that suggested no one could stop her. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. Don't talk in the car. Lin Xia dashed out in 3 steps, trailing closely behind him. 3 black Hummers were parked in the alley, their lights extinguished, only the faint glow from the dashboard visible through the windshield. Chen Yuan opened the back door of the middle vehicle, bent down, and sat inside. Lin Xia went around to the other side, and just as she pulled the door open, her peripheral vision caught something stuck on the back of the passenger seat. A photograph. Black and white, the corners yellowed, taped to the leather backrest with transparent tape. In the photo was a group of young men in military uniforms standing in front of a tattered flag. The background, a scene of charred ruins and collapsed bunkers. In the very front row, right in the center, stood a person, not in military uniform, but wearing a long gown, holding a knife, the tip pointing down, dripping with blood. That face. Lin Xia's pupils constricted. It looked exactly like Chen Yuan, who was sitting next to her. The car door closed, the engine started, and the 3 SUVs moved out of Huayan Alley. Lin Xia turned her head, fixing her gaze on Chen Yuan's profile. He had his eyes closed, leaning against the seat, fingers rubbing something in his pocket. Brother. That photo. When was it taken? Chen Yuan didn't open his eyes. 1942. Lin Xia's nails dug into her palm. In the 1942 photograph, there stood a person who looked exactly like her cousin. The streetlights outside the car window retreated one by one, the orange-yellow light sweeping across Chen Yuan's face, alternating between light and shadow. Zhao Taizhan sat in the passenger seat, silent. A voice came from the car radio, very faint. The chief's blood pressure is dropping. Zhao Taizhan's hand gripped the car door handle tightly. Chen Yuan changed into a new outfit. A blue long shirt, faded and worn, with frayed edges at the collar and a hole at the sleeve that had yet to be stitched. Lin Xia watched him come down from the stairs, her mouth opening and closing without a sound. She intended to tell him to dress properly, but seeing Chen Yuan's expression, she swallowed her words. Zhao Taizhan was already waiting at the door, the car door ajar, the engine still running. Chen Yuan bent down to get in the hem of his long shirt, brushing against the edge of the car door, knocking off a patch of dust. Lin Xia followed him inside, still struggling to fasten her seatbelt as the convoy began to move. 2 cars led the way, their sirens off, but the speed reached 160. The city lights outside the car window stretched into long lines, and all traffic lights had been switched to green ahead of time. Lin Xia stole a glance at Chen Yuan. He leaned against the seat, his eyes closed, fingers fiddling with something in the cuff of his sleeve, breathing steadily, as if he were asleep. The 3 off-road vehicles traveled for 40 minutes on the highway, exiting onto an unmarked ramp, turning into a military road lined with poplar trees. At the end stood an iron gate, guarded by 4 armed sentries. The car did not stop, the iron gate slid open automatically. After passing through 2 checkpoints, the convoy halted in front of a white building. Northwest Military Region General Hospital. Lin Xia's legs felt a bit weak as she got out of the car. It wasn't because of the speed, it was because she saw the people standing in the corridor. Stars of military rank. Not one but several. The least were a few, and the most, she counted, 3. Lieutenant General. On both sides of the corridor stood people in white coats, and she glanced at their name tags, all bearing titles like Director and Academician. Upon seeing Zhao Tieshan, these individuals straightened up. Then they noticed Chen Yuan standing behind Zhao Taizhan, a young man in a tattered long shirt wearing cloth shoes with hair loosely tied back, hands tucked into his sleeves, walked as if he were strolling through a market. A middle-aged officer with glasses frowned and whispered something to the person next to him. Lin Xia heard it. How did he get in? Another person in a white coat shook his head, visibly displeased. At the end of the corridor, 2 armed guards exchanged glances. Chen Yuan reached the door and did not stop. The guard on the left instinctively extended his hand, blocking Chen Yuan's chest. Halt, show unruly. Zhao Taizhan's voice boomed down the corridor, causing everyone to tense up. The guard's hand froze in midair, and the color drained from his face. Zhao Taizhan stepped forward, the stars on his shoulder gleaming under the fluorescent lights, his eyes fixed on the guard, the veins on his temple pulsing. Step aside. The 2 guards simultaneously retreated against the wall, their heels hitting the baseboard, standing at attention. Lin Xia noticed the change in the expressions of the generals in the corridor. Zhao Taizhan was the deputy commander, a major general, not the highest rank in this corridor. But no one dared question his earlier roar. Everyone's gaze was on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan pushed open the door to the intensive care unit. The scent of disinfectant hit him, mingling with the hum of machines and the beeping of the heart monitor. A person lay on the bed. Thin. So thin it was unrecognizable. The military blanket draped over him barely concealed any form beneath. The skin on his face clung to his bones, his eye sockets sunken, lips cracked, an oxygen tube inserted in his nose, and 3 needles stuck in the back of his hand. The heart monitor's waveforms were weak, with increasing intervals. Chen Yuan stood by the bed, looking down for 3 seconds. His Adam's apple moved slightly. So thin. His voice was light, as if he were talking to himself. He pulled out a piece of sheep fat jade pendant from his cuff, still stained with blood, a dark red that had seeped into the stone's patterns. Chen Yuan held the pendant just below Li Zhengguo's nose, less than an inch away. The beeping of the heart monitor remained unchanged. Lin Xia stood at the door, gripping the doorframe, not daring to breathe. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The heart monitor's waveform jumped once. Then again. The frequency increased. The frail body on the bed moved. It wasn't a spasm, it was the fingers. The index finger of the right hand moved first, then the middle finger, and then the whole hand began to tremble. Li Zhengguo's eyelids fluttered a few times as if they were incredibly heavy, and it took great effort to crack them open. The murky pupils moved slightly, the focus hazy, unable to see clearly. Then he smelled that scent. The blood from the pendant mixed with an indescribable aroma belonging to a specific person. The old man's pupils constricted. That withered hand lifted, groping in the air, and grasped Chen Yuan's sleeve. 5 fingers clutched the blue fabric knuckles, protruding veins bulging with a strength unfitting for a dying man. His lips moved. A sound emerged from his throat, air squeezing past cracked vocal cords, hoarse, but clear in every word. Instructor. Instructor. Chen Yuan did not move. You haven't aged. At all. Liquid seeped from the corners of Li Zhengguo's eyes, trickling down the folds and dripping onto the pillow. He smiled. A 97-year-old dying man, his expression reminiscent of a 19-year-old recruit. Outside the door, the air in the corridor froze. On the door was an observation window made of tempered glass, and all the people in the corridor crowded in front of it. A 97-year-old founding hero, a legend of the 3 armies, using his last strength to grasp a young man's sleeve, calling him instructor. The middle-aged officer with glasses stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it. The lieutenant general with 3 stars leaned against the wall, trembling hands. Qin Guohai arrived at some point, standing at the back of the crowd, his gaze piercing through the shoulders of everyone, fixed firmly on Chen Yuan's face. Then he glanced down at the photo saved on his phone. In 1942, on the battlefield of Yunnan, Burma, a young man in a long shirt stood among a group of soldiers. The face in the photo, the face in the ward, 82 years apart. Identical. Qin Guohai's phone slipped from his fingers, screened down, crashing onto the floor tiles, and he did not bend down to pick it up. His lips trembled, the pupils behind his glasses doubling in size. In the ward, Li Zhengguo's hand still clutched Chen Yuan's sleeve, the strength gradually waning, but his lips continued to move. Instructor. Zhao Si. Zhao Si. He. Chen Yuan's hand covered that withered hand, gripping it. I know. His voice was calm, but Lin Xia saw his other hand hanging down, nails digging into his palm. Li Zhengguo's eyes briefly lit up as if they had returned to life. His gaze passed over Chen Yuan's shoulder, looking towards the door, his lips moving, squeezing out the last few words. That year. You promised us. The beeping of the heart monitor slowed further. Chen Yuan leaned down, his ear close to the old man's lips. Everyone in the corridor held their breath. No one heard what Li Zhengguo said, but they saw Chen Yuan nodding as he straightened up. The alarm of the heart monitor shattered the last vestige of tranquility in the ward. The door was pushed open from the outside and two individuals in white coats rushed in, led by the attending physician, who tore open the emergency kit at the head of the bed, shouting for adrenaline. Chen Yuan raised his hand, blocking the doctor's chest. "Don't touch him." The attending physician looked up, meeting a pair of eyes that left no room for negotiation. "You," Zhao Taizhan's voice came from the doorway. "Listen to him." The attending physician's hand froze over the emergency kit, his lips trembled twice, and he stepped aside. Chen Yuan looked down at Li Jinghua on the bed. The old man's breathing was so weak it was barely perceptible, and the waveform on the ECG was converging towards a straight line. He raised his right hand. His index finger went to his mouth, biting down. A cut opened at his fingertip, but what oozed out was not red blood. It was dark golden. A drop hung from his fingertip, translucent, like amber, radiating visible heat. Lin Xia stood at the doorway, her pupils constricting. Chen Yuan dotted that drop of blood onto Li Zingguo's glabella. The instant the blood droplet fell, it sank into the skin like a drop of water into parched earth, leaving no trace behind. 3 seconds. A flush of red appeared on Li Zingguo's ashen face, not the normal color of blood, but a light emanating from within his bones. The ECG surged. It was no longer the feeble tremor from before, it was a genuine heartbeat, the frequency rising, the waveform strengthening. The crowd gathered outside the observation window witnessed it all. A notebook held by a doctor in a white coat fell to the ground, but he didn't bend down to pick it up. The hand of a 3-star general clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white. The attending physician stared at the ECG screen, his mouth agape, a muffled sound escaping his throat. This defied all medical theories. A 97-year-old man on the brink of death with organ failure and numerous indicators at zero was brought back by a single drop of blood, a drop of dark golden liquid squeezed from his fingertip. In the ward, Li Zingguo's eyes opened. It was not the previous murky and vacant state. His pupils had focus and vitality. He looked at Chen Yuan, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Then he shook his head. That frail hand turned over, grasping Chen Yuan's wrist and pushing his hand down. "That's enough." Li Zingguo's voice was hoarse, but each word was clear. "Instructor, I've lived enough." Chen Yuan said nothing. 97 decades more than my brothers." Tears slid down the old man's cheeks, tracing the age spots on his cheekbones. Xiaoxi died at 19, never even marrying. Old Zhou died at 21, and his mother was still waiting for him to come home for the new year. Why should I live this long? Chen Yuan's hand was held tightly by the old man, not withdrawn. "Your blood is precious, don't waste it on this old bone of mine." Li Zingguo's gaze fell on Chen Yuan's face, filled with a strange satisfaction. "Instructor, help me close my eyes." The ward fell silent. Only the heart monitor continued to beep, the frequency stable, as if mocking the absurdity of this request. Clearly he had been saved. Chen Yuan stood by the bed, his eyes cast down, gazing at that face lined with wrinkles. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. He finally spoke, his voice very soft. "In the next life, don't carry a gun anymore." Li Jinghua smiled, revealing 3 missing teeth. "Then I'll be a chef in the next life, cooking for the instructor." Chen Yuan's palm covered the old man's eyes. Warm, dry, and calloused. The ECG waveform began. It was not a sudden drop, but a gradual one, like the tide receding. Li Zingguo's smile lingered, his breathing becoming shallower, the rise and fall of his chest diminishing. Chen Yuan's hand remained still. Beep, a long tone. A straight line crossed the screen. Outside the door, someone let out a suppressed sob. Zhao Taizhan's heels clicked together, his right hand raised in a military salute, his fingers trembling. All the soldiers in the corridor stood at attention simultaneously. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand. Li Zingguo's face still bore a smile, as if he had fallen asleep. He turned and walked out, the hem of his long gown sweeping over the edge of the bed. An object slipped from Li Zingguo's open palm, falling onto the tiled floor. A diary, palm-sized, its cover worn to the point of losing its color, the corners curled and yellowed, held together by a rubber band. The rubber band was too old, and the vibration of falling caused it to snap. The diary opened, scattering its contents. A photo. It was black and white, larger than a standard photo, with a line of traditional characters printed in the lower right corner. Qin Guohai was already standing at the door of the ward, though he didn't know when. The moment his gaze fell on the photo on the ground, he froze as if electrocuted. Then he crouched down. Both hands cradled the photo, his 10 fingers trembling, making the edges of the photo rustle. The photo depicted a group of people dressed in military uniforms from the Republic of China, standing in front of a building. A plaque hung at the entrance of the building. For characters. Army Officer School. Huangpu. In the front row, sitting in the center, was a man not in military uniform, wearing a blue long gown, hands resting on his knees, back straight, gazing ahead. The small characters in the lower right corner of the photo read June of the 13th year of the Republic, the first class of Huangpu Military Academy, a group photo of all instructors. Qin Guohai's gaze shifted from the face in the photo to look up. Chen Yuan was walking past him, the sleeve of his long gown brushing past his eyes. The same face. The person sitting in the instructor's position in the 1924 photo. The same face. Qin Guohai's knees collided with the floor tiles. He didn't feel the pain. He knelt there cradling the photo, looking back as Chen Yuan's silhouette disappeared at the end of the corridor. His lips were moving, but no sound came out. The middle-aged officer beside him, wearing glasses, leaned over to take a glance at the photo, his expression shifting from curiosity to confusion, then from confusion to blankness. Qin Guohai stood up, his legs shaking as he leaned against the wall, and took a few steps, pulling out his phone from his pocket. He pulled up the photo of the 1942 battlefield in Yunnan, Burma that he had saved earlier, placing it next to the one in his hand. 1924 Huangpu. 1942 Yunnan, Burma. 2024 Northwest Military Region General Hospital. 100 years. The same face with no changes. Qin Guohai pressed the photo to his chest and turned to run toward the end of the corridor. The sound of leather shoes hitting the tiled floor echoed in the empty corridor as a 70-year-old man sprinted. The safety door at the end of the corridor was still shaking. Qin Guohai pushed open the safety door, cold wind rushing in the warmth of the corridor, contrasting with the outdoor chill that instantly fogged his glasses. He didn't have time to wipe them, squinting as he ran forward. The parking lot lights were dim, 3 black off-road vehicles still parked in place, but the door of the middle one was open. Chen Yuan stood beside the car, not getting in. He had his back to Qin Guohai, tilting his head, staring at the moon in the sky. The long gown was pressed against his back by the night wind, the outline of his shoulder blades clearly visible. Qin Guohai slowed his pace, transitioning from running to walking and then to shuffling. He stopped when he was 10 steps away from Chen Yuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to get closer. It was that he didn't dare. He glanced down at the photo in his hand, then looked up at that figure. A lump formed in his throat, stuck and unmovable. What do you want to ask? Chen Yuan didn't turn around, his voice was carried away by the wind. Qin Guohai's lips moved twice, the sound coming out much softer than he had anticipated. This photo. The first class of Huangpu Military Academy. Just one word, neither denying nor explaining. Qin Guohai's hands began to tremble, even more, the corners of the photo rolling between his fingers. 1924. This year marks a full 100 years. Chen Yuan turned around. The moonlight illuminated his face, a man in his late 20s with no signs of aging in his brows and eyes. He looked at Qin Guohai, his gaze calm. Old Qin, you are a trace evidence expert. Qin Guohai's Adam's apple bobbed. Do you think this photo is real or fake? This question was like a knife, piercing precisely into Qin Guohai's vital point. He was the foremost expert in trace evidence in the country, having handled over 10,000 verified photos of artifacts, the degree of paper oxidation, distribution of silver salt particles, angles of light refraction. No detail could escape his keen eye. He looked down at the photo in his hand. The aging of the paper indicated it was at least 80 years old. The wear at the corners was naturally formed, not artificially aged. The distribution of silver salt layer particles was uniform, consistent with the characteristics of Kodak paper from the 1920s. There were no signs of Photoshop, no splices, no double exposures. This was a genuine photo. A genuine photo from 100 years ago. It featured a person who looked exactly like the one in front of him. Qin Guohai's knees went weak. He took half a step back, his back hitting the hood of an off-road vehicle. This is impossible. Chen Yuan tucked his hands back into his sleeves, tilting his head. What is impossible? Qin Guohai opened his mouth, the words materialistic stuck at the root of his tongue, unable to come out. He had spent a lifetime in criminal investigations, a lifetime in trace evidence identification, all conclusions built on physical evidence grounded in science. And now the physical evidence told him. This person in front of him had lived for at least 100 years. No, not just 100 years. In the photo from the Yunnan, Burma battlefield, Li Jinghua had called him instructor. In the Huangpu Military Academy photo, he was seated in the instructor's position. A person who was already an adult in 1924 should be at least 120 years old in 2024. But he looked under 30. Qin Guohai's mind raced, his pupils contracting and dilating under the moonlight. Who exactly are you? Chen Yuan looked at him for 2 seconds, then turned to open the car door. A bookstore owner. He bent down and sat inside, the car door shutting. Qin Guohai stood there, the cold wind tousling his hair, the photo in his hand flapping up at one corner. He looked down again at the face in the photo. In a blue long gown, back straight, gazing ahead. In 1924, Chen Yuan, and in 2024, Chen Yuan, even their sitting postures were the same. A gap opened in the car window, and Chen Yuan's voice drifted out from inside. Give me back the photo. Qin Guohai instinctively pulled his hand back to his chest like a hen protecting its chicks. This is a relic of old Li. It's my photo. For words light, but causing Qin Guohai's fingers to loosen. He handed the photo over, his fingertips trembling slightly at the moment of release. The window rose, the engine started. The 3 off-road vehicles simultaneously turned on their headlights, reversing, turning, and driving out of the parking lot. Qin Guohai stood there watching the taillights vanish at the end of the military road. His hand remained extended, as if still offering the photo, suspended in midair. The wind whipped the hem of his white coat. 30 seconds later, he lowered his hand and pulled out a pen and a palm-sized notebook from his chest pocket. He opened to a blank page, the pen tip touching down. His hand trembled, the letters were crooked. He wrote a line. First class of Huangpu chief instructor face identical to target individual photo preliminarily determined to be authentic. The pen hesitated, a dot of ink spreading on the paper. He added another line, carbon-14 testing required. After writing that line, Qin Guohai closed the notebook, shoved it back into his pocket, and turned to walk back. As he passed the hospital entrance, his footsteps suddenly halted. In the reflection of the glass door, he saw his own face. A 73-year-old man with a head full of white hair, wrinkles piled upon one another, and drooping eye bags. But the person who had just stood before him had smooth skin, bright eyes like a freshly graduated college student. Qin Guohai stared at his reflection in the glass door, suddenly letting out a laugh. It was not a joyful laugh, but one of a recognition completely overturned, bordering on madness. He pushed open the door, walked into the hall, and took out his phone to dial a number. It rang twice before the other side picked up. "Old Song, this is Qin Guohai." A sleepy voice came through the phone. "Old Qin. In the middle of the night. Do you have the files of the instructors from the first class of Huangpu Military Academy?" There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. "Who do you want to check?" Qin Guohai's hand gripped the phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. "The chief instructor." Qin Guohai did not go home. At 3:47 in the morning, he stood in front of the access control of the National Trace Identification Center, swiping his card 3 times, his hand trembling and failing to align with the sensor area. On the 4th try, the door opened. The motion-sensing lights in the corridor lit up one by one as his leather shoes clicked against the epoxy floor. His steps hurried and chaotic. Clutching Li Zingguo's diary in his arms, his left hand gripped the yellowed group photo, his fingers turning pale. The laboratory door was unlocked. Inside, the lights were on, and a middle-aged man in a white lab coat was yawning at the computer screen, a half cup of cold coffee sitting on the desk. Hearing footsteps, the middle-aged man turned his head, blinking twice behind his glasses. "Qin Lao, what brings you here at this hour?" "Start up the carbon-14 equipment for me." Qin Guohai slapped the photo onto the operating table, panting. The middle-aged man glanced at the photo, then at Qin Guohai's expression, and pushed his chair back slightly. "Qin Lao, it's 4 in the morning. I said start it up." The middle-aged man opened his mouth, slightly swallowed the second half of his sentence, and turned to activate the equipment. Qin Guohai placed the photo under the glass cover of the dust-free workstation, switched on the light of the high-powered microscope, leaned down, and pressed his right eye against the eyepiece. His breaths condensed into a thin mist before the lens. He wiped it with his sleeve and pressed down again. The cross-section of the paper fibers was clearly visible. The thickness of the oxidation layer was uniform, and the degree of degradation at the edges matched the natural aging curve. The distribution density of the silver salt particles perfectly aligned with the batch of photographic paper Kodak exported to the Far East in the early 1920s. There were no grafts, no repairs, no signs of any human intervention. He switched to a different filter, increasing the magnification to the highest level. On the back of the photo in the lower right corner, there was a fingerprint. It was incomplete, only half of one, an arch pattern with very narrow ridge spacing and smooth lines. It wasn't Li Zingguo's. Qin Guohai was too familiar with Li Zingguo's fingerprints. 3 years ago, during the identification project of the relics of the Expeditionary Army, Li Zingguo had personally submitted the materials, and all 10 fingerprints had been archived. The arch pattern belonged to another person, someone who had touched this photo 100 years ago. Footsteps approached from behind, more than one person. Qin Guohai did not turn around. "Professor Qin, you can't just call us in the middle of the night without an explanation, can you?" The speaker's voice was not loud, but it had an upward inflection, carrying a familiar sense of superiority from the academic circle. Qin Guohai recognized the voice. Zhou Yiming, the deputy director of the Optical Imaging Research Institute at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, had debated with him last year at the academic annual meeting over the standards for digital restoration of cultural relic photographs, arguing for 40 minutes before parting ways unsatisfied. "It's my laboratory, I can use it whenever I want." Qin Guohai didn't even lift his head. Zhou Yiming approached the operating table, leaning down to glance at the photo beneath the glass cover, adjusting his glasses. "Huangpu Military Academy. Where did this photo come from?" "It's from the relics of General Li Zingguo." "Li Lao tonight." Zhou Yiming's tone shifted slightly, then returned to normal. "So you came here in the middle of the night just to authenticate an old photo." Qin Guohai ignored him, capturing the fingerprint image under the microscope and transferring it to the workstation beside him. Zhou Yiming leaned over to take a look at the screen, raising his eyebrows. "Just this half fingerprint. Qin Lao, who are you comparing it to?" Qin Guohai's fingers tapped a few keys on the keyboard, pulling up an encrypted folder. The folder's name was a string of numerical codes. When Zhou Yiming saw the letters at the beginning of the code, his expression changed. "Evidence files from the oceanic operation. Qin Lao, this level of confidentiality. I have the clearance." Qin Guohai input the password. The folder opened, revealing a set of high-definition fingerprint scans. These were the fingerprints left by Chen Yuan when he lifted the aluminum case from the sea with his bare hands during the oceanic operation. All 10 fingers were complete, the patterns clear, and the ridges intact. Qin Guohai dragged the half-fingerprint from the photo taken 100 years ago and the fingerprint from the aluminum case 3 days ago simultaneously into the comparison system. Zhou Yiming stood behind him, arms crossed. Qin Lao, I'm going to say something unpleasant. Qin Guohai's hand paused above the enter key. You don't really think that the person in this photo and the one from the oceanic operation are the same, do you, eh? Qin Guohai did not respond. Zhou Yiming chuckled and shook his head. A photo from 1924, exactly 100 years old this year. Qin Lao, even if they look alike, they are descendants, or have you considered deep forgery? With today's AI face-swapping technology, get out of my laboratory. Qin Guohai turned his head, his gaze landing on Zhou Yiming's face. It was not anger, but a look Zhou Yiming had never seen before, like someone standing on the edge of a cliff having seen what lay at the bottom, while someone nearby insisted that it was an illusion. Zhou Yiming's smile froze on his face, his lips moved twice, but no words came out as he took 2 steps back. Qin Guohai turned back and pressed the enter key. The system began to compute. The progress bar moved forward incrementally, and the sound of the server's fan buzzed in the empty laboratory. The technician who had been called to start the equipment stood in the corner with a coffee cup, his eyes darting back and forth between Qin Guohai and Zhou Yiming. As the progress bar reached 62%, Qin Guohai's hand began to tremble. At 81%, he stood up, the chair sliding back and crashing into the leg of the operating table. At 97%, his breathing grew heavy, audible throughout the laboratory. Ding! The screen popped up with the comparison results. In bold red font centered on the screen, it read, Similarity 99. 97. Conclusion, same person. The laboratory fell silent. The fan continued to spin, but Qin Guohai heard nothing. He stared at the 2 overlapping fingerprint images on the screen. The ridge lines perfectly matched, the bifurcation points completely aligned, and the sweat pore distribution entirely consistent. 100 years. A person's fingerprints do not change from birth to death. This is the cornerstone of forensic science. Yet while fingerprints remain unchanged, people grow old and die. This person had not. Not even the degree of fingerprint where showed any change. Qin Guohai's legs went weak. He did not return to his chair but slid down against the operating table, sitting on the floor, the back of his head hitting the edge of the table. He felt no pain. A laugh escaped from his throat. It was small, breathy, and intermittent. Then it grew louder. The 73-year-old man sat on the laboratory floor, head tilted back, laughing so hard that tears streamed down the corners of his eyes, flowing into the hollow of his neck. Alive. His lips trembled, his voice shook, and even his glasses slipped down his nose, landing on his living history. The technician in the corner dropped his coffee cup. The porcelain shattered into 3 pieces on the floor. Coffee splattered on his trousers. He did not bend down to pick it up, but stared at Qin Guohai, his expression as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. Zhou Yiming returned from the doorway, circumventing Qin Guohai, and leaned down to look closely at the screen. He saw that number. 99. 97. His hand reached for the keyboard, wanting to pull up the original data. Don't touch that. Qin Guohai's voice came from the floor, not loud, but Zhou Yiming's hand withdrew. Qin Guohai got up from the floor, wiped his face, and adjusted his glasses back in place. His fingers flew across the keyboard, packaging all the comparison data and original images, applying 3 layers of encryption and sending it to an email with a 6-digit password. The owner of that email was known to know more than 5 people in this country. After finishing these tasks, Qin Guohai cleared all the caches on the workstation and turned to walk to the door. No one is to mention what happened tonight. He glanced at the technician and then at Zhou Yiming. If you do, the consequences are beyond my control, and you won't be able to bear them either. The door closed behind him. Zhou Yiming stood in the empty laboratory, staring at the blackened screen, licking his... He looked back at the broken coffee cup on the floor. The porcelain shards were still spinning. 400 kilometers away in a windowless office. The desk lamp was the only light source, illuminating a pair of hands resting on the mahogany tabletop. A cigarette was pinched between the fingers, burned down to the filter, the ash hovering steadily without dropping. A printout lay spread out on the desk, 3 pages, the top page stamped with a red confidentiality mark. Finally, the ash fell, landing on the second page of the printout. The hands extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray opened a drawer and retrieved a second cigarette. The lighter clicked. The flame illuminated the last line of the conclusion on the printout. A finger picked up the telephone receiver on the desk, dialing a 4-digit internal number. Indefinitely sealed. 3 words, and the receiver was replaced. When the third cigarette was lit, the encrypted phone on the desk vibrated. The source was an international number. The area code was Swiss. The phone vibrated 3 times, but no one answered. The screen darkened. 10 seconds later, it lit up again. This time it was not a call, but an encrypted message. 4 English words. We found him by the shores of Lake Geneva in the early morning. An ancient limestone castle stood by the water's edge as the lake breeze carried the chill of the Alps into the underground corridor, causing the flames on the candelabra to flicker suddenly. The basement had no windows. 12 LCD screens hung on the wall, 9 of which displayed the same footage. A satellite screenshot over the open sea pixelated to the limit, yet one could discern a human figure standing on the deck as a wall of water was taking shape before it. Bang! The crystal cup shattered on the marble floor, splattering red wine everywhere. The man sitting at the end of the long table did not look at the shards on the ground, his gaze fixed on the third screen, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fingers. Zoom in. The technician tapped the keyboard a few times. The image magnified, the outline of the figure became even blurrier, but the height of the water wall left a clear shadow data on the satellite image. 32 meters, sir. Based on the diffusion range of the ripples on the sea surface, this wall of water weighs over 4,000 tons. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with gray-white hair neatly combed, the cuffs of his tailored suit embroidered with the family crest, an eagle holding a rose. For 1,000 tons of water lifted by one person. The technician dared not respond. You all heard the last voice message sent by Arthur before he died. The man walked around the long table to stand in front of the screen. He said that the Chinese man blocked the simultaneous fire of 40 rifles with his palm. Sir, the internal analysis team believes this might be some kind of experimental military weapon. Shut up. The man turned around, his gaze sweeping across the 6 people seated at the table. A weapon. He picked up a yellowed file. In 1840, Queen Victoria's private medical records noted that a Chinese man cured her rheumatic heart disease using incomprehensible means. Turning the page of the file, he revealed a photocopy of a handwritten diary. In 1900, my great-grandfather's diary recorded that when the Allied forces invaded Beijing, a Chinese man in a long robe stood alone at the entrance of a courtyard as 36 soldiers fired the bullets, all deflected. The file was slammed onto the table. 184 years, the same person. The conference room fell silent for 3 seconds. Not a weapon, not technology. The man opened a drawer and took out an encrypted phone. It is him. Arthur was a fool, but he did one thing right before he died. He transmitted the facial data of that person back. Victor, there's a business deal. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, followed by a hoarse male voice with a Russian accent. Target. China, Beijing, a bookstore owner. What's the reward? $100 million. Capture him alive. Take everything from his shop. The other side chuckled. A bookstore owner is worth $100 million. If he were just a bookstore owner, I wouldn't be looking for you. The laughter stopped. Send the coordinates. The man hung up the phone and looked at the technical supervisor beside him. That girl has been live streaming recently. Keep a close watch on her signal source. I want real-time monitoring. His finger tapped on the satellite screenshot where the human figure was located. I want to know exactly who he is. On the same day at 2 in the afternoon. Beijing Huayan Alley. Lin Xia propped her phone on a stone table in the yard, aiming the camera at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan sat in a rattan chair holding an enamel mug in his left hand, while his right hand pinched a chess piece. The chair opposite him empty. In the nearby corridor hung a caged songbird. Brother, what chess are you playing alone? With an old friend. There's no one opposite. Chen Yuan did not look up, placing a black piece on the board. Lin Xia rolled her eyes and turned back to the phone screen. Dear family, look, this is my lazy cousin, 27 years old, living like he's 7 Taitwo, playing chess with the air in the afternoon. The live stream had 3,000 viewers, still increasing, with comments flying rapidly. Ha ha ha, is this the antique boss? Air chess player waiting for an opponent was the last time in the open sea reel. Stop being ridiculous. That video has been debunked. It was just special effects. Chen Yuan didn't lift his head, tossing a grain of millet into the birdcage. Your phone signal is poor. The picture is lagging. Lin Xia glared at him. This is your home Wi-Fi issue, not my phone's problem. Suddenly, a batch of English IDs appeared in the comments. Lin Xia did not notice, but Chen Yuan's gaze shifted from the birdcage to the phone screen before returning. Ding! A private message popped up. Lin Xia casually clicked it open and took a glance. Zhao Ku. This person is back. She read the content of the private message aloud. Miss Lin Xia, I have gathered sufficient evidence to prove that your cousin's so-called antiques all have unknown origins and are suspected of being stolen. If you do not cooperate in the investigation within 24 hours, I will formally report to the police with my lawyer team. Lin Xia laughed a loud laugh. Family, do you remember the fake goods blogger who was publicly humiliated by old Qin last time? He's back. The comments exploded. Does Zhao Ku have a persecution complex? Isn't being scolded by Qin Guohai laugh? People like this just rely on trickery to gain views. Zhao Ku's live stream was also on, and viewers from both streams began to visit each other. Zhao Ku sat in front of the camera wearing a suit and tie with a wall behind him filled with banners, and beside him stood a whiteboard covered in printed screenshots. Ladies and gentlemen, I Zhao Ku have been debunking fakes for 12 years, never wronging a good person. He picked up a pointer and pointed to the first screenshot on the whiteboard. This is a photo of the interior of Chen Yuan's old bookstore. Everyone take a look. Oh, all these so-called old books and antiques lack any legal proof of origin. The pointer moved to the second picture. This is a photo from the scene of the open sea incident. May I ask why someone who runs a bookstore would be present at a national-level salvage operation? His speech quickened, spittle flying onto the camera. I have already contacted 3 lawyers. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, I will personally lead a team to Huayan Alley and demand Chen Yuan provide proof of legal possession for all antiques. In Lin Xia's live stream, the comments split into two factions arguing fiercely. Lin Xia clutched her phone, her face flushed, her thumb hovering over Zhang Lei's name in the contacts. A hand pressed down on her phone. It was Chen Yuan's hand, still holding the enamel mug in the other. The steam from the tea wafted around his fingertips. Don't hit back. Brother, this person is spreading rumors. Isn't it enough that he reported false information last time? Chen Yuan released his grip, hung the birdcage back on the wooden hook in the corridor, and brushed off the millet crumbs from his hands. A clown. He returned the chess piece to the chess box, took a sip from the tea mug, and gazed beyond the courtyard wall at the alley entrance. Let him make a fuss. Something more interesting is coming tonight. Lin Xia froze. What is it? Chen Yuan stood up from the rattan chair, stretched lazily, and shuffled it. Wrap up the live stream early and go to bed. I've only been streaming for half an hour. The door curtain swayed twice with no response. Lin Xia stared at the curtain for 5 seconds. She had known Chen Yuan for 23 years. This person talked a lot of nonsense, but seldom spoke seriously, yet whenever he did, he was never off the mark. She shivered, turned to the phone, and forced a smile. Let's end it here for today, family. My brother is pushing me to sleep. The live stream ended. She locked the yard gate, went upstairs, and lay in bed tossing and turning. What exactly is this more interesting thing? After 20 minutes of pondering, sleepiness took over, and her phone slipped from her hand, resting beside her pillow. Her breathing steadied. At 11 o'clock at night, the streetlights in Huayan Alley went out. Not just one. The entire alley from the entrance to the end went dark. A resident in the apartment building cursed powers out again, and then the curtains were drawn shut. The moonlight was mostly obscured by clouds, visibility less than 3 meters. For shadows scaled over the wall at the end of the alley. No sound. The fabric of the tactical stealth suits absorbed all light as the four moved along the wall, maintaining an exact distance of 1.5 meters. The leader lowered the night vision goggles and signaled with his right hand. 2 of them circled towards the bookstore's front door, while the other 2 climbed up the drainpipe to the second-floor balcony. The person on the drainpipe climbed swiftly, gloves gripping the cast iron pipe, the rubber soles of his shoes stepping on the seams, making no sound of metal clashing throughout. 8 seconds, the second-floor balcony. The leader Victor crouched outside the balcony railing, peering through the glass door inside. The living room was empty. He reached out to probe the glass door's latch. Just as his finger grazed the metal handle, he halted. Something was off. His instincts sent the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. It was too quiet. This building had no security equipment, no cameras, no infrared alarms, not even a target worth $100 million lived in an old building without even installing a security window. He glanced back at his partner, who also sensed it and had already reached for the gun holster at his waist. The glass door opened from the inside. No one pushed it. The door opened by itself. In the darkness behind the door, a pair of eyes was watching them. Meanwhile, a light sound came from the yard. The enamel mug was lifted. Water was being drunk. Victor's pupils contracted, and he swiftly turned the night vision goggles towards the yard. A figure sat in the rattan chair. In a long blue robe, legs crossed, holding an enamel mug. The lid of the cup tapped against its rim, producing a faint clink. He had no idea when that person had sat down. Just a moment ago, when he glanced at that chair, it had been empty. Chen Yuan's gaze pierced through the night, settling on his face. You're here, so you might as well have a cup of tea before you leave. The hand resting on the balcony railing froze. The cold wind from the balcony rushed into the room, and the night was as dark as ink that could not be dissolved. The mercenary, codenamed Spider, stood by the railing, his entire face hidden in the shadow of tactical goggles. He was a retired veteran of the French Foreign Legion, with 14 years of battlefield bloodshed under his belt, having claimed 37 lives, making him a top-tier assassin in the industry. At this moment, in the infrared imaging of his goggles, a clear human-shaped heat source was rising from the bed in the second-floor bedroom. The girl was breathing evenly, deeply asleep, utterly unaware of the silent, encroaching danger. What truly tightened his heart was the abnormal data jumping continuously in his goggles. The temperature readings in the corner of his field of vision fluctuated wildly. 37°C, 42°C, and then jumped to the upper limit, followed by a flurry of garbled data. Error, threat level undefined, threat level cannot be defined. The shrill alarm shattered the tranquility of the night vision goggles, with LED red lights flashing wildly, almost blinding him. Spider's body instantly bristled with sweat as instincts honed from 15 years of life and death experiences went into overdrive. Danger, extreme, unknown danger. He quickly raised his hand to signal for silence, indicating his teammate to hold back, but the partner on the other side had already leaped onto the balcony, landing perfectly with a standard posture, his knee cushioning the impact, right hand firmly gripping a Glock pistol, and a low voice came through the bone conduction earpiece. The target hostage is inside. We can proceed. The partner pressed closer to the slightly ajar bedroom door, fingers resting on the doorknob, gently pushing it down. As the door opened a crack, the room was eerily silent, with only the girl's even breathing escaping. In that critical moment between life and death, a waft of refreshing Longjing tea aroma drifted in from 3 steps behind, diluting the cold smell of gunpowder in the night. "You have dirted my floor." A flat voice, languid and relaxed like an ordinary person awakened from a deep dream in the dead of night, devoid of any murderous intent, yet it made Spider's blood run cold. He spun around at the speed of human limits, completing a 180-degree turn in 0.3 seconds, and aimed his gun straight ahead, finger tightening on the trigger. 3 shots fired with 9mm parabellum rounds, leaving the barrel at a speed of 370 meters per second, aimed directly at the opponent's head, precise and deadly. But the bullets flew less than 10 centimeters before suddenly halting in midair. There was no deceleration, no deviation, just absolute, complete stillness. 3 copper bullets hovered in the night, the rifling patterns clearly visible, the tips of the bullets deformed and flattened by an invisible force, as if they had violently struck against an imperceptible barrier. The next second, the 3 bullets simultaneously fell. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of metal striking the ground was particularly jarring in the dead of night. The partner's pupils constricted. Without time to think, he directly pulled the trigger, emptying an entire magazine in 2 seconds. All 17 rounds fired, the gun trembling slightly. The outcome was no different. All the bullets hung in the air, deformed, and fell scattered densely on the wooden floor like a pile of useless scrap metal. Spider's gaze crossed the sea of bullet casings, finally making out a figure in the shadows. On the armchair at the corner of the second-floor hallway, an unknown person had appeared at some point. Chen Yuan was draped in a loose, old, coarse cloth nightgown, sleeves casually rolled up, black hair falling loosely, fingers holding a white porcelain teacup from which steam rose, the warm tea clear and pure. He appeared relaxed, lazily leaning against the back of the chair with a calm expression, like an ordinary homeowner disturbed from a good dream, completely ignoring the deadly threat before him. The corridor that had been empty just 3 seconds before was now devoid of anything. No one knew when he had appeared, nor how he had moved. "In my bookstore there is a rule." Chen Yuan slightly raised his eyes, his gaze casually sweeping over the 2 men's combat boots stained with night. "If you dirty the floor, you must pay with your life." He lowered his gaze to the bullet casings scattered at his feet, lightly furrowing his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of impatience at being disturbed, noisy. As he spoke, he raised his hand to pour out the remaining warm tea from his cup. At the moment the tea left the cup, it suddenly disintegrated and vaporized into 7 or 8 tiny droplets, each carrying a trail of white steam, moving far faster than a bullet, too quick for the naked eye to discern. 2 muffled, piercing sounds rang out simultaneously. The partner on the balcony suddenly had his knees blown apart, flesh rolling, bone fragments mixed with blood splattering out, his kneecap shattered. The pain exceeded the limits of nerve conduction, his throat opened wide, yet no howl escaped, his body froze in place, utterly incapacitated. Spider's right knee was also hit, a tremendous force coursing through him, causing him to crouch down heavily on one knee. The pistol slipped from his hand, 10 fingers dug into the gaps of the wooden floor, nails turned out and bled, and the excruciating pain spread throughout his body. Downstairs, 2 short, muffled groans were heard, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The 2 teammates who had burst through the front door were swiftly dealt with. In just 2 seconds, the entire elite mercenary team had completely lost its combat capability. Chen Yuan set down his teacup, slowly rising his cloth shoes, lightly treading over the sea of bullet casings and bloodstains, his steps leisurely and unhurried as he walked over to Spider. "Who sent you?" Spider gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with utmost fear as he stared intently at the young man before him. He had fought for half a lifetime, seen ruthless thugs unafraid of death and power-hungry tyrants, yet he had never encountered such an eerie and terrifying existence. The other party's eyes held no killing intent, no anger, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation, calm to the point of indifference, as if one was gazing down at ants beneath their feet, insignificant and unworthy. His psychological defenses crumbled completely. "Geneva, the castle." He gasped, words breaking. $100 million. "To capture you alive, clear out everything in the store." Chen Yuan, hearing this, slightly tilted his head, glancing at the old books lining the walls and the dusty antique shelves behind him. $100 million. He murmured softly, his tone flat and unperturbed. "That's not too outrageous." Just then the bedroom door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Lin Xia, with disheveled hair, stood at the doorway, sleepily clutching a slipper, clearly awakened by the commotion downstairs. "Cousin, what are you?" Her voice abruptly cut off. Her gaze suddenly fell on the blood-soaked figure kneeling on one knee, and her pupils dilated sharply, the slipper slipping from her hand and hitting the floor with a soft thud. Fear instantly seized her mind. "Ah!" Just as the piercing scream was about to escape her throat, a warm hand suddenly covered her mouth. Chen Yuan's voice was close to her ear, light and helpless. "Don't scream, you're disturbing the peace." He released his hand, casually took out his phone and handed it to the trembling Lin Xia, his tone as ordinary, as if instructing her on daily chores. "Call Zhao Taizhan." Lin Xia was completely stiff, her fingers trembling so much she could barely hold the phone call. "Who?" Have him come to collect the garbage. Chen Yuan turned to glance at the several mercenaries lying on the ground, his tone casual, 4 of them still breathing. After saying this, he turned and walked downstairs, stopping momentarily to add lightly, with a touch of the mundane, "By the way, the blood on the floor, you are responsible for cleaning it up tomorrow." Lin Xia's mind was blank as she mechanically dialed the number, her fingers trembling so much that she struggled to unlock the screen. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the aftermath was far from over. The foreman team led by Spider was all heavily injured, no one daring to move recklessly. However, Chen Yuan had not killed them, sparing their lives. The 2 mercenaries, severely wounded by the shards of tea, struggled to crawl through the pool of blood, enduring extreme pain as they fled toward the alley. Spider also snapped back to reality, enduring the pain of broken bones, awkwardly getting to his feet and staggering backward. They did not dare to look back, not daring to stay a second longer. The overwhelming terror pressing down on them felt like a finely honed blade poised to take their lives. In the ambush, 3 out of 4 escaped with severe injuries, while 1 collapsed on the spot, all losing their ability to fight. Chen Yuan stood in the center of the courtyard, enveloped by the night, his aura quietly shifting. The previously relaxed and easygoing vibe entirely faded, replaced by a chilling solitude that enveloped him. He gazed at the bloodstains and shattered antiques on the ground, his eyes calm and unperturbed, yet his heart was crystal clear. Someone had completely grasped his whereabouts, fixated on his secrets, and glimpsed his extraordinary abilities. This would not be the last wave of trouble. The encrypted phone in his pocket suddenly lit up. 3 unread messages, the source clearly marked, Geneva, Switzerland. The first message: "We found you too." The second message: "We know what you are." The third message: "We want to make a deal." Chen Yuan lightly tapped the screen, silent for 3 seconds, then slowly typed 4 words and sent them out. "Come to Beijing." The moment the message was sent, a frantic phone alarm rang out from the 2nd floor, sharp and deafening, cutting through the night's tranquility. Lin Xia had slept too soundly, rolling off the bed and dropping her phone, which conveniently unlocked and lit up. Incoming call, Qin Guohai. Chen Yuan's figure flickered silently, gliding back to the 3rd floor bedroom. Lin Xia rubbed her aching arm, groggily answering the phone, her voice hoarse from just waking up. "Old Qin. What time is it?" On the other end, Qin Guohai's tone was filled with unprecedented urgency and panic, his breathing erratic, filled with anxiety. "Lin Xia, you must leave Huayan Alley immediately. The sooner the better." "What happened?" Lin Xia instantly became more alert, a sense of unease swelling in her heart. "The internet exploded." Qin Guohai's voice was low but could not hide the overwhelming fear. "I'll send you the link right away. You'll understand once you see it." Lin Xia clicked on the forwarded link, her finger just touching the play button when she froze in place, her entire body turning cold. The video quality was not particularly clear, but it was a complete nighttime surveillance view directly facing the bookstore's 2nd floor window. In the video, 4 fully armed shadows climbed through the window to ambush, and then a young figure in a coarse cloth nightgown defied the laws of physics, hovering in midair, descending gracefully, crushing the deadly threat. This video had already surged to the trending list, with view counts skyrocketing to 3 million and continuing to rise at a terrifying speed. The comment section was completely overwhelmed, with dense barrage comments flooding the screen, causing a stir across the internet. Is this special effect too real? It outclasses all online fantasy dramas. Does anyone recognize this place? It looks like Huayan Alley in Beijing. Huayan Alley. Isn't that Chen Yuan's old bookstore? Damn, is this really superpower? Or practical special effects? Lin Xia's fingers trembled violently, her heart racing uncontrollably. Have they traced the source of the video? She asked, her voice quaking. It came from the dark web. Qin Guohai spoke rapidly, his tone extremely grave. Someone hacked into the mercenaries' satellite live streaming equipment, recording the battle in real time, and now it's spreading wildly to major platforms in the country. The whole internet will know within half an hour. Lin Xia, listen to me, evacuate immediately. This place will soon be. A warm hand gently pressed on her shoulder, interrupting the urgent warning. Lin Xia turned her head and collided with Chen Yuan's deep, calm gaze. In the dim night, deep within his eyes, there seemed to be sparks quietly igniting, serene, yet concealing sharpness. No need to leave. Chen Yuan took the phone, his voice shedding the usual warmth, taking on a hint of ancient raspy gravitas, the weight of centuries pressing in. Old Qin, it's me. On the other end of the line, Qin Guohai was clearly taken aback, then became even more anxious. Chen Yuan, you must immediately activate the highest emergency protocol, leave your current location, and hide your tracks. This matter has already exceeded our control. Chen Yuan abruptly hung up the phone, raising his finger lightly as he walked towards the window. Outside, Huayan Alley remained silent, streetlights unlit, the crescent moon hidden behind thick clouds, the night thick as ink. Yet at the end of the skyline, faint lights were rapidly approaching, the roar growing closer and clearer. They're here. Chen Yuan gently tapped on the glass window. Bang! The entire glass suddenly shattered, yet no shards flew apart. All the glass fragments floated in front of him, layered upon each other, forming a transparent solid barrier that blocked the night wind and deadly threat outside. Lin Xia stood in place, utterly stunned. At that moment, she truly understood that her cousin whom she had known for 23 years was never an ordinary antique shop owner. His extraordinary nature was not limited to eternal life. His powers were continuing to awaken, constantly ascending, and at an ever-increasing speed. Chen Yuan slowly turned his gaze, falling on Lin Xia, his tone calm, yet imbued with an irreversible determination. Lin Xia, get ready. Ready for what? Lin Xia's voice trembled, filled with apprehension and unease. Chen Yuan looked towards the approaching faint lights in the sky, his eyes swirling with stormy clouds, quietly saying, get ready for the whole world to know of my existence. The roar completely enveloped the old alley. 5 armed helicopters broke through the night, lined up low in the sky, their onboard lights piercing through the darkness, illuminating the entire Huayan alley as bright as day. On a dark night with a fierce wind, the world would soon know. The right hand of the wolf spider brushed against the outer thigh. There was something unusual strapped there. A titanium alloy exoskeleton thruster, military grade, worth $400,000 on the black market, capable of accelerating a human body to 120 kilometers per hour in 3 seconds. Chen Yuan witnessed his actions, but did not intervene. He lifted the teacup to his lips and blew away the foam. The wolf spider pressed the activation button, and the mini turbines on both sides of his calves ignited simultaneously. His body was propelled off the floor, the shattered knees forcefully bearing the weight with the aid of the thruster. He bit down on a molar, blood frothing from the corner of his mouth. The glass shattered. The floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony exploded into a shower of shards as he crashed into it, his body already halfway up the old locust tree in the yard, hands gripping the trunk as he climbed upward. He moved with a speed that belied his shattered knee. Chen Yuan sat in the armchair, tilting his head slightly. Now that you're here, what's the rush? He raised his right hand, fingers curling in the direction of the locust tree outside the window. The night wind blew past, and a few withered yellow locust leaves detached from the branches, spiraling down into his open palm. 3 leaves. Dried, curled at the edges, the veins nearly crumbled. Chen Yuan's wrist flickered. The motion was as light as brushing ash off his fingertips. A sound of tearing air erupted. It was not the wind, but a sonic boom. The 3 leaves ripped through the air, trailing visible white streaks as they shot out from the hole in the second-floor balcony. 2 screams echoed from the yard. They did not sound like human voices, more like the cries of beasts being strangled by steel cables. The wolf spider's body was pinned against the locust tree trunk 2.5 meters off the ground, his feet dangling. 1 leaf pierced through his ballistic vest, the edge embedding into his shoulder blade, only half of the leaf stalk visible outside. The surrounding Kevlar fibers appeared scorched, their edges charred. His last subordinate hung lower, a leaf embedded in his right shoulder, and another in his left thigh, his body spread-eagled against the bark, mouth agape, eyes rolling back, already faint from pain. The exoskeleton thruster continued to idle, the blue flames from the turbines licking the bark, producing a charred smell. Chen Yuan set his teacup on the armrest, stood up, and walked to the edge of the balcony to glance down. It's crooked, the one on the left is off by 2 centimeters. He muttered to himself, his tone akin to critiquing a poorly hung painting. The commotion upstairs finally jolted Lin Xia out of bed. Her door slammed open as she rushed into the hallway, hair tousled, the button on her nightgown misfastened. Cousin, what was that noise? Her gaze swept over the scattered bullet casings on the living room floor, the bullet holes in the wall, and then to the 2 figures hanging from the locust tree outside the balcony. Ah! Her scream echoed down the entire alley. Chen Yuan rubbed his ears. I told you not to scream. There are people hanging from the tree. You want me to be quiet? Lin Xia's voice cracked, pointing toward the balcony, her body recoiling. They are bad people. Bad people are still people. How did they end up like that? Are those leaves? Chen Yuan did not answer, for the yard's gate had just been smashed open. Not pushed open, but smashed open. Lin Xia had heard the sound of the hydraulic door breacher countless times at the police academy, but she had never heard it in her own home. The beam of a flashlight swept up from the first-floor, footsteps thundered, the sound of tactical boots hitting the wooden stairs was heavy and urgent. Don't move. Everyone raised their hands to their heads. The command abruptly ceased upon seeing the scene in the living room. Zhang Lei was the first to rush upstairs, his tactical flashlight clamped under the barrel of his gun, the beam sweeping across the floor. Bullet casings at least 30 scattered on the wooden floor, the brass reflecting light under the beam. His pupils contracted slightly. The beam continued to move, illuminating the wall. There were no bullet holes. Over 30 bullets fired, yet not a single hole in the wall. All the bullets were flattened, piled on the floor in front of the armchair, resembling discarded scrap metal. Zhang Lei's flashlight turned toward the balcony outside. The beam struck the old locust tree, clearly showing the 2 figures pinned to the trunk. The gasps of the special police officers behind him were heard one after another. Is that a leaf? A voice trembled. Zhang Lei holstered his gun and turned around. Chen Yuan had sat back down in the armchair, seemingly having refilled his teacup, looking down while blowing on the hot tea. Zhang Lei approached, standing directly in front of the armchair, his legs straight. He wanted to say something, but his lips moved without a sound. The director's original words spun 3 times in his mind. 27 Huayan Alley, just observe, don't interfere, don't ask, don't touch. If anything happens, your only job is to ensure the safety of the surrounding civilians. At the time, he thought the director was overreacting. Why deploy the special police team on 24-hour surveillance for someone running a bookstore? Now he understood. Sweat soaked through the lining of his ballistic vest, chilling against his spine. Chen Yuan lifted his eyelids to glance at him. You're half an hour late. Zhang Lei's Adam's apple bobbed his voice low. Mr. Chen, these people. They are mercenaries from Geneva. Someone offered $100 million for the items in my store. Those two up in the tree. He nodded toward the two. Alive, no critical injuries, you can take them away. Zhang Lei glanced back at the two leaves that had pierced the ballistic vests, then looked at Chen Yuan, who was casually sipping tea with his legs crossed, swallowing all his questions. Stand down, take them away. He commanded his team behind him, his voice regaining its usual firmness, though the knuckles gripping the radio turned white. Lin Xia cowered in the corner of the hallway, watching the special police officers remove the two men from the tree, not daring to utter a word throughout the entire process. When the last special police officer's figure disappeared at the staircase, she finally moved to Chen Yuan's side, squatting down and looking up at him. Cousin. Who exactly are you? Chen Yuan looked down at her, silent for 3 seconds. Just a bookstore owner. He stood up, placing the teacup in the kitchen sink, pausing at the staircase. Zhao Ku is coming to cause trouble tomorrow. Lin Xia nodded, still recovering from the shock. Chen Yuan walked down the stairs, his footsteps slow and steady. Perfect. The bookstore's first floor is too small. Some things need to see the light of day. Lin Xia chased to the staircase, peering down. What things? Chen Yuan had already reached the farthest wall of the first floor bookshelf, his finger pressing against the spine of a book on the third shelf. With a click, a crack appeared in the wall. A wave of stale air rushed out from the gap, carrying the scent of bronze rust and the mustiness of rice paper. Lin Xia leaned over the stair railing, her neck stretching like a goose. Cousin, is there a secret door behind your book? Chen Yuan did not look back, his fingers sliding down the crack, the entire wall, silently retreating inward, revealing a stone staircase leading down. There were no lights on the staircase, but a faint blue light emanated from the depths. You've lived here for 3 years and didn't notice. Lin Xia gaped, unable to close her mouth. She truly had not noticed. She had leaned against this wall to read, stuck sticky notes on it, and even vomited at its base once when drunk. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance of the staircase, glancing back at her. When that Zhao person comes tomorrow, keep the live stream on. Why? Isn't he asking me to show proof of legal ownership of the antiques? Chen Yuan's lips twitched slightly, not quite a smile, but Lin Xia saw it. He'll show him something that guarantees he'll never dare to fake again. The secret door at the staircase entrance closed again, the wall returning to its original appearance, seamless. Lin Xia stood in the middle of the stairs, her toes digging into the rubber soles of her slippers, staring at the wall for a full 10 seconds. She pulled out her phone, opened the notes app, and shakily typed a line. Cousin's house has a basement. Not sure how big. Not sure what's inside. People might die tomorrow. After typing, she deleted it, locked the screen, and stuffed the phone into her nightgown pocket. In the yard downstairs, Zhang Lei's radio crackled intermittently, transmitting commands to regroup. The places where the locust tree had been pierced showed 2 holes, the edges neat, as if cut by a knife. 2 leaves still stuck inside trembled gently in the breeze. Zhao Ke's video was uploaded at 4:17 in the morning. The title was highlighted in bold red, confirmed. Huayan Alley is closed at night, and the antiquities dealer Chen Yuan has been detained by the police. The accompanying image was a photograph of the special police convoy parked at the alley entrance, taken from an unusual angle that perfectly captured the military loudspeakers and breaching tools. Within half an hour, the comment section was flooded with 20,000 messages, all echoing the same sentiment. I said long ago that this person has issues. How could a bookstore owner possess so many antiques? They should have investigated him during that public auction. He's clearly smuggling. Is Lin Xia also an accomplice? Shouldn't we look into her shielding crimes? Zhao Ke sat in front of the computer, staring at the soaring data, a smile creeping onto his lips. Behind him stood a person wearing a baseball cap, the brim pulled low, with dozens of WeChat group messages bouncing on his phone screen. Brother Qian, when will the third wave of trolls be released? The person under the cap did not look up, swiping his thumb across the screen. It's already been done. We bought 3 spots on the Weibo trending list, and arrangements have been made on Douyin as well. It should break into the top 5 before 8 o'clock. Zhao Ke rubbed his hands together. Good, once it trends, I'll go live, bringing in a team of lawyers to confront them directly. The person under the cap put away his phone, his tone lacking any fluctuation. The final payment. After the job is done, now. Zhao Ke gritted his teeth and transferred 500,000 yuan. At 7 in the morning, Lin Xia was jolted awake by her phone. It wasn't an alarm, but a message notification ringing continuously for more than 40 seconds. She unlocked the screen to find over 900 unread WeChat messages, all links sent by classmates and friends. She opened the first one, Zhao Ke's video. The second one was a screenshot of the Weibo trending list. Antiquities dealer in Huayan Alley caught, with a view count of 120 million. Lin Xia's hands began to tremble. She scrolled down to the comment section where the front rows were filled with insults directed at her. Lin Xia is just an accomplice. Oh, what's the point of attending police academy? How can someone like her be a police officer? Is there any hope for the common people? A call popped up on her phone, the number indicating it was from the station. Lin Xia answered, and on the other end was Wang Wei's voice, speaking so fast it sounded like he was reciting a tongue twister. Lin Xia, listen to me. The station has called an emergency meeting. You must cut off your live stream today. The trending topic is already up and we cannot. Director Wang. Lin Xia's voice was hoarse, but she did not cry. Do you know what happened last night? What happened? Someone broke into my house with a gun for mercenaries with a bounty of $100 million. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Wang Wei's tone shifted, adopting a cautiousness Lin Xia had never heard before. Are you? Okay. I'm fine and my cousin handled it. Your cousin? Did he do it alone? Lin Xia didn't answer as she herself hadn't fully processed the events of last night. Director Wang, I will not shut down the live stream today. Lin Xia, are you crazy? The entire internet is bashing you. Let them curse. Lin Xia hung up the phone, running barefoot in slippers down the stairs. The living room floor had been cleaned, the shell casings were gone, and the broken glass had been replaced with new. Outside on the balcony, the old locust tree had been filled in with wood wax at 2 holes barely noticeable unless looked at closely. Lin Xia dashed to the first floor, and the wrought-tan chair behind the counter was empty. The teacup was still there, warm and half-drunk. Her gaze swept across the bookshelf, stopping at the wall at the very back. The wall was open. That hidden door she had seen last night was now ajar with a light shining on the stone steps. Lin Xia walked over and leaned down to peer inside. At the bottom of the stone steps stood Chen Yuan, dressed in a clean gray long shirt, his hair tied up, holding something in his hand. Copper green palms, eyes shaped like a key, but the grooves on the blade were complex, unlike modern craftsmanship. Chen Yuan looked up upon seeing her and waved. Girl, start the live stream. Lin Xia was taken aback. Now. Chen Yuan spun the bronze key between his fingers. Come down with me. Lin Xia took out her phone, her fingers still trembling, but she bit her lip and opened the live stream. The moment the camera turned on, the flood of incoming viewers made her phone lag slightly. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. The barrage of comments flooded in with insults making up 70%. Oh, you still dare to go live? Just wait, Zhao Ku is coming with lawyers, you can't escape. Accomplice of an antiquities dealer. Lin Xia ignored the comments and directed the camera towards Chen Yuan at the bottom of the stone steps. Everyone, today my cousin said he wants to show you something. Her voice was still shaking, but her steps did not falter as she followed Chen Yuan down. In the basement, the space that had once brought Qin Guohai to tears reappeared on camera. Bronzeware, bamboo slips, silk paintings, each item gleamed with the patina of time under the light. Someone in the comments recognized this place. Wow, isn't this the basement where old Qin came last time? Fake, all high-quality replicas. Chen Yuan didn't stop, heading straight to the innermost brick wall of the basement. Lin Xia followed behind the camera, shaking slightly. Cousin, where are you going? That's a dead end. Chen Yuan stood in front of the brick wall, raising his right hand and pointing the bronze key at the lower middle part of the wall. One brick was half a shade darker than the surrounding ones, with dried clay wedged into gaps. When the key was inserted, Lin Xia heard a sound. It wasn't the click of a lock, but the sound of gears engaging, resonating from within the wall, deep and prolonged, like some giant mechanism awakening. The entire wall began to vibrate. Dust trickled down from the brick seams, and Lin Xia instinctively stepped back, nearly dropping her phone. The brick wall cracked open in the middle, with the walls on either side retracting inward, not fast, but with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble. It wasn't that no one was typing, everyone had forgotten to type. The crack widened, revealing a layer of dim yellow light, not from electric lamps, but resembling the glow of burning oil. Lin Xia raised her phone high, the camera peering into the crack. The moment the image stabilized, the number of viewers in the live stream jumped from 800,000 to 1,500,000. It wasn't antiques. It wasn't paintings. It was gold bars. In rows and layers, neatly stacked from the ground to a height of half a person, each one was a standard tin-tail format, engraved with traditional characters and the Republic of China year. Not just one box, not just one pile. It was an entire wall. One wall on the left, one wall on the right, and directly facing the camera, yet another wall. The gold bars on the 3 walls, illuminated by the flame of the oil lamp, turned the entire space into a blinding warm yellow. Lin Xia's mouth hung open, her phone raised high, unable to utter a word. After a full 3 seconds of silence, in the comments, chaos erupted. Chen Yuan stood in the midst of the mountain of gold, turning around to look at the millions of stunned faces in the camera. His expression remained unchanged, his tone as flat as when he urged Lin Xia to pay rent. Wasn't Zhao asking to see the proof of ownership? He casually picked up the nearest gold bar, flipping it over to reveal a line of small characters engraved on the back. Lin Xia leaned in closer, and the camera zoomed in. The writing was clear. Republic of China year 26, 3rd batch from the Military Supplies Bureau, number 0739. Chen Yuan tossed the gold bar back to its place, producing a dull metallic clink. Let him come, I'll be waiting. Outside the live stream, Zhao Ke's car had just turned into the entrance of Heian Alley. On his phone screen, an assistant sent a screenshot of the live stream. Zhao Ke stared for 3 seconds, his pupils dilating, then slammed his hand on the steering wheel. Fake. It's definitely fake. He pressed down on the accelerator, speeding up. Gold bars. Military Supplies Bureau of the Republic. This is even more solid evidence of Zhao Ke's live stream audience exceeded 5 million. He held his phone up to the screen, capturing the image of Lin Xia on the other side, his finger jabbing at the wall of gold bars, his voice piercing and shrill. Do you see this? Everyone sees it, right? A bookstore owner has hundreds of gold bars hidden at home. Isn't this just stolen goods? There's more here than in a bank robbery. The barrage of comments went wild as the viewers in Zhao Ke's and Lin Xia's streams surged simultaneously, their comment sections resembling 2 crashing torrents. Everyone on Zhao Ke's side was calling for the police. On Lin Xia's side, insults dominated the discussion. Lin Xia stood in front of the mountain of gold, her wrist trembling, causing the camera to shake. She turned to Chen Yuan, her lips moving slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Cousin, moi, is this legal? Chen Yuan leaned against the stone wall beside the pile of gold bars, his hands tucked within his sleeves, not raising his eyelids. What do you think? I think. Lin Xia swallowed hard. If Captain Zhang bursts in right now, I wouldn't even have a place to run. Chen Yuan extended his right hand from his sleeve and pulled out a gold bar from the nearest row. It wasn't the one from earlier. This bar's surface did not exhibit the uniform dark gold hue of the others. Its side bore a patch of deep brown stains, dry and cracked, embedded into the metal's texture. Blood that had solidified for over 80 years. Chen Yuan wiped away the surface dust with his thumb, flipped the gold bar over to show its bottom, and brought it close to Lin Xia's phone camera. Zoom in. Lin Xia pinched the screen, enlarging the image. The bottom of the gold bar was inscribed with 2 lines of traditional Chinese characters, the strokes neat and deep, engraved into the gold, more than a millimeter deep. In the 26th year of the Republic, the Songhu National Salvation Association was fundraising. The barrage paused for half a second. Then someone typed Songhu. 1937. Chen Yuan placed the gold bar back in its original position and dusted off his hands. In the 26th year of the Republic, during the Battle of Songhu, there was a nationwide fundraising effort for the war, with significant contributions from the Shanghai business community. His tone was as casual as discussing yesterday's weather. This batch of gold set sail from Shanghai, transported by water to Chongqing, but was sunk by the Japanese military in Anhui, along with the ship and its crew, which sank to the bottom of the river. Official records state that all were lost with no survivors. Lin Xia's mouth fell open, her phone nearly slipping from her grip. The barrage began to change. Wait, this is war funding. Impossible, how could such things be in a bookstore's basement? Fake, it must be a made-up. Zhao Ke saw this comment and reacted faster than the barrage. Everyone listen to me. Zhao Ke leaned closer to the camera, his expression exaggerated, as if performing a skit. Whatever he says is true. Who can't carve a few characters? I can find a master to carve a wall for you in half an hour. This kind of person excels at weaving stories, the more outrageous the better, because they know you don't understand history. His live stream was filled with applause. Lin Xia bit her lip, unsure of what to say, the camera still focused on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan did not look at his phone, his gaze fixed in the direction of the basement entrance, his ears twitching slightly. They're coming. Before Lin Xia could react, sounds came from upstairs. Footsteps hurried and light. The noise on the wooden stairs wasn't heavy like military boots, but rather like dress shoes stumbling and nearly tripping several times. Someone was shouting. Where are they? The voice was aged, laced with a sob, and he was panting heavily. Lin Xia recognized that voice. She had heard it countless times during preparation for a National Museum documentary last month. An elderly man in a white shirt rushed down the stone steps, not wearing a coat, the hem of his shirt half ducked out of his pants, his hair disheveled, reading glasses askew on his nose, and his left hand clenched around a black leather instrument bag. He was the honorary director of the National Museum. Lin Xia had seen his photo in the general knowledge textbook at the police academy. In the photo, he was always impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair neatly combed. The elderly man before her was a stark contrast to the one in the photo. He rushed to the pile of gold bars, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The sound of his dress shoes scraping against the stone floor was sharp, and the thud of his knees hitting the ground made Lin Xia instinctively flinch. The old man pulled out a magnifying glass from his instrument bag, his hands shaking violently, aligning the lens to examine the engraving on the bottom of the nearest gold bar. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. His shoulders began to shake. The magnifying glass slipped from his hand, struck the gold bar, bounced off, and rolled to the ground. A sob escaped his throat, not a wail, but that kind of choking sound that comes from holding back emotions for too long. His entire being collapsed over the pile of gold bars, his forehead against the cold metal surface. I found it. His voice was so fragmented it was almost inaudible. My grandfather wrote for a lifetime. 3 tons of war funding the Songhu National Salvation Association, the sunken ship in Anhui. He searched until his death. The old man raised his head, his reading glasses covered in tears, his eyes red and bloodshot behind the lenses. 60 years, 3 generations of the Song family, 60 years. The live stream fell silent, the sound of the old man's breathing distinctly audible. The barrage section was left with a single question mark repeating endlessly. Zhao Ke's live stream fell silent as well. He opened his mouth, his hands suspended in midair, unsure of what to say. 3 seconds later, he snapped back to reality, his voice an octave lower, but still defiant. Is this an act? Who is this old man? Did he hire a background actor? Someone in the barrage replied, Are you blind? That's Song Ci, the director of the National Museum. Zhao Ke's finger froze. In the basement, Song Ci got up from the ground, turned to Chen Yuan, his lips trembling, trying to speak, but something was lodged in his throat. Chen Yuan stood still, looking down at him, not offering a hand to help. The item that the old man from the Song family asked you to find is here. Song Ci's knees buckled again, pinned in place by Chen Yuan's gaze. Don't kneel, your grandfather never kneeled back then. Song Ci gritted his teeth and straightened his legs, tears still flowing down his cheeks, nodding silently, unable to speak. Chen Yuan turned around, facing the camera. Lin Xia saw his expression change, no longer the usual lazy indifference, but something indescribable in his brows and eyes. Heavy. In 1937, when this batch of gold sank, there were 11 people guarding it. His voice was soft, but the echo in the basement carried each word into the camera. 11 people, the oldest was Fortitwo, the youngest 17. When the ship was bombed, they didn't flee, throwing gold bars from the hold to the shore for 3 hours, while the Japanese machine guns were firing. In the end, only one survived, lost his left leg and his right eye, and crawled for 4 days to deliver the location of the hidden gold to the rear. Chen Yuan paused. That person's surname was Song. Song Ci's body trembled, his teeth chattering. The barrage in the live stream had completely shifted direction, a torrent of comments obscuring the screen. Chen Yuan reached for a gold bar, weighing it in his palm, before placing it back. 3 tons, 2,400 bars, worth approximately $1.5 billion at today's gold prices. He looked at the camera, his tone returning to that familiar one he used when collecting rent. Including principal and interest, I will donate everything to the national treasury today. The barrage exploded. A system notification popped up on Lin Xia's phone. The number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 8 million. Song Ci wiped his face, his voice hoarse. Mr. Chen, how could this batch of war funding end up in your hands? Chen Yuan did not answer. His gaze fell upon the bloodstained gold bar, and he remained silent for 3 seconds. Then he spoke a sentence that silenced the entire live stream once again. Because I was the one who bombed that ship back then. Song Ci's cries had yet to cease. His forehead pressed against the gold bar, tears streamed down his nose, landing on the dried bloodstain that had remained for 86 years. Chen Yuan stood 3 steps away, watching as the tears seeped into the crack of the blood mark. His gaze sharpened. Something was wrong. The bloodstain on the gold bar was changing color, shifting from deep brown to dark red, as if something was saturating it anew. It wasn't Song Ci's tears. It was light. A faint layer of blue fluorescence seeped from the surface of the gold bar, spreading slowly along the engraved grooves, its pace leisurely. Lin Xia was the first to sense something amiss. Her phone screen displayed static. The image shook slightly. Cousin, your eyes. A water streak appeared at the corner of Chen Yuan's right eye. It wasn't tears, but rather a kind of transparent liquid being squeezed out from his eye socket, sliding down his cheekbone, dripping onto the front of his gray robe. He closed his eyes. The blue light erupted. It wasn't from one gold bar, but from all the gold bars. 2,400 of them, illuminating simultaneously across 3 walls. The temperature in the basement dropped 10 degrees within 3 seconds, Lin Xia's breath turning into white mist. The brilliance forced Song Ci to retreat, tripping over a protrusion on the ground and landing on his rear. What is this? His words trailed off. The air distorted. It wasn't the distortion of heat waves. The very structure of space was being rewoven by some unseen force, as if a crumpled cloth was being smoothed out by an invisible hand. Lin Xia's phone screen did not go black. The camera was still recording the live stream, ongoing, with 8 million people fixated on the screen, witnessing the walls of the basement begin to vanish. It wasn't a collapse, but a fading. Bricks, lights, gold bars. Everything solid was becoming transparent, revealing another world beneath. City walls. The battered remnants of walls gnawed by cannon fire emerged from all directions of the basement, with shrapnel embedded in the blue brick sandbags and corpses piled at the base. The smell of gunpowder flooded into Lin Xia's nostrils. She coughed, tears streaming from her eyes. This wasn't just an image, it was a scent, a temperature, a sound. Cannon fire erupted overhead, shaking her eardrums, almost causing her to drop her phone. The comments in the live stream went wild. Oh my god, I can hear cannon fire in my headphones. What technology is this? Holographic projection. No, I smell smoke. I can smell smoke in my house. Lin Xia crouched on the ground, her phone raised above her head, the camera aimed forward. At the breach of the city wall stood a figure. Dressed in a blue robe with sleeves rolled up to his forearms, he held a dull long knife in his left hand and a wooden box on his right shoulder, blood seeping from the box. That face was clearly visible in the firelight. Chen Yuan. Not the present Chen Yuan, but a younger version lacking the current weariness in his eyes, displaying something Lin Xia had never seen before. Killing intent. Shadows of countless figures surged beneath the city military green helmets, forming a sea bayonets reflecting the firelight, and the shouts of the soldiers were in Japanese. In the image, Chen Yuan unloaded the wooden box from his shoulder, a crack opening in the lid, revealing the color of gold bars inside. He turned his head, shouting into the inner side of the city wall. Catch it! The wooden box was thrown by him with one hand, soaring over a distance of several meters, crashing into the hands of a group of people in gray military uniforms behind the city wall. As the group caught the box, three of them bent their knees slightly. It was too heavy. Mr. Chen, retreat with. A young officer with a buzz cut shouted towards the city wall, his voice drowned out by the cannon fire. In the image, Chen Yuan did not turn back. He tore off a strip from the hem of his robe, wrapping it around the knife's hilt, stepping on the corpse of a Japanese soldier, facing outward. The enemy below had already set up a ladder. The first Japanese soldier to climb up froze in fear upon seeing Chen Yuan. Because Chen Yuan's chest bore 7 bullet holes, his military uniform. No, the front of his robe was soaked in blood sticking to his body, revealing the spots where bullets had pierced directly above his heart. He was still standing. When the knife fell, the 3 men on the ladder simultaneously plummeted down. Send the military funds out. In the image, Chen Yuan shouted, his voice hoarse, blood frothing from the corner of his mouth. The backbone of Huaxia has never broken. He jumped off the city wall, leaping outward. A 12-meter-high city wall, a bloodied figure wielding a dull knife, jumped into a sea of hundreds of enemies. When Lin Xia saw him hit the ground, the bones in his legs pierced through the flesh from his calves. He did not fall. He knelt briefly, and then pushed himself up, the knife held horizontally before him, charging toward the densest crowd. Shells began to fall. Not just one, but a barrage of artillery fire. The Japanese commander's order to spare no expense had been given. Flames engulfed the figure in the blue robe. The image froze on that frame. Then it shattered, bursting apart from the center, fragments turning into blue light spots, slowly dispersing in the air of the basement. The city walls disappeared, the smoke faded, the cannon fire ceased. The gold bars remained, the lights still shone, everything restored to its original state. Only the air retained a lingering scent of gunpowder mixed with blood, refusing to dissipate. Lin Xia knelt on the ground, her phone lying beside her screen, facing up the live stream, still ongoing. Her face was streaked with tears, her lips bitten until they bled, her hands covering her mouth, shoulders trembling. Song Si sat on the ground, his glasses having fallen off at some point, both hands braced behind him, head tilted back, mouth agape, gasping for breath. Chen Yuan opened his eyes. His complexion had paled further, the water streak at the corner of his eye had dried, leaving a faint salt stain. The number of viewers in the live stream halted at 12 million. The comment section was silent. For a full 11 seconds, 12 million people, not a single one typed a word. On the 12th second, a comment appeared right in the center of the screen. Hero. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, 10th, and 100th comments, all the same word, flooding the entire screen. In Zhao's live stream, his hand hovered above the keyboard, fingers trembling. The person behind him, wearing a baseball cap, was no longer there. A message popped up on his phone, the number unknown, containing only 4 words. You're done, run. The live stream fell silent for 3 minutes. 12 million viewers, 3 minutes, without a single comment. At 3 minutes and 1 second, the first blood-red super chat popped up on the screen. Salute to Mr. Chen. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, the 100th, the 1,000th. All red, all the same phrase pouring up from the bottom of the screen like a flag set ablaze. Lin Xiao's phone was too hot to hold. The number of online viewers in the upper right corner jumped and froze, then a system prompt popped up. Server load too high, expanding capacity. She wiped the tears from her face and lifted her phone again. In the frame, Chen Yuan leaned against a pile of gold bars, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, striking the match twice before it lit. As the smoke spread, his expression returned to the usual lazy demeanor that invited trouble. The blood-soaked figure who had jumped from the city wall had nothing to do with him. Lin Xia opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt blocked, and no words would come out. Song Si, it was still sitting on the ground, having retrieved his reading glasses, which were smudged with fingerprints. He didn't wipe them, just crookedly perched them on his nose, staring at Chen Yuan. Mr. Chen. Don't call me Mr. It makes me sound old. Chen Yuan exhaled smoke without lifting his eyelids. Song Si's lips trembled slightly, swallowing back his next words. In Zhao's live stream, the number of online viewers dropped from 5 million to 3 million, continuing to decline. He stared at the blood-red comments on the screen, typing a line of text on the keyboard, deleting it, then typing another. Send out. Everyone calm down. This is clearly a high-level CG effect by the production team. Holographic projection technology is now quite mature. Spending a few million can easily achieve this effect. The replies in the comments were just one word. Get lost. It filled 2 entire screens. Zhao's throat moved slightly, typing another line. I have contacted 3 visual effects experts who are willing to testify. This comment was deleted by the platform 3 seconds after being sent. System prompt: your account has been restricted from speaking for violating community guidelines. Zhao Ke froze for a moment, switching to Weibo, wanting to post a long message. The page loaded for 5 seconds, then a red pop-up appeared. Your account has been permanently banned for malicious rumors inciting online violence. His hands began to tremble as he switched to Douyin. The same pop-up. Switched to Bilibili. The same pop-up. Switched to Zhihu Zaihan Shutieba. Every platform yielded the same result. 3 minutes. From the first report to a complete ban across all platforms, 3 minutes. Zhao Ke's phone rang, displaying the number of his biggest advertiser. Mr. Zhao, terminate the contract. The other side only said one word before hanging up. The second call came in from another brand. Mr. Zhao, our legal team, terminate the contract, right? Zhao Ke's voice turned sharp, one by one. The other side had already hung up. The third, fourth, and fifth calls. His phone rang incessantly, each call carrying the same meaning. Zhao Ke slammed his phone down on the table, cracking the screen. He turned his head, trying to find the person wearing the duckbill cap. The chair was empty, and a note was left on the table. Good luck to you. Zhao Ke's legs turned to jelly as he leaned against the table, the color draining from his face. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. It wasn't just one person, but a group. The sound of their leather boots striking the tiles was uniform, interspersed with the crackle of a walkie-talkie. Target on the 3rd floor, 2nd room on the east side. Zhao Ke heard it. He stood up, his legs trembling, his eyes scanning the window. 12th floor, no way to jump out. The door wasn't locked. Kicked open with one foot. The sound of the hinges breaking and the door slamming against the wall overlapped, making Zhao Ke's eardrums buzz. Zhang Lei stood at the door wearing a bulletproof vest over a tactical jacket, the gun in his right hand, aimed at Zhao Ke's forehead, less than 2 meters away. Zhao Ke. Zhang Lei's voice held no emotion, as if reading from a document. Suspected of inciting online violence, hiring black PR for organized defamation, illegally obtaining personal information of citizens, you are under arrest. Zhao Ke's knees couldn't hold him up any longer. He slid down to the ground, his back against the table leg. I'm just a content creator. I was just questioning. Zhang Lei ignored him, stepping aside to let 2 SWAT officers pull Zhao Ke from the ground. The sound of handcuffs clicking was crisp. Captain Zhang. One SWAT officer looked up from Zhao Ke's computer. Transfer records are all here. 500,000 sent to an account named Qian Duodua. The time was 4 o'clock this morning. Zhang Lei nodded and pressed the walkie-talkie. Team B, what's the situation at the airport? A voice came through the walkie-talkie, breathless. Target has been secured, taken down at the security checkpoint, carrying 3 hard drives, a laptop, and a fake passport. Zhang Lei turned off the walkie-talkie and glanced down at Zhao Ke, who was slumped on the ground. Zhao Ke's snot and tears mixed together, repeating just one phrase over and over. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please. Zhang Lei turned to leave, pausing as his boots crossed the threshold. Go tell Mr. Chen Yuan Alley on the 1st floor of the bookstore. The television was on the news channel, broadcasting footage of Zhao Ke being taken to the police car, the handcuffs glinting in front of the camera, his face streaked with snot and tears, his mouth still moving, but the sound was cut off. Lin Xia sat on the counter, swinging her legs, holding a can of cola, lifting it toward the television screen. Cheers to you, Zhao V. She gulped down a mouthful and laughed. Chen Yuan sat in a rattan chair, having finished his cigarette, the tea refilled, his eyelids half dropped, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Cousin, aren't you happy? Someone like him got arrested. Chen Yuan lifted his teacup and took a sip, showing little expression. Just a clown, not worth being happy about. Lin Xia pouted and took another sip of cola. The television screen switched to airport surveillance footage, a person wearing a duckbill cap being pinned to the ground by 3 SWAT officers, the cap falling off, revealing a face in its 40s, twisted in expression. Subtitles appeared. Main suspect of the online black PR gang captured. Lin Xia slapped her thigh. Qian Duo. That bastard. Chen Yuan's teacup paused for a moment. His gaze didn't look at the television, but instead landed on the old radio next to the counter. Underneath the radio was a postcard, delivered this morning with no sender address, the postmark from London. The front of the postcard featured an exterior photo of the British Museum. The back only had one line of English handwritten, the ink a deep blue-black. Dear Mr. Chen, congratulations on your wonderful show. He'll be visiting soon. The signature was a fancy letter. S. Chen Yuan set down his teacup, running his thumb around the rim. Lin Xia was still cheering at the television, not noticing his movements. The rattan chair creaked as Chen Yuan flipped the postcard over, placing it under the radio. His eyes squinted slightly, the corner of his mouth twitching, hard to tell if he smiled. On the 3rd day after 3 tons of gold were deposited, 11 people sat in a windowless conference room. There were no tea or ashtrays on the table, only a 3-page document covered with 2 red stamps. Top secret, urgent. Inside the document was a photograph of a man in a gray long gown leaning against the doorframe of an old bookstore on Huayan Alley, basking in the sun. This is the situation. The person sitting to the left of the main seat closed the file, removed his glasses, and rubbed his nose. He has lived for 5,000 years with over 40 documented identities, the earliest traceable back to the Shang dynasty. The conference room fell silent for 5 seconds. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit spoke up, his voice hoarse. My opinion is to place him under special control 24 hours a day. Before he could finish, someone slammed the table. Qin Guohai stood up, his chair sliding back half a meter and hitting the wall. Control. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the conference room heard him clearly. He has lived for 5,000 years. A single finger can crush and enhance company. What can you use to control him? The face of the elderly man in Zhongshan suit turned red. Old Qin Yu, what about me? Qin Guohai flipped to the second page of the document, his finger poking at it. During the Battle of Sunghu, he defended the city gate alone for 3 days with 7 bullet holes in his body, jumping down a 12-meter city wall into the enemy lines. He flipped another page. When the expeditionary force entered Myanmar, he led 17 injured soldiers across the Wild Man Mountain, and the intelligence he brought back saved the entire division from annihilation. Qin Guohai slammed the document on the table. This kind of person, and you talk to me about control. No one in the conference room spoke up. The person in the main seat remained silent, twisting a steel pen in his hand, the paint on the cap worn off. He finally spoke. Old Qin is right. Everyone looked at him. No interference, no disturbance, no restrictions. The pen was put down, its tip pointed at the photograph. Additionally, draft a special merit award, the first since the founding of the nation, and I will name it Unparalleled National Hero. The elderly man in Zhongshan suit opened his mouth, but closed it again. Military perimeter protection, do not enter the alley, do not show up. If he does not call, he does not appear. The person in the main seat stood up and buttoned his suit. Meeting dismissed. 3 days later in Huayan Alley. Qin Guohai stood at the entrance of the bookstore in a dark blue suit, the top button of his collar fastened tightly, causing the wrinkles on his neck to bunch up. Behind him were 4 people, 2 in military uniforms and 2 in black suits. The front man in military attire held a redwood brocade box, the lid inlaid with the national emblem. Qin Guohai raised his hand and knocked on the door. No one answered. He knocked 3 more times. Still no response. He looked down at the door panel. A piece of hard cardboard was haphazardly taped on it with transparent tape, with 8 characters written in black. Out fishing, return date uncertain. The corner of Qin Guohai's eye twitched. Puffed. One of the men in a black suit behind him couldn't help but laugh, only to be elbowed by the person next to him. The window on the second floor creaked open. Lin Xia's head peeked out from behind the curtains, her hair messy, and her face still bore the imprint of a pillow, clearly just awakened. She glanced down and saw Qin Guohai's suit and the brocade box. Her expression shifted from confusion to embarrassment. Qin. Old Qin. Qin Guohai tilted his head back, the tightness of his collar making it hard for him to speak. Where is Mr. Chen? Lin Xia shrank her neck, her voice faint like a mosquito's hum. My cousin has run away. Run away, eh? Yeah. He said he needed to prepare a script for the award ceremony. It was too troublesome. Lin Xia twisted the tassels of the curtain, not daring to look at Qin Guohai's expression. He woke up at 5 in the morning carrying a stool and a bucket of earthworms, saying he was going fishing at Shikahai. The corners of Qin Guohai's mouth twitched as he exhaled. He turned around and said something to the man in black behind him. Check the surveillance coordinate with the traffic police across the city and find him for me. Shikahai on the west side of Silver Ingots Bridge at the 3rd bridge hole. Chen Yuan sat on a stool, a fishing rod resting on his knees, the line dangling in the water, and the float remained motionless. Next to him sat an old man in a white vest, a chessboard resting on his knees, half of the pieces set up. I didn't make that move just now. Oh, let's start over. The old man reached out to take back a piece. Chen Yuan pressed down on his wrist. Once a piece is placed, it cannot be taken back. What do you mean by that? I made a slip. You always slip with every move. How do you play chess? Can't you let the old man have a chance? You are 72 this year. I am much older than you. The old man rolled his eyes. You look at most 30. What are you pretending to be, an elder? Chen Yuan did not respond, his eyelids drooping as he pushed the float out an inch. Sounds came from outside the bridge. It was not the footsteps of one person, but many, orderly and restrained. The sound of leather shoes striking the stone pavement was amplified by the arch of the bridge hole. The old man's hand paused above the chessboard, and he tilted his head to look outside. A row of people stood outside the bridge hole. In black suits wearing earpieces and sunglasses, hands crossed in front of them, they stood in 2 lines, leaving a passage in the middle. At the end of the passage stood Qin Guohai holding the redwood brocade box, the collar of his suit still buttoned to the top, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. Mr. Chen. Qin Guohai's voice echoed in the bridge hole. You run really fast. The chess piece in the old man's hand fell. It did not fall on the chessboard, but bounced out with a thud and fell into the river. He scanned the row of black suits before finally settling on the young man in a gray long gown fishing beside him. Who the hell are you? Chen Yuan sighed, pulling the fishing rod out of the water, the line empty, even the bait. He looked at Qin Guohai, his expression like a tenant who owed 800,000 in rent being cornered by the landlord. I said I wouldn't go. Chen Yuan took a step forward, the brocade box moving half an inch closer. The commander's exact words. If he doesn't answer, he'll wait here until he does. Chen Yuan folded up the stool and tucked it under his arm. Then you wait. He turned to walk toward the other end of the bridge hole. Chen Guohai's voice chased after him from behind. The commander also said a second thing. Chen Yuan's footsteps paused for a moment. He said that Lin Xia's police academy graduation placement can be discussed. Chen Yuan stopped. The stool slipped from under his arm and hit the ground, the metal legs bouncing twice. He turned his head, squinting his eyes, and stared at Chen Guohai for 3 seconds. Old fox. Chen Guohai smiled, the wrinkles on his face bunching together as he pushed the brocade box forward another inch. Chen Yuan did not take it. He bent down to pick up the stool, dusting off the gray from his pants, walking past Chen Guohai and heading out of the bridge hole. As he passed the row of black suits, he did not look back, throwing out a parting line. Put the box on the bookstore counter and don't touch my teapot. Chen Guohai stood there holding the brocade box, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly before pressing back down. He looked down at the national emblem on the lid, murmuring something softly, the wind blowing past. Only the last 2 words could be heard. Worth it. Inside the bridge hole, the old man in the white vest remained seated, the chessboard overturned, black and white pieces scattered everywhere. He opened his mouth, watching Chen Yuan's silhouette disappear into the sunlight outside the bridge hole. A nearby elderly lady who was out for morning exercise leaned over and quietly asked him, "Old man, who was that just now?" The old man swallowed hard, his voice drifting. "I wish I knew too." In Huayan Alley on the 2nd floor of the bookstore, Lin Xia leaned on the windowsill, seeing a black car turn into the alley, followed by 2 more. Her phone rang. It was Chen Guohai's number. "Hello. Has your cousin returned?" "No, wait, I see him." At the other end of the alley, Chen Yuan was leisurely walking over with the stool in hand, the hem of his long gown splattered with mud, a blade of foxtail grass in his mouth. Lin Xia hung up the phone, rushed down the stairs, and opened the store door. "Cousin, where have you been? Old Chen has come 3 times already." Chen Yuan leaned the stool against the door, spat out the foxtail grass, and headed straight for the teapot behind the counter. "I didn't catch any fish, and I didn't finish the chess game. It's annoying." Lin Xia followed behind her, mouth opening and closing repeatedly. "About the metal matter." Chen Yuan poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and frowned. It was cold. He set down the teacup, his gaze sweeping over the counter. The radio was still on, and the postcard was still pressed underneath. But there was something new beside the radio. An envelope made of craft paper without a postmark, sealed with wax with the imprint of an eagle in flight. As the military vehicle turned into Chang'an Street, Chen Yuan leaned back against the rear seat with his eyes closed, the front of his long shirt still stained with mud from Shikahai. Chen Guohai sat opposite him, a brocade box resting on his lap, his hands resting on the lid, fingers trembling slightly. No one spoke in the carriage. The sound of traffic outside was completely blocked by the soundproof glass, the silence allowing them to hear the faint sound of tires rolling over the asphalt. Chen Yuan coughed. Chen Guohai didn't pay attention, thinking it was just a throat irritation. The second cough followed, muffled in his chest, as if something was blocking his airway. On the third cough, Chen Yuan bent over. His right hand covered his mouth while his left hand propped against the armrest, his shoulders heaving violently. Chen Guohai set the brocade box down and leaned forward slightly. "Mr. Chen." Chen Yuan's hand moved away from his mouth. Chen Guohai's eyes suddenly narrowed. Between his fingers, black blood flowed down along the lines of his palm, thick and dark, dripping onto the knee of his gray long shirt, spreading into a dark stain. It was not red. It was black. Chen Guohai reached for the emergency call button on the inside of the car door, his fingertip just touching the metal panel, when a hand grasped his wrist. The grip was absurdly strong. The bones in Chen Guohai's wrist cracked, his face went pale as he looked up to see Chen Yuan's eyes. Those eyes held none of their usual languor. Blood vessels filled the whites of his eyes, and blue veins bulged at the corners. "Do not make a sound." Chen Yuan's lips were smeared with black blood. As he spoke, tiny droplets of blood sprayed forth, yet his voice remained steady. "Wipe the blood clean." Chen Guohai's hand hung in the air, his lips moved twice. "What are you? Wipe it." Chen Guohai pulled a handkerchief from the inside pocket of his suit, white and neatly folded. His hands trembled, and when he unfolded the handkerchief, it fell once from the seam of the seat. He picked it up and brought it to Chen Yuan's chin. Chen Yuan did not take it, but grabbed the handkerchief himself, wiping away the black blood from the corner of his mouth and his fingers. The handkerchief was ruined within 3 seconds, the white fabric turning black. He crumpled the handkerchief into a ball and stuffed it into the pocket of his long shirt. Then he closed his eyes. Chen Guohai saw Chen Yuan's temple throbbing rapidly, something moving beneath the skin, extending from his forehead down to his neck, blue lines flickering in and out of view. Chen Yuan's breathing became extremely shallow. It was not a steady shallow, but felt as if he was pressing down on. Having worked as a forensic doctor for 40 years, Chen Guohai had seen too many dying individuals. He could discern that rhythm even with his eyes closed. This was a precursor to organ failure. But in the next moment, the blue lines on Chen Yuan's neck receded by an inch. After a few more seconds, they receded another inch. His complexion shifted from ashen to pale, and then gradually returned to a normal skin tone. Qin Guohai's back was soaked with sweat. He stared at Chen Yuan's chest, which was rising and falling at an abnormal rate, as if the heart was completing a cycle of death and rebirth in a short span of time. When Chen Yuan opened his eyes, the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes had faded significantly. He leaned back against the seat, his head tilted towards the window, the street light outside casting stripes of light across his face. You all thought the scene in the basement looked pretty good, right? Qin Guohai's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't respond. A holographic historical reenactment, 12 million viewers online, the bullet screen was going wild. What a thrill. But that thing isn't just a movie, it costs lives. Qin Guohai's lips twitched slightly. Back in that battle at Songhu, I jumped off the city wall and was blown apart by shells 4 times, piecing myself back together each time. The heavens will always keep tabs. Chen Yuan raised his right hand, spreading it out before Qin Guohai. 5 fingers trembled slightly at the tips, the movement so small that one wouldn't notice without getting close. The same goes for that incident in the high seas. I was working on a broken boat, and the heavens will recorded another entry. He withdrew his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Living too long, heavens will always take some interest. When I helped Li Jinghua and the others block bullets back, then that was already defying heavens will the debts I've accumulated over the years will have to be repaid sooner or later. Qin Guohai's eyes reddened. He was a forensic doctor, having cut open thousands of corpses in his lifetime, someone who could eat lunch in the morgue without blinking an eye. At this moment his nose felt painfully tight. He finally understood why Chen Yuan lived in that dilapidated alley, why he guarded a bookstore that no one visited, and why he would rather be called useless by his relatives than show his face. It wasn't indifference. Every time he used his power, this body that had lived for 5,000 years would endure a backlash that could destroy him. Seclusion was the only way to survive. Qin Guohai opened his mouth, the words in his throat choking into a lump. In the end, he could only squeeze out 4 words. Is it worth it? Chen Yuan turned his head to glance at him, the corner of his mouth twitching. If you asked Qi Jiguang the same question, how would he respond? Qin Guohai closed his mouth. The carriage fell silent again. The military vehicle turned onto the second ring road's ramp, slowing down as a red light appeared ahead. The car's radio suddenly blared to life. It was not on the normal communication frequency, but an encrypted emergency channel, the indicator light switching from green to red, a shrill beeping filling the entire carriage. The driver reached out and pressed the answer button. Zhang Lei's voice burst out from the radio, accompanied by the sound of wind and the roar of the engine, as if he were in the car. Old Qin, is Mr. Chen there? Qin Guohai leaned forward slightly. Yes, what's wrong? The sound of wind from the radio grew louder, mixed with the static of overlapping calls from the intercom. Zhang Lei's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. There's been an incident at Huayan Alley. Lin Xia has been kidnapped. Qin Guohai's expression changed, and he turned to look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's eyes were already open. 3 seconds ago, he had been leaning against the seat, his face pale and his condition poor. At this moment, he sat up straight, his back rigid. There was no killing intent in his eyes, no anger, no emotion at all. Empty. Qin Guohai, having lived for 70 years, saw the word empty in someone's eyes for the first time. Chen Yuan reached out and removed the clip from the radio microphone, bringing it to his lips. His lips moved. The freshly cleaned corner of his mouth oozed blood again. His voice was flat, without a trace of fluctuation. How many people? There was a pause on the other end of the radio, and Zhang Lei's breathing sounded heavy. 3 Caucasian faces equipped with submachine guns, a professional action team. Where's Lin Xia now? The blue lines on Chen Yuan's arm glowed brighter with each line that lit up a dark golden hue, extremely fine lines spreading from his wrist to the crook of his elbow, as if some ancient inscription was awakening in his muscle fibers. The last frame, captured by surveillance at the east entrance of the alley, showed her being shoved into a black commercial vehicle. The license plate is fake, and it's currently being deployed citywide. Direction. Zhang Lei paused for half a second. East 4th ring, heading towards the airport. Chen Yuan released the microphone and leaned back against the seat. He raised his left hand and looked at his fingers. They were still trembling. A black blood streak slid down from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his collarbone and soaking into the neckline of his long shirt. Qin Guohai stared at his face. Your current state, driver. Chen Yuan's gaze passed over Qin Guohai, landing on the back of the driver's head. Turn around, head for the 4th ring. The driver glanced at Qin Guohai in the rearview mirror, and Qin Guohai nodded. The steering wheel turned sharply, and the military vehicle made a half arc on the ramp, the tires screaming as they rolled over the edge of the divider, the car body shaking violently. Chen Yuan pulled out the blood-soaked handkerchief from his pocket, unfolded it, folded it neatly, and stuffed it back in. The movement was slow. The actions were unnaturally slow. Qin Guohai noticed that his hands had stopped trembling. It was not a recovery. It was a suppression. The knuckles were tightly stretched, the contours of the bones protruding beneath the skin, each finger stiffly straight. Mr. Chen, I'll call for reinforcements, citywide SWAT. No need. Chen Yuan rolled up the cuffs of his long shirt twice, exposing his forearm. Qin Guohai's gaze fell on that section of forearm, his pupils constricting. Something was moving beneath the skin. It was not blood vessels, but patterns, dark golden lines, extremely fine threads spreading from his wrist to the crook of his elbow, as if some ancient inscription was awakening in his muscle fibers. With every line that lit up, Chen Yuan's brow twitched, and more black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He was overdrawing. The backlash was not over yet. He was forcefully mobilizing the power that should have been sealed. Qin Guohai wanted to stop him, but he saw the look in Chen Yuan's eyes. It was no longer the emptiness from before. The color of his pupils was changing from normal deep brown to a very light amber light gathering in the depths of his eyes. It was not rage. It was colder than rage. Qin Guohai saw something in those eyes that he had only seen in old photographs. Those who stood on the city walls facing thousands, the last expression before the shutter clicked. It was not a death wish. It was a decision to let everyone on the other side die. The military vehicle surged onto the elevated fourth ring, sirens, flashing horns piercing through the traffic, the speedometer needle crossing 160 and still climbing. Chen Yuan fished a bottle of mineral water from the side pocket of the seat back, twisted it open, drank a couple of mouthfuls, swallowing back the remaining black blood in his mouth. His voice returned to its usual lazy tone, no different from when discussing dinner. The S on that postcard. It's the abbreviation for Smith. Qin Guohai was momentarily stunned. Smith, an international smuggling syndicate, a covert buyer for the British Museum. Chen Yuan crushed the mineral water bottle, the plastic, making a crunching sound in his hand. Years ago, I burned down his grandfather's warehouse in London, which contained 3,000 pieces of Chinese artifacts. They hold a grudge. The bottle was flattened into a thin plastic sheet, which Chen Yuan casually tossed at his feet. They've been holding a grudge for 80 years, and now they've found me. Using Lin Xia as a bargaining chip. He said this with a tone no different from saying it's a nice day today. But the dark golden lines on his forearm lit up 3 more. A metallic taste filled his nostrils. He sniffed, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. A black blood streak appeared on the back of his hand. Qin Guohai's fist tightened, his nails digging into his palm. If you keep pushing yourself like this, will I die? Chen Yuan turned his head to glance at him, the amber pupils reflecting the rapidly retreating streetlights outside. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Having lived for 5,000 years, I haven't tried it yet. He reached out and pressed the car's radio. Zhang Lei. The response from the other end of the radio came swiftly. Here, don't shoot. Zhang Lei fell silent for 2 seconds. Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes. The brightness of the lines on his forearm rose another notch, changing from dark gold to bright gold light, seeping through the fabric of his long shirt. His breathing slowed down to the point where it seemed he had fallen asleep. Yet his lips were still moving. The final sentence was very soft. Qin Guohai leaned closer to hear clearly. Leave one alive. I have questions to ask. The bulletproof glass of the military vehicle cracked. It was neither smashed nor collided. At the moment Chen Yuan straightened his body, the air in the cabin seemed to be sucked away, and the glass surface exploded into fine cracks radiating from the center, spreading like a spider web to the edges. Qin Guohai's eardrum was pressed by an invisible force, and his lungs felt as if they were being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. The driver's hand trembled, the steering wheel tilted half an inch, and the vehicle grazed the reflective pillars of the barrier, sparks flashing outside the window. Chen Yuan did not look at anyone. His hand pressed against the door handle, the dark golden patterns on his forearm glowed through the fabric, making his whole arm seem like a red-hot iron bar. Mr. Chen. Qin Guohai's voice cut in. Your body right now. The door opened. The military vehicle, traveling at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, had its door pushed open from the inside, letting the wind rush in and blowing Qin Guohai's hair against his face. Chen Yuan's figure paused at the door for less than half a second. Then he vanished. It wasn't a jump nor a roll. He simply disappeared from sight. Qin Guohai lunged to the door, the wind hitting his face, making it hard to open his eyes. The elevated road was filled with cars, the taillights during the evening rush, forming a red river densely packed with gaps of less than half a meter. There was no trace of Chen Yuan. Not a single car was touched, not even a rear-view mirror was scraped askew. But he was simply gone. Qin Guohai's hand gripped the door frame tightly, his knuckles white as the wind blew the hem of his suit jacket. He glanced down at the seat. There was a small pool of black blood where Chen Yuan had just sat, already beginning to seep into the leather seams. In the suburbs 17 kilometers outside the Fourth Ring Road, at an abandoned meat processing plant, Lin Xia's mouth was sealed with tape, her wrists bound behind her back, pressing her whole body against an iron chair. A tear had ripped at the collar of her school uniform, the left side of her face swollen, and her nostrils still carried the sweet, nauseating scent of chemicals. 3 people stood in front of her. They had white faces, black tactical vests, compact submachine guns at their waists, moving smoothly, covering each other's shooting angles. They looked more like soldiers than kidnappers. The one in front crouched down, pulled out a camera from a tactical bag, set up a tripod, and the red recording light turned on. His English had a London accent as he spoke a string of words into the camera before turning to Lin Xia. Little girl, say to the camera to tell your brother to hand over the things in the basement. The Chinese was stuttered, but Lin Xia's tears welled up in her eyes, her nose twitching, her lips trembling under the tape. The man reached out and ripped off the tape from her mouth. In an instant, the skin at the corner of her mouth was torn, blood bubbling out. Lin Xia inhaled sharply, wincing in pain. Then she spoke. You foreign trash. Her voice was sharp and bright, echoing in the empty factory. When my brother arrives, I'll scatter your ashes. The three exchanged glances. The one who had been crouching stood up, drawing a dagger from behind his waist, the blade reflecting cold light in the red glow of the recording light. He pressed the tip of the knife against Lin Xia's collarbone, the pressure not strong, but the skin already dented. Say it again. Lin Xia trembled, her teeth grinding, and tears finally fell. But she didn't shut her mouth. My brother will come. Her voice cracked, tinged with sobs, yet each word was articulated clearly. The crouching man let out a laugh, retracting the dagger and patting Lin Xia's face. I hope he comes. He turned to the other two and spoke a quick sentence in English. The gist was, the target will come, execute according to plan, capture alive. Lin Xia didn't understand, but she saw the two men dragging out two boxes from a corner, opening them to reveal things she had never seen before. Metal tubes, electronic components, and neatly arranged rows of magazines. There was a hole in the factory's metal roof, wind rushing in from outside, causing the white incandescent light above to flicker. The lights went out. It wasn't the wind that caused it. The entire factory's power had been cut off. The three reacted absurdly quickly, flashlights illuminating in 3 seconds, 3 beams of light crossing the factory. The door was still closed. The windows were still sealed. No one was there. The crouching man slowly stood upright, the flashlight wedged between his ear and shoulder, both hands raising the submachine gun. Silence. So quiet that Lin Xia could hear her own heartbeat. Then she heard footsteps. They did not come from outside the door. They came from above. 3 beams of flashlight light shone up to the ceiling. A figure stood on the steel beams. Dressed in a gray long robe with sleeves rolled up to the elbows, the golden patterns on his forearms shone brightly in the dark. His face was pale, a black blood streak at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped away. His eyes were amber with slitted pupils, looking down at the 3 people on the ground. Lin Xia's tears spilled out, not from fear, but something else. Cousin. Chen Yuan did not look at her. His gaze fell on the man with the dagger, landing on the emblem embroidered on the chest of his tactical vest. A sword identical to the wax seal pattern on the postcard. Chen Yuan stepped off the steel beam. He didn't jump, nor did he fall. He walked on air, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, as if descending a staircase to the ground. With each step, the concrete floor exploded into cracks, fragments shooting out and hitting the metal wall with a click. The 3 aimed their guns at him. They did not fire. Not that they didn't want to. Their hands were shaking. The hands holding the submachine guns, battle-tested hands, were trembling so much that they couldn't even pull the trigger guard in. Chen Yuan stopped 5 meters in front of Lin Xia, tilting his head slightly. His lips moved. Let her go. His voice was not loud, but every piece of metal in the factory resonated, humming. I will leave you all intact. The man with the dagger took a step back, his back hitting the iron chair, the legs screeching against the ground. A word squeezed out from his throat. Fire. The 3 submachine guns fired simultaneously. The flames from the muzzles lit up 3 lines in the dark, shell casings clattering to the ground, and 9mm bullets shot towards Chen Yuan's chest at a speed of 400 meters per second. Chen Yuan raised his hand. The bullets stopped. It was not slow motion, nor was it a visual illusion. They truly hung in midair, less than 3 inches from Chen Yuan's palm, dozens of copper shell bullets squeezed together, frozen in place. The fingers of the 3 still pressed against the triggers, the magazines already emptied, the sound of the gun locks echoing clearly in the silence. Chen Yuan's hand turned, the palm facing down. All the bullets fell to the ground simultaneously, clattering as they landed amidst the concrete debris, creating a faint sound. The man with the dagger discarded his empty gun and turned to run. He hadn't made it 2 steps. Chen Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, not having moved over, but having appeared out of thin air. 5 fingers gripped the man's face. His entire face was covered by one hand, fingertips digging into the sides of his cheekbones, lifting him off the ground. Chen Yuan lifted him up. You laughed when the knife was pressed against her collarbone. His voice was flat, devoid of warmth. The man's hands frantically pried at Chen Yuan's fingers, his nails digging into flesh, drawing blood. Chen Yuan's hand remained unmoving. His thumb slid down an inch, pressing against the man's jaw. A gentle push. Crack. The sound of a dislocated jaw echoed in the factory, the man's mouth twisting to one side, a distorted scream, forced out, incomprehensible. Chen Yuan released his grip, and the man fell to the ground, rolling while clutching his face. The second man reacted, pulling out a metal tube from the box, a single soldier model of an anti-tank rocket launcher, aiming it at Chen Yuan's back. Lin Xia screamed. Behind you, cousin. Chen Yuan did not turn around. His left hand stretched back, 2 fingers pinching the head of the rocket. He just held on. The propellant was still burning, the tail flames spewing out from the launching tube, burning a charred hole in that man's tactical vest, sending him stumbling back 3 steps from the recoil. Chen Yuan twisted the warhead off the body like unscrewing a bottle cap. The warhead and the propulsion segment separated, the tail flame extinguished, the remaining wreckage clattering to the ground. He casually tossed the unscrewed warhead, which struck the ground by the man's feet, blasting a hole in the concrete. The man crumpled, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, hands raised above his head. The third man did not run, nor did he surrender. He drew a tactical knife from behind, the blade coated in a dark layer, holding it reverse, ready for close combat. His eyes glinted with madness. A death warrior. A true death warrior. He charged forward, the knife tip aimed directly at Chen Yuan's throat. Speed incredibly fast, the trajectory cunning, a killer's technique honed through thousands of training sessions. Chen Yuan tilted his head slightly. The knife tip grazed past his ear, slicing through a few strands of hair. Then Chen Yuan's hand lifted. Not a fist, but a palm. The base of his palm struck the man's chest. There was no large motion, merely brushing off dust from clothing. The man's body flew out. Not retreating, but shot out both feet, leaving the ground, crashing through a metal wall, embedding himself into the wall, limbs hanging down, blood frothing from his mouth. The factory fell silent. Only the first man on the ground whimpered while holding his face. The second man knelt, shaking uncontrollably. Chen Yuan turned and walked towards Lin Xia. He crouched down, fingers pinching the zip tie on Lin Xia's wrist, pulling it apart. Lin Xia's hand went numb, devoid of feeling. She tried to lift her hand, but her arm wouldn't respond. Tears smeared her face, snot running out her lips, quivering, unable to form complete sentences. Cousin. I. Chen Yuan reached out and patted her head lightly. Why are you crying? It's embarrassing. His tone was just like when he was at the bookstore complaining about her noise. Lin Xia's tears fell more fiercely, and she lunged into Chen Yuan, her forehead colliding with his shoulder as she wailed. Chen Yuan's body stiffened for a moment. He did not push her away, nor did he embrace her. He simply crouched there, letting her tears and snot smear against his gray robe. His right hand hung at his side, fingers dripping blood. Black, dripping from his sleeve in droplets, silently landing on the concrete floor. Lin Xia did not see, but a line of blood was crawling down the corner of Chen Yuan's left eye, sliding down his cheekbone, dripping onto Lin Xia's hair. He raised his left hand, quickly wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve. The movement was swift and natural, as if wiping sweat. The sound of helicopter rotors came from outside the factory, growing closer, spotlight beams shining through the hole in the roof, illuminating the entire space in bright white. Zhang Lei's voice came through the loudspeaker. Everyone, do not move. Hands on your heads. Chen Yuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his knees. He glanced at the man kneeling on the ground, walked over, and crouched down. The man's teeth were chattering, his head tilted back to look into Chen Yuan's eyes filled with terror. Chen Yuan's voice was soft. Where is Smith? The man's lips moved, the voice squeezed out from between his teeth, tinged with a sob. I was just following orders. Chen Yuan's hand landed on his shoulder, applying no pressure. But the man's shoulder blade let out a crisp crack like a dry twig snapping. A scream erupted in the factory. Chen Yuan waited for him to finish crying before asking again. Where is Smith? The man's forehead was covered in sweat mixed with tears, his voice intermittent. On a ship. In international waters. He's on the ship. Chen Yuan stood up and turned towards the door. As he passed, Lin Xia's footsteps paused for a moment. Stay here and wait, don't run around. Lin Xia wiped her face, her voice still trembling. Where are you going? Chen Yuan did not turn around, the hem of his long robe blown by the gust from the helicopter. His right hand emerged from his pocket, the black blood on his fingers already dried, forming dark scabs. The golden patterns on his forearm darkened a couple of shades more than before. He walked into the spotlight, his shadow stretching long, cast over the ground littered with shell casings and debris. When Zhang Lei and the SWAT team rushed in, they only saw Chen Yuan's back disappearing into the darkness outside the factory. The radio crackled with Qin Guohai's voice, hoarse and hurried. Zhang Lei, stop him. His body can't hold up. Zhang Lei looked in that direction, empty, not even a sound of footsteps. He pressed the radio, his voice dry. I can't stop him, Elder Qin. He went east, and the sea is to the east. The wind from the high seas rushed into the factory through a hole, carrying a salty and fishy scent. Chen Yuan had not yet stepped out the door. More people had arrived outside the factory. It wasn't the special police led by Zhang Lei, but shadows surging in through the side door. 12 of them. Fully armed, night vision goggles pressed against their foreheads, holding not submachine guns, but FN-SCAR assault rifles with grenade launchers hanging beneath the gun barrels. Chen Yuan stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Lin Xia was still sitting on the iron chair, her legs too weak to stand. The leader removed his night vision goggles, revealing a chiseled white face with an old scar stretching from the corner of his mouth to the root of his ear. His lips moved, speaking in English with a London accent far more authentic than the three fools from earlier. Mr. Smith asked me to convey a message to you. 80 years ago, you burned 3,000 of our artifacts, and today, we only want 1/10 of what is in your basement. A fair trade. The scar-faced man's hand lifted, making a gesture. 12 assault rifles simultaneously pointed at Chen Yuan. Otherwise, his other hand pulled out a remote control from his tactical vest, black with a red button on top, his thumb resting on it. That girl is strapped with 2 pounds of C4 plastic explosives. You should be able to calculate the blast radius. Lin Xia glanced down at her own body. The hem of her school uniform was lifted at one corner, revealing a band of gray material wrapped tightly around her waist, cool against her skin. A thin wire connected it to an electronic module the size of a matchbox with a green light flashing. She didn't know when it had been attached. When she was just pressed down on the chair, those people's hands had not just been tying her. Lin Xia's face paled. Cousin. Chen Yuan turned around. His eyes swept over the thing at Lin Xia's waist, pausing for less than a second. Then he looked at the scar-faced man. Doesn't your organization have an elder who told you my story? The scar-faced man smiled, revealing a row of even teeth. Yes, we have, which is why we prepared enough bullets. His thumb pressed down on the remote control. It wasn't to detonate. It was a signal. 12 Scar rifles fired simultaneously. 5. 56mm NATO standard rounds with a rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute. The 12 guns unleashed a storm of bullets, instantly turning the factory into hell. Shell casings rained down onto the concrete floor, the flames from the muzzles illuminating the entire space, and the smoke thickened to the point of obscuring visibility within half a second. Lin Xia screamed and closed her eyes. She heard the sound of bullets striking flesh, a dense muffled impact like fists hitting a sandbag one after another without pause. She thought she would die. But the explosion did not come. The gunfire lasted a full 7 seconds. The magazines ran dry. The factory fell silent, and the smoke gradually dispersed in the night wind coming through the hole. Lin Xia opened her eyes. Chen Yuan stood in place. His long robe was gone. More precisely, the fabric below his shoulders had been shredded to pieces, leaving only a collar of fabric still hanging around his neck like a scarf. His body was exposed to the light. His chest, abdomen, and arms were riddled with bullet holes, at least 100 of them, each one gaping and bleeding profusely. Red blood. Not black, but red. Lin Xia's pupils dilated, her lips parted silently. Then those bullet holes were closing. Starting from the edges, the flesh that had turned inside out began to retract. New tissue surged up from the depths, filling the void, moving at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a fast-forwarded documentary of wound healing. 5 seconds. All the bullet holes disappeared, the skin smooth as if it had never been hit, with only residual bloodstains proving that something had just happened. The hands of the 12 men trembled. The magazines were empty, the bolts locked, and no one changed ammunition. It wasn't forgetfulness, their fingers had stiffened. Chen Yuan moved his neck, the joints cracking twice. Finished shooting. His voice was languid. Now the figure vanished. The air was torn apart, leaving a white misty line extending from where Chen Yuan stood straight to the nearest gunman. Traces of a broken sound barrier. 5 fingers gripped that person's neck. A twist. Crack. A 200-pound body flew out, breaking 3 load-bearing steel columns. The sound of the deformed columns was as piercing as gunfire, and the entire iron wall collapsed in half. The scar-faced man's thumb frantically pressed the remote control. Once, twice, 3 times. The green light went out. He looked down at the screen of the remote control. A signal interruption, no response from the receiver. On the matchbox-sized module around Lin Xia's waist, the circuit board's pattern changed color. From silver gray to rust, the lines oxidized, broke, and crumbled as if buried in the ground for 100 years. The detonator was dead. Completely dead. When the scar-faced man lifted his head, Chen Yuan was already standing in front of him, less than a foot away. The scar-faced man's hand drew a military knife from behind his waist. Without hesitation, he directly stabbed it into Chen Yuan's abdomen. The blade sank to the hilt. Chen Yuan looked down at the knife lodged in his belly. His brow did not furrow. His hand rose, open palm down, landing on the scar-faced man's crown. Like smashing a watermelon, he pressed down. The scar-faced man's knees buckled, his shins bent, his ankles twisted, and he was smashed into the concrete floor. Not falling, but vertically embedded, creating a human-shaped pit in the ground over half a meter deep. The remaining people ran. They didn't get 3 steps away. Chen Yuan's figure moved among them, reaching out to pat each person as he passed, the movements casual. But each person who was touched flew out, crashing against walls, columns, and the ground, the sounds of bones breaking echoing like a chorus. 7 seconds. The factory fell silent. 12 fully armed combat personnel, none of them stood. Chen Yuan bent down to pull the military knife from his belly, the blade stained with blood. He casually tossed it to the ground. The wound had already begun to close. He walked toward Lin Xia. Lin Xia watched him approach, covered in blood, his step steady, as if he were returning home from the market after buying groceries. She wanted to speak, her lips moved 3 times, but no sound came out. Chen Yuan crouched down, pressed his finger against the C4 plastic explosives at her waist, and with a flick of his fingertip the adhesive tape snapped, and he removed the entire band of explosives, tossing it into a corner. It's okay now. Lin Xia lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his neck, hanging onto him, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Yuan knelt on one knee, not pushing her away. His left hand hung at his side, the cuff, now missing, revealing golden patterns on his forearm that flickered in and out, the frequency slowing down. A metallic taste surged in his nostrils. He tilted his head, spitting out a mouthful of black blood at an angle unseen by Lin Xia. The sound of helicopters grew closer. The beam of the searchlight swept in from the rooftop, illuminating the debris on the ground in stark detail. Zhang Lei rushed in through the main door with 20 special police officers, the formation spreading out, the gun muzzles sweeping through every corner. Then everyone's footsteps slowed. They saw the bodies embedded in the walls, saw the half-meter-deep human-shaped pits on the ground, saw the steel columns broken into 3 pieces. Zhang Lei's gun lowered, and he raised the walkie-talkie to his mouth. His lips moved twice without producing sound. Only on the 3rd attempt did he manage to squeeze out a sentence. Old Qin, the scene is under control. On the walkie-talkie, Qin Guohai's voice was hoarse to the point of breaking. Where's Mr. Chen? He's here. Zhang Lei swallowed. Alive. What he didn't say was that the pool of black blood under Chen Yuan's feet was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The military video was released at 3 in the morning. The footage underwent heavy blurring, making it impossible to see faces or details. All that was visible was a gray silhouette standing in the center of the factory, as 12 muzzles flared simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of bullets for 7 seconds. The silhouette did not fall. The barrage of comments exploded within 0.3 of a second. It was not abusive comments, nor were they questioning remarks. It was the same sentence typed by millions of people in unison. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. Lin Xia sat on the bed on the 2nd floor of the bookstore, the glow from her phone screen illuminating her swollen left cheek, with a band-aid still on the corner of her lips where the tape had torn. Her fingers swiped down the screen, but could not reach the bottom. It was all apologies. I followed the trend and insulted him. Ooh, I am a dog. Please, Mr. Chen, don't see this message. I want to swallow back every word I said when I called him a scammer. Lin Xia's nose felt sour, and tears welled up in her eyes. She rubbed her face hard with the back of her hand. She couldn't cry as she had already embarrassed herself enough in the factory. She swiped through 2 more screens. A pinned comment was highlighted in red by the system, with the sender's ID marked with an official blue badge. The press office of the Ministry of National Defense of Huaxia special statement regarding Mr. Chen Yuan's historical contributions. See the full text on the official Weibo. Lin Xia clicked in. The official Weibo profile picture was framed in black. This format only appeared on national memorial days. The statement was long, with wording of a standard she had never seen before. After verification by multiple departments, Mr. Chen Yuan participated as an individual in 11 major battles, including the Battle of Songhu, the defense of Changsha, and the Expeditionary Forces operations in Burma from 1937 to 1945, providing cover for the evacuation of over 40,000 civilians. His contributions have not been recorded due to special historical reasons and have long remained in nameless status. Hereby we formally apologize to Mr. Chen Yuan on behalf of the state and express our highest respect. Lin Xia's finger halted. The state apologized. For words. She pressed her phone against her chest, staring at the ceiling. Her lips trembled 3 times without making a sound. A commotion arose downstairs. Someone was knocking on the bookstore door in a rhythmic pattern of familiar knock. Lin Xia ran barefoot downstairs and opened the door. Qin Guohai stood at the door, followed by Zhang Lei and 2 men in plain clothes. Qin Lao's eyes were red with bloodshot veins, and his suit jacket was still covered in dust from the factory. He was holding a red wooden box which was unsealed and tied with a golden silk ribbon. Where is Mr. Chen? Lin Xia pointed inside. Deep in the bookstore, a puppet show was playing the empty city stratagem. Chen Yuan sat in a rattan chair behind the counter, legs crossed, with a pot of freshly brewed Biluacun tea beside him, the tea still steaming. He wore a new long gown, grayish-blue with unrolled sleeves. His complexion was normal, and his breathing steady, showing no signs of the black blood he had coughed up 6 hours earlier. Qin Guohai walked up to the counter and stopped. He opened his mouth, but his voice caught in his throat. Chen Yuan did not look up, instead picking up his teacup to blow on it. If you're coming, just come. Don't bring anything. Qin Guohai placed the red wooden box on the counter, untied the silk ribbon, and opened the lid. Inside the box was a layer of black velvet, and in the center lay a metal, golden and star-shaped, with the national emblem embedded in the center. Beneath the metal was a piece of paper. It was not printed, but handwritten. The calligraphy was bold and skilled, with a red seal stamped at the bottom. Lin Xia leaned over to take a look and felt her legs go weak. She had seen that seal in the news broadcast. This is... Qin Guohai's voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. The national scholar without equal pardon, order the first one in the country, and there won't be a second one. It means, starting today, Mr. Chen's actions are not bound by the current legal system, including, but not limited to, entry and exit, property, and identity registration. He can be anyone, or he can be no one. Chen Yuan set down his teacup and glanced at the paper. I have lived for 5,000 years without holding any identification. Qin Guohai did not respond, his fingers pressing on the edge of the box, his nails turning white. Mr. Chen, this is not just an identification. It is the state saying thank you on behalf of those who did not survive to this day. The rattan chair creaked as Chen Yuan reached for the paper, looked at it for 5 seconds, then put it back down. The characters are well written. He closed the lid and pushed the box toward Qin Guohai. Reply to me with a message. Qin Guohai leaned. No need to thank me, the debt has not been settled. Qin Guohai's Adam's apple moved. He nodded and did not speak again. Lin Xia crouched beside the counter, her phone vibrating almost to the point of jumping up. She opened Weibo, and 14 of the top 20 trending topics were related to Chen Yuan. The top one was Chen Yuan, anti-Japanese war unsung hero. The third was apologizing to Mr. Chen. The seventh was clearing out the rumor-mongering marketing accounts. She clicked on the seventh topic. The marketing accounts that had been leading the charge 3 hours ago now had their profile pictures all grayed out. Some had canceled their accounts while others had deleted their posts, fleeing faster than rabbits. But the netizens in the comments were not having it. Some posted screenshots, others exposed real identities, and some directly posted registration information on public platforms. One major influencer with over 10 million followers had just published a lengthy article 3 hours ago titled, Chen Yuan is the century's great hoax, and now his real name, workplace, and alma mater were all laid bare. The official account of his company issued a statement half an hour ago. The employee has been terminated. Lin Xia scrolled to a highly rated comment with over 1 million likes. When you were insulting people, it was 5 cents per comment. Now does an apology work? She swiped through 2 more screens and saw a comment that made her finger stop. An account with a black and white profile picture, 0 follows 0 fans, and only 1 Weibo post read, my grandfather was in the expeditionary force, died in the Wildman Mountain in Burma, and his remains were never found. If Mr. Chen is really here, please ask, was there anyone with my grandfather when he left? The comments section was filled with candles. Lin Xia flipped her phone screen over, leaned on the counter, her shoulders shaking. Chen Yuan glanced at her over the teacup. Don't drip snot on my counter. Lin Xia let out a muffled wail, her words unclear. Chen Yuan set down his teacup, rummaged under the counter for a pack of tissues, and tossed it beside her head. Then he stood up and walked toward the bookstore door. He pulled out a piece of corrugated cardboard from behind the door frame, found a marker, and scrawled 4 words. Refused to accept the banner. The cardboard was pinned to the door. Qin Guohai stood behind, looking at that piece of cardboard, his lips twitching slightly. Mr. Chen, there might be more people coming tomorrow. Chen Yuan pressed the pushpin down firmly and dusted off his hands. Even if they come, there will be no tea. He turned back, pausing for a moment as he passed Qin Guohai. Qin Guohai noticed Chen Yuan's right hand trembling slightly, the frequency so small it was hidden in the sleeve, not noticeable unless one got close. Then Chen Yuan's voice came through very low. The statement mentioned 11 battles. Qin Guohai nodded. Chen Yuan returned to the counter, sitting down and pouring himself another cup of tea. When the spout touched the edge of the cup, the porcelain clinked softly. 3 battles were omitted. Qin Guohai's fingers tightened. Chen Yuan lifted his teacup, blowing on it as the steam dissipated from the surface. Those 3 battles had no survivors, so no one knows. He took a sip of tea, leaning back into the rattan chair as the puppet show reached the part about Zhuge Liang playing the lute to retreat the troops. Outside the door in Huayan Alley, the first interview vehicle marked with the news station's logo was coming to a stop around the corner. Chen Yuan's right hand no longer trembled. 3 days after returning from the factory, the golden patterns on his forearm stabilized, no longer flickering. Qin Guohai crouched on the last step of the second level of the bookstore's basement, watching Chen Yuan stand before the wall at the end, his fingers pressing on 9 raised copper nails. Are you sure you can open it now, eh? Chen Yuan did not turn back, his fingers pressing a sequence on the copper nails. Middle, upper, left, lower, right, lower, left, upper, right. Click. A sound of gears engaging resonated from within the wall, deep and prolonged, carrying a heavy sense of awakening from a long slumber. Qin Guohai stood up, his knee cracking. Last time you said we couldn't touch this layer until the backlash of cause and effect subsided. It has subsided. Chen Yuan finished pressing the last 3 copper nails, pushing his palm flat against the wall. A stone slab, 2 meters square, slid out from the wall and began to rise. The Duanlong stone. Qin Guohai recognized this object. It was the same type used in the Ming 13 tombs, but the one before him was 3 inches thicker than the one excavated from the Dingling tomb. The stone slab rose to the top and got stuck. A cold wind surged from the gap, hitting Qin Guohai's face, filling his nostrils with a scent. Agarwood, aged agarwood mixed with the smell of rust and dry paper. Mr. Chen, this smell. It hasn't been ventilated for 600 years, it's normal. Chen Yuan stepped inside with Qin Guohai following closely, turning on his flashlight. As the beam swept across, Qin Guohai's legs felt weak for a moment. The walls were covered in paintings. They were not framed and hung there, instead they were directly embedded in the walls. The 4 walls from floor to ceiling had one painting after another with gaps no wider than 2 fingers. Qin Guohai's flashlight stopped on the first painting. It was a colored silk painting depicting landscapes with a red seal in the lower left corner, Qiu Ying's seal. His hands began to tremble. The beam moved to the second painting depicting a meticulously drawn lady signed Tang Yin. The third painting a splash ink landscape signed Su Wei. This This entire wall. Qin Guohai's voice squeezed out from his throat, as if someone was choking him. Are they all authentic? The left row is from the Ming dynasty, the right row is from the early Qing dynasty mixed together. They weren't classified during the move. Chen Yuan walked to the innermost wall, hands tucked in his sleeves, speaking with the same tone as when introducing the shelves of a grocery store. Qin Guohai's flashlight swept to the main wall opposite. A giant scroll occupied the central position of the entire wall, more than 3 meters wide, the paint on the silk glimmering with a faint mineral sheen under the flashlight. The painting of all nations paying homage. Qin Guohai's legs could no longer move. He had seen a copy of this painting in the storerooms of the Forbidden City, created by court painters during the Qianlong period, recording the grand occasion of various countries' envoys paying homage. The original's creation date was established by scholars as the 16th year of Qianlong. But the one before him, Qin Guohai switched the flashlight to his left hand, pulling out reading glasses from his breast pocket, leaning closer to examine the signature in the lower right corner of the painting. Yongzheng, first year. His voice stuttered. This is 30 years earlier than the recognized creation date. Chen Yuan stood behind him, his hand emerging from his sleeve, pointing to the middle section of the painting. Look at that person. Qin Guohai moved the flashlight in the direction Chen Yuan pointed. In the middle of the painting, on the steps of the court, civil and military officials were lined up on either side, with the emperor's dragon throne in the center. But Chen Yuan was not pointing at the dragon throne. It was a figure standing to the back among the military generals on the left side of the steps. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, with a slightly turned profile, dressed in the official robes of a military supervisor, there was a quality in his demeanor distinctly different from those around him. Not one of respect or tension, but a calm detachment of an observer. Qin Guohai's flashlight remained fixed on that figure, the beam unmoving. He turned his head and glanced at Chen Yuan, then looked back at the painting, then back at Chen Yuan. The curve of the brow, the line of the nose, the angle of the shoulders. This person. Chen Yuan picked up a small bronze furnace from his eaten shelf by the wall, palm's eyes, the gilding on the furnace's body already oxidized to a dark brown, with the words "made during the Xiande period of the Ming dynasty" engraved on the bottom. He cradled the bronze furnace in his palm, his thumb rubbing against the rust on the furnace wall. I spent 2 years in the capital during the first year of Yongzheng. This painter insisted on putting me in the painting, and I couldn't stop him. Qin Guohai's mouth hung open, unable to close. Chen Yuan flipped the Xiande furnace over, and besides the year mark, there was a line of extremely small characters, too tiny to be seen without a magnifying glass. Presented respectfully by your disciple Yang Tingyi, with the endorsement of Master Chen Gongtai. Qin Guohai's reading glasses nearly slipped down his nose. Yang Tingyi. The first assistant to the cabinet during the Ming dynasty, Yang Tingyi. The one who assisted 3 emperors. Chen Yuan placed the Xiande furnace back on the shelf, brushing off the copper rust from his hands. He was only 12 when I took him as a student, so thin he was nothing but bones, his writing all crooked. He took a couple of steps forward, pointing to a stack of yellowed papers next to the Xiande furnace. Those are his assignments from back then. Oh, I've never thrown them away. Qin Guohai's hand reached out, hovering in the air before retracting. His fingers trembled, unwilling to touch. Mr. Chen, the things in this layer. Trash. Chen Yuan's voice came from the front, already at the other wall. At the time I thought it was a pity to throw them away, so I just stuffed them in. Qin Guohai closed his eyes, taking 3. When he opened his eyes again, the flashlight beam fell on the painting of all nations paying homage, on the back of that military supervisor, standing with hands clasped behind his back. The painted figure's lips carried a slight curve. It was an expression exactly like that of Chen Yuan, standing 3 meters in front of him at that moment. Qin Guohai tucked the flashlight back at his waist, and pulled out his phone, his finger pressing down on the dial key. I need to call Director Song. Chen Yuan did not turn back. It's fine to call him here, but don't bring any reporters. Qin Guohai's finger hovered above the screen, hesitating for 2 seconds. Mr. Chen, Director Song might kneel down when he sees these things. Chen Yuan picked up another item from the shelf, a folding fan, made of Shangfei bamboo, with words written on the fan surface. He opened the folding fan, glanced at it, and then closed it again. Let him kneel, and then get up. Don't delay my tea time. Qin Guohai pressed the dial key. The phone rang twice before being answered, with Song Si's voice on the other end sounding groggy. Old Qin. It's 4 in the morning. Qin Guohai only said one sentence. Old Song, the original of the painting of all nations paying homage, is in front of me. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. Then came a cacophony of noise, chairs falling, things crashing to the ground, and Song Si's tone changed. What did you say? Send me the address. Qin Guohai hung up the phone and turned to look at Chen Yuan. In Chen Yuan's hand, the fan's surface bore 4 characters. He only saw the last 2, Wu Yang. The first 2 characters were blocked by Chen Yuan's thumb. Qin Guohai was still in shock from the impact of the map of all nations coming to court when Chen Yuan had already walked to the deepest corner of the basement. There against the wall were 3 boxes stacked. Made of Nanmu wood with a mortise and tenon structure, not a single nail used. The surface of the box was carved with cloud patterns and entwined lotus flowers. The side of the bottom box was engraved with a five-clawed golden dragon, its scales partially stripped of gilding, but its eyes still gleamed. Chen Yuan crouched down, his fingers resting on the box lid, not in a hurry to open it. Qin Lao, about that camera you have hanging on your chest. Qin Guohai instinctively touched the miniature lens pinned to his suit collar, the size of a fingernail, a real-time transmission device issued by the Research Institute. Turn it off. Chen Yuan glanced back at him. Qin Guohai's finger pressed on the switch on the side of the lens, hesitating for 2 seconds, but did not move. Mr. Chen, those old men in the Institute have waited their whole lives just to see this once. Did they cry after kneeling, or kneel after crying? Qin Guohai was choked up. Chen Yuan turned back and lifted the box lid. The scent of agarwood rushed forward so strong it made Qin Guohai cough twice as he shone a flashlight inside. The bottom of the box was lined with a layer of oil paper on which lay neatly folded items. Red ones. Dark red, brownish red, and blackish red. Chen Yuan's hand reached in, fingers spread slowly, pulling out the neatly folded fabric. The moment the fabric was unfolded, Qin Guohai nearly dropped the flashlight. The dragon flag. The Great Ming dragon flag. 3 feet wide, 5 feet long, with a red background, and a golden dragon, its body coiling and twisting, surrounded by embroidered patterns of sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The flag was tattered with a large section, missing from the lower left corner, the edges charred, evidence of fire damage. In the center was a deep brown stain roughly the size of a palm, permeating every fiber of the silk. It was blood. Qin Guohai could recognize it without testing. Bloodstains on clothing turn this color after oxidizing for hundreds of years. He stepped forward, a vague scent filling his nostrils. It was not agarwood, but gunpowder. The remnants of gunpowder trapped in the fabric's fibers, lingering even after several hundred years. This flag. Qin Guohai's voice faltered, a lump in his throat making it hard to swallow. Chen Yuan spread the dragon flag flat on the Nanmu box lid, his fingers pressing down on the edge of the bloodstain. March 19th, 17th year of Chongzhen. Qin Guohai's flashlight froze. That was a date that required no historian's annotation. During the Jiajin Revolution, Li Ziqing breached Beijing, and Emperor Chongzhen hanged himself at Coal Hill. That morning I was on the city wall. Chen Yuan's finger moved away from the bloodstain, his tone flat. The Dazhun army fought from the outer city to the inner city. The defenders fled, the eunuchs opened the gates, and the palace was in chaos. Chongzhen tore this flag down from the Fengxian Hall and handed it to the last eunuch by his side, asking him to take it out of the city. The eunuch was killed before he could leave Xinyang Gate. Qin Guohai swallowed hard. Where's the flag? I picked it up. Chen Yuan's hand emerged from his sleeve, pointing at the bloodstain on the flag. The blood of a eunuch's surname. Wang can't remember the first name no one remembers. Qin Guohai crouched down, his knees hitting the stone floor, the pain barely registering. His eyes were fixed on the charred edge of the dragon flag, his fingers hovering an inch away from the fabric, afraid to touch it. And then I took this flag and traveled south from Beijing. Chen Yuan stood up, leaning his back against the wall above him, the authentic work of Qiu Ying beneath his feet, the academic work of Yang Tingyi, Nanjing, Fuzhou, Guangzhou, and finally retreated to the border of Myanmar. The night the Yongle emperor was strangled by Wu Songui, I rode back to Shanhaiguan alone. I carried this flag, fought my way through the ranks of the 8-banner soldiers outside the pass, killing for 3 days, and Qin Guohai's breathing hitched. No one could stop you. They tried. Chen Yuan glanced at his palm, the lines in his hand clearly visible under the flashlight. 300 elite white-armored soldiers of Nurhasai surrounded me for a whole night, and before dawn, they were all killed. His tone was flat, as if speaking of someone else's affair. But I wasn't fighting for war. I was doing it so that those people outside the pass could see for themselves. The flag of the Great Ming is still held by someone. The miniature camera on Qin Guohai's collar was lit, the red indicator light flashing in the darkness. 300 kilometers away at the National Security Research Institute, 7 white-haired elders were crammed together in front of a screen. The image showed Chen Yuan standing against the wall, and the dragon flag spread out on the box lid. The audio transmission had a half-second delay. When Chen Yuan finished that last sentence, none of the 7 spoke. The elder sitting in front had completely white hair, a leading figure in domestic Ming history research, 83 years old, having undergone 2 knee surgeries, needing to lean on a cane when walking. He pushed himself up from the table. The 6 people behind him watched, but none stepped in to stop him. The elder's knees buckled, the cane fell to the ground, and he knelt directly on the floor of the monitoring room. I found it. His voice squeezed out from his throat, every word trembling. The Chongzhen funeral flag lost for 380 years. I found it. 4 of the 6 behind him knelt. The remaining 2 held on to the backs of their chairs, their legs trembling, not kneeling out of unwillingness, but because their knees couldn't hold them up. Meanwhile, Qin Guohai's phone vibrated once. He took it out and glanced at it. The encrypted message from the Research Institute contained only a single line. The British Museum, the Louvre, and the Metropolitan Museum of Art jointly announced the withdrawal. Qin Guohai finished reading, put the phone back in his pocket, and did not mention it. He stood up, his knee cracking. Chen Yuan had already folded the dragon flag again, following the military's standard method, 4 folds and neatly aligned. He handed the folded flag over. Chen Guohai caught it with both hands, the fabric resting lightly in his palms, almost weightless. Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the exit of the basement. Take good care of it for me. His voice came from ahead, echoing as it bounced off the stone walls. Don't let it gather dust again. Chen Guohai held the dragon flag in place, his fingers tightening around it. He opened his mouth to say something, but a wave of acidity surged in his throat. Chen Yuan's footsteps had already reached the stairs. Then they stopped. Chen Lao. Chen Guohai looked up. Chen Yuan's figure stood at the turn of the stairs, half his profile illuminated by the flashlight's residual light. The blood of that eunuch on this flag. He paused. He said one thing to me before he died. Chen Guohai held his. Chen Yuan did not turn around. He said, as long as the flag exists, the Great Ming exists. After the echo faded between the stone walls, the basement fell silent for a long time. Chen Guohai looked down at the neatly folded dragon flag in his palm, the edge of the bloodstain just visible on the outermost fold. His ears caught a sound that did not belong here. The door to the bookstore on the first floor was pushed open. The bell rang twice, followed by a hurried set of footsteps, and Song Si's voice almost breaking. Chen Lao. Chen Guohai. Where are you? When Song Si rushed into the bookstore in his slippers, Chen Yuan had already gone upstairs. Director Song, my brother said, he won't meet anyone today. Song Si clung to the handrail on the stairs, stretching his neck like a goose, trying to catch a glimpse of the second floor. Little Lin, just let me take a look. Just one glance. What do you want to see? The map of all nations coming to court. Old Chen said the original is in your basement. Lin Xia pulled the curtain shut tightly. My brother said to talk about it tomorrow. Song Si was dragged out of the bookstore by Chen Guohai, still muttering, his voice fading away. The bookstore returned to silence. The window on the second floor was half open, and the night breeze blew in, gently swaying the leaves of the potted green radish. Chen Yuan sat on a low stool by the window, holding a pair of pruning shears, snipping away at the potted plant. The green radish had grown wildly, with vines hanging down to the floor, dry leaves mixed among the new ones, yellow interspersed with green. He clipped the withered leaves one by one and piled them on the newspaper beside his knee. Lin Xia came up from downstairs, holding a bowl of instant noodles, squatting at the door and slurping. Brother, are you going to that award ceremony or not? Not going. Old Chen said the higher-ups mean to publicly present the award and the TV station will broadcast it live. Not going. Chen Yuan clipped off a yellowing leaf, held it up to his eyes, examining it. The veins were dried up, light as a feather. His fingers paused. Not because of the leaf. The wind outside changed. The night breeze in Huayan Alley blew from the south, carrying the smoky scent of the barbecue stall at the alley's entrance warm. But in that instant there was a chill in the wind. A metallic chill. The mingling scents of machine lubricant, gunpowder residue, and carbon fiber stock wafted over from 3 kilometers away. Ordinary people couldn't smell it, but Chen Yuan could. He lowered his head and continued to prune his hands, never stopping. Lin Xia. Moi. Close the window. Isn't it hot? Close it. Lin Xia put down her chopsticks, stood up, and pulled the window shut, fastening the latch. She glanced back at Chen Yuan, feeling that his expression was somehow different from before. It was hard to pinpoint what was wrong. Brother, what's wrong? Chen Yuan didn't answer, his fingers pinching the dried green radish leaf, gently rubbing it between his thumb and index finger. The edges of the leaf became thin and translucent beneath his fingertips. He tilted his head slightly, as if he were listening to something. 3 kilometers away, on the 4th layer of the West City interchange, a white van parked in the emergency lane. The interior walls of the van were lined with soundproofing material. 3 people squatted inside, wearing dark gray combat uniforms with no national flag insignia on the collars. The person in front crouched behind a modified shooting window, his right eye pressed against a thermal imaging scope, the crosshairs locked on the second-floor window of an old building 3 kilometers away. His breathing was steady, 6 breaths per minute, his index finger resting on the trigger guard, not yet pulling it. The person behind him lowered his voice, speaking in English with an Eastern European accent. The target is by the window. The window is closed, but the thermal imaging can still capture the outline. Wait for him to approach the window. The sniper adjusted the position of the shoulder stock, his thumb switching off the safety. In the scope, the thermal outline behind the second-floor window was clearly visible. A human figure sitting still with a normal temperature distribution. His index finger slid into the trigger guard. Second floor of the bookstore. Chen Yuan picked up the dried leaf from the newspaper, cradling it in his palm. The leaf was dry and brittle, the curled edges showing a burnt brown in the light. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Then he flicked his finger. The motion was light. With a flick of his fingertip, the dried leaf flew out. The dried leaf shot from his palm. It wasn't falling, it was flying. It passed through the gap of the window, a seal barely 2 millimeters wide that still existed after the latch was locked. No sound. 3 kilometers away. The sniper's index finger squeezed halfway on the trigger. His right eye suddenly caught an anomaly. A thin line flashed at the edge of the scope, moving so fast that the thermal imaging system could only record 1 frame. Then his throat went cold. Not the kind of cold from the wind. It was the cold of skin being sliced, blood vessels rupturing, warm liquid pouring out. His hand slipped from the trigger, his body fell forward, his forehead striking the iron frame of the shooting window with a dull thud. The two people behind him reacted quickly. The first person's hand was already reaching for the gun at his waist. But his hand stopped in midair. There was a horizontal cut across the neck of the fallen sniper. The cut was too neat to be a wound, like a scalpel's incision. Embedded in the wound was a small brown curled piece thin enough to be translucent. It was a leaf, a dried green radish leaf. The two men exchanged glances, their pupils constricting sharply. Suddenly a flurry of footsteps and the sound of metal clashing echoed outside the van along with shouts in Chinese. "Don't move. Hands on your head. Get down." Zhang Lei's voice exploded from the loudspeaker as 24 fully armed Special Forces soldiers converged from both ends of the interchange, red dots from laser pointers covering every inch of the van's windshield. Within 30 seconds, the van door was pried open with hydraulic shears. The two surviving men were pressed to the ground, their wrists bound with steel cuffs, faces pressed against the iron plate of the van. Zhang Lei crouched down and shone his flashlight at the person who had fallen at the shooting position. The cut on his neck had stopped bleeding. The green radish leaf was embedded in the wound, exuding a sense of mockery. He pulled out his walkie-talkie. Target eliminated 3 individuals, 1 dead and 2 alive. Mr. Chen provided coordinates precise to the internal position of the van. A hoarse voice from the walkie-talkie replied. It was Qin Guohai. Interrogate. Extract the mastermind. Zhang Lei glanced at the encrypted phone he had searched from the living person, the screen still lit, displaying a notification for an unread email. The sender was unknown. He opened it. The email body contained only 4 Chinese characters. The font style was unlike anything he had seen. Not Sony, not Kaishu. The strokes had a shadow of Oracle Bone script, yet neater than Oracle Bone script. The transgressor dies. The signature consisted of a single character. Yuan. Zhang Lei's thumb paused at the edge of the screen for 3 seconds before he exited the email. He looked again at the green radish leaf on the neck of the corpse in the corner of the van, which had already shattered into powder in the night breeze. Meanwhile, across the ocean on the top floor of a private building on 5th Avenue in Manhattan, New York, the current head of the Smith family sat behind an oak desk, 6 legal documents spread out before him, each related to cultural relics transactions within Huaxia. His personal phone rang. The assistant's voice trembled. "Sir, your email has a message." He switched to the email interface and opened the message. For characters. At the same moment, the 3 screens on the desk went black simultaneously. When they lit up again, the screens displayed not an email, but numbers. The balance of 17 offshore accounts held by the family was visibly dropping to 0. Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, Liechtenstein. Funds from each account were disappearing at a rate of 1 per second. His hand reached for the desk phone. There was no dial tone. He pressed the number for the chief lawyer of the consortium. "The number you dialed is not in service." On the street below the 72nd floor, 3 black SUVs with FBI markings were entering the building's under. He stood up, his knee knocking over the chair, and a deep-colored stain spread across the front of his trousers. Urine streamed down his pant leg onto the hand-woven Persian carpet. 2nd floor of the bookstore. Chen Yuan placed the pruning shears back on the windowsill, brushing off the dirt and debris from his hands. The dead branches of the green radish were now neatly trimmed, with the remaining vines tied to bamboo stakes arranged neatly along the edge of the flower pot. Lin Xia came out of the kitchen holding an empty bowl, seeing him watering the plants. "Brother, what did you just flick out the window?" Chen Yuan lifted the watering can, directing it at the roots of the green radish, the flow steady and thin. "A bug." Lin Xia mumbled something about what bug to flick at midnight, tossed the bowl into the sink, and returned to her room. Chen Yuan set the watering can down and stood by the window for a while. His phone screen lit up momentarily. It was a message from Qin Guohai. "All resolved. The live one is being interrogated. Leads point to the Smith family's branch in Southeast Asia." Chen Yuan did not reply, flipping his phone over and placing it on the windowsill. He glanced at his right hand. A small piece of green radish leaf residue was still stuck in the grooves of his fingerprints between his index and thumb. Downstairs, the opera box had opened again at an unknown time, singing Ding Jun Shan. Chen Yuan blew the fragments from his hand and turned to head downstairs. The redwood box remained where it was on the counter, the lid closed, and the golden silk ribbon tied neatly. He picked up the teapot next to the box. The biluacun inside had cooled. He still poured a cup, lifted it, and took a sip. Outside the door came the sound of an engine starting. It wasn't an interview vehicle, but the diesel engine of a military Humvee. The vehicle stopped, but no one got out. Only the intermittent sounds of conversation over the intercom, along with Zhang Lei's low report. "The area within 3 kilometers of the bookstore has been designated a permanent security zone." Qin Guohai stood at the entrance of the bookstore for 3 minutes, but did not enter. 12 military green vehicles were parked at both ends of the alley. The license plate numbers were unnecessary to discern, as the emblems on the front were sufficient. He counted the people standing in front of the bookstore. 14 of them. All had white hair. He had seen these faces on television, seated prominently on the podium during the annual 2 sessions and at significant press conferences every few years. When they spoke into the microphones, their words would headline the national news broadcasts. At this moment, they stood quietly in Huayan Alley, a narrow path paved with bluestone, all dressed in plain clothes. There were no reporters, no cameras, no accompanying personnel. They simply formed two lines waiting for the wooden door of the bookstore to open. The one at the front, Chen Yuan, had complained just days ago that Qin Guohai was too old and struggled with the steps, suggesting he'd come back the next day. Qin Guohai shoved his hands into his pockets and walked forward. The wooden door of the bookstore was ajar, and Lin Xia stood at the entrance holding a cup of tea with a dazed expression. Mr. Qin, she lowered her voice, my brother is still making tea, and asked everyone to come in and wait. Qin Guohai glanced up at her. Lin Xia's eyes were red, having just cried, but she bit her lower lip, determined not to let the tears fall. What's wrong? Nothing, Lin Xia replied as she carried the tea inside and turned her head. Just a bit. A bit hard to control. The arrangement inside the bookstore hadn't changed. The counter was still the same, the teapot was still the same, the opera box in the corner was closed, and the green radish on the windowsill had been freshly trimmed, its vines neatly tied to bamboo sticks. Chen Yuan sat behind the counter dressed in a loose tang suit, the collar left unbuttoned, his hair casually swept aside without a hair tie. In front of him, there were 16 teacups arranged neatly. Not one too few, every person had one. 14 elderly men entered in single file, standing in various corners of the bookstore. Some were perusing the bookshelves, others were examining the calligraphy hanging on the wall, while some merely stood in silence. Not a single person spoke first. Qin Guohai retreated to a corner, leaning against the bookshelf with his hands stuffed in his pockets, becoming a wallflower. Chen Yuan did not rise, pushing teacups one by one towards the guests. Sit. Just that one word, without honorifics, without small talk, the tone resembling how he usually called Lin Xia to fetch packages. 14 individuals took their seats. There weren't enough chairs, so Lin Xia hurriedly fetched two from the back, her legs trembling as she moved and her hands shook while serving the tea. Chen Yuan glanced at her, but said nothing. Lin Xia closed her mouth, trembling even more violently. The leading elder took the teacup, cupping it in his palms, looking down at the tea soup without sipping. He took out a flat brocade box from his inner pocket, placing it on the counter and pushing it forward with both hands. Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan did not move. The design of this metal has been specifically tailored. The elder's voice was steady, but his breathing was uneven, each breath deep and heavy. The name, the style, the material, every detail was discussed in 4 meetings. Surrounded by 9 dragons with mountains and rivers as the base, there are 8 characters in the center. Chen Yuan's fingers rested on the lid of the brocade box, but did not lift it. What are the characters? To protect the nation and maintain peace, a peerless patriot. The bookstore fell silent for 3 seconds. The switch of the opera box was accidentally brushed against by Lin Xia's sleeve as she stepped aside, hiding her hands behind her back. Chen Yuan picked up the brocade box and opened it. Inside, the item was not large, the diameter of the metal similar to that of a teacup's rim, golden base, with red patterns, 9 dragons coiling from the outer edge inward. In the center was a raised outline of mountains and rivers with the 8 characters engraved below the dragon's claws, the script in seal style, the strokes embedded in the metal with sharp edges. He looked for a few seconds, closed the box, and pushed it back. No need to hang it around the neck. The leading elder was momentarily stunned. Qin Guohai nearly coughed. According to the design. Just place it here. Chen Yuan pushed the brocade box to the edge of the counter and turned to fetch the teapot. You can drink tea, I will put this away. Lin Xia cradled the brocade box against her chest, her face flushed. The elder glanced at Chen Yuan's back, then at the brocade box, and finally at Qin Guohai. Qin Guohai subtly shook his head, implying that this was the normal state, and one would get used to it. The elder remained silent for 2 seconds, then lifted the teacup and took a sip. Good tea. Biluakun, this year's nothing extraordinary. Chen Yuan returned the teapot to its place and turned around. If there's anything to discuss, say it. Once you're done, you can go. I still have chess to play. Chess. Qin Guohai glanced at the unfinished chessboard beside the counter. The pieces were made of white marble, the black pieces yellowing and worn down at the edges, not knowing how many years they had spent in that incomplete state. Among the people in this room, he wondered how many could recognize which dynasty the chess pieces belonged to. The subsequent discussions proceeded swiftly, taking less than 20 minutes. The procedure for awarding honors, the public announcements wording the guarantee level for Chen Yuan's future actions, and a new code name. It was not a secret code, but one intended for public use. The landmark screens across the nation will light up uniformly at midnight. The elder set down his teacup. There will be no photos, no names, just 4 characters. Chen Yuan was in the process of rearranging the chess pieces on the board one by one. What are the characters? A peerless patriot. Chen Yuan paused momentarily with the piece in hand, then placed it down and continued rearranging. The back view can be displayed. He did not lift his head, but do not show the front face. The elder stared at him for a long time. Understood. Lin Xia stood in the corner, her eyes tightly held, both hands clutching the brocade box with her knuckles turning white. She did not cry. She stared at Chen Yuan, who was dressed in a loose tang suit, bowing his head to arrange the chess pieces, forcing her tears back, holding her breath, unable to release or swallow. Her brother's posture was exactly as usual. Just like when he was upstairs tending to the green radish, when he was behind the counter drinking cold tea, or when he was dozing beside the opera box. Exactly the same. But she simply could not control herself. When the 14 individuals left, no one said goodbye. The leading elder paused at the door, glancing back at Chen Yuan for a final look. Chen Yuan sat behind the counter, his hand resting on the chessboard, a white piece pinched between his fingers, yet not placed down. The elder turned and walked away. The footsteps echoed on the bluestone for a long time, gradually fading away. The car doors closed, the engines roared to life, and the 12 vehicles exited the alley one after another. The bookstore returned to silence. Lin Xia placed the brocade box on the counter, taking a deep sniff. Brother, about the big screen at midnight. Do you want to watch? Chen Yuan set down the white piece, glanced at the chessboard, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Where to watch? The rooftop can see the big screen on the opposite building. Chen Yuan said nothing. Lin Xia waited for a moment, packed the brocade box, and turned to walk toward the stairs. Halfway up, a voice came from behind. Move the chairs up. Lin Xia paused in her steps. The stone floor is hard. Kneeling down hurts the knees. Lin Xia, clutching the brocade box, stood on the stairs without moving. After 3 seconds, she turned back to glance. Chen Yuan had his head down, his gaze fixed on the chessboard, the white piece held motionless between his fingers. Lin Xia turned back, climbing the stairs step by step. The sound of her footsteps faded at the end of the stairs. Chen Yuan placed the white piece down, his fingertip resting on the chessboard for 2 seconds, then withdrew his hand. The position of the white piece on the chessboard landed on the only point that could remain alive in a deadlock. Outside the window, the wind in Huai'an Alley blew in from the south. His phone screen lit up momentarily, a message from Qin Guohai containing only one sentence. Before midnight, the adjustment of 317 landmark screens nationwide has been completed. Chen Yuan flipped the phone over without replying. He lowered his head, glanced at the piece on the chessboard, then at the indentation left by the brocade box at the edge of the counter. On his right forearm, golden patterns faintly peered out from the cuff, brighter than 3 days ago. He retracted his hand into his sleeve, stood up, and walked toward the stairs. Halfway up, his footsteps halted. He felt something. It was neither sound nor scent, but a kind of vibration rising from beneath his feet, very subtle, as if something deep in the earth was slowly awakening. The veins of mountains and rivers pulsed gently beneath his soles. Zhao Ke placed the old computer from the basement along with 3 mobile phones on the cement floor, his fingers trembling violently. Just as he cleared the deletion records, white smoke began to rise from the corners of the screen. Don't burn, don't burn. He rushed over to unplug the power, but as soon as his fingertip touched the casing, the heat made him retract his hand. The second mobile phone began to heat up as well, its casing bulging outwards before it cracked open with a snap, flames shooting through the charging cable towards the power strip. Zhao Ke kicked over a chair and splashed water from a bucket onto the ground. Just as the water fell, sparks erupted from the cracks in the keyboard. Who's messing with me? He shouted, turning to twist the main switch in the basement. The lights went out for a second before flickering back on. As soon as the lights illuminated the room, all the screens turned a shade of red. Zhao Ke's eyelids twitched violently, and suddenly a voice echoed in his ears, calm and direct, penetrating into his mind. You can't delete everything cleanly. He froze in place, his throat tightening, and even his breathing slowed. Who? No one in the basement responded to him. The voice came again. For every insult you've hurled, you must repay it in kind. Zhao Ke covered his ears, yet he could still not block it out. In a blur, an ancient city gate appeared before him, and kneeling beneath it was a man in a long robe, trembling shoulders, clutching a document. The man raised his head, his features bearing a slight resemblance to Zhao Ke. A wave of nausea rolled in Zhao Ke's stomach, and his legs weakened, forcing him to lean against the wall to avoid falling. Outside the city gate stood a line of soldiers, their blades pointing inward. The man glanced back at those behind him and raised his hand to push open the gate. A metallic scent wafted into Zhao Ke's nose. Do you see clearly? The voice persisted. Your ancestors opened the gate for others, exchanging it for decades of wealth. Every penny you spend today is tainted by that gate. Zhao Ke's face turned pale, his lips trembling. Let me go. You didn't insult a human. You are repaying debts for your ancestors. In the vision, the man kneeling at the city gate was dragged away, leaving a long trail in the mud, still crying out for mercy. Zhao Ke's vision darkened, and as he supported himself against the wall to rush to the staircase, his foot slipped, causing him to kneel on the steps. His phone fell from his pocket, the screen fracturing like a spider's web, with the last private message lingering on the overseas email attachment page. He stared at those few words, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. Suddenly, a siren blared outside. Zhao Ke froze for 2 seconds, not even taking the time to grab his coat before stumbling out of the basement. The police station's duty window was lit. The officer looked up and saw the person rushing in his hand, instinctively moving to the baton. Stop! What are you doing? Zhao Ke lunged forward, his knees crashing against the tiled floor. I confess. The duty officer was momentarily stunned. Show me your ID. Arrest me first. Zhao Ke's forehead hit the counter, his voice rising in pitch. My name is Zhao Ke. I take all the blame. I hired internet trolls, I bought accounts, I received money from overseas. The duty officer immediately pressed down on his shoulder. Lift your head and speak slowly. Can I speak slow? Zhao Ke raised his face, his eyes red. Money Duo set up the group for me. Smith paid me twice. The first payment instructed me to slander Chen Yuan, and the second told me to lead the narrative that his things were all fake. Who is Smith? The one smuggling cultural relics overseas. Zhao Ke gasped for breath. In Wang Wei, he tacitly approved the program's narrative, while Zhou Yiming also used my materials. They all wanted to leverage me to escalate the situation. The duty officer frowned, his hand already resting on the intercom. Captain, a man at the door claims to be Zhao. That's me. Zhao Ke almost shouted, I still have the chat records, I have the transfer receipts, I can show you right now. When the interrogation room door opened, Zhang Lei was just taking off his police hat. He glanced at Zhao Ke, but did not sit down first, closing the door behind him. Lift your head. Zhao Ke slowly raised his face, blood still on his nose, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Lei pulled out a chair, sitting down, and slamming a stack of printed papers onto the table. We have already mirrored the contents of your phone. Zhao Ke stared at the stack of papers, his fingers turning pale. It clearly states overseas servers, ghostwriting, transfer records, hidden camera videos, and narrative scripts. Zhang Lei looked at him. If you utter one more lie, you won't have a chance to retract your statement later. Zhao Ke's lips moved slightly. I never intended for it to escalate like this. Zhang Lei let out a cold laugh. Why did you choose to slander anyone but the stabilizing force of Huaxia? Zhao Ke's shoulders slumped, his entire being sinking into the chair. I just wanted to earn traffic. I wanted to take Lin Xia down. I aimed to cut off her line. I never thought it would involve Chen Yuan. Now you dare mention others. I said I will say everything. Zhao Ke grew anxious, leaning forward. Smith had me keep an eye on Chen Yuan. Money Duo was responsible for rewriting articles and buying trending topics. Wang Wei would release it as soon as it gained traction, while Zhou Yiming was also using my materials. They all wanted to make Chen Yuan seem like a counterfeit, using it to stomp on Waxia's face. Outside, footsteps approached, and Qin Guohai entered holding a verification opinion. He placed the paper on the corner of the table, his gaze cold and unyielding. Zhao Ke, you better get every word right. Zhao Ke saw Qin Guohai and gulped hard. Elder Qin, I never expected it would come to this. Qin Guohai did not respond, merely staring at him for several seconds. When you were doing this, did you not leave yourself a way out? Zhao Ke lowered his head, his fingers gripping the seams of his pants tightly. I admit it. His voice was already hoarse. I admit everything. Zhang Lei opened his notebook. Continue names of overseas contacts, the flow of funds, server addresses, timestamps of postings, and their sequence. Don't miss a single one. Zhao Ke felt drained of energy, starting to spit out each item one by one. Every name he reported caused Zhang Lei to pause his pen. When he finally finished the last item, the interrogation room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Lei closed his notebook and stood up. Take him away. Zhao Ke's legs were still trembling as he was led away. He looked up as if to plead, opening his mouth, but ultimately only uttering one sentence. Can I see Chen Yuan? Zhang Lei turned back to look at him, his tone flat. Do you deserve it? 3 days later, the court delivered its verdict. When the words life imprisonment fell, Zhao Ke slumped in the defendant's seat, not even struggling when the court officers took him away. In the television news, the host only read for 20 seconds, followed by platform announcements and police reports. In the comments section, the accounts that had previously bombarded Chen Yuan with accusations fell silent one after another. An hour later, the top 10 trending topics had all changed names. Lin Xia sat on the stairs of the bookstore's second floor, gripping her phone, staring at the suddenly empty comments section, unable to speak for a long time. Brother. Her voice was a bit hoarse. It's over. Chen Yuan was sitting behind the counter, flipping through the account books, not even lifting his head. What's over? All the insults towards you are gone. The pen in his hand paused momentarily. Lin Xia handed the phone over again, the screen still displaying the news of the verdict, followed by a string of deleted comment notifications. Now the entire internet is changing their tune. She swallowed hard. The group that insulted the most at the beginning, their profile pictures have all turned gray. Chen Yuan glanced at it and pushed the phone back. Don't look at these. Aren't you happy at all? What's there to be happy about? Lin Xia was caught off guard by his response, wanting to say more, when suddenly an urgent knocking sounded from downstairs. Is Mr. Chen in there? Someone shouted from outside, breathing heavily. Director Song asked me to bring the stamped documents. Qin Guohai stood by the door, raising his hand to check the time, then glanced at Chen Yuan. There are 2 more media outlets outside that want to get a statement from you. Chen Yuan closed the account book, raising his eyes to the door. I won't open it. Lin Xia was about to step in to block, but Chen Yuan had already stood up, his hand resting on the door bolt. The knocking from outside sounded again, more urgent this time. Mr. Chen, the plaque from the National Museum has been delivered to the entrance of the alley. The light on the 3rd floor of the basement is manually controlled by a pull line, and the wattage of the bulb is low, failing to illuminate the corners. Chen Yuan was already standing in front of the innermost row of cabinets, his fingers resting on the lock of a tin box. The edges of the silk cloth were mostly frayed, and the ink in the middle had faded to a light brown, but the characters could still be distinguished. Qin Guohai leaned and squinting to read 2 lines, his hands starting to tremble. Is this a royal decree? It belongs to Empress Dowager Cixi. Qin Guohai swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a whisper. A handwritten edict. Sort of, it's a secret letter addressed to the Military Affairs Bureau, but it was never sent out. Qin Guohai stared at the silk cloth, his lips moving along with the characters. He began to read aloud. This person has been shot 3 times and remains standing. Blades and axes strike him as if hitting solid stone. The stone lion outside the Meridian Gate was shattered by his bare hands, dust scattering to the sky. His voice grew softer. We believe that evil spirits are at work seeking permission to dispatch troops for encirclement, yet this person has vanished without a trace. The ink on the last line trembled violently, the writer's hand shaking. Immortal and unyielding and scathed by heavenly thunder, this being is not human, but a malevolent spirit. Qin Guohai straightened up, removed his glasses to wipe them, his fingers still trembling. During the Guangxu era, in the 26th year of Guangxu, in the year of Gengzi, Chen Yuan leaned against the cabinet, his hands tucked into his sleeves, a slight smirk on his lips. That's quite frightening to read. Qin Guohai stared at him for 3 seconds. Did you really smash the stone lion outside the Meridian Gate? Chen Yuan glanced at the palm of his right hand, flipping it over and over. It wasn't much effort, just a single strike. A single strike. At that time I simply couldn't bear to watch. Chen Yuan's tone was akin to discussing having bought a bun in the morning. The 8-Nation Alliance had already reached our doorstep, and those people were still arguing inside about whether to flee. I waited outside the Meridian Gate for 3 days, and no one came out to say a word. On the 4th day, I got annoyed. Qin Guohai swallowed. So you smashed the stone lion? I couldn't just Qin Guohai opened his mouth, but couldn't find his words. He adjusted his glasses, took out his phone from his pocket, and poked the screen 3 times before dialing the correct number. The call connected, revealing a young man's voice on the other end. Teacher. Xiaozhou, go to the Palace Museum archives now, retrieve the records from the Military Affairs Bureau for the 26th year of Guangxu, and look for anything related to the Meridian Gate. Now. Teacher, the archives are closed. Tell them my name, it must be retrieved tonight. What keywords? Qin Guohai glanced at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan picked up a porcelain cup from the cabinet. It still contained half a cup of cold tea, and drank it all. Stone Lion Chen's surname, powdered remains. The other end of the call fell silent for 2 seconds. Teacher, you're not joking, are you? When have I ever joked with you? The call ended. Qin Guohai tucked his phone back into his pocket, his gaze sweeping around the 3rd floor of the basement. This level contained fewer items than the 2 above, but each was wrapped in moisture-proof cloth, neatly arranged. His gaze suddenly stopped at a shelf in the corner. There lay a roll of paper uncovered by moisture-proof cloth, just lying there with its edges curled up, gathering dust. Qin Guohai walked over and bent down to take a look. Then he froze. He was all too familiar with that paper. Looking up, the words, Great Qing Nation, were emblazoned at the top below, which were densely packed clauses and numbers, each line etched with humiliation. The text of the indemnity from the year of Gengzi. It wasn't a copy or a facsimile, but the original document. The texture of the paper, the depth of the ink, the vermilion seal. Qin Guohai, having studied artifacts for decades, could tell at a glance. But what left him frozen was not the document itself. It was the large seal stamped on the paper. Bright red, the vermilion so thick it seemed to darken, pressed directly above all the clauses. 2 words. Invalid. Qin Guohai's hand hovered 2 centimeters above the paper, his 5 fingers trembling. Chen Yuan. His throat went dry. Did you stamp this seal? Chen Yuan set down the porcelain cup, walked over, and glanced down. Yes. What good does it do for you to stamp it? None. Chen Yuan's voice grew subdued. I wasn't present when they signed it. By the time I arrived in the capital, the treaty was already in effect. Qin Guohai pulled his hand back, forming a fist. Then why did you stamp this seal? I couldn't let it go in my heart. The light in the basement flickered momentarily, dimming for half a second before returning. Chen Yuan's tone became steadier, and his speech slowed. In the winter of the year of Gengzi, I walked from Shandong all the way to the capital, witnessing things along the way that you won't find in any historical records. After the Allied forces entered the city, they didn't just loot. They drove people into alleys, practicing with bayonets, piling bodies higher than the walls. There was an alley where when I walked in, the ground was covered with children's shoes. The shoes remained, but the children were gone. Qin Guohai's fist clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking. Chen Yuan raised his hand, pointing at the red seal. This seal has no legal validity, oh I know that. But I want future generations to see that someone refused to acknowledge it. He withdrew his hand into his sleeves and turned to walk towards the wooden ladder. That winter I intercepted 3 units involved in the massacre of civilians at the Tongzhou waterway. The sound of footsteps echoed on the wooden ladder step by step. That river froze all winter long. When spring came, the ice was red. Qin Guohai stood rooted to the spot, staring at the document stamped with the red seal, breathing heavily. Suddenly his phone rang. The screen displayed a student's number. He pressed the answer key, holding the phone to his ear. "Teacher, we found it." The voice on the other end trembled. In October of the 26th year of Guangxu Military Affairs Bureau Secret Archives, file number Bingchen 073, the original text states, "The stone lion on the south side of the Meridian Gate shattered for no reason, dust scattered, and the guard soldiers claimed to have seen a man with the surname Chen strike at the lion shattered, and the man vanished without a trace." Qin Guohai closed his eyes. "There is one more sentence, teacher. This sentence was crossed out with a red pen, but I revealed it with a UV light. Read it. This person's appearance matches that of a certain wanted criminal in the portrait from the Daoguang era, suspected to be of the same lineage or the same person." Qin Guohai opened his eyes, nearly dropping the phone from his hand. Above him, Chen Yuan's voice came through clear despite the floorboards in between. "The tea has gone cold. Come up for a hot cup." At 2 in the morning, Lin Xia was awakened by the heat. It wasn't the heat of the weather, it was the kind of heat emerging from her bones, surging up her spine, reaching the back of her head, then radiating out from the crown. She threw off the covers and sat up, pressing her palm against her forehead, finding her temperature normal. But the heat beneath her skin continued to flow, circling around, as if something was swimming in her veins. A clattering sound of a teapot lid came from downstairs. Lin Xia, barefoot on the wooden floor, walked to the edge of the staircase and looked down. Chen Yuan sat behind the counter, his right hand resting on the teapot handle, his eyes fixed on her. That gaze was different from usual. "Come down." Lin Xia wrapped herself in a blanket and walked down the stairs, her hair a mess, her eyelids still sticky. "Brother, I feel so hot." The air conditioner is set to 20 degrees, but it's still hot." "It has nothing to do with the air conditioner." Chen Yuan set down the teapot, stood up, and walked in front of her. He raised his right hand, 2 fingers separated resting on Lin Xia's wrist. Lin Xia felt the coolness from his fingertips collide with the heat inside her, sending goosebumps up her arm. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. "How long has it been?" "What do you mean by how long?" "The body heat." Lin Xia thought for a moment. "About a week." "A week, and you didn't tell me." "I thought it was just heat, so I bought some Banlangen." Chen Yuan released her hand, turned back to the counter, and rummaged through the bottom drawer for a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror was small, hand-sized, with bird engravings on the back, and the edges were green. He flipped it over, presenting the mirrored surface to Lin Xia. "Look for yourself." Lin Xia took it and looked down. The mirror reflected her face, showing nothing unusual. "What am I supposed to see?" "Look at your eyes." Lin Xia brought the mirror closer, staring at her own pupils. There was a very faint golden line at the outer edge of her right pupil. So fine it was almost imperceptible, but under the sheen of the bronze mirror that golden line pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. Lin Xia's hand slipped, and the mirror nearly fell. "Brother, what's wrong with my eyes?" Chen Yuan leaned against the counter, his hands tucked into his sleeves, looking at her, without speaking for a long while. "How long have you been living in this bookstore?" "Almost a year." "In this year, have you felt less winded when running, needed less sleep, or remembered things faster than before?" Lin Xia opened her mouth. She indeed felt her energy was unusually high recently. During the police academy's physical assessment, she had run 800 meters without sweating much. The instructor even suspected she was secretly taking health supplements. "Your body," Chen Yuan lowered his voice, "has been soaked in my aura for a year." "Soaked?" "There are things left behind by me in this bookstore, and over time they seeped in." Lin Xia was taken aback. Chen Yuan watched her expression, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, not quite a smile. "Your current physique is no longer that of an ordinary person. You are a step away from immortality." Lin Xia's mind buzzed. "Wait, what did you say?" "You heard me. No, brother, when you say immortality, it's exactly what you understand it to mean." Lin Xia clenched the bronze mirror tightly, her knuckles white. "How long can I live?" "I don't know, but it depends on whether you can cross that barrier." "What barrier?" Chen Yuan extended his right hand from his sleeve, raising his index finger, which glimmered with a hint of golden light. That light was small, weaker than a firefly, but when Lin Xia stared at it, she felt a prick in the depths of her pupils. "Come here." "What are you going to do?" "Help you." "Help me with what?" "Enough talk, sit down." Lin Xia obediently sat in the chair in front of the counter, her back straight, hands resting on her knees, not daring to breathe. Chen Yuan stepped in front of her, the glimmer of gold hovering an inch above her brow. "This will hurt." "How much will it hurt?" "I don't know, I've never done this for anyone else." "Brother, could you not say it in that tone?" Chen Yuan pressed down with his finger. The moment the golden light entered her brow, Lin Xia's whole body jolted. It wasn't pain. It was as if all her senses had been turned on at once. She heard the sound of the water dripping from the faucet upstairs, 3 drops a second falling into the ceramic basin with a clarity as if it were right beside her. She heard the breathing of a stray cat at the alley's mouth, rising and falling, the sound of its heartbeat traveling across hundreds of meters, boom, boom, boom. She smelled the scent of rust from the back of the bronze mirror, mingled with the lingering aroma of Biluakun tea from Chen Yuan's sleeve. She saw every grain of dust falling on the wall the direction of each wood grain on the counter, the 7 colors refracted from the moonlight outside through the glass. The world became transparent. It was as if someone had lifted the veil covering her eyes. Lin Xia opened her mouth, tears streaming down her face, unnoted by her. Brother, don't speak, let the energy finish flowing. Lin Xia closed her eyes, feeling that strand of spiritual energy descending from her brow, passing her throat, her chest, settling in her lower abdomen, and finally dispersing like a drop of ink into water. The heat faded. The burning sensation in her body completely retreated. She opened her eyes, and the golden line in her pupils shone twice as bright as before. Chen Yuan stepped back, his hand retracting into his sleeve, his face paler than before. Lin Xia stared at him. Your complexion looks terrible. You lost a strand of your essence. Naturally, it looks bad. What do you mean by essence? The root of your life. Lin Xia's breath caught for a moment. You gave me your life root. Just a small strand, it won't kill me. Then you. I've lived for 5,000 years, my roots are thick. Lin Xia's lips trembled slightly as she placed the bronze mirror on the counter, covering her face with her hands. Chen Yuan ignored her and turned to walk toward the bookstore door. He pushed open the door, standing on the steps and glancing up at the sky. The moon hung at the east end of the alley, half full with a thin light. He stepped his right foot onto the threshold, extending his left hand from his sleeve palm, facing down. Golden patterns spread from his forearm to his fingertips, each glowing one by one. The ground trembled slightly. It wasn't an earthquake. The foundation beneath the bookstore was responding. A ray of golden light seeped through the cracks of the bluestone slabs, starting from the door and spreading around the bookstore's walls, forming a circle, then 2, then 3. The third circle halted at the mouth of the alley. The golden light sank into the ground, and the surface returned to normal. But the air had changed. Lin Xia stood at the door, feeling an invisible barrier rising around the bookstore. It was unseen and intangible, but she could sense it. That barrier was thick like a mountain. What is this? It's the Taiqing Town Yu array. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, and the golden patterns dimmed. From today onward, missiles cannot penetrate this bookstore. Lin Xia opened her mouth about to speak when her peripheral vision caught something at the alley's mouth. There was a figure standing there, dressed in a black trench coat, their face hidden beneath a hat, watching this way. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over simultaneously. His expression remained unchanged, but the hand in his sleeve cracked a sound. The figure at the alley turned and disappeared into the night. Lin Xia carried the breakfast down from upstairs and saw Chen Yuan lying in the rocking chair beside the counter with his feet up, eyelids closed, and a half-burned cigarette in his hand. She placed the soybean milk on the corner of the table, and just as she was about to call out, her phone rang. It was a call from Qin Guohai. Lin Xia, don't go out today. What's wrong, old Qin? Someone is coming. Qin Guohai's tone was not as steady as usual, carrying a tightness, as if he was forcing his voice. Who? Ask your brother first, he might already know. The call ended. Lin Xia turned to look at Chen Yuan in the rocking chair, but his eyelids didn't even twitch. Brother, old Qin said someone is coming. Who? A wealthy person. How wealthy? Chen Yuan turned over, facing the wall. Spent 100 billion just to say a word to me. Lin Xia halted, her hand holding the soybean milk. 100 billion. He sent messages through 3 channels yesterday. 1 through diplomacy, 1 through the military, and 1 through the state council. The messages all reached Chen Zhangwo's desk at the same time, and he called me at 3 in the morning to ask if I would meet him. What did you say? I said I was sleeping. And then Chen Zhangwo asked again. What did you say this time? I said I was still sleeping. Lin Xia placed the soybean milk on the table, her fingers gripping the edge of the cup. Who exactly is that person? Chen Yuan did not respond. At 920, a car appeared at the alley entrance. It wasn't just one car, it was an entire convoy. Lin Xia stood at the second-floor window and looked down. The black car bodies reflected the light, and the first vehicle's license plate had only 3 letters, no numbers. She recognized the insignia. It belonged to a security convoy of a multinational corporation, and only one person in the world used that identification number. The convoy stopped at the alley entrance, and more than 20 people dressed in black got out first, lining up on both sides, standing straight with their hands behind their backs. The door of the last vehicle opened, and an old man stepped out. His hair was completely white, wearing a gray traditional Chinese outfit with cloth shoes on his feet, and leaning on a blackwood cane. Lin Xia had seen that face on the cover of magazines. He had ranked first on the global rich list for 14 consecutive years, controlling half of Europe's energy resources, and his name appeared in every business school textbook. But that face now lacked the calmness seen in magazines. The old man stood at the alley entrance, glancing in the direction of the bookstore, his knees slightly bent, as if he were about to kneel, but didn't. An assistant leaned over to whisper in his ear, and the old man waved his hand, causing the assistant to step back 3 paces. A young man in a suit approached, first stopping at the bookstore door and lightly tapping 3 times. Mr. Chen, Victor Morris requests a meeting. There was no response from the rocking chair. The young man knocked 3 more times. The gentleman is willing to donate 100 billion RMB to your national treasury, without any conditions, just to have a word with Mr. Chen in person. The rocking chair creaked slightly. Chen Yuan's voice came from behind the door, sounding lazy. Not seeing him. The young man's expression froze. A faint sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. The old man walked over himself, stopping 2 meters from the bookstore door. The assistant tried to support him, but was pushed away. Mr. Chen, the old man's voice carried an accent, and his Chinese was not fluent, but each word was articulated clearly. I am 87 years old. 30 years ago, I bought a pill at an auction in London. It was red the size of a fingernail, stored in a white jade bottle with the character Yuan engraved on the bottom. That pill saved my life. The doctor said my cancer cells completely disappeared within 3 days with no scientific explanation for it. I spent 30 years and used all my connections to trace the source of that pill. I'm not here to ask for a second one. I just want to say thank you in person. Lin Xia stood at the stairway, her palms sweaty as she clutched the railing. Chen Yuan's voice came again. That pill was thrown away by me. The old man's breathing paused for a moment. Back then I ruined a batch during refining and discarded the few with the worst appearance into the trash, not expecting they would circulate outside. The old man's lips trembled slightly. The ones with the worst appearance were deemed waste. What saved his life was considered trash in Chen Yuan's eyes. Do more good deeds and ask for less of the void. Chen Yuan's voice came through the door panel, his tone unchanged. Your life is your own. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. Go back. The alley fell silent for several seconds. The old man released his cane, his knees bending, and he knelt on the blue stone in front of the bookstore. His forehead touched the ground with a thud. The second time. The third time. Each knock was heavy, leaving red marks on the stone slab. The more than 20 black-clad bodyguards all lowered their heads. The assistant's eyes turned red, wanting to help, but the old man pressed his hand down. No need to assist. The old man lifted his head, blood seeping from his forehead, but his gaze was startlingly bright. To hear the gentleman's voice within 100 meters is already the greatest opportunity of my life. He pushed himself up from the ground, dusted off his knees, picked up his cane, and turned to walk toward the alley entrance. After taking 3 steps, he stopped. The matter of 100 billion need not be returned. Consider it a good deed I am doing for the gentleman. His footsteps gradually faded away. The car doors closed, and the convoy started in sequence, turning out of the old alley and disappearing around the corner. Lin Xia stood at the stairway, her legs weak, and had to lean against the wall to steady herself. She had seen Qin Guohai trembling in the basement, seen Song Ci crying over a broken piece of porcelain, and witnessed Zhang Lei the Iron Man bowing his head before Chen Yuan. But she had never seen a person at the very top of the world kneel and bow 3 times at the bookstore door. That person held half of Europe. That person could cause stock markets in 3 countries to tremble with a single word. That person couldn't even enter the door in front of Chen Yuan. She turned to look at the rocking chair. Chen Yuan changed his position, facing up with his eyes still closed. Brother? Who exactly? Chen Yuan opened one eye and glanced at her. Your brother. Lin Xia's lips moved twice, but no words came out. Chen Yuan's hand extended from his sleeve, pointing at the table. On the table were 2 bowls, a pair of chopsticks, and half a plate of unfinished fermented tofu. Stop dawdling, go wash the dishes. Lin Xia stood there in a daze, not moving. Chen Yuan turned over, facing away from her. Your brother still needs to sleep. The rocking chair creaked again in a rhythmic manner, as if nothing had happened just now. Lin Xia looked down at the sweat in her palms, then up at the bluestone at the door. The 3 bloodstains were still there. She bent down to pick up the bowl, and when her fingers touched the chopsticks, a flicker of golden light danced in her pupils. Suddenly hurried footsteps sounded outside, and Qin Guohai's voice floated in from the alley. Lin Xia, help me open the door. Hurry. His voice was panting, sounding more like he was running than walking. Something big has happened. The news just came from London. Smith intercepted a shipment in international water. When Qin Guohai burst into the bookstore, one of his shoes flew off. Smith intercepted a batch of goods in international waters, 3 boxes, all bronze artifacts. Chen Yuan lay in the rocking chair without raising his eyelids. What's the point of telling me this? Among those bronze artifacts there are 2 with inscriptions preliminarily judged to be unearthed from Inshu. I said, what's the point of telling me this? Qin Guohai took a breath, stunned. You're not going to manage it. The state will handle it. Chen Yuan turned over, burying his face in his sleeve. Go find Chen Zhangwo. He has people who deal with such matters. Qin Guohai opened his mouth, but closed it again. He understood that it was not a bookstore owner's place to intervene in international affairs. But he didn't come all this way just for Smith. Chen Yuan, I want to go down and take another look. Look at what? Last time on the 3rd floor, the shelf in the southeast corner had something pressed underneath. I didn't get a chance to see it. The rocking chair stopped. Chen Yuan's voice came muffled from his sleeve. Which shelf? The one against the wall next to the metal cabinet wrapped in yellow silk. Chen Yuan sat up. His movements were slow. Lin Xia stood beside him and saw the light in his eyes. Are you sure it was yellow silk? I'm sure it was pressed down with copper nails. I didn't dare touch it since I didn't have enough gloves back then. Chen Yuan stood up and walked towards the basement. After taking a couple of steps, he turned to look at Qin Guohai. Follow me. The basement's light was still that old bulb. When he pulled the string, the cord broke, and Chen Yuan twisted the lamp holder with his fingers. The light turned on. Qin Guohai descended the wooden ladder to the 3rd floor and walked straight to the southeast corner. He clearly remembered that shelf, the bottom layer stuffed with a roll of yellow silk, secured with copper nails on a piece of paulownia wood. He squatted down, put on gloves, and pulled out the paulownia board. The yellow silk had faded, but the weaving pattern was still visible, featuring a 5-clawed golden dragon. Qin Guohai's hand froze in midair. This is bright yellow. Open it up. Chen Yuan leaned against the metal cabinet, his hands tucked into his sleeves, his tone devoid of emotion. Qin Guohai removed the copper nails one by one, unfolded the yellow silk, and inside was a piece of rice paper folded in 3. The paper was thick with no signs of insect damage, preserved extremely well. As he unfolded the first fold, his hand froze. The characters on the paper were not written in ink. They were made of, every stroke was ground with gold powder and dipped in a brush. The lines were sharp, becoming increasingly chaotic towards the end, with the last few lines written in a crooked manner. 2 spots of gold powder congealed into clumps. The writer's hand was trembling. Qin Guohai read aloud word by word. I ascended the throne for 17 years. His voice faltered. Lin Xia had come down at some point, standing on the last step of the wooden ladder, peering over. Old Qin, what does it? Qin Guohai did not answer, continuing to read. The state is in ruins, all my fault, not the fault of my ministers. His hand was trembling. On Coal Mountain the ropes are prepared, I shall die for my country tonight. Lin Xiao's breath caught. Coal Mountain. Chongzhen. There is one thing I cannot let go of until death. Qin Guohai's voice was extremely low, every word squeezed out through his teeth. Mr. Chen entered the palace thrice to advise me, but I disregarded his words 3 times. Today I finally understand his foresight is something I could never reach in my remaining life. The basement was so quiet that the buzzing of the light bulb could be heard. If the Ming dynasty perishes, the clothing and culture of China will be severed. Only Mr. Chen can ensure the flame does not extinguish. I, as an emperor, with this final note, entrust the people. If the gentleman sees this letter, do not blame my foolishness, but think of the common people. The last 3 words were written very crookedly, the gold powder bleeding out into a patch. I beseech you. Qin Guohai finished reading, squatting on the ground, without moving. Lin Xia covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. She turned to look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stood in place, head down, his face devoid of any expression. After a long time he spoke. On March 18th, in the 17th year of Chongzhen, Li Zicheng's army approached the city. When I arrived, the ropes on Coal Mountain were already tied. Qin Guohai raised his head. You didn't save him. He wouldn't let me. Chen Yuan's voice was flat, without fluctuations. He said a monarch should die with the state. That was his fate. He shoved this letter into my sleeve and told me to leave. Lin Xiao's nails dug into her palm. Then I left. Chen Yuan raised his head, looking at the dim light bulb above. But I didn't go empty-handed. Qin Guohai stared at him. That night, I took 3,000 people out of Beijing. Who were they? Artisans. Chen Yuan extended his index finger from his sleeve, pointing at the death note. Copper casters, porcelain makers, brocade weavers, paper makers, printers, ink makers, wood carvers, stone carvers. 3,000 craftsmen, taking all their skills and tools along with 27,000 ancient books. Qin Guohai propped himself up on his knees, his legs feeling weak. Where did you hide them? Scattered across 17 locations nationwide, with no more than 200 people at each spot. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand from his sleeve. I set a rule for this group. Never enter government service, never join the military, never engage in commerce, only do one thing. What thing? Pass down their skills. Qin Guohai's throat moved. For 380 years these people are... Chen Yuan turned towards the wooden ladder. The descendants are spread across the country. The copper casters are still casting copper, the porcelain makers are still making porcelain. I gave this group a name. He stepped onto the first step without looking back. Tingyuan Pavilion. Qin Guohai stood in place, still gripping the edge of the death note, his knuckles tightly straining. Lin Xiao stepped aside on the stairs, watching Chen Yuan ascend step by step. She opened her mouth, her throat tight, unable to say anything. When Chen Yuan reached the exit of the basement, his footsteps paused. Qin Guohai. Yes. Put that letter back. Do not take it out of this bookstore. I understand. Chen Yuan lifted his foot, crossed the threshold, and walked into the light of the bookstore. Lin Xia followed, seeing him sit behind the counter, picking up an enamel cup and pouring half a cup of cold tea. Brother, do the people of Tingyuan Pavilion know you are here? Chen Yuan held the cup, but did not drink. They have always known. Lin Xia clenched her hands tightly. Then the person who stood at the alley entrance last night. Chen Yuan set down the cup and glanced at her. That look made Lin Xia's hair stand on end. That person is not from Tingyuan Pavilion. Outside the door, the bloodstains from yesterday on the bluestone slab had not yet dried, and under the sun the color was deeper than in the morning. A chilling aura quietly spread, lurking in the shadows was an unknown danger, and the crisis was advancing step by step towards the two. Lin Xia was browsing through the files sent by Qin Guohai on her phone. The photos of the bronze artifacts from the open sea were blurry, almost like they were taken surreptitiously. The phone screen flickered for a moment, the signal cutting out for half a second before returning. She paid it no mind and continued scrolling. Downstairs, the sound of Chen Yuan playing chess could be heard, the pieces clicking on the board in a slow, rhythmic manner. A stray cat at the end of the alley let out a sharp cry unlike its usual sound. A flicker of golden light danced in Lin Xia's pupils. She set her phone down and walked over to the window to look outside. 4 figures charged into the alley. It was more of a rush than a walk. Their speed was astonishing, their feet making no sound as they stepped on the bluestone pavement. Dressed in black combat suits, their faces fully masked, only their eyes were visible. Those 4 pairs of eyes were unsettling. The pupils were dilated to the point where the iris was nearly invisible, the entire eyeball appearing dark and ominous. Lin Xia's back slammed against the window frame, her mouth opening without a sound. The noise of the chess pieces landing downstairs came to an abrupt halt. Chen Yuan's voice floated up, calm and steady as always. Don't lean against the window. Lin Xia took a step back. The 4 figures in the alley had already passed the midpoint, less than 30 meters from the bookstore. Their running style was unlike that of a human. Their spines were arched, their centers of gravity exceedingly low, and their arm movements exceeded the normal range of joint flexibility. On the forearm of the foremost figure, a piece of bone protruded against the skin as if tampered with. Lin Xia's hands shook as she fumbled for her phone in her pocket, wanting to make a call. A faint sound came from downstairs. The noise of a chess piece leaving a fingertip. It wasn't landing on the board. It was flicked away. Lin Xia only caught a glimpse of a shadow darting through the gap in the roll-up door, moving at an astonishing speed. Then came 4 muffled thuds spaced less than 1/10 of a second apart, dense as a single sound. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 figures came to an immediate halt. Standing still, they did not fall. They maintained this stance for 2 seconds. The chest area of the foremost figure had a new hole in the combat suit, the edges neat, as if burned through. In the center of the hole was embedded half a black chess piece. A rook. The second person also had a hole in their chest. A knight. The third one a cannon. The fourth a pawn. All 4 figures bent their knees, simultaneously lunging forward, their faces pressed against the bluestone pavement without a struggle. They were utterly dead. Lin Xia gripped the window frame tightly, her knuckles white, every hair on her body standing on end. She turned to look at the staircase. Chen Yuan was sitting behind the counter, his right hand resting on the edge of the chessboard, still holding half a game of chess. 4 chess pieces were missing from the box. Brother, those 4 outside, they're dead. Lin Xia swallowed hard, her voice tense. What are they? Chen Yuan picked up a porcelain cup, blowing at the foam on the tea's surface. Modified individuals. Modified. Their pain receptors have been completely severed, muscle fibers replaced, and their bones have undergone carbonization treatment. He took a sip of tea and set the cup down. I encountered similar technology in Eastern Europe 30 years ago. It was still in the experimental stage then. Lin Xia's nails dug into her palm. Smith. Chen Yuan did not respond to the name, but instead stood up and walked to the store entrance. He pushed open the roll-up door and stood on the steps. The alley was unnaturally quiet, for corpses lying on the ground, blood seeping from their chests, flowing into the gaps of the bluestone pavement. Chen Yuan looked up, gazing southeast. It wasn't the sky he was looking at, it was a specific direction. Lin Xia followed him to the door and saw his right hand emerging from his sleeve palm, facing forward. As his palm opened, the golden patterns on his palm illuminated. From his fingertips to his wrist, and from his wrist to his forearm. The golden patterns glowed 10 times brighter than they had during last night's formation. The air in front of his palm twisted. It was like a camera losing focus, like the heat waves on an asphalt road in summer, but more intense. Lin Xia's ears buzzed, and every teacup in the bookstore trembled at once. Chen Yuan struck with his palm. There was no sound. The force of the strike did not hit anything, but Lin Xia felt the ground beneath her feet vibrate, the sensation shooting from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. After that strike, Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, the golden patterns dimming. He stood at the entrance facing southeast, waiting for 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. Lin Xia saw him lean and paying attention to the commotion in the distance. It's over. He turned and walked back into the bookstore, grabbing the porcelain cup as he passed the counter, taking another sip of tea. What's over? Lin Xia hurried after him. A fly's nest. Just then her phone rang. It was Qin Guohai's number. She answered, but instead of Qin Guohai's voice, she heard a series of hurried breaths. Qin Lao. Lin Xia. Turn on the television, any international channel will do. Lin Xia switched on the old television under the counter, tuning it to a satellite channel. On the screen was a satellite image of an island. The center of the island had collapsed. It wasn't a collapse caused by a bombing, the entire foundation had split open from the middle, sinking down as if pressed by a hand from beneath. The buildings were all shattered, the steel and concrete frames breaking into segments scattered in the crevices. Rolling subtitles at the bottom of the screen displayed text in English. Lin Xia's English was average, but she recognized a few words: earthquake, unexplainable magnitude. She looked at Chen Yuan. He was sitting in a rocking chair, his feet propped up, eyelids half closed. Brother, that island. Smith's lair. Lin Xia tightened her grip on the remote, her knuckles white. That palm strike you just made. It was 12,000 kilometers away. The aim was slightly off. Ooh, I only intended to collapse his basement. Lin Xia's lips moved twice, but no words came out. The television screen switched channels, showing another feed with several uniformed analysts gathered around a table, their expressions ones Lin Xia had never seen on television before. It was not surprise. It was fear. Her phone rang again, this time the direct line from Chen Zhengwo's office. She didn't answer, watching Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan yawned, standing up from the rocking chair, stretching his back. Are we going live today? Huh. Your lousy show, aren't you supposed to connect today? Lin Xia was still dazed, nodding absent-mindedly. Chen Yuan walked to the door, glancing at the 4 corpses lying in the alley. Call Zhang Lei to come collect them. He turned back and shot Lin Xia a look. During the live connection, make sure the camera isn't facing the door. Lin Xia opened her mouth to speak. Chen Yuan had already returned to the rocking chair, lying back down. The porcelain cup rested on the armrest, the surface of the tea undisturbed. She looked down at her phone and a notification popped up on the screen. 6 global intelligence organizations simultaneously updated their internal databases within 20 minutes, adding a new code. The code consisted of a single character, Yuan. In the threat level section, no numbers were filled in. Only 2 English words were written. Do not. Huaiyan Alley has become popular. Not just any kind of popularity, but the type that dominates the front pages of every platform with the character Yuan. Lin Xia scrolled through her phone, and out of the top 20 trending topics, 14 were related to Chen Yuan. Where does this shocking global mysterious power come from? A palm strike from 12,000 kilometers away. Physicists fell into collective silence. Who exactly is that bookstore owner? The comments section was filled with guesses, some claiming it was a national secret weapon, others suggesting it was a cultivator descending from the mountains, and some even dug up clips from previous live streams, analyzing frame by frame the footage of Chen Yuan appraising antiques. But no one came. The entrance of Huaiyan Alley remained quiet, as before. A stray cat basking in the sun by the wall, and the old man selling candied hawthorn passed by with his cart, as usual. The only difference was that 2 sentry booths had appeared on either side of the alley entrance. Gray, not large, similar to newsstands, but the people inside were not dressed in urban management uniforms. When Lin Xia first noticed those 2 booths, she thought they were new delivery stations installed by the community, until she saw the model of the camera atop the booth. Military grade. When Qin Guohai called, his tone had returned to its usual calm. The State Council signed the document yesterday, officially designating Huaiyan Alley and its surrounding 50-meter area as a national-level cultural protection zone. A protection zone. This isn't the Forbidden City. It's 2 levels higher than the Forbidden City. Qin Guohai. A permanent no-fly zone, including rerouting civilian air traffic. Drones entering will be shot down immediately, without warning. Lin Xia turned her head to glance at the sky outside, the window clear and clean, not even a bird in sight. Old Qin, isn't this a bit exaggerated? You think it's exaggerated? Qin Guohai's voice dropped by half. Chen Zhengwo's original plan was to designate the entire street as a military-controlled area, but your brother called to scold him, saying not to make it feel like a prison, which is how it changed to the current situation. Lin Xia hung up and went downstairs. Chen Yuan was lounging in a rocking chair, a fan resting on his face, 1 foot propped up on the counter's edge, a slipper fallen to the floor. The radio was playing a Beijing opera, locking the silk pouch, singing the line, "In an instant all 7 emotions have been tasted to the full." She stood by the counter watching him for a long time. This person had shattered an island from 12,000 kilometers away 3 days ago. This person had 6 major intelligence agencies around the world create a unique code name for him. This person was now too lazy to pick up a fallen slipper. What are you staring at? Did I disturb your sleep? Chen Yuan's voice came out muffled from beneath the fan. Brother, aren't you going to take care of those 2 booths outside? What should I manage? They're not blocking my sunbathing. What about the no-fly zone? I won't even be able to fly drones in the future. What do you need to fly that thing for? For streaming. Aerial shots look great. Chen Yuan lifted the fan from his face and shot her a sideways glance. If you fly, you'll be the first to be shot down. Lin Xia opened her mouth, slightly swallowing back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. At 11 in the morning, a military green jeep pulled up at the alley entrance. Not a convoy, just 1 vehicle, old, with the paint chipped off the doors. An old man got out, his hair cut short, standing straight, holding a 7 or 8-year-old boy by the hand. The old man wore an old military uniform that had faded to pale, with no rank insignia on his shoulders, but Lin Xia recognized his military bearing at a glance. The old man approached the bookstore's entrance, but did not enter, standing on the threshold and pushing the little boy forward a step. Call out to him. The little boy looked up at Chen Yuan in the rocking chair and blinked. Grandpa, what should I call him? Call him Grandpa Chen. The little boy cheerfully shouted, Hello, Grandpa Chen. Chen Yuan lowered the fan and sat up, glancing at the old man. From the old Leaf family. The old man's eyes reddened, standing even straighter. Report to Mr. Chen I am Li Weidong, the son of Li Jinghua, former deputy chief of staff of the 39th Group Army, now retired. My father instructed me on his deathbed that in this lifetime I must bring his descendants to meet you. Chen Yuan remained silent, looking down at the little boy. The child was not shy, tilting his head to examine the old bookshelves in the bookstore. Chen Yuan pulled out a tin box from beneath the counter, lifted the lid, and inside was a handful of loose milk candy. The wrappers had yellowed, and it was unclear how long they had been stored. He took 2 pieces and handed them over. The little boy accepted them, unwrapped one, stuffed it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and his eyes brightened. Sweet. Chen Yuan smiled a little, not much, just the corners of his mouth lifting. Go back and tell your grandfather in spirit that I have completed the matter he entrusted to me back then. Li Weidong's knees bent slightly, but Chen Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Don't kneel, just stand and talk. Li Weidong straightened his legs, swallowed hard, and forced back the tears in his eyes. The Li family for 3 generations will forever remember Mr. Chen's grace. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Take the child to eat something good. There's a wonton stand around the left corner. It's been open for 40 years, and the taste is decent. Li Weidong led his grandson away. The little boy looked back at the bookstore, still chewing the milk candy, and waved it. Lin Xia stood behind the counter looking at the tin box. Brother, when did you buy this milk candy? In the 80s. I can't. Can it still be eaten? Candy doesn't go bad. Lin Xia glanced down at the remaining candies in the box. The production date on the wrapper printed 1985. She opened her mouth, deciding not to ask further. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Xia started a live stream. The camera faced the interior of the bookstore, and the vibe in the comments section was completely different from before. Previously, it was filled with comments like, "Is this guy a scammer? And this must be fake, I want proof." Now the screen was full of, "Don't film anymore, let Mr. Chen rest. Is there anyone like me who just wants to see Mr. Chen lying in the rocking chair, drinking tea, every day? I suggest renaming the live stream Mr. Chen's Ordinary Life." Lin Xia held her phone, speaking softly into the camera. "Dear family, today's content is..." She turned to glance at the rocking chair. Chen Yuan had the fan covering his face, his chest rising and falling evenly, sleeping soundly. "Today's content is the live broadcast of Mr. Chen's nap." The comments exploded. Look, his breathing is so, even his sleep quality is really good. He'll pay 10,000 for that fan. Did anyone notice the enamel cup next to the rocking chair? The words on it say, "Serve the people." What era is that from? Lin Xia was holding back laughter while facing the comments when her phone vibrated. A private message. No signature, no profile picture. The account was a string of garbled characters. The content contained only one line. "Your brother is not the only one who has lived for a long time." Lin Xia's smile froze on her face. She looked up at the rocking chair. Beneath Chen Yuan's fan, one eye had opened, she didn't know when. Lin Xia stared at the words on her phone screen, her finger frozen over the button to close the live stream. "Your brother is not the only one who has lived for a long time." She looked up, and Chen Yuan had already covered his face with the fan again. "Brother, this private message, deleted." But deleted means deleted. The breathing beneath the fan was steady, devoid of emotion. Lin Xia bit her lip, took a screenshot of the private message, stored it in an encrypted album, and then pressed delete. She was disobedient, yet she knew her limits. The live stream ended and the bookstore returned to silence. What Lin Xia did not know was that thousands of kilometers away in Geneva, someone was observing a hair with tweezers under the light. The hair was black, uniform in thickness from root to tip, with no split ends in sight. A sign on the laboratory door read in French, which translated to European Molecular Biology Laboratory. At the end of the corridor, the security sign was red. There were only 7 laboratories worldwide that displayed this. The old man with the tweezers was 63 years old, balding, with reading glasses perched on his nose. To his left lay a notebook with a photograph glued to the front page. The photograph showed him receiving an award in Stockholm when he was young. Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine 2014. His assistant stood beside the operating table wearing triple gloves and spoke with a voice barely above a whisper. "Professor, has the source of the sample been confirmed?" "Confirmed. Residue extracted from the ruins of that island 3 days ago. DNA comparison points to the same individual." The assistant swallowed nervously. "Is it the one who collapsed the island?" The old man did not answer, leaning closer to the microscope's eyepiece. The hair follicle cells were magnified 4,000 times, and the outline of the nucleus was clearly visible. The old man adjusted the focus, his hand pausing. "Telomeres. What's wrong? You see for yourself." The assistant moved to the eyepiece, looked for 3 seconds, and stepped back in shock, his back crashing against the equipment rack, causing the glassware to rattle. "This is impossible. Telomeres are protective structures at the ends of chromosomes. With each cell division in humans, telomeres shorten. When they shorten to their limit, cells die, and people age." This was basic textbook material. Yet under the microscope, the hair's follicle cells showed no signs of telomere shortening. Instead, they were continuously extending. It wasn't repair. It was growth. The assistant's voice was hoarse. "Professor, I need to conduct radiation tests." "Do it. Ultraviolet exposure, 30 seconds. Normal human cells produce pyrimidine dimers and DNA strand breaks under ultraviolet light, which leads to skin cancer. The assistant pushed the irradiated sample back under the microscope, pressing his face closed, staring for 15 seconds. He took off his glasses to wipe them, put them back on, and stared for another 15 seconds. Professor, speak. It absorbed the ultraviolet light. The old man frowned. What do you mean by absorbed? Literally. The assistant's hands trembled, pointing at the data curve on the screen. The cells in the irradiated area showed no damage, and the radiation energy reading dropped to 0 the moment it touched the cell membrane. I repeated the test 3 times. Energy doesn't just vanish into thin air, but the data shows this. The old man stood up from his chair to operate the equipment personally. Gamma rays, low dose 0.5 gray. This dose was sufficient to kill 90% of normal human cells. The results came in. The cells were intact. Radiation reading 0. The old man removed his reading glasses, pinching the temples, his fingertips trembling. He had worked in this field for 41 years, witnessing the most outrageous genetic mutations and the rarest chromosomal abnormalities. But he had never seen this. Shut down the equipment. The assistant was taken aback. What? Turn off all devices, erase the data, and destroy the petri dishes. Professor, this is something that cannot be explained by any existing scientific framework of humanity. The old man closed his notebook and pulled a lighter from the drawer. You saw nothing today. The flame licked the pages, turning 3 months of experimental records into black ash on the stainless steel tray. The assistant stood with his mouth agape, watching the firelight reflect off the old man's bald head. The limits of human wisdom exist. The old man stared at the pile of ashes, his voice hoarse. Some things are not meant for us to decipher. This statement spread throughout the global biomedical community within 24 hours. There were no papers published, no journals featuring the findings, yet every head of a top laboratory received the same encrypted email. The email had no body, only a screenshot. The screenshot contained the handwritten note of the Nobel laureate. Don't try to decode the code of God. Lin Xia would not learn of this event until 3 days later. Qin Guohai entered the bookstore with a printed document, his expression that of someone desperately trying to contain excitement while putting on a composed facade. Lin Xia had seen this many times before. Whenever Qin Lao displayed this face, it was always followed by some outrageous news. Chen Yuan, take a look at this. Qin Guohai placed the printed document on the counter. Chen Yuan stretched lazily from his rocking chair, shuffled over in his slippers, picked it up, and glanced at it. Whose hair is this? Yours. Chen Yuan was taken aback. How did my hair end up in Geneva? Its residue extracted from the ruins of that island, the one belonging to Smith. Chen Yuan raised his hand to touch the top of his head, 2 strands of hair falling into his fingers. He looked at those 2 strands and sighed. I've been staying up late reading novels these days, so it's indeed falling out faster than before. Qin Guohai's lips twitched. You didn't grasp the main point of what I said. I got it. Someone used my hair for experiments and got so scared they burned the report. Then what? Now the global medical community has an unofficial consensus. Qin Guohai pondered for 2 seconds. They call you the ancestor. Chen Yuan's pencil paused in his hand. Ancestor. The original text is origin meaning source, but when it circulated privately, it was translated as ancestor. Chen Yuan lowered his head and drew a circle in the blank space of the printed document. He added 4 legs and a shell inside the circle. A turtle. Next to the turtle, he wrote a line of small characters. Qin Guohai leaned in to see, almost pushing his glasses against the paper. The end of science is immortality, but the end of immortality is boredom. Qin Guohai straightened up, staring at Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan threw the pencil back onto the counter, turned, and returned to his rocking chair, lying down with the fan covering his face. Qin Lao, do you think I should change to a different brand of shampoo? Qin Guohai stood behind the counter looking at the printed document with the turtle, drawing his lips, moved twice, not uttering a word. Lin Xia poked her head out from upstairs. Qin Lao, you don't look so well. Could I look good, oi? Qin Guohai folded the printed document into his coat pocket, taking 3 deep breaths in succession. Just as Lin Xia was about to head downstairs to make tea, her phone vibrated again. It was still that garbled account. This time, there was an additional line of content. Have your brother check 1943, Chongqing air raid shelter. He will know who I am referring to. Lin Xia's finger hovered above the screen, looking down at the rocking chair. The fan covered the face, and there was no response. Yet in the enameled cup resting on the armrest, the surface of the tea was rippling in concentric circles. At 9 o'clock in the morning, behind the Xishan Martyrs Cemetery in the suburbs of Beijing, there lies an overgrown, old graveyard. The ground here is not as level as that of the front mountain. The withered wild grass sways in the wind. Chen Yuan squats in front of an unpolished granite stone. Today he is not wearing his usual old cloth shirt. Instead, he has changed into a plain black shirt without any insignia. In his hand, he grips a rusty iron piece. Lin Xia hides behind a sturdy cypress tree 30 meters away. She holds a smartphone stabilizer with both hands. The lens is zoomed to the maximum, locking onto Chen Yuan's silhouette. A national funeral ceremony is taking place in the plaza of the front mountain. It is the farewell ceremony for General Li. The sound of mourning music drifts over with the wind from half a mountain away, intermittent and melodious. Lin Xia lowers her voice and speaks into the clip-in microphone. Dear family, my brother left home before dawn today. He wouldn't let me follow, saying he was going to meet an old friend. I could only sneak out behind him. The comments in the live stream are rolling by quickly. Is that grove in front the back mountain of the cemetery? What is Mr. Chen doing there? Today is General Li's National Funeral Day. The area within 10 kilometers is under strict control. Can this live stream be casually started? The account gangs of Old Wang immediately jumped out. Is this old bookstore owner trying to ride the wave of popularity again? The plaza in front is filled with high-ranking generals with shoulders bearing stars. He has no right to come near, deliberately running to the back mountain to act mysterious, huh? Selling his persona without a bottom line. Lin Xia looked at the words on the screen, gritting her teeth in anger. She tightened her grip on her phone. My brother doesn't ride on anyone's popularity. The sound of military boots crunching fallen leaves comes from ahead. 2 guards in full combat uniform emerge from the left side of the woods. They are armed with live ammunition, responsible for the core security perimeter around the cemetery. The guard at the front immediately spots Chen Yuan. Stop. What are you doing? The guard instinctively presses his hand against the tactical vest on his chest and strides towards Chen Yuan. This area belongs to a special security zone. Ordinary people and unrelated vehicles are absolutely not allowed to approach. Chen Yuan does not turn around. He raises his right hand, pressing the rusty iron piece against the rough surface of the granite. A violent friction occurs between the metal and stone, producing an extremely piercing sound. Grayish-white stone chips fall down in a flurry. Put down what you have immediately and put your hands on your head. Turn around. The guard draws his sidearm, angling it downwards at a 45-degree angle. Another guard quickly presses the intercom on his shoulder, preparing to call for nearby SWAT support. Lin Xia in a panic rushes out from behind the cypress tree. Don't shoot. Don't be impulsive, brothers. This is a misunderstanding. She runs too quickly and trips over a section of raised tree root. Her whole body crashes into the wet grass. The phone flies out of her hand, landing more than 2 meters away. The lens is wedged diagonally between 2 stones. The shot perfectly captures the side profiles of Chen Yuan and the guard. The guard immediately shifts his gun's muzzle a few inches towards Lin Xia. Get down on the ground with your hands where I can see them. A sharp electric sound crackles through the intercom. Suspicious individuals discovered in Area 3. 2 individuals currently being subjected to tactical control. Chen Yuan's iron piece halts. He turns his head and glances at Lin Xia, who is lying in the mud. His gaze sweeps over the guard holding the gun. He does not raise his hands or retreat. The soil on this mountain is loose, don't run too fast. He points at the patch of ground he is standing on. It could easily wake up those lying below. The guard furrows his brow, his finger pressed tightly against the trigger. I repeat my warning one last time. Put your hands on your head. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps comes from deep in the woods. Put down your guns. Li Weidong runs up, panting heavily. He is wearing a sharp-looking Major General's uniform adorned with numerous medals on his left chest. A black mourning ribbon is tied around his left arm. He pushes past the guard, blocking his way. The 2 guards, seeing the newcomer, are completely stunned. They immediately lower their weapons, feet together, and stand at attention and salute. Good day, sir. Li Weidong waves his hand, not even glancing at them. He strides directly to a position 3 steps behind Chen Yuan, stopping with his legs straightened. He raises his right hand and salutes with an extremely standard military gesture. The farewell ceremony on the front mountain is currently in the most crucial flower offering session. As the eldest son, he should have been standing in the front row to express gratitude to the guests on behalf of his father. He threw all the formalities to those below and ran to the back mountain alone. Mr. Chen, Li Weidong's voice is very hoarse. My father instructed me before his passing. The vanity of the front mountain is all for the living. He told me to definitely come to the back mountain to find you. Please give him a true resting place. The 2 guards exchange glances, their expressions revealing an unusual peculiarity. The comments in the live stream have stopped. Millions of online viewers' screens are empty. Was that person just now General Li's son? A Major General of the 39th Group Army. I have seen him on military channels. He actually saluted that old, and he even asked for a resting place. The previously boisterous gangs of Old Wang no longer typed a single word. Chen Yuan turned around. His gaze fell once again on the rough granite. He discarded the broken iron piece in his hand. That piece of iron had curled its edge and could not carve such a stone. Chen Yuan extended his right index finger, pressing the fingertip directly against the hard stone surface. A faint halo appeared at the tip of his finger. In the daylight of the woods, this glow is almost completely invisible. Only Lin Xia, lying on her side, can barely see it. Lin Xia gets up from the ground, picking up the phone that has cracked on impact. She pulls the lens closer, focusing on Chen Yuan's fingertip. Chen Yuan's finger moves slowly on the granite without any tools for assistance. A deep groove suddenly appears on the solid stone surface without cause. Stone powder falls down onto the wild grass. A character is fully formed, followed closely by a second character. Li Weidong stands in place, his posture rigid. Tears stream down from the corners of his eyes, splashing onto the metals on his chest. He doesn't even raise a hand, letting the tears run down his entire face. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan withdraws his finger. He takes a half step back, examining the stone before him. The markings on the stone are 3 inches deep. The edges are smooth without a shred of debris. Lin Xia steps closer, aligning the lens entirely with the gravestone. This stone bears no unnecessary embellishments. There is no record of the great achievements of the founding general. There is no long list of awe-inspiring titles. Not even the years of birth and death are left behind. Only a line of large characters is carved vertically. The new recruit Li San of that year is permitted to return to the team. Lin Xia stares at this line of text, her heart skipping a beat. General Li's real name is Li Zhenghua. Who is this Li San? The comments in the live stream disappeared for a full minute. Hundreds of thousands of people stared at the rough stone. Silence. A comment with a special identification floats across the screen from above. It is an account certified by veterans. General Li's childhood nickname before enlisting was Li Sanhua. That was the name he used when he first went into battle. Immediately the comments went wild. Golden text flooded the screen completely. Former instructor of the 7th Company of the original 38th Army, salute to the old class leader. Former chief electrician of a certain unit in the South China Sea Fleet, salute to the old commander. Descendant of the 7th Division of the Yunnan-Burma Expeditionary Force, saluting on behalf of my father. A succession of military unit numbers followed. Each word carries the heavy weight of history. Countless retired veterans standing straight in factory streets and homes across the country raised their right hands and rendered a military salute towards the phone screen. Lin Xia's hands holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. She recalled the day Chen Yuan gave the little boy the white rabbit candy, remembering the manufacturing date printed on the box from the 1980s. She recalled the bullet engraved by the new recruit named Zhao Si. This is the Li Zhenghua in Chen Yuan's eyes, not the untouchable old general seen on television. He will forever be that new recruit charging into battle behind him, needing his nod of approval to have the right to return to the team. The sky gradually darkened. The wind picked up. The gray clouds overhead pressed down low. A drop of cool water splashed onto Lin Xia's hand. It started to rain. The rain intensified rapidly without any warning. Large raindrops hit the leaves, creating a crackling sound. Li Weidong took off his general's uniform jacket. He took a step forward, wanting to shield Chen Yuan from the rain. Chen Yuan raised his right hand to stop him. You wear it yourself. He stood in front of the gravestone, not moving an inch. Rainwater streamed down his hair, soaking his black shirt. Usually Chen Yuan wouldn't even bother to pick up a teacup if it fell to the ground. To others he exuded an air of reluctance to trouble himself. Even in the sun, he would seek the most comfortable angle. Now he stands in this pouring rain. He wouldn't even borrow a single leaf. Brother. Lin Xia couldn't bear it any longer. She walked over, taking off her thin jacket to hold it over their heads. Chen Yuan reached out, yanking her coat down and tossing it back into her arms. Don't be a nuisance here, what are you? He quietly gazed at the rough granite before him. When they rolled in the mud back, then they didn't even have a broken rain. The rain fell heavier and heavier. The cold rainwater soaked Chen Yuan's back. He did not exert any strength to shield himself from the moisture. This goes against the instinct of a cultivator who lives freely. Lin Xia wiped her face with a hand to clear the rainwater. You'll catch a cold. Chen Yuan smiled, slightly a hint of self-deprecation on his face. The rain is cool, but it's just right to get soaked. He reached out again, touching the carved characters on the gravestone. I need to let those old brothers down there open their eyes and see. To see that I am still not old. The viewers in the live stream collectively teared up upon hearing this. The gifting effects on the screen caused the back-end server to crash. In the data monitoring room of confidential files technician, Lu Ming frantically typed on the keyboard. Veins in his hands bulged. Director Wang Wei stood silently behind him, his eyes red. This was no ordinary live broadcast anymore. This was a historical recognition of the children of Huaxia. The heavy rain in the back mountain poured down for a full hour. Chen Yuan stood in front of that gravestone for an hour. Li Weidong stood in the rain, accompanying him for an hour. The farewell ceremony on the front mountain finally concluded. The morning music ceased. The dark clouds scattered. The rain stopped. Chen Yuan turned around and casually wiped the water off his face. All right, let's go back. He took a step forward down the mountain. Lin Xia quickly put her phone in her pocket and jogged to catch up. The muddy road down the mountain was slippery. Lin Xia stumbled several times. However, Chen Yuan's steps were unusually steady, not a speck of mud splattered onto his shoes. As they neared the side gate of the cemetery, Chen Yuan halted his steps. Outside the side gate, a black Hongqi sedan with a special license plate was parked. Qin Guohai stood by the car door, tightly clutching a transparent evidence bag. He saw Chen Yuan approaching and quickly stepped forward. Chen Yuan, how did you get all wet? I took a shower. Chen Yuan's gaze directly lowered, fixating on the evidence bag in Qin Guohai's hand. Inside the bag was half a charred piece of dark yellow paper. The information you wanted, I had the internal system dig it out overnight. Qin Guohai's voice was extremely low, afraid that passersby might hear. In 1943, the evacuation records of the Chongqing air raid shelter. The person you were looking for was not on the list at that time. Chen Yuan stared at the bag, unmoving. He extended 2 fingers, lightly touching a faint mark on the charred edge through the thin plastic. The mark was a dark red circle. This isn't the stamp of the Air Defense Office, Chen Yuan said in a low voice. Lin Xia curiously leaned over to look. What kind of stamp is that? Chen Yuan raised his head, looking towards the southwestern sky. It's the seal of Yanluo. The light on the 3rd level of the bookstore's basement went out. Chen Yuan ascended the steps and casually pulled the iron door shut. The moment the door closed, his footsteps paused. A faint vibration came from behind him. It was neither an earthquake nor due to aging pipes. The frequency was low, akin to a heartbeat. Chen Yuan turned his head, his gaze piercing through the gap in the iron door, landing in the deepest corner of the basement. In the darkness, the surface of a bronze coffin was emitting a faint green glow. The light was weak, like the last flicker of a firefly on the brink of death. However, the lid of the coffin was moving. The movement was less than a millimeter, imperceptible to the naked eye, but Chen Yuan could see it. He stared at the coffin for a full 10 seconds. He reopened a crack in the iron door. Crouching down, he pressed his ear against the door frame. The basement was so quiet that he could hear the sound of dust falling. Then a very muffled thud emanated from within the coffin. The corners of Chen Yuan's eyes twitched. He stood up, locked the iron door, and secured it with 3 locks. Turning, he ascended the stairs. Lin Xia stood behind the counter, holding a bouquet of sunflowers. The flowers were purchased from old Zhang's stall at the alley's entrance, 5 yuan for a bunch, still glistening with morning dew. Brother. Chen Yuan emerged from the staircase and paused when he saw the flowers in her hands. What do you want? Today is a good day. Lin Xia thrust the flowers towards his chest. The commendation ceremony just ended, and you are the only one in the country to receive the 9 Dragons medal. You could at least smile a little. Chen Yuan looked down at the bouquet of sunflowers. The yellow petals brushed against his black shirt, leaving a small patch of pollen. He did not dodge. Taking the flowers, he casually placed them in the enamel cup on the counter. The 5 red characters "Serve the people" were partially obscured by the flower stems. Lin Xia tilted her head, examining his face. Brother, did you just smile? No. You did. You're seeing things. Chen Yuan turned toward the rocking chair, and as he passed Lin Xia, he gave her head a light pat. It wasn't hard, but Lin Xia's ponytail came undone. The flowers are nice. He tossed out those 3 words and lay back in the rocking chair. Lin Xia stood there, touching her disheveled hair, breaking into a grin. This was the first time in 3 years of knowing Chen Yuan that she heard him praise something as nice. At 2 in the afternoon, Qin Guohai's car stopped at the alley entrance. He didn't bring any printed documents or evidence bags, just a bag of braised pig's trotters in hand. I made it myself. The skill isn't great, but it's edible. Qin Guohai placed the bag on the counter and sat down in the rattan chair opposite Chen Yuan. The 2 of them sipped tea for a while. Qin Guohai spoke first. Have you seen the commendation document? I have it. The 9 Dragons medal is being awarded for the first time since the founding of the nation, and the commendation speech was drafted by the central government, 12 characters long. Chen Yuan held the enamel cup and sipped tea without responding. Qin Guohai pulled out a folded paper from his jacket pocket, unfolded it, and pushed it in front of Chen Yuan. The handwriting on the paper was steady. Merit for 1,000 autumns, grace for 10,000 generations, and national hero without equal. 3 red seals were stamped below. Chen Yuan glanced at it and pushed the paper back. Keep it. I have plenty of paper here. Qin Guohai tucked the paper away and fell silent for a few seconds. The Ministry of Education held a meeting yesterday. Your achievements will be included in the high school history textbook. Included as what? A living fossil feature placed in the last chapter of modern history. Living fossil. Chen Yuan paused mid-sip, surprised. Isn't that a term for dinosaurs? That was their exact. Qin Guohai stifled a laugh. Chen Yuan, I have a question. Ask away. What do you plan to do next? Qin Guohai's tone changed, no longer casual. Chen Yuan set down the enamel cup and gazed out the window. In the evening, Huai'an Alley was bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun. A stray cat dozed on the opposite eaves. An old man selling candied hawthorns pushed his cart towards the alley entrance, the sound of the wheels clattering on the cobblestone road. Old Qin. Do you believe there are things older than me in this world? Qin Guohai's back straightened. How old? Chen Yuan's gaze shifted from the window back to the floor beneath his feet. There's a coffin in the basement. A bronze one. Sealed by my own hands 3,000 years ago. Qin Guohai raised the teacup to his lips, but set it down again. What's inside? Chen Yuan did not answer the question. He stood up and walked to the bookstore's entrance. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. The commendation box for the 9 Dragons medal sat in a corner of the counter, a layer of fine dust settling on the red velvet surface. He did not touch the box. The old fellows in the basement are about to wake up. Qin Guohai's fingers gripped the armrest of the rattan chair. What do you mean? Chen Yuan leaned against the door frame, his back to Qin Guohai. In the guard booth at the alley entrance, the guard was changing shifts. The new recruit saluted in Chen Yuan's direction. He casually waved his hand. What I mean is, he did not finish his sentence. The floor trembled beneath him. The tea in the enamel cup sloshed out, splattering the sunflowers. Qin Guohai jumped up from his chair. An earthquake. Chen Yuan looked down at the floor. His expression was blank and his right hand clenched into a fist. His knuckles tightened. It's not an earthquake. He crouched down, pressing his palm flat against the floor. The frequency of the vibrations in his palm was identical to that of the coffin's tremors from 10 minutes ago. Thud, 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 like a heartbeat. Lin Xia poked her head out from upstairs. Brother, it just shook a bit. Don't come down. Chen Yuan's voice was not loud, but Lin Xia's feet froze on the stairs. She had never heard him speak in that. It was not anger or anxiety. It was a warning. Chen Yuan straightened up and returned behind the counter. He opened the bottom drawer, pulling out a brass key. The teeth of the key were worn down, and it bore an engraved seal character. Qin Guohai leaned in for a closer look, deciphering it for 3 seconds. Seal. Chen Yuan clenched the key in his palm. A fourth tremor resonated beneath the bookstore floor. It was heavier than the previous 3. The commendation box slid to the edge of the counter and fell to the ground, its lid popping open. The 9 dragons' metal rolled out, spinning twice on the floor before coming to a stop. Chen Yuan looked down at the metal on the ground. The metal was face up, with 9 golden dragons glinting under the sunset. The 5th tremor arrived. This time the enamel cup jumped off the counter and shattered on the ground. The bouquet of sunflowers scattered everywhere. Chen Yuan inserted the brass key into an inconspicuous groove in the floor. He did not turn it. He lifted his head and looked at Qin Guohai. Old Qin, don't eat those pigs trotters just yet. Go back and tell Chen Zhengwo to raise the security level of Huayan Alley by 3 tiers. Qin Guohai swallowed hard. Raise it to what level? Chen Yuan turned the key. A sound of metal gears meshing emerged from below the floor, deep and prolonged. Raise it to the highest security tier to handle extreme situations. The teacup in Qin Guohai's hand shattered on the floor, breaking into 4 pieces. He did not lower his head to look. What did you say? Chen Yuan leaned against the door frame, his gaze sweeping over the old locust tree at the mouth of the alley. I said raise the security to the highest level. Qin Guohai's lips trembled slightly. Not that sentence, the one before it. Chen Yuan turned his head to look at him, his expression neutral. The old fellows are waking up soon. What old fellows? Those older than me. Qin Guohai took half a step back, his thigh bumping against the armrest of the rattan chair. He had been in this line of work for 40 years, witnessing the most absurd crime scenes, seeing Chen Yuan carve a stone tablet with his bare hands, and observing a genuine work of Wang Shiji used to prop a table leg. But the 5 words older than Chen Yuan directly shattered his cognitive framework. That thing is alive. Chen Yuan did not answer. Another muffled sound came from beneath his feet. The 6th one, heavier than the last. 3 old books fell from the shelf onto the ground. Qin Guohai did not ask another word, turning and running towards the door. He reached the front of his car at the mouth of the alley, yanked the door open, and sat inside. He pulled out a black phone with only 9 buttons from the inner pocket of his coat. He dialed out. It rang once before connecting. Qin Guohai, which line? The voice on the other end was deep and steady with an obvious military rhythm. Line 1. Qin Guohai's. Chen Zhengwo, something happened in Huayan Alley. What level? He told me to tell you raise it to the highest. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Reason? Qin Guohai swallowed, gripping the phone tightly until his hand went numb. There's a coffin moving in his basement. He said the thing inside is older than him. The other end fell silent again. This time the silence lasted a full 5 seconds. Then Qin Guohai heard a very brief, crisp sound, like something hard breaking. Old Qin, where are you now? At the alley entrance. Stay in the car, and don't move, don't leave the line of sight for 3 minutes. The call ended. Qin Guohai placed the phone on the passenger seat, realizing his hand was covered in sweat. In the northern suburbs of the capital, a gray building that did not exist on the map. In the office on the 3rd floor, a pen broken in half fell onto the desk. Blue-black ink surged from the broken end, soaking half a page of documents. Chen Zhengwo stood up, walked to the wall, and pressed a red button in a hidden compartment. 3 seconds later, the intercom on the desk rang. Chief, SS level order code, sealing the mountain. Target area Huayan Alley, a radius of 3 kilometers. Air support, 2 armed helicopters, live ammunition mounted, will be in position within 5 minutes. Ground troops. Chief, SS level requires 3 signatures from the Joint Command Center for confirmation. I'll sign. Chen Zhengwo opened the drawer and took out a red seal that was only used during national level combat readiness. He pressed it down. I will complete the signatures of the other 2 before takeoff. You execute first. Understood. The intercom clicked off. Chen Zhengwo walked to the window, looking at the gray skyline outside. His right hand was still slightly trembling. Huayan Alley. The old man selling roasted sweet potatoes at the alley entrance was bent over, adding charcoal to the stove. The bulge under his apron formed an unnatural arc. What was stuffed in his ear was not a hearing aid. 3 short beeps followed by a long beep came through the channel. The old man's movements froze. He straightened up, lifted his apron with his left hand, revealing a Type 92 pistol holstered at his waist. He pulled out the earplug with his right hand and switched to a tactical communication headset. At the same time, the sanitation worker sweeping at the end of the alley stopped her broom. She squatted down and took out a folding submachine gun from the hidden compartment of the garbage truck. The movements were smooth without a hint of hesitation. Within 20 seconds, all 6 entrances and exits of Huayan Alley were sealed off. 3 black vans disguised as delivery vehicles blocked the road, and the antenna array on the roof unfolded simultaneously. The sound of rotor blades slicing through the air came from above. 2 armed helicopters flew past, their infrared searchlights sweeping the entire alley. Lin Xia stood by the window on the 2nd floor. She held a basin inside of which were the socks she had changed out of today. The red light points outside made her hand pause in midair. 125. Dozens of infrared lasers shot over from the opposite rooftop, weaving into a net. The closest laser was less than 2 meters from her windowsill. Half of the water in the basin spilled out, splashing onto her slippers. Brother. She did not dare to shout loudly. The voice that squeezed out of her throat was sharp and thin. Brother outside. The sound of the rocking chair creaking came from downstairs. Chen Yuan's voice floated up, calm and unhurried. I see it. Don't lean against the window. Lin Xia shrank back, squatting beneath the wall. The basin was placed on the ground, water splattered everywhere. Her teeth were chattering. It was not from the cold. On the 1st floor, Chen Yuan sat in the rocking chair, legs crossed. The enamel cup broke, and he switched to a purple clay teapot. The water had just boiled, and he poured the first infusion. The brass key lay on the right side of the tea tray. The key vibrated visibly. Its surface emanated an abnormal dark red heat. Chen Yuan extended 2 fingers to pick up the key. It was hot, not of this world's temperature. He flipped the key over and pressed it beneath the tea tray. The tea tray was made of cast iron, weighing over 6 pounds, heavy enough to muffle the vibrations. The sound of rotors outside grew louder. Chen Yuan raised the teacup and took a sip. The 7th muffled sound from beneath the floor arrived. The surface of the tea wobbled. He looked down at the swirling tea leaves in his cup. What's the rush? He muttered to himself. Sealed for 300 years, is it still short of this pot of tea? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xia's phone exploded on the 2nd floor. The vibration was incessant. Brother, my live stream got swarmed. Lin Xia's voice tumbled down from upstairs, laced with panic. 100,000 people flooded in, all cursing me. Chen Yuan's teacup paused at his lips. Cursing about what? Saying that my live stream in the cemetery today is desecrating the heroes. Saying that the video of erecting the monument was staged. The bullet screen is all the same 6 words scrolling. Lin Xia ran downstairs holding her phone. On the screen, hundreds of thousands of identical bullet comments were frantically scrolling. Each one contained 6 characters. Fraud, get out of Huaxia. Chen Yuan's gaze darkened slightly as his fingertips gently tapped the cast iron tea tray. The agitation beneath the ground suddenly intensified. He raised his eyes coolly, his voice calm and unperturbed. The hearts of the people are foolish, not recognizing the guardians of the mountains and rivers. Chen Yuan swept his gaze over the densely packed bullet comments on the phone screen, his eyes devoid of any ripple. Only a silence of coldness remained. He raised his hand and set the purple clay teapot down. The crisp sound of the cup dropping drowned out the roaring rotor sound outside. The tremor beneath the ground suddenly became violent. The 8th muffled sound jolted the entire old house slightly, and the brass key beneath the tea tray continued to stubbornly heat up. Lin Xia tightly gripped her phone, her eyes red, filled with grievance and confusion. Chen Yuan slowly stood up, gazing at the heavily armed forces outside the alley, softly sighing. For 300 years he guarded the land and protected the veins. He personally quelled the chaotic monsters of the world, remaining nameless and unacclaimed year after year, only to be labeled as a desecrator by the world. He raised his hand to soothe the panicking Lin Xia, his tone indifferent, yet resonant. No worries, the blind eyes of the world shall eventually see. One day the mountains and rivers will clear my name. The storms of the online world always arrive without warning, roaring and relentless. In a WeChat group, a single directive was being forwarded and amplified en masse. An account named Qian Duo simultaneously released an identical assignment across 6 large groups: blunt, clinical, and cold. Targets the official account of Jumi, Wanzong, and Lin Xia's personal account. Unified keywords: fraudster, publicity, stunt, desecrating martyrs, get out of Huaxia. 2 cents per comment, 50 cents if accompanied by a screenshot. The moment the message sent, the dormant private army of paid posters snapped awake. Within 10 minutes, countless accounts with the default gray avatar and registration timestamps clustered within the last 72 hours flooded the major platforms' comment sections in neat formation. Identical scripts, uniform smear campaigns piled one upon another until every genuine viewer's remark was driven to the bottom and buried from sight. A coordinated, well-funded campaign of online harassment had officially commenced. At the same time, a live stream hosted by an influencer was spiking in viewership at a terrifying pace. Zhao Ke's account De Jia Quangren quietly resurfaced 60 days after being banned. The avatar and shtick were unchanged, only his following had crashed from 12 million to 8 million. Even with mass unfollows, his influence remained formidable. Before a stark white wall, he wore a black t-shirt stamped with "Restore the Truth," lips curled in a self-righteous sneer, porcelain teeth gleaming in perfect alignment. "My dear family, I'm back." He nodded to the camera, his voice deliberately threaded with wounded resolve. "Many of you ask why I vanished for 60 days. Simple, someone didn't want me speaking the truth." He tapped the large screen behind him, enlarging a screenshot from Lin Xia's live broadcast at the Xishan Martyrs Cemetery, a red circle clamping down on the scene of Chen Yuan standing in the rain and etching characters with his fingertips. The live stream's concurrent viewers jumped from 200,000 to 800,000 to 1.2 million, finally shattering past 1.6 million. The heat detonated, reward effects flooded the screen. "Look closely." Zhao Ke pointed at the screen, each word sharpening with malicious intent. "Granite has a Mohs hardness of 6 to 7. It's rock. Hard rock. A fingertip is made of flesh. How could it possibly carve into granite?" I had 3 professional special effects houses examine the clip, their verdict. Even a college graduation project would look more real than this. He leaned back, one leg tossed over the other, arrogant and dismissive. "This Jumi Wan's own program, Lin Xia herself. Fabrication is not a first for them. Last time they faked a live broadcast. After I exposed it, they scrubbed the replays and quietly dropped the matter. But this time they've escalated. First, a martyr cemetery is a sanctified place for the honored dead. Erecting a private tablet there is potentially illegal. Second, forging a bare-handed carving effect to exploit martyrs and chase traffic is revolting. An utter collapse of moral sensibility. Third, he lowered his voice, leaning toward the lens with conspiratorial relish, this so-called cousin of hers, a drifter who runs a shabby bookshop. How can he come and go in a military-managed cemetery? Who signed the papers? Who granted the permission? Who dares to investigate the slate of fan? The barrage in the chat exploded. Doubt, abuse, and bandwagon smears scrolled in endless waves. But that was not enough. Zhao Ke slammed his palm on the desk, his expression suddenly dark, and unveiled the smoking gun evidence he had spent 2 months preparing. "I spent 60 days combing public systems." He raised a sheet of A4 to the camera. "This man called Chen Yuan. He does not appear in public police records. No household registration, no ID card, no social security, no public records of any kind. A person living on Huaxia soil, utterly undocumented. A complete black file. Some defend them, saying there was a major general saluting on site. I checked. Major General Li Weidong has no public record of acknowledging kin. That salute was staged. Military uniforms can be rented online, medals purchased separately. It's all scripted theater. To trample on a revered general's memory, to chase views so brazenly. These people are shameless." Zhao Ke's eyes flashed with ferocity. His tone left no room for compromise. "I put this down today. Within 72 hours, I will release every piece of incontrovertible evidence. Even if I rot in prison for 3 years, I will tear this group apart." Frenzied support seized the live stream. The public tide tilted completely. The official account of Jumi Wan's own Lin Xia's personal account and related topics were instantly drowned under a tidal wave of negative comments. The show's rating plummeted from 9.2 in a cliff-like drop. In half an hour, it smashed down to 3.1 as 120,000 one-star reviews flooded in like clockwork, collapsing the reputation. In the studio's control room, director Wang Wei stared at the writhing back-end data, scalp crawling. Cold sweat soaked his brow as he gripped his hair, panic widening the pupils of his eyes. Cut Lin Xia's exterior broadcast now. Sever the signal." Technical operator Lu Ming froze at his station, fingers hovering above the keyboard, face drained, body rigid. "Director, we can't cut it." "What do you mean you can't?" Wang Wei snapped, voice sharp with agitation. Lu Ming slowly turned his monitor. The page held no explanation, only a single line of cold, authoritative text. "This channel has been placed under special management. No terminal may interrupt the signal. 3 days ago, this broadcast feed was seized and locked by upper management." Lu Ming's voice trembled. "We only have viewing privileges. Every control port is locked. There is no—" Wang Wei slumped into his chair, eyelids twitching, chilled to the bone. It was over, completely out of control. At that moment in Huayan Alley's old bookshop, the atmosphere pressed, so heavy it was suffocating. Lin Xia crouched against the wall, her phone screen painfully bright. The comments no longer scrolled. They poured, they swept, a deluge of malice inundating everything. "Fraudsters, get out of Huaxia. Exploiting martyrs. Where is your conscience? Drifting deadbeats posing as mystics. The siblings are stage managing to chase views. Investigate and prosecute at once. Punish those who desecrate martyrs." The malice did not stop at online. Someone unearthed her police academy student number, her dormitory address, her family's house number, even threatening to organize groups to come to Huayan Alley to block them and demand an explanation. Fear, grievance, and rage tangled in her chest until she could hardly breathe. Her hands trembled violently, not from fear of threats so much as from the cold fury of being falsely vilified. Her nails scraped the phone screen, producing tiny, anxious squeaks. She bit her lower lip until it whitened the taste of iron filling her mouth, swallowing every cry back down by force. Do not cry. Absolutely not. Yet a single warm tear escaped and landed precisely on the word fraud on the screen, blurring it into a faint ring. Lin Xia angrily wiped her eyes with her sleeve and raised the phone toward the man in the rocking chair in the corner, her voice choked with suppressed sobs. Brother, look at what these people are saying. It's unbearable. Chen Yuan half closed his eyes, lounging lazily in the rocker. The brass key beneath the tea tray felt faintly warm heat seeping through the heavy iron. He opened his eyes at the sound and glanced mildly at the torrent of scathing comments racing across the screen. His gaze paused for half a beat on the ID Zhaoku anti-fraud maniac. Who let that dog Zhaoku loose? Lin Xia sniffed and swallowed her sob. The one you exposed before, the anti-fraud blogger with millions of followers. He was punished for violations, paid a bond, slipped out, changed accounts, and now is brazenly broadcasting slander again. Chen Yuan's expression remained composed. He responded with a single quiet syllable, mm. He lifted a purple clay teapot and leisurely topped up his cup with warm tea. His movements were unhurried and indifferent, as if the worldwide storm and the torrent of hatred beyond the window had no bearing on him. Lin Xiao watched him with reddened eyes, baffled. Brother, aren't you angry? Millions are insulting and slandering you. Why are you not at all provoked? Chen Yuan blew a leaf froth from the cup's rim. His gaze drifted like a far horizon. His voice was calm, yet carried the weight of ages. Those who cursed me span the ages and are countless. Chongxin cursed me, Zhang Xinzhong cursed me, even that former Chang cursed me. But now their bones have long turned to dust. He sipped the warm tea and looked out toward the clamorous world, his tone unruffled. I remain. In a few brief words he conveyed the long sweep of time and the transience of worldly tumult. Lin Xia froze, her outrage and grievance inexplicably calmed by the breadth of his perspective. She quietly lowered the phone and stopped looking at the filthy, glaring comments. Chen Yuan set down the teacup, the rocker's sway stilled. His gaze fell to the deepest corner of the counter where old newspapers, frayed ropes, a broken folding umbrella, and damp cat food were piled. Beneath the layers of detritus, something long sealed lay pressed down. He leaned forward, pinched the edge, and slowly dragged a 3-foot-long iron box free from the floor. The box was astonishingly heavy, 30 to 40 Gene at least, and as it scraped the wooden floor it let out a coarse, grating screech. Its surface was thick with verdigris, blotched, and pitted, time having nearly erased its original pattern and color. What is that? Lin Xia stepped forward, curiosity and puzzlement in her face. Chen Yuan said nothing, using his thumb to rub away the thick green patina on the lid. As the flaking rust fell away beneath it appeared an ancient seal script, engraving deep and archaic, the strokes vigorous and fierce. Lin Xia squinted to make out the first 2 characters, Feng Tian, before a harsh scrape of tires and the shriek of sudden braking tore through the alley silence. A car door slammed with violence and hurried, chaotic, leather-soled footsteps pounded toward the bookshop door. A nearby SWAT officer shouted a stern order: halt. This is an SS-level controlled zone. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. I don't care what level this is, move. A hoarse but authoritative voice arrived, breath ragged from a run, carrying the weight of absolute insistence. The bookshop door was pushed open from the outside. An elderly, white-haired man stood on the threshold, disheveled, yet bearing an immense presence. His suit button, misaligned tie slung over his shoulder, shoes spattered with alley mud, lenses speckled with post-rain smears. He looked a figure who had run all the way. He clutched a crumpled photograph so tightly his knuckles whitened. His gaze cut through the cluttered room and fixed with iron intensity on the rusted bronze box on the tea table. At once his rapid breathing faltered, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. His lips trembled, the creased skin on his face quivered. Shock and an almost frantic awe rose in his eyes. He staggered forward, one knee slamming on the threshold, nearly falling. His voice was rasped as if sanded down. This is a Tianzi bronze casket. A Tianzi bronze casket from the Ming dynasty in the Jiajing era, from the embroidered uniform Guards Jinfu division. The words left Lin Xia stupefied. She looked from the flustered elder to the antique iron box. The SWAT outside kept their weapons raised, but no longer dared to approach. The old man quickly gave his name and credentials at the door, urgent and solemn. I am Song Ci, lifetime honorary director of the Palace Museum and a State Council special allowance expert. Please verify me immediately. The officer on duty immediately checked his radio and verified the information. 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds the officer's face changed, his gun dropped, and he stepped aside with deference. Song Ci, neglecting his rumpled attire, strode inside, chest heaving, breath ragged. His eyes burned as he stared at the bronze casket, a mix of fanatic reverence and fear, as if beholding a lost treasure of unparalleled rarity. Mr. Chen, he said. Song Ci turned to Chen Yuan with the utmost respect, casting aside all formalities. 20 minutes ago, Mr. Qin Guohai informed me you had taken out an ancient secret relic. Qin only said 4 words: Tianzi bronze casket. I raced from the Palace Museum, ran 3 red lights, and used every ounce of speed I had to get here. He pushed up his crooked glasses, his eyes solemn. I have devoted 40 years to Ming Dynasty artifacts. The embroidered uniform guard's Tianzi bronze casket exists only in the Jiajinjira secret archives. No collection in the world holds such an object. There are no privately preserved pieces, not even replicas. Nobody has dared to forge it, for throughout history, no one has seen its true form. Chen Yuan watched silently, fingertips gently rubbing the verdigris at the lid's edge as flakes fell away. A dark golden metal gleamed beneath, warm and weighty, hiding a latent edge. At the center of the lid, an engraving in seal script revealed itself. Bold, murderous in its stroke, the character, Zhu execute. One glance and a chill of lethal intent pulsed outward. Song Si's pupils contracted, his legs weakened, and he nearly fell to his knees, overwhelmed by astonishment. At that moment, Lin Xia's phone vibrated again. Her screen lit with the endless cascading stream of vicious comments. Fraudsters, get out of Huaxia. Those who exploit martyrs will be punished. Undocumented charlatans masquerading as mystics. Investigate and arrest immediately. The nationwide festivity of online vilification continued, the smear campaign unrelenting. Chen Yuan glanced at the harsh light of the phone, then at the shaken Song Si beside him. He hooked his fingers under the cold, heavy lid of the bronze box and spoke in a voice calm and utterly commanding. Director Song. Present. Song Si answered almost reflexively, reverence pouring from him. Chen Yuan raised his eyes, expression neutral, and asked softly, "What you are about to see here, will it be enough to make these buffoons shut up for good?" He did not wait for an answer. With a soft click, the century-sealed Tianzi bronze casket was gently lifted open. The lid of the copper box was pushed open, revealing a layer of yellowed black silk within. A folded piece of sheepskin parchment was pressed against the silk, its edges charred. Chen Yuan extended 2 fingers and extracted the parchment. He did not shy away from the gazes around him and unfolded the sheepskin paper. The paper contained only a few strokes, a route map drawn in cinnabar with a vague seal character marked at the destination. Chen Yuan glanced at it for 3 seconds, flipped his wrist, folded the parchment neatly, and stuffed it into the pocket of his faded jeans. This. Song Si stretched his neck, his eyes nearly pressing against the counter. Chen Yuan closed the lid of the copper box with a swift motion, producing a dull metallic clink. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Yuan's voice was flat as he pushed the copper box further into the corner of the counter. Song Si's hand hung in the air, trembling slightly before finally dropping down in defeat. As the lifelong honorary curator of the Palace Museum, he knew exactly what to ask and what not to ask. "Curator Song, did you run 3 red lights just to see me open a box?" Chen Yuan leaned back in the rocking chair, picking up the now-cold cup of tea. Only then did Song Si regain his senses. He turned and hurriedly ran outside, slipping slightly on the wet bluestone floor, nearly falling. Standing at the door, Special Police Captain Zhang lay, furrowed his brow, right hand resting on his holster, stepping aside to clear the path. 30 seconds later, Song Si returned, clutching a silver aluminum alloy briefcase. The case was approximately the size of a briefcase, with thick protective edges secured with 3 red seals that Red Palace Museum basement use only. He held it tightly, veins protruding from his forearm to the back of his hand, fingers gripping the edge of the case. Song Si crossed the threshold, ignoring the muddy water beneath him, bending his knees to kneel directly on the bluestone floor before the counter. He placed the briefcase firmly at Chen Yuan's feet. Lin Xia watched in astonishment, instinctively shrinking back, her back colliding with the bookshelf, causing a few old books to tumble down. "Old Song, what are you doing?" Lin Xia's voice was slightly high-pitched, nearly dropping the phone in her hand. Zhang Lei was also stunned, his finger twitching on his holster, but ultimately did not step forward to help. In the field of cultural heritage in China, the name Song Si is a living trademark. Even a ministerial leader would respectfully call him Old Song upon meeting. Now this 82-year-old man was kneeling on the dusty and broken ceramic-laden floor of an old bookstore. Chen Yuan looked down at the case, his brow furrowed slightly. "Stand up and talk." "I won't stand up." Song Si's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. "Mr. Chen, if you don't look, I will just kneel here and die today. This is what we extracted from a sealed iron box in the deepest part of the Palace Museum basement 3 days ago. A team of 7 experts studied it for 72 hours, and not one of them dared to draw a conclusion. Old Qin said you brought out the Tian-grade copper box, so I had to come find you." Meanwhile, in Zhao Ke's live broadcast, the online viewer count had already surpassed 230,000, and the speed of the scrolling comments was dizzying. Zhao Ke tilted his head, staring at the screen, showing footage pulled from the back end of top-secret files. He enlarged the screenshot of Song Si kneeling and projected it onto the background wall behind him. "Everyone come quickly to look." Zhao Ke extended his right index finger and heavily tapped the screen several times. Honorary curator of the Palace Museum Song Si, 82 years old and national treasure-level expert, enjoying special allowances from the State Council. Such a person is now kneeling in front of a street scammer with no household registration and no identification. Do you believe it? He spread his hands, a mocking smile on his face. I certainly don't believe it. The current production team is truly unscrupulous in their attempts to whitewash even inviting actors of this caliber. I just wonder how much this old gentleman is getting paid for playing this role. Comments quickly erupted into a new frenzy. The fraud debunker is right, this acting would deserve an Oscar. These days scammers are getting more sophisticated, daring to impersonate national-level experts. Support teacher Zhao, they must be exposed thoroughly. In the broadcast studio backstage, Chief Director Wang Wei stared at the screen, watching the viewer count sore beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The heat has surpassed 30 million. Lu Ming, keep a tight watch, we absolutely cannot lose the stream. The technical assistant Lu Ming typed away at the keyboard, calling back, without turning his head. Understood, director, the bandwidth is already maxed out. In the expert section of the broadcast studio, Professor Zhou Yiming stood up, adjusted his suit, and walked to the big screen. He pointed at the briefcase in Song Si's arms, his tone assured. From a psychological perspective, this is a typical case of authority endorsement psychological suggestion. When a person is accused of being a fraud, they often create an even larger and more incredible authoritative image to justify themselves. This old gentleman bears a striking resemblance to Curator Song, yet his behavior completely contradicts the basic common sense of the academic community. The extraction of cultural relics from the Palace Museum follows an extremely strict legal process. It is impossible for an individual to privately carry them out, let alone casually bring them into such a small street shop. Zhou Yiming adjusted his glasses and smiled at the camera. Thus I conclude that what is inside this case is nothing but a poorly made modern artifact meant to attract attention. Sitting next to him, Qin Guohai's face turned pale, his eyes fixed on the case on the screen, hands tightly clasped, knuckles rigid. He did not refute Zhou Yiming, his attention entirely captivated by Song Si's actions. In the Huayan Alley bookstore, Chen Yuan looked at the stubborn Song Si and sighed. Open it. Song Si trembled as he reached for the combination lock. The 3 layers of anti-theft locks clicked open in succession, click, click, click. The lid of the case was lifted. An indescribable odor wafted out from the case, spreading throughout the hall. It was neither the dry rust smell nor the musty odor of ancient artifacts. It was blood. A rich metallic sweet smell of blood. Lin Xia felt her stomach churn, covering her mouth and nose with one hand, her face losing all color. Zhang Lei's expression also changed. He stepped forward instinctively, his body adopting a defensive posture. As a special police officer, he was all too familiar with this scent, the sweet smell that accompanies massive blood loss. Among the gray shock-absorbent foam in the case lay a severed blade. The blade had a strange dark red hue, lacking any metallic luster, its surface uneven and riddled with fine hammer marks. This knife. Song Si gazed at the severed blade, his voice trembling violently. When we extracted it, we conducted a spectral analysis. The red substance on the blade is neither paint nor rust, it is human hemoglobin. It has completely integrated into the metal's lattice structure, making it impossible to separate. This requires extremely high temperature forging or an exceedingly prolonged blood soaking. Chen Yuan lowered his eyelids, staring at the severed blade. His right hand emerged from his sleeve, fingers long, and his skin an unhealthy pallor. He extended his index finger and gently flicked the back of the knife. Ding! The sound was extremely fine and sharp, piercing through the eardrums of everyone present. Lin Xia cried out in pain, crouching down, hands covering her ears. Crack! On the wooden window frame facing the street, 2 pieces of old flat glass cracked from the center, the cracks spreading outward. The coarse porcelain teacup on the counter silently split in 2, tea flowing along the wood grain. Zhang Lei felt a buzzing in his head, losing his footing and stepping back, his back hitting the door frame. The special police riot vehicle parked at the alley's mouth suddenly blared its sirens, red and blue lights flashing in the rain. The footage in the live broadcast room instantly distorted, turning into a chaotic array of gray snowflakes, the harsh sound of electricity emanating from every viewer's phone. The red message in the bullet screen still hung at the top, and Lin Xia stared at the 4 characters within 3 days, her throat tightening. She did not wait for 3 days. At 2:17 in the afternoon the next day, hurried footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. Zhang Lei's walkie-talkie beeped first. Report, Captain, someone has breached the security line armed with a controlled knife and is heading towards the bookstore. Zhang Lei cursed and dashed outside. As he stepped over the threshold, he saw a young man in a gray training outfit striding towards the bookstore with a 3-foot-long Miao knife. The knife was unsheathed. In the overcast light, the blade gleamed with a cold white light. 2 special police officers simultaneously raised their weapons, red laser dots aimed at the young man's chest. Stop! Put down your weapon. The young man did not halt. His steps were quick and steady, splashing water on the wet bluestone tiles with each step. Embroidered on the left chest of his training outfit was a line of small characters. Sangzhou Northern Style Knife Technique Study Association. I said he'll come within 3 days. The young man spoke loudly, his voice echoing in the narrow alley. 1 day early, is that enough to give you face? Zhang Lei's hand was already resting on his holster. He recognized during his shift last night, he specifically reviewed this person's data. Sangzhou native 26 years old inheritor of the northern-style knife technique, over 3 million followers on Douyin, claiming to be a descendant of the Shen family. His certified name was Shen Fei. Put down the knife and follow the procedure. Zhang Lei's voice was low, carrying an undeniable authority. Shen Fei held the Miao knife horizontally in front of his chest, the back of the blade resting on his left hand's tiger's mouth. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to find someone with the surname Chen. He insulted my Shen family's ancestors during a live broadcast, and I, Shen Fei, am qualified to seek an explanation. Zhang Lei's index finger rested outside the trigger guard as he stepped forward. A lazy voice came from inside the bookstore. Let him in. Zhang Lei turned back to see Chen Yuan sitting in a rocking chair behind the counter, holding a peanut, bringing it to his mouth. Mr. Chen, this person is armed. I see that. Chen Yuan tossed the peanut shell into an enamel cup and clapped the crumbs off his hands. It's just a knife, not a nuclear bomb. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth and shifted aside. Shen Fei stepped over the threshold, his leather shoes crunching on the shattered glass from yesterday. He stood in the middle of the bookstore, his gaze sweeping across the chaos, finally landing on the man in the rocking chair who was shelling peanuts. Lin Xia poked her head out from the side of the counter, her phone held high, the camera focused on Shen Fei's face. The number of online viewers in the live stream jumped from 800,000 to 2 million in 30 seconds. The bullet screen exploded. Holy crap, is this for real? He really brought a knife. Is this the guy who sent 10 rockets yesterday? A knife-wielding guest from Sangzhou. This is going to be a show. Shen Fei ignored the bullet comments. He fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan, his chest heaving violently. Are you Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan peeled another peanut and tossed it into his mouth. Sit down. I'm not sitting. Shen Fei's voice rose a notch. You said in the live stream that Shen Yidio's skills have declined, that he is 3 points off. Shen Yidao is the founding ancestor of my Shen family. You, a bookstore owner, what qualifications do you have to evaluate his knife-making skills? After finishing the peanut, Chen Yuan took a sip of water from the enamel cup, washing down the peanut shell. I was speaking the truth. Truth. Shen Fei stepped forward, twirling the Miao knife in his hand. My Shen family has passed down for 19 generations, each relying on the knife for survival, the family motto engraved on the main beam of the ancestral hall, and no outsider has ever dared to utter a word against it. Do you think you are worthy? Chen Yuan raised his eyelids to glance at him. There was no anger, no contempt in his eyes, not even a hint of interest. It was as if he were looking at a dog blocking the road. Shen Fei's expression hardened. His right hand tightened around the knife handle, knuckles cracking. Since you do not acknowledge it, I will speak with my blade. The knife was raised. There was no warning, no unnecessary words. The Miao knife arced from Shen Fei's right shoulder, the blade aimed directly at the redwood coffee table in front of Chen Yuan. The sound of the wind exploded, sending peanut shells flying. Lin Xia screamed, nearly dropping her phone. Zhang Lei suddenly drew his gun at the door, aiming at Shen Fei's head. Stop! The knife fell. The coffee table did not move an inch. Shen Fei's Miao knife hovered 3 inches above the table, the blade wedged between 2 fingers. Chen Yuan's right hand lifted from the pile of peanuts, his index and middle fingers together, precisely pinching the thinnest part of the blade. His left hand still held a half-peeled peanut. He did not even raise his eyelids. The bullet comments in the live stream froze for a full 2 seconds. Then they came rushing out like a dam breaking. What the hell? 2 fingers? Are you sure this isn't special effects? The wind from that knife blew the peanut shells away. This is real cutting. Shen Fei's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes wide. His arms had turned into 2 iron rods, every ounce of strength focused on the knife handle. The knife did not budge, not even a fraction of movement. It remained completely still. Shen Fei bit down on his tongue, exerting force from his waist and hips, pushing against the ground with his feet, the soles of his shoes screeching against the bluestone. It was useless. He changed his angle, trying to pull the knife back. It did not move. Sweat rolled down his forehead, trickling down his nose and into his mouth, salty and bitter. Chen Yuan finished peeling the last peanut with his left hand and tossed it into his mouth, chewing twice. Are you done? Shen Fei was panting heavily, the muscles in his arms trembling. He did not release his grip. I am not done yet. Chen Yuan's wrist moved. It was a minuscule motion, barely 2 centimeters outward. Crack. A crisp sound. The Miao knife snapped at the point where it was pinched between Chen Yuan's fingers. The tip flew out, embedding itself into the wall's brick seam, the tail, and still vibrating. The middle section of the blade fell to the ground, bouncing twice, producing a clear metallic clink. Shen Fei was left holding only a bare knife handle with less than 4 inches of broken blade. 3 pieces. The Miao knife, forged from high-quality steel, had shattered into 3 sections. Shen Fei's hand remained in the grip of the knife, his fingers not loosening. He looked down at the knife handle in his hand, his lips trembling. The entire bookstore was so quiet that one could hear the sound of peanut shells hitting the water in the enamel cup. Lin Xiao's phone nearly crashed into Shen Fei's face, the bullet comments flying so fast that the individual lines were indistinguishable, the whole screen turning into a white waterfall. Song Xiai stood in the corner, his legs shaking, holding onto the bookshelf to avoid collapsing. Shen Fei's knees bent, first the right leg, then the left. He knelt among the shattered glass and peanut shells, the knife handle slipping from his hand and crashing onto the bluestone with a clang. Impossible. This cannot be. Forged steel tempered 36 times. Chen Yuan stood up from the rocking chair. He walked to the corner, picked up a bamboo broom that had been leaning against the door, and turned to throw it in front of Xin Fei. The broom hit the ground with a thud, the bamboo branches spreading out, some poking into Xin Fei's knee. Xin Fei looked up, his eyes read the expression on his face, a mix of collapse and confusion. Chen Yuan stood in front of him, looking down. You say you are a descendant of the Xin family. Then you should know that the Xin family's knife techniques are not called northern-style knife techniques. Xin Fei's mouth opened, but no words came out. Chen Yuan bent down to pick up the broken blade from the ground, spinning it between his fingers. Pick it up. He gestured towards the broom with his chin. The true Jin Iwei knife technique is only taught once. Watch closely. In Huayan Alley on the first floor of an old bookstore, Chen Yuan bent down and casually picked up the old bamboo broom from the corner. The broom handle was made of aged bamboo, polished smooth and glossy over the years, with the top branches spreading out, some fine twigs bent and aged, covered with a thin layer of dust. He did not wipe it off. Instead, he lightly weighed it in his hand, finding its weight ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. Xin Fei, kneeling on the ground, was tense all over, his peripheral vision locked onto every movement of Chen Yuan, instinctively softening his breath. He began practicing martial arts at the age of 8, won the National Youth Martial Arts Championship at 12, was recognized as a traditional martial arts intangible cultural heritage inheritor at 18, and had devoted 26 years to mastering sword techniques, becoming a recognized orthodox martial artist in the industry. Yet at this moment, a sense of unprecedented awe and fear arose within him. Lin Xia was stepping back steadily while holding her phone, the camera slowly zooming out to capture the entire scene of the bookstore. The number of viewers in the live broadcast had already surpassed 3 million, and the heat was still rising wildly, with the barrage of comments rolling in densely, completely out of control. A broom. Is he going to use a broom for the duel? Isn't this an insult? Xin Fei is a legitimate martial arts master. Quiet, just watch. Chen Yuan stood still, his posture relaxed and casual, with his back slightly bent, resembling an ordinary street cleaner sweeping the streets, lacking any aura of a master. Only the way he held the broom was particularly unique. Unlike ordinary martial artists who grip their weapons horizontally, with the tiger's mouth facing forward, he instead pressed his thumb against the second segment of his index finger, angling the tiger's mouth down to the right at a 45-degree angle, displaying an extremely peculiar ancient grip. Xin Fei's pupils suddenly constricted violently. He had seen this grip in the hand-drawn remnants of the Shun family's ancestral scroll. However, the illustrations in the ancestral scroll were blurry and incomplete. It had taken 8 generations of effort from the Shun family, over 19 generations, yet no one had been able to replicate this orthodox hand form. Since the 11th ancestor, the Shun family's sword techniques had already been lost. The later generations only practiced a patched-up, incomplete version that never touched the essence of martial arts. This was the unresolved regret of the Shun family for a century, as well as the truth that his grandfather had repeatedly reminded him of before passing. Watch closely. Chen Yuan casually uttered 2 words, his feet silently shifting positions, without any build-up starting stance or breath control, as if performing a simple task. He gently extended the broom forward. It was not a thrust, nor a chop, nor a flick. It held no hint of violence, like offering a cup of tea or gently closing a wooden door, exceedingly soft. But the moment the broom left its original position, a change occurred. A sharp, ear-piercing sound erupted, resembling not the sound of wind, but rather the screech of a sharp object scraping against glass or metal, the high-frequency sound waves instantly filling the entire bookstore, rebounding and echoing off the walls. Every viewer in the live broadcast, wearing headphones, was without exception jolted by the sudden outburst of high-frequency sound waves, their eardrums stinging painfully, instinctively tossing their phones aside, causing the screen to shake violently. The tip of the broom halted just shy of an inch from Xin Fei's right eye, not advancing even a fraction. Within that inch, the air seemed to have completely stagnated and locked. Xin Fei was frozen in place, his blood almost stagnant. The fine hairs on the right side of his face, from his left ear to the right jawline in a complete arc, were all abruptly severed at the root, countless fine stubble fluttering lightly in the air, mingling like a thin layer of white mist. A fierce wind swept through, carrying away the countless fine hairs, leaving no trace behind. His right ear buzzed, the eardrum vibrating and numbing, an extreme sense of crisis tightly gripping his mind. He knew very clearly that had this attack advanced just half an inch further, his right eye would have been crushed by the invisible force, not merely injured. Chen Yuan retracted his wrist lightly, the broom smoothly returning to his side, with a gentle motion, leaving no trace, the bamboo branches perfectly aligned, not a single one bent or out of place. In just half a second the move concluded. Outsiders only saw a light sweep, but only Xin Fei, who had devoted half his life to sword techniques, understood the terrifying power of this move. The force originated from the waist and hips, not from brute arm strength, The moment the attack was unleashed, the broom's handle produced an imperceptible extreme, high-frequency vibration, tearing through the air and condensing a powerful force. This simple gesture simultaneously accomplished the effects of cutting, vibrating, and sealing the throat. It was a secret killing technique exclusive to the Ming Dynasty's Jinyue Northern Pacification Department, a move lost for 400 years, incomparable to modern martial arts performances. Meanwhile, in the remote broadcasting hall, in the dedicated seat for cold weapon research, the gray-haired chief expert of the Chinese Cold Weapon Restoration Project, Zheng Lei, suddenly sprang up from his seat, knocking over a cup of water on the table, splashing it everywhere, yet he remained unaware. The thermos cup in his hand slammed heavily onto the table, producing a muffled sound. He strode towards the big screen, pressing his hands firmly against the frame, his fingertips turning white from the pressure, his nails nearly digging into the wooden edge, his voice trembling violently. Replay. Immediately replay that move frame by frame. The technician Lu Ming did not dare to delay, hurriedly freezing the frame and playing it back frame by frame. Zheng Lei was nearly pressed against the screen, his gaze locked onto Chen Yuan's hand-form grip, distance, angle of attack, and force trajectory, trembling all over. The slashing general move. This is the Jinyue Northern Pacification Department's personal knife technique, the slashing general move. Next to him, Zhou Yiming was startled by his outburst, instinctively taking half a step back, furrowing his brow, and asking, "Professor Zheng, please clarify, what exactly is this technique?" Zheng Lei took several deep breaths, still unable to suppress the tremor in his voice, each word heavy. The Jinyue personal knife technique consists of 13 forms officially archived during the Ming Dynasty's Jiajing period, with the slashing general move ranked 7th, a secret killing move. The original archive of this knife technique was secretly transported from Nanjing to Beijing in 1950, stored in the underground of the Forbidden City, with no accompanying illustrations, only sparse textual records. In the entire country, the number of people authorized to access this top-secret document, including myself, does not exceed 4. He turned to look at the crowd, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. I have dedicated 20 years to restoring cold weapons, exhausting all my efforts to restore this set of knife techniques. Just this slashing general move I have attempted over 100 times, all failures. Everyone believed this move had long been completely lost, because no one could achieve the simultaneous effects of cutting, vibrating, and sealing the throat with a single thrust. He pointed directly at Shun Fei, frozen on the screen, his tone extremely agitated. Look, just an ordinary bamboo broom. He used the cheapest mundane object to unleash the top-secret killing move of the Jinyue from 400 years ago. Those severed hairs were cut cleanly by the immensely concentrated airflow. This was the orthodox divine might recorded in ancient texts, far from mere tricks or special effects. The entire venue fell silent, no one speaking. Zhou Yiming opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. On the outer edge of the expert seats, Qin Guohai sat with his hands crossed over his knees, quietly staring at Chen Yuan's silhouette on the screen, his expression calm and unperturbed. This was not the first shock, but a long-awaited relief after finally confirming the truth. He let out a long breath, the dust settling in his eyes. Back in the Huayan Alley bookstore, Shun Fei knelt on the bluestone slab, his body uncontrollably trembling violently. He finally understood completely that his grandfather's last words, "The Shun family's knife techniques have been severed," were not mere words. Since the 11th ancestor, the knife techniques passed down in the Shen family had lost their essence. The 8 generations that followed had devoted their lives to practicing, merely guarding a flawed shell, possessing form, but lacking spirit. Today, this sweep completely shattered his 26 years of martial arts understanding and filled the Shun family's century-long regret. Thud! The heavy sound of his kowtow struck the bluestone slab, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shen Fei's forehead crashed heavily against the stone slab, covered in debris, breaking skin and bleeding. Thud! The second hit, even heavier. Thud! The third hit, pouring all his strength into it. Dark red droplets of blood mixed with dust blooming into mottled patterns on the bluestone slab. Shen Fei's forehead wound cracked, blood sliding down his nose, smearing his lips, and Shin, his body covered in dust mixed with sweat, looking utterly disheveled, yet profoundly devout. Ancestors above. He buried his head deeply, his voice coming from deep in his throat, hoarse and broken, filled with extreme suppressed choking and sobs. 19th generation descendant of the Shun family from Tsangzhou, Shun Fei bows to you. His broad shoulders heaved violently, his martial arts attire already soaked with cold sweat. At 26 years old, with 3 million followers, a top inheritor of intangible cultural heritage in the industry, he resembled a child finally finding the right path and breaking free from a century-old shackle, completely letting go of all pride and glory. Chen Yuan looked down at him, kneeling silent for 2 seconds, his voice calm, yet each word embodying the true essence of martial arts. Get up. Your Shun family's knife techniques are not meant for bowing. Shen Fei's fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, his eyes red, tears of blood mingling, yet he still refused to raise his head. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's tone softened, carrying a touch of ordinary warmth. Get up the ground is cold. Just two simple sentences. One establishing the martial arts perspective, and the other holding the warmth of a common person, showcasing the compassion and perspective of a strong individual. Chen Fei slowly raised his head after a long time, his face smeared with blood and dirt, looking utterly wretched, yet his eyes were exceptionally clear and transparent. Lin Xia held her phone close to capture the moment the barrage in the live broadcast had completely collapsed, overwhelming with shock and emotion. I cried. 8 generations of regret finally fulfilled today. A broom replicating a lost art from 400 years ago. This is the true martial arts deification. You previously questioned if it was scripted. Now experts have confirmed, and martial artists kneel and worship. The online heat remained high at 1 million views. Zhao Ke fixed his gaze on the replay, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, his eyes filled with unwillingness and panic. After 5 seconds of silence, he quickly grabbed his phone, fingers tapping rapidly on the screen to edit a Weibo post. Freshly baked low-level farce. A martial artist uses a broom to perform tricks. 3 million influencers kneel to act and hype it up. The so-called lost knife techniques and martial arts secrets are all scripted arrangements and marketing stunts. This kind of trick to cut off hair from a distance can easily be performed by extras in Hongdian for 500 a day. The tricks are even more fake than a Spring Festival gala skit. Cyber Police Ministry of Public Security Cybersecurity Bureau suggest immediate investigation. Strictly examine whether this person operates an illegal martial arts school, spreads feudal superstitions, or maliciously promotes for profit. With a quick send, Zhao Ke put down his phone forcibly, pulling a confident smile, feigning calmness in front of the camera. Don't worry, everyone, this clumsy scam won't fool me. Today I will definitely tear apart this group's false facade and crush this hype. The barrage scrolled rapidly, with a highly upvoted comment rising to the top, particularly striking. Zhao Ke, you're done. The Zhangzhou Martial Arts Association has just issued a statement confirming Chen Fei is the legitimate heir of the Chen family, and the intangible heritage qualifications are verifiable. Are you still trying to deny it? This comment's popularity surged, instantly flooding the screen. Zhao Ke's smile froze, hanging on his face for less than half a second, panic clearly visible in his eyes. He quickly swiped to delete the rebuttal comment, pretending nothing happened, and continued to forcefully clean up this. Back in the Huayan Alley bookstore, Chen Yuan casually tossed the bamboo broom back into the corner. The bamboo branches hit the wall, with a light sound falling with a casual indifference. He turned and stepped forward, his gaze steady on the silver-white password box beside Song Ci. The commotion from Chen Fei's kneeling and kowtowing had startled everyone as Song Ci stood stiffly against the wall, his glasses shattering on the ground, yet he was completely oblivious, his attention entirely drawn to the items within the box. At this moment his legs felt weak, his whole body floated, he could only lean against the bookshelf to barely stand firm. Chen Yuan bent down and retrieved the half-broken dark red knife from inside the box. The knife was heavy and solid, the blood-colored patterns glimmering with a dim sheen under the light, both ancient and mysterious. The moment his fingertip touched it, a faint dark light quietly emerged from the surface of the knife, as if the centuries-old object was being awakened by its former master. Chen Yuan raised his hand, carefully examining the cross-section of the broken edge against the daylight outside, gently rubbing with his fingertips. Director Song Ci trembled all over, almost straightening his knees, quickly responding, yes. Your group of 7 experts has studied for 72 hours. What have you found? Song Ci steadied his thoughts, his tone serious and grave. We have discovered many anomalies. The metal fiber orientation of this broken knife has a rare spiral structure, and the distortion patterns completely violate all traditional forging techniques from ancient to modern times. Even in modern material science, there is no corresponding smelting or forging model, making it impossible to determine the age and craftsmanship. Chen Yuan slightly nodded, moving his fingertip to the end of the knife handle. It's normal not to find anything. He gently scraped away the rust from the size of a soybean on the rivet surface, layer after layer of rust peeling away, revealing 2 tiny characters as fine as needle tips. Song Ci hurriedly leaned in to identify them. 3 seconds later his face turned pale instantly from white to green, and finally his lips lost all color, his whole body turning icy. These tiny characters on the rivet represented the ultimate secret that the expert group had overlooked even after 72 hours of research. Chen Yuan gently placed the broken knife back into the foam slot, brushing away the fine iron rust that had stained his fingertips. Inside the bookstore the wind was still, with only his soft, deep voice slowly resonating, so faint that only Song Ci could hear. 2 words fell heavy as 1,000 pounds. Seal the god. Boom. Song Ci's mind went blank in an instant, his legs completely losing strength, sliding down the bookshelf to sit helplessly on the cold bluestone slab, his whole body stiff and trembling. His lips trembled violently, his pupils constricting sharply, staring fixedly at the young man in front of him, his voice broken and out of tune. What did you say? Chen Yuan lowered his gaze, staring at the half-broken dark red knife, his expression calm and unperturbed, revealing the truth sealed for 1,000 years. This knife was never a weapon. Inside the old bookstore on Huayan Alley, the heavy air was laced with a faint scent of rust, making it difficult to breathe. Song Si's legs went weak, and he collapsed heavily onto the cold, mottled concrete floor, his back pressed tightly against the aged wooden bookshelf, his chest rising and falling violently. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and after 3 attempts his throat felt as if something was choking him, ultimately failing to produce a complete sentence, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. After a long moment, he managed to squeeze out a few words with great difficulty. "The key." "What key?" Chen Yuan did not answer immediately. He lowered his gaze, his slender fingertips gently stroking the blood groove at the center of the broken blade, the movement slow and serious. A narrow gash ran across the dark blade, its width barely enough to hold a grain of rice, deep and pitch black. Even when looked at closely, the bottom of the groove was invisible, centuries of dark red rust firmly embedded in the patterns, exuding an indescribable eeriness. "You 7, how long have you been studying this broken blade?" Chen Yuan's tone was flat, betraying no emotions. Song Si braced himself against the bookshelf, struggling to straighten up, his calf muscles still uncontrollably cramping and trembling, remnants of his fear lingering. He raised his hand to remove his glasses, which were mostly shattered, and randomly wiped the dust and fingerprints off the lenses with the corner of his coat, his voice carrying a barely noticeable raspy tone. 3 whole months. We repeatedly deconstructed the forging structure and simulated usage scenarios. The final unified conclusion was that the design of the blood groove in the blade has serious flaws, with a bloodletting efficiency that is extremely low, completely inconsistent with the forging logic of ancient weapons, representing a fatal mistake left by the craftsman in the forging process. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan let out a low chuckle. The laughter was not one of mockery, but rather a detached indifference, as if observing a group of laymen wasting their efforts speculating wildly on something fundamentally different. "You all have been mistaken from the very beginning." He raised his gaze, speaking lightly. "This blood groove was never designed to contain human blood from the outset." As his words fell, Chen Yuan suddenly applied pressure with his thumb, vigorously grinding the dark red rust that had solidified at the bottom of the groove for a century. Fine rust flakes fell away, and the secret hidden within the blood groove gradually surfaced. Its true purpose has never been to bleed, but to lock souls. "Lock? Lock what?" Song Si's glasses, which he had just put back on, tilted askew, his pupils suddenly constricting, his face filled with disbelief. "Souls." As the word fell, the temperature in the bookstore seemed to drop several degrees. Chen Yuan flipped the broken blade over, showing its back to the crowd. In the dim yellow light of the room, everyone could clearly see that the back of the blood groove was covered with dense, hair-thin, eerie engravings. The patterns twisted and coiled, intertwining chaotically, lacking any semblance of order, not merely decorative, but exuding a chilling and sinister aura. This blade was forged by Sheni Dao. When he crafted this blade, he deliberately mixed in special secret materials in the furnace. Chen Yuan turned his gaze to the kneeling Shun Fei, whose expression was tense. "That is why in your Shun family's ancestral teachings there is the ironclad rule passed down through generations. A blade forged must not harm humans, am I not correct?" Shun Fei's whole body trembled, abruptly looking up, his throat rolling violently, his eyes filled with shock. "That's right. Our Shun family craftsmen have believed for centuries that this was due to the mercy of our ancestor, who did not wish to create a weapon for killing. It is not kindness." Chen Yuan leaned down to close the silver briefcase, the crisp click of the lock sounding particularly jarring in the silent bookstore. "It is that this blade is utterly meaningless against mortals. Its targets have always been those who should never linger in the human realm." The scene shifts to a national-level broadcasting hall, the atmosphere starkly different from the old bookstore. Zhou Yiming sank deep into the back of his leather chair, arms crossed over his chest, a sharp, piercing smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. "Ladies and gentlemen, everything can now be pieced together. This character arc has finally closed." He faced the live broadcast camera, his tone akin to rebutting a poorly constructed paper full of flaws. "It began with treasure appraisal and finding a bargain, followed by an absurd addition of martial arts fight settings, and now it has escalated to invoking supernatural forces, locking souls, exorcising demons. Such feudal superstitions should not appear in the public eye of the 21st century. I solemnly urge the program team to immediately cut the signal of this live stream. Such content is already suspected of violating laws and regulations. First, they use sensational content to gain attention, create group worship, then introduce absurd claims about supernatural powers, ultimately completing the mental manipulation of the masses. Here I officially recommend that the program team immediately sever the live stream signal, as this content is already suspected of being illegal." Upon hearing this, the entire internet's barrage of comments erupted, polarized statements flooding the screen. "Pure feudal superstition, I have reported it. Don't jump to conclusions. Have you forgotten the earlier scene where human blood turned into green smoke? Was that also superstition? Let's not rush to conclusions. Let the bullets fly for a while and observe the changes. On the other side in Zhao Ke's private livestream room, Zhao Ku abruptly sprang from his gaming chair, anger swirling in his eyes, his fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard, furiously issuing commands in several Water Army chat groups. Everyone act immediately. I have already sent the official reporting link to the group. The unified reporting phrasing is the host spreads feudal superstition, misleads the general public, and disrupts online order. Report them all aggressively. Within 30 seconds, thousands of uniformly formatted reports surged toward the platform's backend, like locusts directly targeting the Huayan Alley Bookstore's livestream account. Inside the Huayan Alley Bookstore, Lin Xia's phone suddenly lit up with a glaring red system notification. At the top, your livestream room has entered the risk control review stage due to a massive number of user reports and is at risk of immediate suspension. Brother, it's bad. The livestream room is about to be suspended. Lin Xia clutched her phone tightly, her voice tense and trembling, her brows furrowed with anxiety. At this moment, Chen Yuan was searching through the black precision toolbox Song Ci had brought without lifting his head, his tone calm and unperturbed. If it gets suspended, so be it. It doesn't matter. How can it not matter? There are over 400,000 people watching the livestream right now. Lin Xia was in a panic, stamping her feet, fearing that all her hard work in building the livestream channel would go to waste. Chen Yuan offered no further explanation, his fingers brushing over a row of reagent bottles in the box, finally pulling out a sealed brown frosted glass bottle from the bottom. The label on the bottle was neatly written, marked by Song Ci himself, Class B special metal corrosion reaction reagent for internal experiments, only prohibited for civilian use. He twisted open the sealed bottle cap, and a sharp, acrid odor of strong acid instantly filled the entire bookstore, causing everyone to instinctively frown and hold their breath. Chen Yuan took the broken blade out of the briefcase, placing it steadily on the old wooden counter. The dark blade lay silent, the narrow blood groove in the center resembling a jagged scar that had festered for 100 years. Did Professor Zhou not say that I speak nonsense and promote feudal superstition? Chen Yuan's tone was flat, as if casually discussing. Today, I will use a scientific experiment to provide everyone with an answer. The bottle was slowly tilted, and the clear pale yellow reagent liquid dripped down. The first drop, the second drop fell into the deep blood groove, sinking like a stone without any movement. But the moment the third drop fell, an abnormal change occurred. The dark red rust layer that had solidified at the bottom of the groove began to bubble violently. Fine, rapid bubbles burst open like asphalt boiling in a high-temperature furnace, a dull, sizzling sound clearly audible. The next moment, thick emerald green smoke suddenly erupted from the blood groove. It did not disperse gently, but shot straight up into the sky with explosive force. In the narrow groove, just 3 millimeters wide, the bizarre fluorescent green smoke shot up half a meter, then exploded violently, scattering everywhere. A strange odor mingled with the smell of rust and rotten flesh assaulted everyone, thick and sticky, lingering for a long time, absolutely not a scent that could be produced by ordinary chemical reagents. Lin Xia instinctively stepped back 3 paces, her fingers loosening as her phone nearly slipped from her grasp. At the same time, in the livestream room, with 6 million viewers, the scrolling barrage of comments suddenly went blank. The entire screen plunged into silence. 430,000 online viewers collectively held their breath, their hearts gripped by extreme fear. The silence did not last long, when an ear-piercing shriek suddenly erupted from the core of the green smoke. The sound was sharp and piercing, like a dull blade scraping against white bones, the desperate wails of a dying beast, and like countless nails scratching across glass, the ultra-high frequency sound waves pierced everyone's eardrums, certainly not belonging to any humans or known biological vocalizations. The phone's high-definition microphone transmitted this inhuman scream intact to millions of viewers. The number of online viewers in the livestream began to surge wildly, breaking through 6 million in just 10 seconds. The screen remained blank, with no one sending messages. The overwhelming shock and fear rendered everyone. In the broadcasting hall, Zhou Yiming, who had been so arrogant moments ago, had the smirk on his face freeze completely, his hands gripping the chair's armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and dread. Beside him, Fong Wenshin's back was already soaked in cold sweat, his shirt clinging to his skin, the atmosphere around him oppressive to the extreme. The only one calm was Qin Guohai. He silently retrieved a thick leather folder with a red top-secret 50-year unsealing stamp from deep within his black briefcase, pulling out a yellowed page, his gaze falling on a line of handwritten experimental records in blue ink. In 1973, a Southwest border record of unknown biological soft tissue sample collection. In the reaction phenomenon section, the handwriting was steady and heavy. Class B special corrosion reagent contacted the sample, producing a high concentration of green gaseous substances accompanied by high-frequency inhuman sound waves. The existing biological systems could not match the source. Qin Guohai raised his eyes to the livestream screen, where the green smoke had already begun to dissipate. Slowly, Chen Yuan appeared, calm As he stored the broken blade, his expression tranquil, as if the bizarre phenomenon that had just overturned their understanding was merely an inconsequential matter. He closed the top-secret file that had been sealed for decades, closed his eyes for a moment to adjust his breath, and the line of crimson warning at the end of the document pierced his vision. Sample source unknown, risk level unknown, suggest permanent sealing, prohibit related projects from restarting. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Guohai had already picked up the encrypted secure phone on the table, his tone steady and solemn. Connect me to the duty room of Bureau 0 and activate the highest priority communication. Inside the bookstore, Chen Yuan picked up the enamel cup on the table leisurely, took a sip of warm water, then raised his gaze toward the direction of the livestream camera, his voice clear as it spread to every corner of the livestream room. Professor, Joe, do you still insist this is feudal superstition? The silent barrage section finally erupted with activity. There were no questions, no mockery. 6 million comments all echoed the same question, filled with endless panic and shock. What on earth was that? Lin Xia's phone vibrated again. This time, it was an official notification from the platform. After back-end review, all reporting content was found to be invalid. The live stream room's risk control has been lifted, and it has returned to normal status. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when a glaring red trending notification suddenly popped up at the top of the screen, the bold explosion label, catching the eye, instantly topping the entire internet's trending list, crushing all entertainment topics. Oxford University Oriental Studies professor Arthur Smith publishes a 10,000-word article with 37 professional test reports, solid evidence of Chen Yuan's forgery of antiques. In an instant, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the bookstore froze completely once more. Chen Yuan put down the enamel cup in his hand, his gaze falling on the glaring trending topic, a faint cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. In London, within a 3-story Stone Gate townhouse in Kensington, Arthur Smith splashed a glass of Bordeaux red wine onto the projection screen, the dark red liquid slowly trickling down the title of the scientific testing report of the Blood Lu Ban broken blade, its color strikingly vivid. He turned around, presenting a quintessential British smile to the camera. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. I am Arthur Smith, a researcher of Oriental Studies at Oxford University. Regarding the recent heated discussions online about the Ming Dynasty Jinui Blood Lu Ban Tang Dao, my team has spent 72 hours conducting comprehensive testing. The conclusions are as follows. He struck the keyboard, switching the projection. 3 carbon-14 testing reports were displayed side by side, with the Cambridge Materials Laboratory stamp in the lower right corner. The testing subjects were clearly labeled as suspected Ming Dynasty broken blade samples ABC, with the conclusion section uniformly stating organic residue layers formed between 1990 and 2005 AD. Carbon-14 dating shows that the organic components of the dark red residue on the blade formed no more than 35 years ago. In other words, this is a replica. Smith raised his glass and toasted towards the camera. A historically credible, finely crafted modern artifact. But an artifact, after all, is still just an artifact. It is not history. The news was pushed through a paid membership channel with a media matrix covering 17 languages, simultaneously sharing it within an hour. In the country, Zhao stared at the notifications flashing on his phone screen, his eyes nearly bulging out. He suddenly sprang up from his gaming chair and grabbed the microphone on the table. Family, did you see it? Oxford University, Cambridge Laboratory, carbon-14 testing, black and white proof, ironclad evidence. His voice turned sharp with excitement, his lips pressed into a straight line. That con man with the surname Chun has deceived the entire nation with a replica from the 90s. And that female student with the surname Lin is his accomplice. She is the live streaming tool of the scam group. He grabbed his phone, fingers flying over the keyboard, posting 3 Weibo messages within 30 seconds. The first post was a 9-square screenshot filled with key pages from Smith's report. The second was a long article titled From Blood Lu Ban to Scam Class, How an Internet Celebrity Group Exploited National Sentiment with a Fake National Treasure. The third post tagged Platform Official Internet Supervision Report Center officially reporting the Huayan Alley bookstore for suspected cultural relic fraud, spreading false historical information, and inciting online violence. All the internet trolls, listen up. Zhao sent a voice message simultaneously in 5 WeChat groups of 500 people, his voice hoarse. Keywords: Blood Lu Ban forgery, Lin Xia scam, Chen Yuan conman. Spam them. Make sure to spam it ruthlessly. Target trending #1, stay for 24 hours. Unlimited budget. A wave of internet trolls surged in, rewriting the trending list within 10 minutes. Blood Lu Ban is a modern artifact trending. Oxford professor solidly proves Chen Yuan's forgery trending. Lin Xia scam group member trending. The comments section flooded with 200,000 messages, all filled with condemnation. I said it, how could a genuine knife appear in an old bookstore? Common should meet a bad end. Scum profiting off heroic martyrs. Ping in Beijing, I suggest filing a criminal case. Lin Xia crouched behind the counter, burying her face in her knees. The phone screen lit up with Zhao K's 9-square Weibo post with retweets exceeding 100,000, in the comment section, refreshing with hundreds of new insults every second. Her fingers trembled, shaking so much that she couldn't even swipe the screen. What frightened her more were the private messages. Countless strangers flooded into her Weibo Douyin and Xiaohongshu, cursing her with the dirtiest words. Some even dug up her student ID, dormitory number, and home address. Others uncovered her father's phone number. Ding. The phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from her father, saved as African Big Fool. Xia, Dad just got off the plane and saw the news. Don't be afraid, Dad believes in you. Your brother, though he looks unreliable, is not a bad person. Dad will fly back tomorrow to be with you. Lin Xia stared at those words, tears finally spilled over. She recalled that during their video call yesterday, her father held up his phone to show her the sunset on the African construction site, saying that the project funds would arrive this month, and he wanted to buy her the latest camera. Now the owner of that number received not a greeting, but death threats. The screenshot of the text was posted on an overseas forum, captioned, "The family of the con man must pay blood debts with blood." Lin Xia's shoulders began to tremble violently. She buried her face deeper into her knees, a suppressed whimper escaping her throat. The sobs were soft, but in this bookstore of only 3 people, they resounded clearly. On the other side of the counter, Chen Yuan set down the enamel cup in his hand. The bottom of the cup hit the wooden counter, producing a dull thud. He stood up, walked around the counter, and approached Lin Xia. Lin Xia's sobs paused for a moment, then grew louder. Chen Yuan bent down, extending his hand. That hand was long and slender, with distinctly visible joints, the faint outline of dark golden veins beneath the skin. His palm landed gently on Lin Xia's head, softly rubbing it. The gesture was light, soothing her as she whispered, "Brother." Lin Xia raised her face, her eyes red, her nose also flushed. "My dad. They won't even spare my dad." Chen Yuan's hand did not move away. "I know everything." His voice was calm, without fluctuations. "Brother, let's call the police and have them catch them." Lin Xia sniffled, her voice tinged with tears. "Call the police." Chen Yuan retracted his hand, standing upright. "Who do we catch? The ones spreading rumors, or the ones being rumored about?" Lin Xia was taken aback. Chen Yuan looked at her swollen eyes and suddenly smiled. It was not a mockery, but a kind of helplessness, like an elder watching a child throw a tantrum. "Get up." Lin Xia wiped her face, propped herself on her knees to stand, her legs slightly numb. Chen Yuan extended his hand. "Give me your phone." Lin Xia hesitated for a second before handing over the phone. Chen Yuan took it, unlocked it, and opened Weibo. The light from the screen illuminated his face, his expression unchanged, his eyes calm and composed. He opened the live stream. Ding! Lin Xia's live stream quickly lit up. Online viewers 714,000. The barrage exploded within 0.1 seconds. Does the con man still dare to go live? Where are the police? Why haven't they come to arrest anyone? Ping in Beijing, where are you? Zhao Ku is right, this is a gang crime. Chen Yuan did not look at the barrage. He held the phone up to his face, the screen facing him. In the camera, his features were clear, his gaze calm. "I am Chen Yuan." His voice was steady, each word clearly reaching the ears of over 7 million viewers. "Now I have 3 statements to make. First, regarding that knife. The evidence you want will be publicly verified tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock at the square in front of the National Museum. All media, all testing institutions, and all skeptics are welcome to attend. Second, about Lin Xia. She is my cousin, and I will protect her. Whoever dares to touch a single strand of her hair, I will not let it go easily. Third." Chen Yuan's gaze pierced through the screen, landing on each person typing at their keyboard. "Enough of this commotion. It is time to settle the accounts." As his words fell, the bookstore door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a black jacket walked in, holding an old flip phone. The red indicator light on the phone was flashing. That was the sign of a dedicated line. The man walked up to Chen Yuan, slightly bent over, hands extending the phone forward. "Mr. Chen, your dedicated line is calling. It's from an important department." The call connects. A steady voice of Chen Zhangwo comes through the receiver. "Mr. Chen, we have grasped the situation. The public opinion is brewing. Do you need me?" Chen Yuan interrupts him, his voice calm. Then he hangs up. The bookstore falls silent. Lin Xia sits behind the counter, hugging her knees, her eyes still red, but no longer crying. Song Ci stands in place, still gripping the password box containing the broken knife. Old Qin stares at Chen Yuan's profile. Chen Yuan returns the flip phone to the man in the black jacket, turns around, and walks back behind the counter. "Continue examining the knife," he says. Song Ci is taken aback for a moment, hurriedly taking the broken knife out of the box and laying it flat on the counter. Chen Yuan picks up the brown glass bottle and drips another reagent into the blood groove. Green smoke rises, a foul smell spreads, and a high-pitched screech echoes once more. This time no one questioned it. The live stream's comments were flooded with "What the hell?" Online viewership 7.8 million. Beijing Shishan. In the basement of a gray concrete building on the 3rd floor, behind a signal shielding wall, Chen Zhangwo hangs up the secure phone. In front of him are 6 screens, each displaying different data streams. On the left, 3 screens and nationwide online public opinion heat map, with red areas shrinking towards the center at a rate of 3% per minute. On the right, 3 screens, 4 surveillance feeds, showing Huayan Alley Bookstore, the city SWAT team's base, a hidden basement, and the broadcasting studio. Chen Zhangwo presses the red button on the table. Zero Bureau highest authority unlocked. His tone is devoid of emotion, as if reading a procurement list. Target codename Locust. Execution standard class A clean network process. Time limit 3 minutes. He releases the button and walks to the first screen on the left, tapping the keyboard 7 times. A window pops up on the screen titled National Communication Network Node Control Protocol Class A. Below the window, the logos of 4 telecom operators are displayed side by side. Chen Yuan's gaze sweeps across the screen, landing on the 2 characters, execute. He presses the enter key. Nationwide at the same second. Zhao Ku is still laughing wildly in the live stream. His face flushed with excitement. A hoarse shout comes from the microphone. Family. Did you see that? Oxford University. Cambridge Lab. Carbon-14 testing. Irrefutable evidence. Does that scammer named Chen dare to test now? Every time he tests, we slap him back. All water armies, listen up. Keep spamming. Let the trending topic stay for 24 hours. Let the whole internet know. His voice suddenly cuts off. On the screen, all the scrolling comments, all the fluctuating gift data, and all the online viewer statistics reset to 0 within 1/10 of a second. The screen goes black. Zhao Ke's smile freezes on his face. He reaches out to tap the monitor, but it doesn't respond. He taps again, and still it remains a black screen. What the hell? He curses and goes to unplug the power supply. Just as his finger touches the plug, the door is slammed open. Not kicked, but the entire door is smashed off the frame and crashes against the wall with a loud bang. 3 men in black tactical vests rush in. The leader is Zhang Lei. He isn't holding a gun, just takes out an ID, flashing it in front of Zhao Ku. Zhao Ku ID: anti-fraud maniac suspected of inciting online violence, organizing water armies to spread rumors, and endangering national security. Take him away. Zhao Ke's mouth opens, but no sound comes out. 2 SWAT officers step forward, one on each side, grabbing his arms and lifting him off the gaming chair. Zhao Ke's legs go weak, his toes dragging on the ground, leaving 2 trails. As he is dragged to the door, he glances back. The live stream equipment has been smashed, and the hard drive is being taken away in an evidence bag. Zhao Ke's lips move, squeezing out 2 words. I. Zhang Lei ignores him. He stands at the door, scanning the remaining 3 members of the water army in the room. The 3 men are pale, crouching in the corner with their heads in their hands, trembling all over. Zhang Lei turns around and speaks into the communicator. First floor cleared. At the same time, on the other side of the city, in the basement of an abandoned factory, Qian Duoduo sits in a server room filled with servers, and on the screen in front of him, Zhao Ke's live stream signal suddenly cuts off. Damn, it's disconnected. He mutters, checking the network cable. The cable is fine. The signal source is gone. He frowns and grabs his phone to call Zhao Ku. The call goes through, but the mechanical prompt sounds in the receiver. The number you dialed is not in service. Qian Duoduo is stunned. He looks down at the screen. Weibo private message interface. Chapter 68, Too Noisy. Chen Yuan takes the flip phone and puts it to his ear. A steady male voice comes through the receiver. Mr. Chen, I am Chen Zhangwo, the director of Zero Bureau. We have a comprehensive understanding of the situation online. Too noisy. Chen Yuan snaps the flip phone shut with a snap. The bookstore goes silent for 3 seconds. The man in the black jacket stands in place, his hand still holding the phone, his face frozen. Lin Xiao's mouth hangs open, tears still on her face, not yet wiped away. Brother. That was a call from the highest level. You only said 3 words before hanging up. Chen Yuan tosses the phone back into the man's hands, turns, and walks back behind the counter, picking up the enamel cup and blowing on the tea foam. What's to be said has been said. He takes a sip. The rest they can handle themselves. In Beijing, in a gray building without a sign on the 3rd underground floor. Chen Zhangwo stares at the receiver in his hand, the busy signal beeping for 15 seconds. He puts the receiver back on the desk phone and pinches the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. Too noisy. He chews on these 3 words twice in his mouth and suddenly stands up. Everyone. The 17 people at the duty station simultaneously look up. Activate the Qing Tian plan, highest authority. Target all malicious information related to Comrade Chen Yuan online, clear within 10 seconds. The communication control order will be simultaneously issued to the 4 major telecom operators, cutting off network access for all terminals on the following list. He slaps a printed list on the table, the first line showing Zhao Ke's ID number, followed by 47 associated accounts and 6 registered IPs of water army companies. Director, this level of control order requires. A young duty officer just begins to speak. Chen Zhangwo turns to look at him. The S001 case file number, did you forget? The duty officer's mouth closes. S001. Everyone in the bureau knows this number. The holder's security level is higher than any individual, higher than any institution. Execute within 30 seconds. Chen Zhangwo's tone does not rise even a bit. If you can't execute it, turn in your work badge now. 17 chairs scrape against the floor as everyone rushes to the keyboard. 30 seconds later, on Zhao Ke's phone screen, the signal bar goes from full to a red cross. Wi-Fi 4G is down. The live stream freezes on his wide grin, the progress bar stuck and unmoving. He taps his phone twice and rushes over to kick the router. What a broken network. Failing at the critical moment. He grabs the backup phone on the table, no signal. He digs out the third phone from the drawer, still no signal. He rushes to the corner to pick up the landline receiver, deadline. Zhao Ke stands in the middle of a room filled with takeout boxes and cigarette, butts 3 phones clutched in his hands, cold sweat starting to bead on his back. Footsteps echo in the hallway. Not just one person. The sound of polished military boots thumping on the concrete stairs, climbing up layer by layer, getting closer. Bang! The security door flies in from the outside, the iron lock bouncing on the ground and sliding 2 meters away. Zhang Lei stands at the door with a gun, followed by 8 fully armed SWAT officers, their guns sweeping across every corner of the room. Zhao Ke. Zhang Lei enunciates each word. Get down. Hands on your head. Zhao Ke hesitates for less than half a second. His body reacts before his mind, turning to lunge towards the computer desk. Zhang Lei strides over in 3 steps, grabbing him by the back of his shirt and lifting him off the chair, smashing his face down on the keyboard. Zhao Ke's nose hits the enter key, blood flowing down through the keyboard's gaps. What law have I broken? On what grounds? I have a lawyer. The metallic sound of handcuffs interrupts all his words. Inciting online violence, colluding with foreign forces, endangering national security. Zhang Lei leans down, his mouth close to Zhao Ke's ear. Is that enough? Zhao Ke's half face is pressed against the keyboard, blood and mucus mixed together, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. At the same time, on the second underground floor of a certain office building in the east of the city, in Chen Duoduo's Water Army studio, the screens of 47 computers turn black simultaneously. Chen Duoduo jumps up from the swivel chair, his hands starting to pull out hard drives. 1, 2. The third one is still not out. The window shatters. Glass shards scatter everywhere as a figure in black combat gear leaps through the broken window frame, a tactical flashlight in hand, pointing a red beam steadily at Chen Duoduo's forehead. Infrared targeting. Chen Duoduo's hand hovers in the air, still clutching the hard drive frozen in place. Put it down. The voice from behind the mask carries no discernible emotion. One by one, Chen Duoduo's fingers loosened, the hard drive crashing to the ground and breaking in half. 3 seconds later, the ventilation duct above is kicked open and 6 more people jump down. Not a single hard drive was missed from the 47 computers. In the broadcasting studio, Fang Wenshan stares at the large screen before him, the national trending topics list cleared within the same second. It wasn't a natural drop, nor was it replaced by new entries. The entire list instantly turned into a blank slate, and upon reloading, only one pin notice remained. Red background with white text, national emblem watermark. Notice regarding the legal investigation of online Water Army Zhao and his collusion with foreign forces. Investigation revealed that Zhao, the operator of the online account Anti-Fraud Maniac, has long accepted instructions from unidentified foreign funds using organized online violence to attack key national protected targets and related personnel. Zhao has been criminally detained in accordance with the law, and all 47 individuals involved have been accounted for. Those who continue to spread relevant rumors will be held legally accountable. Fang Wenshan's mouth hangs open. He turns to look at Qin Guohai. The old man's expression hasn't changed at all. He then looks towards Zhou Yiming. Zhou Yiming is fixated on the 6 characters on the screen. National key protected target. He is too familiar with this wording. The last time it appeared in a public report was in a security document for a retired head of state 20 years ago. A person who runs an old bookstore is using this level of designation. Zhou Yiming's mind races back. What did he say to 6 million viewers 5 minutes ago? Cult brainwashing mode. Mind control. Recommend reporting to the relevant departments. The relevant departments were reported. The result of the report was the person he publicly attacked was a national key protected target. Zhou Yiming's knees buckle, and he slides off the high stool, his back knocking over the mineral water bottle on the table, and he tumbles to the floor with the bottle. Fang Wenshan rushes over to reach out. Professor Zhou. Zhou Yiming sits on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, his lips moving several times before he squeezes out 2 words. It's over. His Adam's apple rolls up and down. I'm finished. At Huayan Alley Bookstore, Lin Xia refresh. The trending topics list is completely empty, and Zhao Ke's Weibo homepage only has a gray line remaining. This user has been permanently banned for violating relevant laws and regulations. The insults in her private messages have stopped, and all posts that exposed her student ID, dormitory, and home address show content has been removed. She is stunned for 2 seconds, then looks up at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stands by the window, the enamel cup in hand, his gaze passing through the half-open wooden window landing beyond the alley. Lin Xia's heart, which had just settled, rises again. She has seen that look before. The last time Chen Yuan looked in that direction, an island disappeared from the map. Brother. Chen Yuan does not turn around, holding the cup, his lips moving slightly. Arthur Smith. He enunciates these 5 words lightly, his tone revealing no emotion. The tea in the enamel cup sways without wind, and a layer of fine bubbles rises along the cup's wall. Smith's video was posted on the platform for 6 hours. Chen Yuan did not watch it, but Lin Xia did. She shoved her phone screen in front of Chen Yuan, cranking the volume to the maximum. In the video, Arthur Smith, dressed in a three-piece suit, sat in a study adorned with oil paintings, holding a glass of red wine and speaking candidly to the camera. In English with a London accent. The Chinese government has covered everything up with an absurd statement silencing Mr. Zhao Ku and destroying all evidence of doubt. This precisely proves my judgment. Those so-called national treasures are merely a meticulously orchestrated. A totalitarian government, in order to fabricate its own historical glory, is willing to employ state machinery to persecute the truth. Lin Xia slammed the phone on the table. Brother, he called you a fraud and said our country is faking it. Chen Yuan turned a page of the old book in his hand without looking up. What does he say have to do with me? It has already been shared 800,000 times. Oh, Lin Xia was so angry that she stomped her feet, turning towards the door. You don't care, but I do. The door was pushed open from the outside. Song Ci stood on the threshold, his hair tousled, a button on his collar misaligned, holding an aluminum alloy briefcase tightly against his chest, clearly having rushed over. Lin Xia almost bumped into him. Director Song. Song Ci ignored her, his gaze bypassing her shoulder and locking directly onto Chen Yuan behind the counter. Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan's hand, flipping through the book, came to a halt. He glanced at Song Ci. The old man's eyes were red. Not from anger, but from excitement. Song Ci placed the briefcase on the counter, entered an 8-digit code, and the lid popped open. Inside there was black foam padding with a stack of high-definition satellite photos and a red-headed document resting on top. 3 days ago, National Geographic collaborated with the Geological Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to detect a large underground space in a sinkhole deep in a province in the southwest. Song Ci pulled out the first photo, pointing to the marked area in red. Thermal imaging shows there is an artificial structure 70 meters underground, initially judged to be a cluster of tombs from the late Ming dynasty. The scale is vast. It exceeds the Dingling tomb. Lin Xia leaned closer, her eyes widening. A Ming dynasty royal tomb. Not a royal tomb. Song Ci shook his head. The specifications are incorrect, but the quality is extremely high, resembling some sort of merit tomb or a general's tomb. He pulled out the second photo. This one was taken closely by a drone, showing a bare stone wall at the bottom of the sinkhole with a half-stone door faintly visible. The door was engraved with patterns. Song Ci's hand was trembling. He retrieved another photo from the bottom of the briefcase. It was a close-up of the broken knife handle that was on Chen Yuan's counter. The two photos were placed side by side. The dark red patterns on the knife handle and the engravings on the stone door matched perfectly, every curve and every angle fitting seamlessly. No one spoke in the bookstore. Qin Guohai had also entered at some point, standing by the door, staring at the two photos on the counter, his eyes behind the lenses suddenly widening. Blood Lu Ban. Qin Guohai's voice was very low. Song Ci nodded, swallowing hard. The builder of this tomb and the forger of this knife are the same person. He turned to Chen Yuan. Or rather, related to the same person. Chen Yuan did not respond. He set down the old book in his hands, picked up the photo of the stone door, and leaned in to look closely. His thumb rubbed against the edge of the photo. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Lin Xia had never seen Chen Yuan stare at something for so long. A minute passed. Song Ci and Qin Guohai exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. 2 minutes. There was something churning in Chen Yuan's eyes. It was not the gentle churning of tea water. Something deeper was being stirred. His pupils reflected the half-stone door from the photo, but Lin Xia felt that what he was seeing was not the photo. Chen Yuan's right hand began to heat up. The tea in the enamel cup bubbled with fine bubbles, and a layer of mist formed on the cup's surface. His eyes lost focus. A raging fire swept in from the end of his vision. Amidst the ruins, a bare-chested man knelt before an anvil, blood still oozing from the severed tip of his left arm, his right hand wielding a hammer, striking the red-hot blade. Sparks flew into his wound, but he did not flinch. With each hammer strike came the sound of bones cracking. Not the bones of the blade, but his own. He pounded the powdered bone of his severed arm into the blade layer by layer. Behind him lay 3,000 corpses and a sun and moon flag fallen in a pool of blood. He glanced back at the figure in the long robe standing amidst the flames and grinned widely, his mouth full of blood. Sir, the blade is finished. Clean it up for me. Chen Yuan's fingers tightened, crumpling the edges of the photo. Brother. Lin Xiao's voice pulled him back. Chen Yuan looked down at his right hand. A dark golden light flickered beneath his skin, flashing and then disappearing. He placed the photo back on the counter and slowly stood up. Song Ci took half a step forward. Mr. Chen, this tomb, I know whose tomb it is. Chen Yuan's tone was flat, without a hint of fluctuation, but his movements in standing up were slower than usual. Song Ci's breath hitched for a moment. You know the tomb owner? Chen Yuan did not answer. He took a sip of tea from the enamel cup, set it down, and fixed his gaze on the broken knife still lying on the counter. Shun Yidao, born in the 8th year of the Yongle reign, the first-class craftsman of the Jean E. Weiss pacification department. He entered the palace to forge knives at 17 and at 23, he forged the first Blood Lu Ban, using 3 of his ribs as the core. At 31, he went to the southwest with me. Song Sis knee buckled slightly, and he was caught by Qin Guohai. That battle is not recorded in the official history. Chen Yuan's voice paused for a moment. A battle won is not necessarily recorded, especially battles that should not have been won. He brushed the dust off the broken knife, as if wiping the face of an old friend. He severed one of my arms, and forged the last knife with his own bones. I promised him that after the battle I would give him a grand burial. The tomb was built by me. The bookstore was so quiet that the cicadas outside could be heard. Song Si opened his mouth, his lips trembling several times, and his voice came out hoarsely. 500 years. 512 years, Chen Yuan corrected him. He turned and walked toward the faded coat hanging on the wall, taking it down and draping it over his arm. Prepare the special plane. Song Si paused for 2 seconds before realizing. You are going. I'm going to see that silly boy from back then. Chen Yuan walked toward the door. As he passed by Lin Xia, she abruptly grabbed his sleeve. I'm going too. I am going. What chaos are you adding? I won't add chaos, I'll just watch. Chen Yuan stopped, looking down at her fingers gripping his sleeve. Lin Xia glared at him, her jaw set, determined not to let go. Chen Yuan looked at her for 3 seconds. Then he walked behind the counter, bent down, and pulled out a cloth bag from the bottom drawer, tossing it into Lin Xia's arms. The cloth bag was not heavy, but felt uncomfortable in her hands. Lin Xia opened it to find a short knife with a copper handle, the sheath wrapped in old hemp rope, the blade protruding 2 inches, dull and unsharpened. Take it. Lin Xia was stunned. It's not sharpened. Chen Yuan had already stepped out the door without looking back. In the place I'm taking you, a sharpened blade would only cause trouble. The military helicopter landed on the temporary helipad at the edge of the sinkhole, stirring up clouds of dust that swept against the surrounding rows of camouflage tents. Lin Xia jumped down from the cabin door, and before she could steady her feet, the scene before her momentarily disoriented her. The entire perimeter of the sinkhole within a 3-kilometer radius was densely packed with the field camp of the 39th Army. Every 5 steps there was a post, and every 10 steps a sentry stood guard. The soldiers were fully armed, their rifles slung across their chests with the barrels uniformly pointed downwards, their gazes fixed straight ahead. The outermost layer consisted of 3 barbed wire fences interspersed with infrared sensor stakes with warning signs bearing red backgrounds and white text every 20 meters. Military restricted area, enter at your own risk. Lin Xia swallowed hard. She had witnessed live fire drills at the police academy, but that was on a training ground. This was real. Brother, this show. Chen Yuan leisurely stepped out of the cabin behind her. The plastic slippers made a thud sound as they struck the aluminum alloy platform. He wore a faded gray coat with threads dangling from the collar, and his pant legs rolled up to his calves. In his left hand, he carried a plastic bag containing 2 bottles of mineral water and a packet of peanuts. His right hand was tucked into his pants pocket. He looked just like an ordinary person who had just come out of the vegetable market. By the helipad stood 7 or 8 people, some in military uniforms, others in white dust suits, and 3 foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing work badges emblazoned with the United Nations logo. One of the foreigners stood at the forefront of the crowd. Dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously styled with gel, chin held high and hands clasped behind his back, he carried himself with more poise than any of the officers present. The work badge displayed a line of English text: UNESCO Heritage Emergency Observer. United Nations Heritage Emergency Observer. Lin Xia stole a glance at the face, her heart racing. She recognized this face. The mouth that had spoken of China's forgeries on the foreign social media video belonged to this very person. Arthur Smith. Chen Yuan thudded over in his slippers, the plastic bag swaying by his leg. Smith's gaze swept over him from top to bottom. Slippers. Rolled up pant legs. Plastic bag. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he turned to his assistant, speaking in English, his voice neither loud nor soft, perfectly audible to everyone present. Is this the archaeological expert sent by China? He looks more like someone who just came to fix the sewer. The assistant dared not laugh, but his lips twitched. Lin Xia clenched her fists in anger. Chen Yuan did not stop, nor did he glance in that direction, continuing to walk forward with thud-thud sounds. Smith frowned. He was used to being watched. Being ignored made him uncomfortable. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chen Yuan, and spoke in deliberately slow Chinese. Excuse me, do you have authorization documents to enter the core area? Chen Yuan stopped. Not because he was blocked, but because he saw the direction of the sinkhole. His gaze crossed over Smith's shoulder, landing on the distant black abyss encircled by steel barriers. Smith was still talking. As a United Nations Heritage Observer, I have the duty to ensure that all personnel entering possess the necessary professional qualifications. A sharp metallic sound interrupted him. It was very close. Close enough that Smith could feel something cold press against his temple. He turned his head. A dark barrel of a gun was pressed against his forehead. The hand gripping the gun was steady. Its owner was wearing a Major General's uniform, the golden star on the collar glinting in the sunlight. The badge read 2 characters, Li Weidong. You say another word. Li Weidong's voice was not loud, his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, with each word squeezed out between his teeth. I will throw you out of the restricted area right now under the charge of obstructing military operations. Smith's body stiffened. His eyes turned right, catching a glimpse of the spiral grooves of the gun barrel. It was loaded. The safety was off. General, I am with the United Nations. Li Weidong's thumb pressed against the hammer, pulling it back a notch. A short sound escaped Smith's throat. Not a word, but a sound of instinctive fear. His legs began to tremble, first his knees, then his thighs. A small dark stain began to spread from the seam of his pants, running down from the crotch, following the seam of his dress trousers. A foul odor filled the air. The entire area fell silent. The three foreign experts standing in the back either stared at their shoelaces, pretended to examine the documents in their hands, or turned their faces away. No one spoke. No one spoke a word for Smith. Li Weidong holstered his gun, returning it to his waist with a swift and decisive motion. Get him a new pair of pants. He tossed this remark and turned, striding toward Chen Yuan, standing at attention 3 meters away, his right hand raised to the brim of his cap. A standard military salute. Report. Li Weidong, commander of the 39th Army's Guard Brigade, tasked with security operations in the core area of the sinkhole. The scene has been cleared, awaiting your orders, sir. Chen Yuan glanced at him. Is your grandfather Li Zhenghua? Li Weidong's arm twitched, his eyes reddening, but his military posture remained intact. Yes. Doesn't look like it. Chen Yuan walked past him, carrying the plastic bag. Lead the way. Li Weidong followed closely behind, issuing commands via his walkie-talkie as the sentries along the way saluted in unison, their movements precise and coordinated. Lin Xia jogged behind them, and as she passed Smith, she couldn't help but glance down at the stain on his pant leg. She couldn't hold it in and let out a snicker. Smith stood frozen in place, his hands hanging limply, his lips trembling, the color draining from his face. No one had ever dared to point a gun at his head. Never. He was the 4th-generation heir of the Smith family, and his great-grandfather had purchased government bonds from 3 countries. But that was only in Europe. This was a valley in China. His drenched pant legs clung to his calves, and as the cold wind blew, he felt a chill run from his feet to his scalp. At the bottom of the sinkhole, a temporary steel ladder had been constructed for descent, consisting of 432 steps with handrails welded on both sides and an explosion-proof lamp installed every 50 steps. The further down they went, the colder it became. By the 300th step, Lin Xia could already see her breath. She rubbed her arms and looked down. The area at the bottom was much larger than she had imagined. It was at least the size of 2 football fields. The exposed rock walls were illuminated by powerful floodlights, and over a dozen researchers in dust suits were busy at various positions, wielding brushes and detection instruments. Facing the direction of the steel ladder, a bronze door was embedded in the rock wall. The door stood 6 meters tall and 4 meters wide. The entire door was cast as a single piece with no seams, no hinges, and no handles. The surface of the door was covered in intricate patterns identical to the blood lube band patterns on a broken knife's handle. In the center of the door, 9 bullseye depressions were arranged vertically. The depressions were deep, filled with dark stains that had accumulated for hundreds of years. Lin Xia moved closer to Song Xi. Director Song, this door can't be opened. Song Xi shook his head with a pained expression. We've blasted it, tried plastic explosives, thermal cutting, hydraulic jacking. All methods. The alloy composition of the door can't be detected, and its hardness exceeds current metallurgical understanding. The expert team has been stationed here for half a month, and they haven't even deciphered the meaning of the patterns on the door. He pointed at the 9 depressions. The only certainty is that these depressions resemble the opening for some kind of key, but there are no keyholes and no mechanical structures. We poured resin into them for casting, and the shape that came out. He paused. Looks like a human finger. Lin Xia felt goosebumps rise on the back of her neck. Chen Yuan had already walked up to the door. He placed the plastic bag on the ground, stepped on the stone slab before the bronze door in his slippers, and looked up. The patterns on the door cast interlocking shadows under the floodlights, reflecting on his face. He extended his right hand, his fingertips touching the edge of the lowest depression. The moment his fingertip brushed against the metal surface, the entire bronze door emitted a deep, resonant hum. Everyone's movements froze. The humming sound did not emanate from the surface of the door. It came from behind the door, from the depths of the rock wall, from below the ground. Dark red liquid began to seep out from the dried black residue in the 9 depressions, which had not flowed for 500 years. Dark red liquid oozed from the grooves, trickling down the bronze surface. All the researchers took 3 steps back. Song Si's legs trembled, his eyes stared at the door face without blinking. What is going on? Lin Xia edged half a step closer to Chen Yuan, unconsciously gripping his sleeve. Chen Yuan did not move. His gaze swept the 9 grooves, his expression remained unchanged. Urgent footsteps sounded from the rear of the crowd. 3 foreigners in white dust suits were escorted in by Li Weidong's soldiers. The one in front was bald, wearing blast goggles around his neck, a badge on his chest that read, Dr. Hans Muller, Structural Demolition Specialist. The demolition specialist. The bald man pushed through the crowd to the bronze gate, tapped the surface twice with his finger, then produced a portable sonic detector, pressed it to the metal, and watched the screen for several seconds. He shook his head and muttered a string of English to Song Xi. The interpreter hesitated, glanced at Chen Yuan, and forced himself to speak. Dr. Muller says the alloy density of this door exceeds the upper parameters of all known metals. Deploying military-grade high-energy laser cutting equipment would require at least 72 hours of continuous operation. Moreover, there is a 60% chance of triggering unknown chain reactions inside the door, causing the entire tomb structure to collapse. The bald man folded his arms, wearing the look of someone who had offered professional judgment. His eyes flicked over Chen Yuan. Flip-flops, rolled pant legs, a plastic bag. The corner of his mouth twitched. Then he muttered something in English to his assistant. The interpreter did not translate it. Lin Xia understood. He said, rather than waiting for that old Chinese man to figure it out, rather go back to the hotel and sleep. Lin Xia's hand tightened. Chen Yuan glanced once at the bald man. Just a single look. The hair on the back of the bald man's neck rose, his smile froze, his mouth stiffened. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and reached out to Lin Xia. Knife. Lin Xia froze, glanced at the cloth bundle in her arms. Brother, this blade isn't sharpened. Give it to me. Lin Xia handed the short knife over. Chen Yuan took the brass-handled short knife, wiped a film of dust from the sheath with his thumb, and crouched down. Everyone's eyes followed him down. At the very bottom of the bronze gate where the frame met the floor, a stone seam less than 2 fingers wide ran along the joint. The gap was packed with rubble and silt, and could be easily missed unless inspected closely. Song Xi squinted and crouched. Our team cleared this seam and probed it with an endoscope. Inside was only rubble, no mechanical structure. Chen Yuan ignored him. He slid the short knife and its sheath into the seam. The blade disappeared 2/3 of the way in. Then he twisted his wrist. Half a turn. Click. A crisp sound, metal meshing. Everyone's breath stopped. Clack. A second sound, deeper than the first. From the depths of the gate. Clack, 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 clack. An unending chorus of gears erupted from the interior of the bronze door. The entire rock face trembled. Pebbles rattled down from above. Spotlights wavered and shadows danced. Lin Xia crouched instinctively, hands clamped over her ears. The sound was immense. Not the hum of modern machinery, but the waking of tens of thousands of bronze gears that had lain for 5 centuries, biting, grinding, pushing, turning together. Dr. Muller's sonic detector slipped from his hand and smashed onto the flagstones. Its screen shattered. He did not bend to pick it up. His mouth hung open, neck tendons taut, his pupils reflecting the splitting gate. The bronze gate, weighing many tons, 6 meters high and 4 meters wide, slowly parted from the very center. The hinge moved without a trace of roughness. Both leaves slid to the sides with even, steady motion. Sealed for 5 centuries, their operation remained precise to the millimeter. When the gate stood fully open, a cold wind surged from the depths of the tomb passage, carrying the stench of rot and copper rust that struck everyone's faces. The bottom of the pit was silent for 3 full seconds. Then, the Chinese expert team exploded. It's open. It's open. He opened it with a knife. A blunt knife. Record it. Film everything. 7 or 8 researchers in dust suits rushed toward the entrance, held back by Li Weidong soldiers, but not their hands or voices. There were shouts, applause, safety helmets thrown into the air. Song Xi remained crouched on the ground. Hands on his knees, lips trembling, his reading glasses slid to the tip of his nose. The eyes behind the lenses were wet. Qin Guai stood at the back with his hands clasped behind him, the corners of his mouth lifted, slightly silent. Dr. Muller kept his mouth open, his neck frozen. His 2 assistants exchanged a glance. Neither dared make a sound. 72 hours. High-energy laser cutting. 60% collapse probability. Those were his words 30 seconds earlier. 30 seconds later, a Chinese man in flip-flops solved the problem in 10 seconds with a blunt knife. Muller's mouth finally closed, his Adam's apple bobbed twice, and his face flushed a liverish color. In the distance, Smith, escorted beyond the cordon by 2 soldiers, watched the scene from 30 meters away. He stood in the clean suit, trousers head changed into creases sharp, but his posture had lost its earlier grace. The expression that flickered across his face when the bronze gate opened was not shock. It was fear. Chen Yuan withdrew the short knife, rubbed it against his pant leg, and tossed it back to Lin Xia. Keep it. It's the key. Lin Xia caught the knife, still not fully comprehending. A key? I locked this gate 500 years ago. Of course I left a key. Chen Yuan said, picked up the plastic bag from the ground, and stepped into the passage. The flip-flops clicked on the stone slabs, the echoes hollow. Lin Xia hesitated 2 seconds, took out her phone, and started a live stream. Everyone. I'm going in. She lowered her voice and aimed the camera at Chen Yuan's back. In 3 seconds, the online viewer count jumped from 0 to 4 million. The comment stream exploded. Holy shit, he's going in. A 500-year tomb. He built it. He opened it himself. Everyone stand up. The passage was narrow, only wide enough for 2 abreast. Both stone walls were carved with patterns that shared the same blood Luban motif as the door. Every 3 meters, a bronze lotus lamp was set into the wall, Its wick long dried the bronze base, still bearing a muted dark golden sheen. Chen Yuan walked in front the plastic bag, swaying by his leg. Lin Xia followed, phone, steady breath soft. Behind them were Song Ci, Qin Guohai, Li Weidong, and 4 fully armed guards. Dr. Muller did not follow. He remained outside, staring at his shattered detector, motionless. The passage extended roughly 40 meters. Chen Yuan's steps stopped. Lin Xia nearly bumped into his back. Brother? Wah. Chen Yuan said nothing. He looked down at the floor. 2 paces ahead, a stone tile rose half an inch above the surrounding surface. Its color differed slightly, its face dusted with a faint bronze powder. An ordinary foot would feel nothing unusual. Chen Yuan stared at the tile. The corner of his mouth twitched. This brat. He raised his right foot and precisely stamped on the very center of the raised tile with full force. The stone shattered beneath his foot, shards flew and embedded themselves into the side walls. Lin Xia flinched back a step, her phone nearly slipping from her hand. Brother, what are you doing? Her voice stuck in her. On both walls, 12 bronze beast heads that had slept for 5 centuries turned in unison. Their rusted bronze eyes all fixed on the top of Chen Yuan's head. Their jaws opened wide. Inside were dark apertures. From the mouths of the bronze heads came a dry rustling, as if mechanisms were cocking. Lin Xiao's camera shook. The live comments erupted. Holy shit. Trap. It's a trap. He stepped on a trap. Run. Song Ci's face drained of color, and he instinctively stepped backward. Qin Guohai grabbed his shoulder. Li Weidong's hand was already on his holster. Mr. Chen, he shouted, body tense. Chen Yuan stood amid the rubble with no attempt to dodge. He even glanced down at the tile he had smashed. Then the corner of his mouth lifted. Old Shen Dao stubborn. He spoke and turned to face the beast heads. In the live stream frame, his body filled most of the view, but his profile was visible. His expression was calm, his manner as relaxed as watching television at home. The rustling from the bronze heads changed to a clicking. Mechanisms began to move. Gears engaged. Springs tightened. The entire passage trembled. Lin Xia clenched her molars and steadied the phone still further. Online viewers surged past 8 million. Come then. Chen Yuan said softly in Chinese, 2 words like a greeting to an old friend. The 12 beast eyes lit up at once. Not a mere reflection, but the triggered mechanism igniting something behind the bronze pupils. Green light. A dull sullen green. Lin Xia felt her heart rise to her throat. She wanted to shout, but no sound came. 5 arrows. No 10. No even more. Arrows burst from the apertures in such density that their exact number blurred. Only streaks of green marked their passage through the air. Their speed exceeded bullets. The sharp rush pained the eardrums. The arrows aimed at Chen Yuan's chest, throat, and eyes. They covered every lethal spot. Song Ci's knees went weak, and he sank. Qin Guohai's breath stopped. Li Weidong drew his gun, but knew 1 second would not be enough. He did not even raise it to fire because Chen Yuan moved. A simple motion, he stepped back. Only half a pace. 10 arrows skimmed past his chest. Their fletching grazed his coat, leaving black scorched streaks. The arrows continued onward. They struck and embedded in the stone wall behind Chen Yuan. SSSSSS. 10 crisp impacts. Each pierced at least 10 centimeters deep. Bronze tips scorched the stone, leaving charred marks. Lin Xiao's camera captured the panorama. Her breathing was audible in the recording. Brother. Chen Yuan turned and looked at the 10 arrows in the wall. His expression was not that of someone viewing an attack, but of someone admiring an old craftsman's work. The gunpowder formula is still the old blend. He turned and continued forward. But that stubborn old Chen Dao, he really waited here for me. The flip-flops crunched on the gravel, a crisp sound. Chen Yuan walked down the passage as if the earlier rain of arrows were of no consequence. Lin Xia forced herself to follow, still recording. The live stream comments scrolled too fast to read, servers overloaded. On millions of screens, only stray words appeared. Is he? Okay. What kind of arrows are those? Ancient, 500-year-old trap arrows. They still fire. Li Weidong followed, hand on his gun, eyes scanning the walls, alert for another wave of attacks. But Chen Yuan had already passed beyond the beast head's range. The bronze eyes dimmed. The mechanism stopped. Song Ci steadied himself against the wall and rose, legs shaking. Qin Guohai approached the arrows and reached out to touch them, but was stopped by Li Weidong. Sir, these arrows may be poisoned. Qin Guohai straightened and lowered his hand, but he did not take his eyes off the 10 arrows, not blinking. Chen Yuan had reached the end of the passage. A stone door appeared before them, much smaller than the bronze gate, but more exquisitely carved. Its surface was filled with human figures, all dressed in Ming-style garments, kneeling before a single silhouetted back. The silhouetted figure wore a long robe and carried a knife. On the knife's hilt were dark red patterns, blood lubon. Lin Xia held her phone, framing the stone door. In the live stream, a comment flashed from Qin Guohai's account. Mr. Chen, is this? Shen Yidio's few. As Chen Yuan's slippers just rounded the corner, a series of dense ka-ka sounds echoed from the wall. The copper beads from the first row of bronze beast heads on the left stone wall simultaneously shot out. Next it was the right side. Then came the ceiling. The crossbows hidden within the 3 walls were all activated, and hundreds of finger-length copper needles shot out from the honeycomb, holes crisscrossing and covering the entire tomb passage. The sound of the copper needles slicing through the air was not whoosh, but pu-pu-pu. The needle tips were too fine, and their speed too great, directly shredding the air. What the hell? Lin Xia's scream was caught in her throat as her body was yanked back by someone. Li Weidong reacted half a second faster than her, grabbing her collar with his left hand and pulling her back, while his right hand drew a pistol from his waist, but the gun had no target. The enemy was the wall. 2 accompanying SWAT officers raised their folding bulletproof shields within 0.3 seconds, and the sounds of bang 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 collided together as the copper needles struck the Kevlar coating, causing the shields to recoil backward. A copper needle grazed one officer's forearm, leaving a cut as blood droplets began to surface, and a ring of dark blue-black appeared around the edge of the skin. It's toxic. Qin Guohai's voice came from behind, hoarse and sharp. Lin Xia closed her eyes. Her phone nearly slipped from her hand as she gripped it tightly, her nails digging into the silicone edge of the phone case. In the live broadcast room, 29 million viewers simultaneously saw the screen shake violently, and the bullet comments exploded into chaos. It's over, it's over, it's over. Run. Where's Mr. Chen? Where's Mr. Chen? Chen Yuan was ahead. He didn't look back. He didn't crouch. He didn't dodge. He didn't even quicken his pace. The hem of his gray coat fluttered slightly in the airflow created by the copper needles as he walked forward at a leisurely pace, plastic bag in his left hand and his right hand in his pocket. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Copper needles whizzed past 3 centimeters from his left ear, embedding themselves into the opposite stone wall 2 inches deep. Another one grazed his right shoulder, catching a thread of fabric, but not touching the skin. The 3rd, 4th, 5th passed through his armpit, slipping past his waist, cutting across in front of his calf. Each one just barely missed. Just perfectly. Li Weidong crouched behind the shield, staring at the slowly walking figure ahead, his pupils dilated to the maximum. He was a soldier. He had seen gunfire, bullet rain, and artillery bombardment. But he had never seen a scene like this. In a death net composed of hundreds of poisoned needles, a man in slippers walked leisurely, as if he were just strolling in his own yard. It wasn't that he was dodging quickly. It was that those needles were avoiding him. The trajectories of the copper needles shot from the walls, and as they neared a half-meter radius around Chen Yuan, they all struck an invisible barrier, their arcs deflecting, brushing against the edge of his clothing and the tips of his hair before drilling into the stone crevices opposite. Not a single one could touch him. Not a single one. This is not. Smith stood at the bottom of the steel ladder, peering through the gap in the bulletproof shield at this scene. His lips trembled. Those hands that were accustomed to holding wine glasses were now gripping the railing, their joints creaking. This is impossible. His voice rose half a pitch, a mix of English and Chinese spilling out. The crossbow is mechanically triggered with fixed tracks and angles. There's no such thing as selective deflection. That contradicts. Shut up. Li Weidong didn't even raise his head. Smith's second half of the sentence choked in his throat, his facial muscles twitching. He watched as the gray figure passed 5, 6, 7 meters. The copper needles were still shooting. The springs of the crossbows were still releasing their stored energy. But the man had not a single wound on him. The last row of crossbows exhausted their supply with a cod sound as the firing arms returned to position, and the tomb passage fell silent once more. The walls were filled with copper needles so dense that the original color of the stones was invisible. Dozens of misfired copper needles lay scattered on the ground, glinting with a ghostly green light under the flashlight. That was the trace of poison. Chen Yuan stopped in his tracks. He glanced down at the plastic bag in his left hand. The bag had been punctured by a copper needle, and a bottle of mineral water was dripping out. Damn. He switched the plastic bag to the other hand. Then he turned back to look at the wall full of copper needles and scoffed. That bastard Shun Yidao even increased the tension of the crossbow string. The blueprint back then specified a pull of 70 pounds, but he changed it to 90 pounds. Saying that 70 pounds can't pierce the Tatars' cotton armor. I told him he was making a tomb, not a battlefield, but he wouldn't listen. But he engraved my breath patterns into the crossbows. Anything that carries my body temperature, the crossbow bolts automatically evade. This continuous firing mechanism was designed by me. Does it dare to shoot at me? His voice was not loud, but every word was clear in the silent tomb passage. Behind him, Lin Xia's hands trembled. It wasn't fear. It was anger. Couldn't you have said something in advance? Chen Yuan tilted his neck slightly to the right in response. If I had told you, would you not have been scared? If you're not scared, the live broadcast room won't be tense. If the live broadcast room isn't tense, the viewership will drop. If the viewership drops, what about your credits? Lin Xia opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. She turned to glance at her phone screen. Online viewers, 31 million. The speed of the comments had already surpassed the screen's refresh rate, and the entire picture turned into a blurred stream of white text. I'm dumbfounded. The arrows can bend. Mr. Chen, this mechanism was designed by me, thank you. Smith's face is so green, ha. Is that poisoned SWAT officer okay? Lin Xia quickly looked back at the injured SWAT officer. Qin Guohai was already crouched beside him, using a portable first aid kit to treat the wound. The area of dark blue-black spreading was small, suppressed by a tube of antitoxin serum. It's fine, the toxin has degraded over 90%. Qin Guohai didn't look up. After 500 years, no matter how potent the poison, it would have mostly dissipated. As he bandaged, he glanced toward Chen Yuan, and the eyes behind his glasses held a complex emotion that was difficult to describe. The one who designed the mechanism was still alive. He walked through the deadly array he had devised without even dampening the hem of his clothes. Qin Guohai's hand paused as he tightened the bandage. Let's go. He patted the SWAT officer's shoulder, standing up. There shouldn't be any more traps ahead. How do you know? Li Weidong asked. Because beyond here is the core area of the tomb owner. Qin Guohai adjusted his glasses. Shen Yidao wouldn't set up crossbows next to his own coffin. Besides, with Mr. Chen around, even if there are, it would be like there aren't any. Li Weidong fell silent for 2 seconds, then led the team to follow. Lin Xia jogged to catch up with Chen Yuan's pace, keeping the camera steady. The tomb passage ended 20 meters ahead. It was not a stone wall. It was not another door. It was an opening. The flashlight's beam shot out from the opening, dispersing into a vast darkness where it couldn't illuminate the opposite wall. Chen Yuan stood at the edge of the opening, the front of his slippers hanging over the edge of the stone platform. He looked down. Lin Xia leaned over, holding her phone to shine into the opening below. The flashlight beam swept across the space below. Her breath caught. Below was a burial pit, at least the size of half a football field. At the bottom of the pit, over 100 life-size bronze figurines were neatly arranged, all clad in armor, wielding weapons, and facing the same direction. Each bronze figurine had a different face. The brow bones, cheekbones, nose bridges, and mouth corners, all crafted according to real human features. And at the center of the arrangement of bronze figurines on a massive bronze altar lay an open stone coffin. There were no bones within the stone coffin. Inside the stone coffin lay a flag. The flag had rotted away for the most part, but on the remaining fabric one could discern a gigantic character Ming embroidered in gold thread. Beneath the flag lay a thick stack of booklets. The cover of the booklet was engraved with 4 characters. Lin Xia squinted, trying to read them in the light of the flashlight for 3 seconds. She suddenly recognized those 4 characters. The cover of the booklet read, Jinui Historical Roll of Names. Song Si had followed to the edge of the opening, glanced at the bottom of the pit, and his legs went weak, directly sitting on the ground. Mr. Chen, his voice changed pitch. The number of those bronze figurines corresponds with the 128 missing lieutenants from the Jinui's Northern Supervisory Division during the Yongle era. Chen Yuan crouched down, placing the plastic bag at his feet, unscrewing the bottle of mineral water that hadn't leaked, not a single one missing. He capped the bottle, his gaze falling on the tattered flag within the stone coffin. Before Shen Yidao died, he told me something. He said, Sir, the Ming dynasty has fallen, but the Jinui has not dispersed. These 128 people in life, they were your blades, and in death, they guard you. No one spoke in the tomb passage. 34 million people stared at the screen. Chen Yuan's right hand rested on his knee, and the water droplets on the mineral water bottle dripped down through his fingers. He didn't stand up. His gaze lingered on that stack of historical rolls for a long time. Then from a corner at the bottom of the pit, a very faint metallic clink echoed. Lin Xia leaned her phone over the edge of the gap, the camera sweeping downwards. She expected to see gold and silver. Behind the array of copper figurines, there was an even deeper recess. There was no gold, no jade, not a single burial item she could name. The bottom of the pit was strewn with bones, white, gray, and yellowed, one by one in piles stacked layer upon layer, embedded in the packed earth. But these bones were wrong. Lin Xia stared at the nearest skeleton, its spine bent into an impossible curve, the rib bones longer than an adult's arm, and the skull. The skull was as large as a watermelon, yet its eye sockets were only the size of coins, with protruding cheekbones and a jutting jaw filled with sharp teeth interlocking. What the hell is this? Her voice trembled. Song Si had already tumbled down the stone steps beside the gap. The 62-year-old honorary director of the National Museum was now crawling like a monkey, his knees scraping against the steps without a sound. He lunged toward the nearest skeleton, pulling out his portable magnifying glass from his chest pocket, bending down to take a closer look. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Song Si's breathing grew heavier, the magnifying glass trembling in his hand. 1 cut. His voice echoed from the bottom of the pit. It's all 1 cut. Every single. Between the 3rd and 4th cervical vertebrae, the same position, the same angle, sliced through in 1 go. There were no signs of a second cut on the bone, no cracks. The cut was exceptionally smooth. He lifted his head, his face covered in dust, but the light in his eyes shone alarmingly bright. What kind of knife, what kind of force could slice through bones of this thickness? Lin Xia shifted the camera towards the left side of the pit. A skeleton was half buried in the earth, only its upper body exposed. Its forelimbs were not hands. Each of the 5 finger bones measured 20 centimeters long, their ends curved into hooks with obvious traces of a keratin layer attached to the bone surface. Those were claws. Lin Xia pressed her phone closer, capturing the image clearly. The live stream room was silent for 3/10 of a second. Then the comments flooded in like a burst dam. What the hell is this? A dinosaur? No, dinosaurs don't have claws. I don't want to watch anymore, I'm scared. Is there a biologist who can explain this? These are not human bones. 34 million people instinctively recoiled in front of their screens. A voice with a British accent sounded from behind. Smith squeezed to the edge of the gap, both hands pressed on the stone platform, veins bulging on his neck. This is a patchwork. His voice rose sharply, his pace of speech doubled. The trick that Chinese people excel at, using bones from different animals to piece together a non-existent fossil. There were cases like this in the 19th century in Zhejiang, Hunan. Zhejiang is in Beijing. Qin Guohai didn't even turn his head. Smith's Adams apple-bobbed, changing his words. In any case, this is a hoax. It's a performance. It's for you, Mr. Smith. Chen Yuan's voice echoed from the bottom of the pit. He had somehow walked down the stone steps. His slippers stepped into the gaps between the white bones, a plastic bag placed at the feet of a copper figurine. He squatted beside the clawed skeleton, his right hand probing into the soil, grasping something. Pulling it out. The earth loosened and stones tumbled. A long object was extracted from beneath the skeleton. It was a knife. 3 feet 2 inches, single-edged, narrow-back, the blade covered in reddish-brown rust with only a single groove on the spine, still showing dark red patterns. The pattern was not decorative. It was a network, extending from the hilt all the way to the tip, branching, converging, then branching again. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She had seen this pattern before. The blood Lu Ban on a broken Tang knife in the Forbidden City, exactly the same. Back then Shen Yidao made 7 for me. Chen Yuan laid the long knife across his knee, using his thumb to wipe away a layer of rust from the blade. 3 were broken, 2 were buried, 1 was taken by Li Shimon's men, and finally this one. He stood up holding the knife in one hand. Has been killing with me for 63 years. Song Si knelt 2 meters away, not even noticing when the magnifying glass dropped to the ground. Smith was still shouting from above. A piece of scrap iron. What can a rusty piece of scrap iron prove? This has nothing to do with the one from the Forbidden City. Chen Yuan turned around. On the eastern side of the pit, there was a massive granite boulder embedded in the wall, its surface eroded by underground water, forming a layer of bluish-gray scale. The stone weighed at least 3 tons. Chen Yuan raised his hand. No wind-up, no posture, no unnecessary movements. He simply let the knife drop. It cut through effortlessly. When the blade met the stone surface, there were no sparks, no sound. The boulder split neatly in the middle. The cut surface was exceptionally smooth, the 2 halves of the stone slowly tipping to the sides, crashing to the ground, and raising a cloud of dust. The entire process took less than a second. The comments in the live stream room came to a complete stop. 34 million people fell silent together. Smith's mouth hung open, his jaw muscles twitching, but no syllable escaped his throat. Qin Guohai's hand, resting against the stone wall, trembled uncontrollably. Li Weidong's back tightened, his right hand instinctively pressing against the holster at his waist, then slowly relaxing. Chen Yuan inserted the knife back into the earth, brushing off the dust from his hands. 500 years without drawing blood, yet still able to cut stone. This is not iron. He glanced back at Smith above his tone, like he was explaining to a neighbor why his kitchen knife was so sharp. The blade is mixed with their bone powder. His slippers kicked at the nearby clawed skeleton. The bones of this thing are 3 times harder than fine steel. Shen Yidao melted down dozens of them to accumulate enough material. Blood Lu Ban is not a knife for killing people. It is for killing them. Song Si sat on the ground, his lips moving for a long time, finally managing to utter a sentence. Chen. Mr. Chen, they are. Chen Yuan did not answer. His gaze fell upon the wall, revealed after the giant stone was split. After the 2 halves of the giant stone fell, a narrow gap appeared in the wall that had been covered. It was extremely narrow, wide enough for a person to pass sideways. Behind the gap was a secret passage. In the depths of the passage there was light. It was not the white light of a flashlight. It was firelight, orange-eared, flickering as if someone had lit a torch inside. But this tomb had been sealed for 500 years. Chen Yuan stared at the passage, his hand, holding the plastic bag, paused in midair. His brow furrowed. No, this passage was not dug by Shen Yidao. A cold wind surged from the passage, carrying with it the scent of ancient smoke, adding endless unknown danger to the deathly quiet tomb. The flickering firelight at the entrance of the secret passage danced twice. Behind Smith stood 2 blond men who had already moved. One wore a gray tactical jacket with a visiting researcher badge from Oxford University pinned to his chest, gripping a military-grade night vision device. The other, shorter by half a head, had 3 miniature cameras hanging around his neck, all lenses facing forward. The man in the tactical jacket forcefully pushed aside the Chinese special police officer blocking the entrance to the secret passage, his shoulder colliding with the officer's chest armor as he squeezed through. This is a joint archaeological project. We have priority recording rights. The 3 cameras followed closely behind the shorter man, sidestepping to slip past the officer's arm, his pace even quicker than the man in the tactical jacket. Li Weidong's face darkened. Stop them. It was too late. The two had already stepped 3 meters deep into the secret passage. The left foot of the man in the tactical jacket stepped onto the fourth tile. Click. The sound was not loud, resembling the crisp noise of knuckles cracking. But Chen Yuan's footsteps halted. Lin Xia saw his back tense up and the hand holding the plastic bag recoiled half an inch. Then the ground shifted. It wasn't a collapse. The entire stone slab rotated around its axis like a teeter-totter triggered by a mechanism with both ends lifting simultaneously. The center of gravity of the man in the tactical jacket leaned forward, hands grasping at the air, but grasped nothing. Two of the shorter man's cameras were flung out, crashing against the wall and shattering into pieces. Both men fell simultaneously. "Oh!" The scream echoed back and forth within the secret passage 3 times. Lin Xia rushed to the edge of the tilting board, shining his phone down. There was no stone slab at the bottom of the pit. No spikes. Just sand. Fine grayish-white sand surged in from the crevices of the surrounding walls at a terrifying speed, as if someone had turned on a pump beneath. When the man in the tactical jacket fell in, the sand was at his waist. 3 seconds later it had already reached his... The shorter man fared worse. His height meant the sand reached directly to his armpits, and he frantically slapped at the sand surface, his fingers caught in the grayish-white flow. "Help! Help!" The face of the man in the tactical jacket turned a pig liver color, his voice a mix of English and French, desperately tilting his neck upward, but as soon as he raised his chin, the surging sand obscured half of his face. "Save me. God damn." The sand poured into his mouth, turning the second half of his sentence into a muffled whistle. Smith lunged to the edge of the tilting board. His hands pressed against the jagged edge of the stone slab, his upper body leaning out as the muscles in his face twitched. "Marcus, grab the edge. Grab on." He shouted 3 times, but his hands did not reach down. Lin Xia stared at his 10 fingers gripping the stone slab, the nails turning white, both arms held stiffly straight. The posture was one of attempting to save someone. His hands remained still. The sand had already reached the chin of the man in the tactical jacket. The shorter man was left with only one hand and half a head above the surface. His hair turned grayish-white from the sand, eyes squinted into a narrow slit, the sand choking him, so he could not even cry for help. "Why don't you pull him up?" Lin Xia shouted at Smith. Smith's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his hands shifted at the edge of the stone slab. He didn't reach down. The suction of the quicksand. "If I go down, I'll be dragged in too. This is beyond my... You turtle." Chen Yuan's voice came from behind, not heavy, not light, merely stating a fact. Smith's neck stiffened for a moment. Chen Yuan approached, holding the plastic bag, his slippers stepping on the solid tiles beside the tilting board, glancing down into the pit. The mouth of the man in the tactical jacket was already buried in sand, with only the part above his nostrils exposed, his eyes wide open. The shorter man had completely disappeared, and only 4 fingers from one hand trembled on the sand surface. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and scanned the walls on both sides of the secret passage. Left wall, right wall. His gaze paused for half a second on a protruding stone brick in the middle of the right wall. The surface of that stone brick was engraved with a bagua pattern, mostly covered in dust, with only the lower right corner of a symbol exposed. Jin position. Chen Yuan lowered his head, the tip of his slipper nudging a piece of gravel by his feet. A stone the size of a walnut rolled onto the surface of his shoe. He lifted his foot. The pebble flew from the tip of his shoe, tracing an arc as it brushed through the air above the opening of the pit. Ding! The stone embedded itself precisely in the center of the bagua stone brick on the opposite wall. The entire secret passage trembled. It wasn't the kind of shake from an earthquake. It was the jarring sensation of all the stone slabs returning to their positions simultaneously. The quicksand at the bottom of the pit came to a halt. All the grayish-white streams pouring out from the wall seemed stopped simultaneously, abruptly coming to a standstill. Then a dull, grinding sound of stone friction echoed from the bottom of the pit. A 2-meter square blue stone slab pushed up from beneath the quicksand, the layer of sand parting as the stone slab forced it open, splitting in half from the middle and retreating to both sides. The man in the tactical jacket was pushed out of the sand by the slab, his entire body sprawled on the blue stone, coughing out a large mouthful of grayish-white sand slurry, violently gasping, his face covered in a mixture of mucus, tears, and sand. The shorter man fared even worse. He had been completely engulfed by the sand, wrapped in a layer of gray crust from head to toe, and when the stone slab pushed up, he had already rolled his eyes back, only recovering after being slapped twice by the man in the tactical jacket. Cough, 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 cough. The 2 men slumped on the stone slab, unable to stand. Li Weidong, accompanied by the special police, lowered a rescue rope from above to pull them up. As soon as the man in the tactical jacket was dragged onto the ground, his legs gave way, and he knelt on the stone slab, hands pressing against the ground as he dry heaved. The shorter man sat directly on the ground with only one camera left hanging around his neck. The lens was cracked in half, but still lit with a red recording light. Qin Guohai crouched down to check the state of the 2 men, patting the back of the man in the tactical jacket. No external injuries, just choked on sand. It's not serious. He stood up, adjusting his glasses, looking toward the depths of the secret passage. This combination of tilting boards and quicksand. He paused for 2 seconds. A standard torture device from the Jinyuai's Imperial prison during the Jiajing era lost for 300 years. Oh, I've only seen textual records and the remnants of the Yongle Dadayan. I didn't expect the physical object to be here. Smith stood by the tilting board, hands in his pockets, his face turning gray. He glanced at the two men who had been rescued, his lips moving, but unable to speak. Chen Yuan walked up to him, less than a step away. The tips of his slippers nearly touched Smith's dress shoes. Smith took a half step back, his back pressed against the wall. Chen Yuan let the plastic bag hang by his side, tilting his head to look at him, devoid of anger, warnings, or it was as if he were examining an object. Take another step forward. His voice was soft enough that only Smith could hear. I'll bury you here as a burial companion. Smith stiffened for a moment. He opened his mouth, making a sound from his throat that couldn't form a word. Chen Yuan had already turned and walked away. His slippers stepped on the stone bricks of the secret passage, every step landing precisely in the center of the solid tile, his footsteps slow and measured. Lin Xia followed closely, glancing back at Smith. The gray on his face deepened further. The barrage of comments had gone wild. Burying as a burial companion, ha. Serves you right. Who told your people to rush forward? Mr. Chen's mechanisms, Mr. Chen's rules. If you don't like it, then get lost. That Smith is just a joke. He wouldn't even dare to pull his own people out of the pit. The phrase turtle hiding its head is spot on. The length of the secret passage was shorter than expected. After walking less than 40 meters, a wall appeared ahead. It wasn't a stone wall. The light from the flashlight shone on it, reflecting a smooth, warm sheen. Jade. The entire wall was made of jade stone, each piece cut squarely with gaps filled with molten copper, the surface polished enough to reflect a face. In the center of the wall was a door. The door frame was cast in bronze with a coiled dragon pattern embedded on each side, and a fist-sized beast head ring was cast onto the door panel. Chen Yuan stood before the door. He stared at the beast head ring for 3 seconds. Then he reached out, grasped the bronze ring, and pulled outward. The door was not locked. There were no mechanisms. The 2 jade stone door panels slid open to either side, with a low rolling sound from the hinges, and 500 years of dust enveloped them as they opened. Lin Xia squinted as dust choked him. When he opened his eyes again, the camera lens pointed toward the space behind the door. The main tomb chamber. The dome was octagonal with bronze lanterns embedded in every wall. The oil in the lanterns had long dried up, but the copper reflectors on the walls dispersed the flashlight's light throughout the entire space. In the very center of the tomb chamber was a coffin. The entire coffin was painted a striking red, so red that it didn't seem like a color from 500 years ago. There were no inscriptions or carvings on the lid. Only 9 copper nails were driven and arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. On the stone platform in front of the coffin sat a bronze, everlasting lamp. There was no oil in the lamp. The wick was dry, but on the copper wall of the lamp a layer of tiny water droplets was seeping out. Chen Yuan's footsteps came to a halt. He stared at the lamp, his hand holding the plastic bag, slowly tightening. He changed the coffin. Changed the coffin. Song Si's voice came from behind Chen Yuan, breathless. He rushed into the main burial chamber, covered in dust from crawling through the secret passage. Chen Yuan did not respond. Lin Xia held up her phone, the light sweeping across the dome, illuminating the entire space. There were no golden or jade artifacts, no burial goods that conformed to the Ming Dynasty high officials' burial regulations. The walls on all sides were covered in paintings. Song Si brought his powerful flashlight closer to the first wall on the left, illuminating it, and his hand paused. This is blood. It was not a question. Deep brown lines seeped into the stone wall's texture, each stroke carrying the sensation of granules after drying and solidifying. 500 years have passed, and the color has seeped into the stone, impossible to wipe away. The painting depicted a battlefield formation, infantry squares, cavalry wedge formations, mandarin duck formations, and chariot formations. 8 walls, 8 formations, each annotated with precise positions and weapon configurations down to the number of steps. A battle formation map painted with blood. Qin Guohai adjusted his glasses, his voice low. The person who painted this was teaching future generations to fight, not to teach people to harm others. Song Si's flashlight moved to the third wall, the beam sweeping over a row of small annotation texts. It teaches people to fight other things. Li Weidong glanced around, his right hand resting on his holster, while 2 special police officers behind him raised their carbines. Song Si's flashlight continued to sweep, right, stopping at the 5th wall. The painting on that wall was not a formation. It depicted a person, dressed in a long robe, holding a knife in one hand, standing on a pile of twisted creatures with protruding mouths and arched backs. It looked exactly like the bones from the burial pit outside. Lin Xia pointed her camera at the painting. The barrage exploded. Is this painting of Mr. Chen? Long robe and knife. Just like the one dug up outside. Did someone paint Mr. Chen fighting monsters with blood 500 years ago? What on earth was the identity of this burial owner? Song Si did not pay attention to the barrage. When the flashlight swept to the 7th wall, his breath hitched. The 7th wall was blank. Only 4 characters were present, each occupying a quarter of the wall. The brown bloodstains now turned black. The master has not returned. Song Sis' veins bulged as he gripped the flashlight. He turned his head, his gaze landing on the stone tablet in front of the coffin. Made of blue stone, it stood tall to an adult's chest, the surface polished more finely than the walls with edges eroded by underground water, creating a rough fringe. Song Si held up the flashlight to shine on it. At the top of the tablet, 8 characters were inscribed. Each stroke penetrated 3/10 into the stone, the knife technique sharp with burrs at the end. The engraver's hand trembled while carving. Song Sis Adam's apple bobbed as he read aloud. Our master Chen Yuan, immortal for all eternity. The 8 characters echoed under the dome, reverberating above everyone's heads. The barrage in the live stream paused for half a second before flooding in. Our master. 500 years ago, someone already called Chen Yuan master. What status is required to be called our master? Smith squeezed into the burial chamber, just in time to hear the last 2 words. He moved to the side of the stone tablet, squinting as he scanned the inscription for 2 seconds, reading it aloud in his halting Chinese. The commander of the Ming dynasty's Jinyue. He glanced back at Chen Yuan, his eyebrows raised. Jinyue, your servant is the head of spies of the Ming dynasty. Song Sis' voice cut through. Servant Shen Yidao shedding blood with his pen. Smith's lips froze. Song Si crouched in front of the stone tablet, shining the flashlight on the surface, reading each word one by one. The commander of the Ming dynasty's Jinyue, servant Shen Yidao shedding blood with his pen. If the master does not abandon me, I shall serve under him even in my crippled state. Imparting the knife technique, passing on the forging skills, granting 100 years of lifespan. Song Sis' voice grew slower. Every blade forged is a weapon for the master. Every enemy slain is an enemy of the master. Every territory guarded is the master's land. He paused for 2 seconds, as if something was stuck in his throat. This tomb does not belong to Yidao. It is the place where the master's armor, the master's scabbard, and the master's dogs and horses are buried. As Song Si read this, the flashlight slid off the tablet's surface. The beam tilted to the ground, illuminating his shadow kneeling on the blue stone slab. 34 million people fell silent before their screens. The speed of the barrage visibly slowed down, each message elongated. The commander of the Ming dynasty's Jinyue, a first-rank military officer, a spy chief with immense power, referring to himself as a servant in the epitaph. He is not being modest, he is sincere. Imparting the knife technique, passing on the forging skills, granting 100 years of lifespan. Chen Yuan gave Shen Yidao everything. The master's dogs and horses. Those 4 characters made my eyes sting. What kind of person can make the commander of the Jinyue willingly consider himself a servant, not even carving his own name on his tombstone after death? Qin Guohai stood to the right of the stone tablet, one hand resting against the wall, the reflection of the flashlight glinting off his glasses. He did not speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't find the right words. Having spent his life studying trace identification, he had seen thousands of epitaphs and farewell letters from the deceased. None had this writing style. Not writing about one's own life. Not writing about one's own achievements. The entire epitaph, every character was written for another person. The master has not returned. Those 4 characters on the 7th wall spun 3 times in Qin Guohai's mind. When Shen Yidao died, Chen Yuan was not present. He could not wait any longer, so he turned the entire tomb into a letter. A farewell letter written to a person who would be immortal for all eternity. Smith's back pressed against the door frame of the burial chamber, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, his knuckles white. He opened his mouth to say something, but took in the expressions of everyone in the burial chamber, then closed it again. Chen Yuan stood directly in front of the stone tablet. His slippers touched the ground, a plastic bag resting by his feet. He did not crouch. His right hand lifted, fingers hovering 3 inches above the tablet. When his fingertip brushed against the characters for servant, he paused. The stone tablet trembled. It was not from his hand shaking. The tablet itself emitted a low-frequency hum from within. The sound was so faint it was almost inaudible, yet every person's eardrum present captured it. Song Si sprang up from the ground, directing the flashlight straight at the stone tablet. The tablet showed no cracks or abnormalities. Yet the hum continued, spreading up from the base of the tablet. Each stroke, carved hundreds of years ago, trembled imperceptibly. Resonance. Qin Guohai took a step forward, leaning closer to the tablet. No, this isn't physical resonance. The frequency is too low, below the threshold of human hearing. He did not finish his sentence. Chen Yuan's finger continued to slide down. A horizontal line separated the middle and lower sections of the inscription, the area below covered in thick layers of dust obscuring the text. Chen Yuan pressed his thumb against the dust, slowly wiping it sideways. 5 centuries of accumulated dust fell beneath his fingertip, revealing the inscriptions underneath. The first line, if the master returns, Yidao awaits in the coffin. The second line, what is buried in the coffin is not Yidao's flesh. Song Si leaned in the flashlight, closely following Chen Yuan's finger. The third line was revealed. Song Si's flashlight fell. The sound of metal clanging against the stone slab echoed 3 times in the burial chamber, the flashlight spinning twice on the ground, the beam sweeping over everyone's feet. No one went to pick it up. Lin Xia brought her phone closer, the camera focusing automatically. 34 million people clearly saw that line of text. What is buried in the coffin is the masters, the last two characters. Lin Xia's fingers gripped the edge of her phone, her nails turning white. She recognized those two characters. Every Chinese person would recognize them. But those two characters appearing here at the end of a Ming Dynasty Jinui commander's epitaph after the words "what is buried in the coffin," all historical logic shattered in that moment. Chen Yuan withdrew his finger from the tablet's surface. His expression did not change, but the hand holding the plastic bag was tightly clenched. Qin Guohai picked up the flashlight, the beam shining back on the last line of the tablet. He read aloud, his vocal cords straining to the limit. What is buried in the coffin is the master's true name. There was silence in the burial chamber. Chen Yuan turned around, facing the completely lacquered red coffin. 9 copper nails arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper glinting with the unique dark green rust of bronze under the flashlight. Something was seeping out from the gap in the coffin lid. It was not water. It was light. A thin golden beam of light seeped out from the seam between the coffin lid and body, as fine as a hair, shooting straight towards the dome. Chen Yuan stared at that light, taking half a step forward in his slippers. His right hand lifted, fingers spread apart, palm facing down, hovering 3 inches above the coffin lid. The patterns on his palm began to glow. Song Si's knees struck the bluestone slab with a dull thud. He did not rise. Bracing himself on both hands, he crawled forward, half a step, pressing his face against the very bottom of the stele, his eyes widening to their utmost. The final line of the inscription. The colophon. 7 characters. Kowtowing farewell to my lord, Chen Yuan. Song Si's mouth hung open, his jaw trembled, teeth chattering audibly. He turned to look at Chen Yuan, then back at the stele, 3 times in succession, his neck twisting stiffly each time. The colophon is Chen Yuan's. His voice had gone hoarse, his tongue stumbled over the words. It wasn't carved by Shen Dao. It was you. You inscribed your own name upon the tombstone of your subordinate, with your own hand. Chen Yuan remained silent. Lin Xia's trembling hand held the phone aloft. The lens swept across those 7 characters, auto-focusing 3 times before stabilizing. The live comment feed no longer scrolled. It overlapped layer upon layer. Kowtowing farewell to my lord, Chen Yuan. Wait, what does this colophon mean? Chen Yuan personally signed Shen Dao's epitaph. Look closely. It says farewell to my lord, then directly names Chen Yuan. Shen Dao spent his entire life writing your humble servant, yet after his death Chen Yuan came here and carved his own name onto the stone. I'm crying. He came. He paid his respects. At the tunnels, the signal flickered erratically, the comment feed stuttered, each update arriving haltingly, but every line stretched long and solemn. Qin Guohai's face appeared in the small inset window on Lin Xia's phone screen. On the video call, the elderly man sat at an experimental desk inside the Confidential Research Institute. His glasses askew, left hand braced on the table's edge, right hand rummaging through a drawer. After 3 attempts, he pulled out a small medicine bottle, unscrewed the cap, and tipped 2 pills into his mouth. Rapid-acting cardiac pills. He chewed twice, the tablets still unswallowed, before his voice erupted. Song Si, steady that flashlight. The brushstrokes in the colophon. Song Si swung the beam back. Qin Guohai leaned so close to the camera his nose nearly touched the lens. See it. The final stroke of Yuan. The terminal cut angles, 3 degrees left. His labored breathing echoed through the microphone, reverberating hollowly within the tomb chamber. Identical to the signature on the reverse of the Whampoa Academy group photo, taken 70 years ago. Song Si's flashlight froze motionless. Every breath in the tomb chamber became audible. Smith squeezed past the doorframe, his leather shoes clicking sharply against the floor tiles. He studied the steel for 5 seconds, stepped back 2 paces, then pointed a trembling finger at Chen Yuan. No, this is a setup. His Mandarin collapsed, English burst forth sharp and shrill. Can't you see? This entire tomb chamber, the murals on the walls, the characters on the steel, everything was prearranged. His gaze swept across Li Weidong and Song Si, finally locking onto Lin Xia's phone lens. This is a fraud. An elaborately orchestrated deception spanning decades. He buried a false tomb here, waiting for the day it would be unearthed before the whole world. No human being can live 500 years. His voice ricocheted beneath the vaulted ceiling, its tail trembling. No one replied. Li Weidong glanced at him once, withdrew his hand from his holster, and shifted half a step sideways. Not to make way for Smith, but for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan approached the steel. His slippers whispered softly against the stone floor. He crouched down, left hand resting on his knee, right hand lifting slowly. His index finger rose to his lips. His teeth bit down. A single drop of blood welled from the tip. Dark gold, not red. It hung suspended for a second, stretching into a hair-thin filament before falling. A shallow groove ran along the steel's lowest edge, precisely wide enough to hold a single droplet. The blood fell into it. The groove absorbed it. Not flowed, but absorbed. Dark gold spread slowly along the groove, radiating outward like ink and water. Each character carved 5 centuries ago, every incised stroke, began exuding the same hue from its recesses. Your humble servant Shun Yidao. 5 characters glowed. My lord Chen Yuan. 4 characters flared. The entire steel transformed, from ashen gray to burnished dark gold, its surface catching the warm gleam of the bronze lamps. Song Ci reeled backward, collapsing onto the floor. On the video call, Qin Guohai shoved a third rapid-acting cardiac pill into his mouth. Then the walls lit up. Not one wall. All 8 illuminated. Those blood-drawn battle formations. The infantry square, the cavalry wedge, the Yuanyang formation, the chariot suspension array, rose from the walls as if emerging from stone. Brown deepened into crimson. Flat lines bloomed into 3-dimensional figures. Each line unfurled into a human silhouette, weapons etched above their heads, positional markers beneath their feet. Crimson afterimages hung, suspended in midair, not projections. No projector existed. No external light source. The glow emanated solely from the blood itself, carrying something sealed within the stone walls 5 centuries ago. A glare warning flashed in the top right corner of Lin Xia's phone screen, brightness automatically dimmed by 2 stops. 34 million viewers witnessed it. Within the phone screen, the entire tomb chamber became a vast tactical sand table. Crimson silhouettes stood arrayed beneath the vault. Armor weapons banners rendered with such clarity that rivets could be counted. The 12-man Yuanyang formation stood in the front rank. Spear-bearers angled their tips forward 45 degrees. Shield-bearers knelt low, bodies fully concealed behind their bucklers. Behind them, musketeers formed trios, 2 reloading while 1 fired, standing in staggered positions optimized for alternating volleys. Song Ci's mouth remained agape. Qi Jiguang. His voice emerged raw from his throat. This is the standard Yuanyang formation deployed by Qi's army during the Jiajing reign, but with 2 additional flank scout positions. This modified version appears in no historical record. His words broke off, because the crimson formations moved, not in mass, but shifting into battle formation. Opposite them, beneath the vault, another host materialized. Not human. Limbs contorted, spines hunched, jaws protruding. Low-slung predatories sprinting with grotesque center-off gravity. Identical to the skeletons found in the sacrificial pits. Their numbers dwarfed the formation tenfold, surging from all 8 walls, crimson afterimages interweaving into a torrent, hurtling straight toward the military array. The Yuanyang formation's front line shattered. Shield-bearers were overturned, spear-bearers snapped 3 shafts. After 2 volleys, musketeers exhausted their ammunition and drew sabers for close combat. The cavalry wedge charged from the flank, punching a breach, only to vanish beneath the overwhelming tide. Everyone saw it. Qin Guohai's medicine bottle tumbled across the desk, rolling twice. Smith retreated to the corner, back pressed hard against the jade wall, fingers digging into the surface until his mouth gaped open. But no sound emerged. Lin Xia stood frozen, phone raised. The comment feed vanished. Not because no one typed, but because everyone watched. On the crimson battlefield, the formation fell back step by step. 3 banners toppled. An officer's silhouette tumbled from horseback, dragged beneath a writhing mass of twisted limbs. A tide of monsters flooded past the broken lines, surging toward the last defensive barrier. A silhouette, crowds of civilian silhouettes clung to the ramparts, some cradling children, others kneeling, bowing their heads in desperate prayer. The line could not hold. The final rank discarded their empty crossbows, drew swords, and stood shoulder to shoulder, unyielding, unmoving. Then, a lone figure emerged from the city gate, clad in black, holding a saber in one hand. The blade was long, the curve flowing seamlessly from hilt to tip, its edge reflecting the firelight of the battlefield. He stepped before them all. Lin Xiao's phone lens focused on the black-clad figure's face. The crimson afterimage blurred, but his features remained unmistakably sharp. And they matched, exactly without deviation. The man standing 3 paces behind, barefoot in slippers, holding a plastic bag. The figure in black within the red afterimage drew his sword. His right hand lifted from his waist, the blade's angle at 45 degrees, the wrist turned outward, the elbow pointed skyward. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted from the afterimage to Chen Yuan behind her, then back again. Identical. The posture of drawing the sword, the straight arc of the spine, even the direction of the toes as the left foot stepped forward half a pace. Exactly as she had witnessed on the ocean cruise, without a single flaw. The twisted monsters charged forward. Hundreds, even thousands. There was no sound in the image, but Lin Xia could feel the ground shaking. The red humanoid formation suspended beneath the dome had already shattered more than half. The remaining soldiers retreated to the base of the city wall, with 7 banners fallen, leaving only 1 solitary banner planted among the corpses. The figure in black stood before everyone. One person, facing thousands. Song Ci's hand pressed against the wall, nails digging into the stone crevice, his lips moving silently. Then that person raised his sword. With one hand, the sword lifted from his side to above his head, pausing for less than a breath. Then he swung down. Lin Xiao's phone screen turned white. It was not overexposed. It was the blade's aura. A crescent-shaped white light detached from the tip of the blade, widening from a single person's width to 10 zhang, then to 100 zhang. It advanced along the ground, and wherever it passed, the red afterimage, be it monsters, soil, or shattered weapons, was all split in two. The entire battlefield was cleaved by a straight line extending from the city gate to the very edge of sight. The monsters charging forward could not stop in time. The bodies in the front row slid apart, their innards spilling out, while the rear row stepped on the corpses of the front row and continued to charge, and then they split apart as well. One strike, not just to slay dozens or hundreds, but every living being within that line across the battlefield was annihilated. Lin Xiao's phone was still raised, the lens aimed at the holographic battlefield beneath the dome. The barrage of comments had vanished. The scrolling bar on the right side of the screen was empty, with no new comments appearing in 10 seconds. 34 million people fell silent simultaneously. Xin Guohai on the other end of the video call stood up from his chair, hands pressed against the edge of the table, mouth agape, his glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose without being pushed back up. No one spoke in the tomb chamber. Song Si's flashlight slid down the wall, the beam flickering on the ground. The afterimages on the battlefield continued. After the crescent-shaped white light dissipated, the remaining monsters halted, thousands of twisted bodies retreating simultaneously, limbs pressed to the ground, heads lowered lower than their spines. They were afraid. The figure in black sheathed his sword and took 2 steps toward the city gate. Then the second person appeared, running out from behind the city wall, small, limping on one leg, covered in mud. He fell to his knees in the muddy water before the figure in black, both hands raised above his head, holding his sword. The blade was crimson hot with the warmth of having just been forged, dark red patterns spreading from the hilt to the tip. Blood Lu Ban, the same one as the broken Tang sword unearthed beside the burial pit outside. The kneeling man raised his head, mouth agape. The red afterimage was silent, but everyone saw the movements of his lips. For words, Song Si read them aloud, his voice trembling nearly to the point of shattering. Master's divine might. Shini Dao. 500 years ago, the limping craftsman who knelt in the muddy water personally presented the first weapon he forged to the person before him. The figure in black glanced down at him, reaching out to take the sword. The afterimage dispersed. Red faded from the dome like water sliding off glass, and all figures, weapons, banners, and outlines of the city wall retracted back into the wall. The 8 walls returned to their appearance from 500 years ago. Brown bloodstains, dried lines, the silent battle formation diagram. Only the sound of breathing remained in the tomb chamber. Song Si's breath was heavy, laced with choking. Li Weidong's was restrained, his hand remaining pressed on the holster. Lin Xiao's was shallow and quick. The overexposure warning on her phone screen had already disappeared. Then came another sound. The sound of bones clashing against the stone slab. Everyone turned back. Smith knelt on the ground. Not of his own volition. His legs gave out. Both legs buckled at the knees, kneecaps crashing against the bluestone slab, one heel of his dress shoe crooked. His face was white. Not pale from fear, but the kind of white that comes after blood has drained from the face, color gone from his lips and around his eyes. He moved his mouth twice, but no English words emerged, nor any Chinese. Song Si did not look at him. Song Si turned around, facing Chen Yuan. The old curator's eyes were red, 2 streams of tears running from the corners of his eyes down to his chin and to his collar. He regulated his breath, feet together, bending at the waist until he reached a 90-degree angle. A standard bow. His forehead nearly touched his knees. Ancestors protect my Huaxia. 6 words squeezed from his throat. The final tone shattered the latter, half turning into a breathy whisper. He did not rise. The barrage returned. After 10 seconds of silence, the words on the screen surged forth continuously. What did I just see? One strike split the entire battlefield. Can a human do this? 500 years ago, Chen Yuan single-handedly defended a city. The epitaph of Shun Yi Dao matched perfectly. Masters, enemy, masters, territory. Ancestors protect my Huaxia. This bow from Song Guan was one I followed in bending my waist. What about Smith? That one who claimed it was a hoax. Kneeling. 34 million people online, not a single doubting comment. Chen Yuan stood before the coffin. A plastic bag at his feet, his slippers resting on the stone slab. He did not look at Song Si, did not look at Smith, did not look at Lin Xiao's lens. His gaze fell upon his right hand. A faint golden line ran across the back of his hand, spreading from the base of the index finger to the wrist. Feedback from the emotional detachment mechanism. He felt it. Not pain, but a sensation that had not surfaced in a long time. Similar to the feeling of a heart being gently squeezed. Very faint, but it indeed existed. He lowered his head to look at the golden line for 2 seconds, then withdrew his gaze. Then he took a step forward. The coffin was right before him. Entirely painted red with 9 copper nails arranged in the Big Dipper pattern, golden light still seeping from the crevices. Chen Yuan extended his hands, fingers gripping the edge of the coffin lid. Song Si straightened up, eyes wide. Li Weidong finally removed his hand from the holster, taking half a step forward. Lin Xiao's phone camera followed along, the autofocus clicking. Chen Yuan pushed to the side. The 500-year-old lacquer surface shattered into powder beneath his fingertips, the coffin lid sliding heavily with a sound like stone grinding against stone. Golden light transformed from a crack into a line, from a line into a surface. The coffin lid opened 1/3. The light shone on Chen Yuan's face, his eyelids twitched. There was no corpse inside the coffin, only a piece of jade. There was no corpse in the coffin. Lin Xiao's phone camera zoomed in, automatically focusing twice. After the golden light dissipated, a layer of silk padding lay at the bottom of the red lacquered coffin, on top of which was a neatly folded set of clothes. The outfit was a flying fish robe. With a deep blue background, silver threads embroidered a flying fish pattern that spiraled from the collar to the hem, the scales shimmering under the copper lamp like flowing water. It was folded extremely neatly with the cuffs pressed against each other, the collar facing up as if the owner had just taken it off and placed it inside. At the chest position of the flying fish robe, there lay a knife. The blade was entirely dark red with vascular patterns on the surface extending from the hilt to the tip, identical to the broken Tang sword unearthed outside the tomb. But this one was intact. The blade had no nicks, and the dark red patterns on the surface wriggled under the light like living creatures. Blood Lu Ban. Song Si's voice escaped through his teeth, a complete piece. 500 years, well preserved. His words broke into fragments, with each word separated by a heavy breath. Chen Yuan remained still. His gaze fell upon an object above the collar of the flying fish robe. It was a square box, made of rosewood with copper corners and cloud patterns engraved on the copper surface. A bright yellow seal was affixed to the lid of the box. The cinnabar characters on the seal had not faded even after 500 years. Jinyui Northern Supervisory Office, Tianzi Secret Box, those who are not the master must die. Song Si read it out loud, his voice rising by an octave. The Tianzi Secret Box, such a level of seal. This term master has never appeared in the Ming Dynasty Jinyui confidential document system. This is not presented to the emperor. This is presented to Chen Yuan. Qin Guohai leaned close to the camera during the video call. His lips moved 3 times before producing sound. Song Si, check the side of the box. Does it have a number? Song Si leaned over the coffin's edge for a glance. No. What does the absence of a number mean? Qin Guohai's voice trembled. It means this item has never entered the Jinyui archives. Its confidentiality level is higher than that of Tianzi. The bullet comments went wild. 34 million pairs of eyes fixated on that palm-sized wooden box. Lin Xia took half a step forward, zooming in with her camera. Then she noticed another person's movement. Smith. The British man who had slumped in the corner just 5 seconds ago stood up. His legs were still shaking, but his eyes were different. His pupils narrowed, fixing on the wooden box in the coffin, his tongue licking his lower lip. Lin Xia saw his right hand move slightly in his suit pocket. He was not just touching his pocket. He was signaling. Lin Xia's gaze followed Smith's direction. At the entrance of the tomb stood a man in a black tactical jacket who had been lurking in the shadows, silent. The man's right hand emerged from under his clothing, fingers spread, then clenched tightly, shifting his weight from his back foot to his front foot. He was gathering strength. Bro, Lin Xia had just uttered a word. The man in the black tactical jacket had already lunged forward. In a 2-meter distance, he advanced professionally, his right hand reaching for the wooden box in the coffin. His fingers brushed the edge of the box. His fingertips barely touched the warmth of the rosewood. Chen Yuan's right hand lifted from the edge of the coffin. He did not turn his head. He did not look. His right hand flipped over, palm facing out, and with a flick his palm struck the face of the man in the black tactical jacket. The sound was not loud. It sounded muffled. Yet that 180-pound adult male lifted off the ground. He was not retreating. He was flying sideways. His body spun half a circle in the air, crashing against the bronze door at the end of the tomb. The bronze door emitted a deep sound like a bell, shaking loose a layer of dust from the ceiling. The man in the black tactical jacket slid down the door panel, collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes rolling back. Chen Yuan's right hand returned, resting once again on the edge of the coffin. The entire process took 2 seconds. He didn't even tilt his head. Smith's legs went weak again. His back hit the wall, his mouth agape, producing a short, gasping sound from his throat. The bullet comments exploded. Did you see that? A slap. 1 slap. How far did that mercenary fly? 4 meters. 5 meters. Chen Yuan didn't even give him a glance. Smith still wants to grab something. Is he looking for death? Li weighed on. Aiming the gun at Smith, he pushed the safety off with his thumb. Stay there and don't move. Smith raised both hands above his head, his lips trembling as he uttered something, his voice too soft to hear. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the tomb passage. It was not walking. It was running. The hurried rhythm of leather shoes on the stone bricks grew closer, accompanied by heavy breathing. A figure rushed in from the end of the tomb passage. A young man around 25 or 6 with a crew cut, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, a narrow sheathed short knife tucked at his waist. His first action upon entering the tomb chamber was not to look at the coffin or the red lacquered walls. It was to draw his knife. The short knife was unsheathed, held horizontally across his chest, positioning himself beside Chen Yuan, back to the coffin, facing Smith and everyone else. The tip of his knife pointed towards Li Weidong's gun. His eyes were red, his jaw clenched, breathing rapid and heavy. Who touched my master's belongings? His voice was hoarse, grating. Song Xiai was taken aback for 2 seconds. Shen, member of the Shen family. The young man did not answer him, his eyes sweeping over the unconscious figure of the man in the black tactical jacket, then over to Smith in the corner, the knife tip advancing half an inch. If you take another step closer, Shen Fei will die with you today. Chen Yuan's voice came from behind him. Very soft, very calm. Put down the knife. Shen Fei's back tensed for a moment. He did not turn around, the tip of the knife retracting, both hands holding the knife down at his side, his shoulders still heaving. Chen Yuan extended his left hand, patting him on the shoulder. Twice. The force was very gentle. Shen Fei's shoulders slumped, having held tension for so long. He staggered forward a step. He turned around, looking at Chen Yuan's face, his lips moved. Master. 2 words. Horse. Chen Yuan did not respond, withdrawing his hand, his gaze returning to the coffin. He bent down, lifting the rosewood box with both hands. The box was very light. His right hand pinched the corner of the seal. The 500-year-old cinnabar paper crumbled at the slightest touch. Gently pulling, the seal broke into 2 pieces, the fragments drifting into the coffin, landing on the sleeve of the flying fish robe. Chen Yuan lifted the lid of the box. Song Xiai stretched his neck. Qin Guohai pressed his face against the screen on the video call. Lin Xia zoomed in with her camera. There was no gold or silver in the box. No jade. No treasures of unimaginable value. It was a bamboo slip. A burned bamboo slip. 3 inches long, 2 fingers wide, the edges charred black, the center barely retaining the original color of the bamboo. Characters were inscribed on the bamboo surface. 3 words. The ink had seeped deep into the bamboo fibers, not faded for 500 years. Chen Yuan's movements suddenly froze. His fingers stopped midair. The lid of the box hung in the air, neither closed nor lowered. His whole being suddenly became stiff and motionless. Lin Xia had never seen this expression on Chen Yuan before. She leaned in to see the 3 words. The bamboo slip was inscribed with, "She is still here." Chen Yuan's fingers hovered above the bamboo slip. The 3 characters, "She is still here," were inscribed, the strokes crooked, as if the writer's hands trembled. The writing of my ancestor. Chen Yuan did not respond to him. He pinched the edge of the bamboo slip with his thumb and index finger, lifted it, and turned it over. The back was not blank. 3 characters. Seal script. The strokes twisted deep within the bamboo fibers, each edge bearing the charred marks of being burned in at an extremely high temperature. It was not the style from 500 years ago. Chen Yuan stared at it for 2 seconds. Song Xiai leaned in, squinting for a long time, then shook his head. This seal script. I can't determine the dynasty. Shang and Zhou. Chen Yuan's voice was hoarse, squeezed out between his teeth. Inscription method from 3,000 years ago. Song Xi's mouth fell open, unable to close. Qin Guohai on the video call sprang up, his hands pressing against the table. 3,000. Could you say that again? Chen Yuan did not repeat. He turned the back of the bamboo slip towards Lin Xia's camera. 34 million people saw those 3 seal characters. The barrage of comments froze for 3 seconds, then a flood of question marks surged up. What are these characters? I can't comprehend them at all. Is there an expert in ancient characters here? Please translate. Qin Guohai's face pressed against the screen, the reflection of the lens obscuring half of his eye. He enunciated each word, gasping heavily between them. Yen, Luo seal. The barrage quieted for half a second. The text on the screen surged back, so dense that individual content was unreadable. Yen Luo. The organization of those 2 destroyers on the high seas. Characters from 3,000 years ago inscribed on a bamboo slip from 500 years ago. What does that mean? Why is there something related to Yen Luo in Shen Yidio's coffin? Song Xiai supported himself against the coffin's edge, his lips moving 3 times without forming a complete sentence. Mr. Chen, this. The Wang Wali wooden box shattered in Chen Yuan's palm. There was no sound. The 500-year-old hardwood fell from his fingers, turning into powder scattered along the edge of the coffin. Copper fragments bounced onto Song Xi's shoe, and the old curator took 2 steps back, tripping over the sharp corner of a stone brick. The air in the tomb chamber changed. Shen Fei was the first to sense it. His short knife jolted half an inch from its sheath, not drawn by him, but vibrating on its own. Lin Xiao's phone camera shook slightly. She saw Chen Yuan's profile. The veins at his temples pulsed twice, and the outline of his jaw tightened into a straight line. She had witnessed Chen Yuan's anger on the high seas. She had seen him kill in the meat processing factory. Neither of those expressions mirrored this one. Those times were anger. Now it was not anger. It was killing intent. A killing intent devoid of any superfluous emotion. Brother, Lin Xiao's voice squeezed out from her throat, so faint she could hardly hear it herself. What is it? Chen Yuan did not look at her. His gaze fell on the bamboo slip in his palm, and the wood powder covering his hands. Your ancestor left me a relic before dying. He directed this comment at Shen Fei. Shen Fei gripped his knife and nodded. Someone has opened this coffin. Chen Yuan raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the dried battle diagrams on the 8 red walls. He saw the things your ancestor wrote to me and engraved his own seal on the back. This is telling me. Chen Yuan tightened his grip on the bamboo, slipped the golden patterns on the back of his hand, deepening, now twice as vivid as 3 minutes ago. She is in his hands. Song Xiai did not dare to ask who she was. Lin Xia did not dare either. The barrage is Shi Su Mu Shiwe, the female spy from the Republic. She died in 1941, written clearly, as she is still here. Did Yin Luo capture her? An organization that has lived for 3,000 years. Chen Yuan turned his head. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, not a smile. Old thing. The 2 words rolled from his throat, carrying the coldness of 5,000 years of sediment. You are still alive. He paused for a moment, his eyelids lifting, a flash of golden light flickering in his pupils. There is an old bug that has lived longer than me. The barrage went crazy. The second immortal, the leader of Yin Luo, is also an immortal. Lived longer than Chen Yuan. How many years is that? 5,000 years at a minimum, brothers. Everyone's attention fell on Chen Yuan. No one was watching the corner of the wall. Smith leaned against the bluestone wall, his hands raised above his head in position for nearly 2 minutes, his right hand moving downward. 1 centimeter. Another centimeter. His fingertips slid into his suit pocket, brushing against a palm-sized plastic shell. A micro-satellite communicator, lower bit direct connection, completing signal upload in 3 seconds. His thumb touched the side launch button. Pressing it would send coordinates to Geneva in 30 seconds. He bit his lower lip and pressed down. The communicator did not beep, because it was no longer in his hand. Chen Yuan's right index finger lifted slightly, pointing in Smith's direction. The communicator hung 20 centimeters in front of Smith's face, a dense layer of cracks emerging on the plastic shell. Smith looked up, locking eyes with Chen Yuan. Who are you signaling? Chen Yuan's gaze remained on the bamboo slip, 6 words devoid of any inflection. Smith's throat squeezed out half a syllable. N. The communicator ignited from within. The battery chip and antenna melted simultaneously, an orange fireball exploding with fragments sticking to the palm of Smith's right hand. The high temperature fused the plastic into his flesh. Smith's scream collided with the dome and bounced back. He curled up against the wall, his left hand covering his right hand, the flesh from palm to fingertip charred black. Li Weidong rushed forward in 3 steps, the gun barrel pressed against his forehead. He has something in his mouth. Chen Yuan's voice floated over from the direction of the coffin. Left rear molar, ceramic denture inside, is a poison pouch, remove it. Don't let him die. A dead man can't reveal anything about Yin Luo. Li Weidong held Smith's jaw open, the color of that denture on the left rear molar slightly wider than it should be, causing his eyelid to twitch. His right hand drew a tactical folding knife from behind his waist, the blade tip wedging into the gap between his teeth, prying it open. The false tooth flew out, bloodied, bouncing twice on the stone slab. Smith let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his entire body collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Chen Yuan turned, looking at Xin Fei. Xin Fei stood upright, his knife hand hanging by his side, his knuckles tight from exertion. Chen Yuan bent down and picked up the complete blood lubon from the coffin. The dark red blade quivered slightly under the light of the copper lamp, the patterns on the blade spreading from the hilt to the tip. He presented it horizontally, the hilt facing Xin Fei. The first knife made by your ancestor should be in the hands of the Xin family. Xin Fei's eyes turned red, his hands trembling as he took the knife. My lord, go back and tell Xin Yu that the compass pointing to Kunlun is not a coincidence. Chen Yuan picked up the plastic bag at his feet and walked towards the tomb entrance wearing flip-flops. Song Xiai became anxious. Mr. Chun, the flying fish suit in the coffin, these cultural relics, you carry them. Without turning back, he walked out, the soles of his flip-flops slapping against the stone bricks. After 3 steps, he paused. Lin Xiao's camera caught up the frame, showing only his back, gray long row plastic flip-flops, right hand holding a bag for roasted duck. 34 million people stared at the screen. Help me relay a message to the authorities. Lin Xiao's throat moved. What message? Chen Yuan did not look back. That thing in Kunlun has awakened. Your missiles are useless. The voice echoed twice in the tomb passage, the flame of the copper lamp bending slightly from the wind he brought with him. I will handle it. The sound of flip-flops faded into the distance. 3 seconds later, a system message popped up on Lin Xiao's phone screen. The National Security Bureau has taken over this live broadcast signal. The screen turned black. Chen Yuan stopped at the tomb entrance. His slipper thudded dully against the stone bricks. He paused. Without turning, he tilted his head 2 degrees to the right. Song Xiai. Director Song was crouched beside the sarcophagus, photographing the silver thread patterns on a flying fish robe with his phone. At the sound of his name, he nearly dropped it into the coffin. Hear him here. Not a single bone from this tomb may go missing. Chen Yuan's voice drifted back down the burial passage, toneless, matter-of-fact, as if asking a neighbor to collect a parcel. All artifacts must be transported to Beijing within 3 days, including the 8 battle array murals on the wall. Song Si's voice rose sharply, his finger jabbed at the dried cinnabar lines on the red wall, his throat trembling uncontrollably. Those were painted in living blood. Peel them off entirely. With the plaster. Chen Yuan lifted his foot to leave. If damaged, I'll hold you accountable. The slap of his slippers faded into distance. Song Si stood frozen, gripping his phone with both hands, his knuckles stark and taut. 2 seconds later, the elderly director pulled a second phone from his pocket and dialed a secure line to the National Museum's logistics department. Old Joe, bring temperature-controlled cases, largest size. 20 of them. Not enough, 30. And dispatch 2 mobile nitrogen sealing units. The aerospace division's set yes. Before the muffled voices on the other end had even subsided, Song Si hung up and dialed another number. Air Force Transport Liaison Office. This is Song Si of the National Museum Identification Code, GBW003. I request activation of the Emergency Cultural Relics Transit Protocol. Highest priority. Yes, higher than the Terracotta Warriors shipment last time. He crouched lower, his right hand trembling as it brushed the sleeve of the flying fish robe inside the sarcophagus. His fingertips grazed silk threads 5 centuries old, and the old man's eyes reddened. Shen Fei stood nearby, cradling the intact blood Luban sword. Its dark red engravings pulsed faintly against his palm, warm to the touch. He said nothing, only stared fixedly at the direction where Chen Yuan had vanished. At the far end of the tomb chamber, Li Weidong hauled Smith upright from the floor. Not assisted, hauled. With his left hand clamped around Smith's collar, he lifted the 170-pound Brit half a foot off the ground, effortlessly. Smith's right arm hung limp. Plastic shards still smoldered where they'd been fused into his palm, filling half the chamber with the stench of burnt flesh. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His left molar was gone, leaving a raw hollow. His tongue dared not brush the wound. Go! Li Weidong shoved him toward the passage entrance. Smith staggered twice, his knees slamming into the sharp edge of a stone brick. He collapsed face down. 2 young men in black tactical uniforms stepped forward behind Li Weidong, seized Smith's arms, and dragged him out. Their shoes scraped harshly against the stone. Smith's head lolled. As he passed Lin Xia, his eyes rolled upward. She saw no hatred in them. Only fear. Utter abject terror. Utterly unrecognizable from the polished gentleman who'd once sipped red wine aboard a ship mocking Chinese cultural relics. Wait, Lin Xia called out to Li Weidong. Li Weidong turned his head slightly. Lin Xia raised her phone, its lens trained on Smith's receding, dragged silhouette. My livestream viewers want to see what he looks like now. A twitch flickered at Li Weidong's lips. He made no move to stop her. Comments flooded the screen. So this is the one who arrogantly threatened to capture Chen Yuan alive. His right hand's ruined. That image of plastic melted into flesh will haunt me forever. Brilliant dragging technique. This is exactly how antiquities traffickers should be treated. See you in State Security's interrogation room, Mr. Smith. Your story in China ends here. Lin Xia switched off the front-facing camera and rotated her phone to glance at the screen. Live viewers 34. 12 million, and rising. The servers held, but the comment feed scrolled so fast the screen had whitened into an unreadable blur. She tucked the phone away and hurried toward the passage exit. Chen Yuan had already exited the main burial chamber, his gray long robe receded into the darkness beyond the copper lamp's reach. A mere silhouette. His right hand carried a plastic bag, its roasted duck container flattened and misshapen. Lin Xia followed silently, steps light. She did not call him brother. She watched his back. Specifically the area between his shoulder blades where the gray fabric lay smooth and taut against his skin. She had witnessed the explosion at sea, watched that same expanse of flesh charred to ash by searing heat until white bone gleamed through, yet later healed to flawless, unblemished skin. But she knew it wasn't unscarred. It was simply overscarred, so profoundly wounded that even the body ceased preserving traces. 5,000 years. Once she'd thought those 3 words were merely a number. Today, standing inside this tomb built for him 5 centuries ago, watching him crush the bamboo slip bearing the words, "She still lives," inside its lacquered box, watching gold flare across his pupils when he muttered, "Old thing, you're still alive." Only then did those 3 words become a mountain resting upon his shoulders. He had borne it for 5 millennia, never once speaking of its weight to anyone. The passage narrowed as they climbed. The air shifted from subterranean chill to surface-level damp heat. Light appeared overhead. The fissure of the sinkhole ropes still anchored to the rock face, military lamps bleaching the walls blindingly white. Chen Yuan placed his foot on the first climbing piton, then paused. Unnecessary. He released his grip, tapped his toes lightly against the cliff, and soared upward with uncanny lightness. 30 meters of sheer vertical ascent, in 2 seconds. Lin Xia looked up, wind whipping strands of hair across her face. By the time she scaled the rope and hauled herself over the sinkhole's rim, 5 minutes later, Chen Yuan was already waiting outside. Mountain wind rushed in thick with pine resin and damp earth. Chen Yuan stood at the sinkhole's edge, head tilted back, drawing in a slow, deep breath. His chest expanded fully, then settled, quiet and deliberate. His eyes narrowed, the golden hue in his pupils had entirely receded. Gone was the oppressive aura of the tomb. Gone the lethal intent that shattered the lacquer box. Gone the icy malevolence with which he'd addressed the bamboo slip as old thing. What remained was simply a middle-aged man in a plain gray robe wearing slippers holding a plastic bag, standing atop the mountain letting the wind rush over him, like a retired elder doing morning tai chi. The roast duck's gone cold. He glanced down at the paper box, tapping its lid with a fingernail. Do you want some meat? Lin Xia braced her hands on her knees, breath ragged sweat still glistening on her forehead. Brother, earlier you said the thing beneath Kunlun has awakened. Missiles won't work. You're going to handle it. And then you asked me if I want roast duck. If you're hungry, eat. What does Kunlun have to do with it? Chen Yuan had already lifted the lid, torn off a duck leg, and taken a bite. He chewed twice, then frowned. Cold. Not crispy anymore. Lin Xia stood speechless, mouth slightly agape. The distant thrum of helicopter rotors grew louder. A green-painted military transport aircraft emerged from the clouds, descending steadily toward the sinkhole. Songxi's logistics team was already en route. Chen Yuan handed the duck leg to Lin Xia. Here, take it. I'm going home to sleep. He turned and walked up the mountain path, the rhythmic slap of his slippers against gravel echoing. Neither hurried nor hesitant. Lin Xia stood rooted, the wind billowing her school uniform jacket outward. She lowered her head and took a bite. It was cold, yet her eyes burned with warmth. That same night, at 1140 p.m., a license plateless black sedan halted at the entrance of Huayan Alley. The door remained closed, the rear seat reading light flickered on for 3 seconds. In the final minutes before midnight, 12 encrypted directives streamed across a secured channel, each signed by a single code name. The final directive contained only one line. The bamboo slip retrieved by Chen Yuan is hereby classified National Top Secret No. 001. Access restricted to 3 individuals nationwide. Signing codename Chen Zhangwo. The streetlights in Huayan Alley have been replaced twice, yet the light remains the same dim yellow. Chen Yuan pushed open the wooden door of the bookstore, the hinges creaking dryly. Lin Xia followed behind, still clutching a half-eaten duck leg, grease smudged across half her palm. Chen Yuan did not enter. He stepped halfway over the threshold, then retracted his foot. Lin Xia nearly bumped into his back, mumbling indistinctly with the duck meat in her mouth. Brother, why did you suddenly stop? Chen Yuan extended his right hand backward, fingers gripping her wrist, pulling her entirely behind him. The force was not heavy, but there was no room for negotiation. Lin Xia's duck leg fell to the ground. Her mouth opened, wanting to ask, but upon seeing Chen Yuan's profile, she swallowed her words. That expression was familiar to her. It was neither the murderous intent from the tomb nor the rage from the high seas. It was vigilance. She had learned about this state at the police academy. When a person who has undergone high-intensity training senses danger, the muscles around the eyes tense, the neck stiffens, and the center of gravity sinks. Chen Yuan was in that state now. Brother, don't move. Chen Yuan fixed his gaze on the counter. The purple clay teapot was positioned to the right of the counter, the spout facing east. Before he left, the spout was facing south. The lid was lifted half an inch, and steam still rose from within. Someone had brewed tea using his treasured Dahong Pao from the mother tree, which he had brought down from Wui Mountain in the 1990s. The tin lid of the tea can was haphazardly placed beside it, not sealed tightly. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted from the purple clay teapot to the Grand Master chair behind the counter. Someone was sitting in the chair. Wearing a gray Zhongshan suit, the buttons fastened to the very top, the collar pressed stiffly. His hair had turned completely white, slicked back neatly, his hairline receding, and the wrinkles on his forehead were deep enough to hold a coin. The old man was engrossed in flipping through an old calendar book, doing so very slowly, his fingertips grazing the paper, lingering over each date. Outside at the sentry post by the alley, there should be 2 special police officers. However, there had been no sound from the intercom, no footsteps, no warning signals. It was as if the old man did not exist. Lin Xia peeked her head out, seeing the figure in the Grand Master chair, instinctively wanting to step forward. Sir, we are closing. Chen Yuan's palm pressed down on her shoulder, pushing her back to her original position. You go to, now. Lin Xia was stunned for a second, her gaze sweeping across Chen Yuan's profile, before landing on the old man, quietly flipping through the book behind the counter. She did not ask again, and turned to ascend the staircase. Her footsteps stopped at the corner of the 2nd floor, not going any further. Chen Yuan could hear it, but did not pay her any mind. He stepped inside. The slippers made soft sounds against the wooden floor, 1 step at a time, unhurried. He stopped 2 meters in front of the counter. The old man did not look up. His fingertips turned a page of the old calendar, which displayed the month of the 30th year of the Republic of China. Chen Yuan placed the plastic bag he was holding on the counter and pulled out a bamboo chair to sit down. The 2 sat across from each other over the counter. One was a middle-aged man in gray long robes wearing slippers, and the other was an old man in a gray Zhongshan suit with buttons fastened to the top. For seconds of silence passed. The old man spoke first. The Dahong Pao has been left too long, the essence has mostly dissipated. His voice was not loud, carrying a southern accent, each word articulated clearly. When brewing, the water temperature was raised by 10 degrees, causing the base flavor to dissipate. Chen Yuan did not respond. He watched the old man's hand as it turned the pages of the book. The skin on the back of the hand was loose age spots spreading from the base of the fingers to the wrist. Yet the fingers did not tremble. Each finger was steady, neatly trimmed nails with no calluses on the fingertips. This was not a hand that had done manual labor. The old man closed the calendar book. He raised his head. The wrinkles on his face formed uneven grooves under the light, his eye sockets sunken and his brow bones protruding. His pupils were murky, veiled by a layer of misty old haze. Yet something deep within the pupils was stirring. The old man looked at Chen Yuan and smiled slightly. After hundreds of years, your temper is still so foul. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a row of even teeth. Too even. People over 70 should not have such even teeth. Chen Yuan's gaze landed on the back of the old man's right hand. The old man did not cover it. On the outer side of the back of his hand, 2 inches above the tiger's mouth, there was a mark the size of a fingernail. Dark red. 3 curved lines intertwined to brand. The pattern structure was identical to the seal on the back of the bamboo slips in the tomb. Yen Luo seal. Chen Yuan's hand rested on his knee, his fingers unmoving. What about the 6 sentries outside? They are asleep. The old man lifted the purple clay teapot to refill his cup, his movements relaxed and casual, completely unconcerned about being an outsider. Don't worry, they aren't hurt, just letting them sleep a while. Your security system is good. I cut the electromagnetic sensing net on the 3rd floor when I came in. Remember to have someone fix it later. You dare come. 3 words without emphasis, without fluctuation. The old man set down the teacup, the bottom clinking against the counter with a crisp sound. Do you think I came to fight? He leaned back against the chair, the hem of his Zhongshan suit settling flat on his thighs. Chen Yuan, if you really wanted to kill me, you would have acted as soon as I entered. But you didn't move. Which means you also want to hear what I have to say. Chen Yuan's eyelids flickered. The old man turned to the last page of the calendar book, his fingertip pointing to the date. The 9th of June, the 30th year of the Republic of China. You won't forget this date. Chen Yuan's breath hitched for a moment. At the corner of the staircase, Lin Xia's phone screen lit up. A message from a secure channel popped up. Huayan Alley sentry no. 3 unresponsive sentry no. 4 unresponsive, all sentries out of contact. Emergency investigation. Her fingers swiped across the screen, but she did not have time to reply. The old man's voice came from downstairs, unhurried. I am not here to settle old scores. I am here to return something. The old man raised his right hand, the sleeves of his gray Zhongshan suit, retracting by 2 inches. He pulled out an envelope from his sleeve. The envelope was made of craft paper, yellowed and brittle with curled edges. The front was stained with dark brown spots, dried blood from over 80 years soaked into the fibers of the paper. He pinched the envelope between 2 fingers and placed it on the counter. The envelope flipped over. The signature area was stamped with a rectangular purple seal. Lin Xia leaned over the staircase railing, zooming in the camera lens on her phone to the maximum, barely deciphering a few words. 30th year of the Republic of China, Chongqing Air Defense Office, confidential. You can look at what's inside yourself. After you finish reading, then decide whether or not to kill me. He walked around the counter, took 2 steps toward the door, and turned back. The swirling thing in his murky eyes flashed for an instant. By the way, she is indeed still alive. But not in the way you think. The old man did not leave. His wrist flicked, and the craft paper envelope slipped from his hand. It was not thrown but flicked. The envelope spun halfway through the air, its paper edges cutting through the airflow, emitting a shrill, piercing whistle. The speed was astonishing, unlike any movement an old man in his 70s could make. The purple clay teapot on the counter was propelled by the air current, and the lid bounced up with a thud. Chen Yuan did not rise. His right hand lifted from his knee, fingers of the index and middle fingers together reaching forward. The envelope collided between the 2 fingers without any movement. The shrill whistle quickly faded, leaving no sound behind. The 80-year-old bloodstains on the envelope gleamed with a dark brown hue under the light held between 2 fingers without even a corner lifting. The old man stood inside the threshold watching this scene, the murky thing in his eyes spinning even faster. Your hands are still steady. Chen Yuan ignored him. His fingers pinched the envelope over, thumb pressing against the seal. The craft paper had dried and become brittle. A gentle tear caused it to split. A photograph tumbled out. It was small, about 2 inches square, its edges rough, as if torn from some notebook. It was black and white. The photograph depicted a woman wearing a qipao with short hair, her left hand tucked behind her ear and her right hand holding a fountain pen. The background was a mud wall displaying half of a torn notice that revealed the words air defense. The woman was smiling. Her lips curved upward, eyes squinting into 2 slits, chin slightly raised, as if someone outside the frame had called her name, and she had just turned her head. On the back of the photograph, there was a line of text written in blue ink, the handwriting elegant. June 8th, year 30 of the Republic, Chongqing, the rain has stopped. The signature was 2 characters, Mu Shui. Chen Yuan's fingers halted, lingering on the edge of the photograph, motionless. Lin Xia at the corner of the stairs could not see the content of the photograph, but she saw Chen Yuan's face. There was no expression on that face. It was neither cold nor angry. It was empty, like a statue in a temple with its eyes gouged out, leaving only two dark sockets staring into the void. Then the temperature changed. The hairs on Lin Xia's neck stood on end. A chill surged from her soles up to her spine. She shuddered, her fingers stiffened, almost dropping her phone. On a July night, the temperature inside the bookstore dropped within 3 seconds to the point where one could see their breath. A thin layer of ice formed on the surface of the tea in the purple clay teapot. The old man's eyebrows were coated with white frost. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, his smile unchanged. June 9th was the bombing. The photograph was taken on the 8th, and on the 9th, she was gone. When you rushed to the air raid shelter, you only dug out half a sleeve. Chen Yuan's lips moved slightly, but no. The old man took a step forward, his leather shoes creaking on the wooden floor, frost spreading from the soles outward. It has been 82 years, you still keep that half sleeve, right? Folded neatly, kept under your pillow. You take it out to look at once every year on June 9th. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted from the photograph to the old man. There was no emotion in those eyes, but Lin Xia felt all the hairs on her body stand on end. She had learned a term in police school called the silence before a kill. A person who truly intends to kill will not grit their teeth or glare furiously. They will be quiet. So quiet that there is no excess movement. The old man met that gaze, his smile widening. His teeth were unnaturally straight, gleaming in the frosty air. Don't be hasty to act. Do you want to know where she went? Chen Yuan did not respond. The old man pulled out a handkerchief from the pocket of his Zhongshan suit, wiping the frost from his forehead. Sumu Shui, June 9th, year 30 of the Republic, Chongqing, the great bombing at Jiaochangkou. You witnessed her being buried beneath the ruins. But have you ever thought her soul did not scatter? Reincarnation is a real thing. You have lived for 5,000 years. You can't possibly not believe it. Chen Yuan's grip on the edge of the photograph tightened. The old man's voice lowered, carrying a narrative rhythm. She has been reincarnated. Living quite well. I know where she is. After saying this, he paused for 2 seconds, as if waiting for Chen Yuan's reaction. Then he extended his right hand. The dark red Yin Luo seal on the back of his hand flickered under the light. The condition is simple. The Jiulong medal you took last month, bring it here, and hand it to me in person. I will give you her address. Name, address, birthday, even the mole on her left cheek, will be marked clearly for you. How about that? The old man's tone was like negotiating a business deal. He tilted his head, the murky thing in his eyes spinning rapidly, filled with certainty. Certain that Chen Yuan would take the bait. Certain that the 5,000-year-old immortal would react to this name, just like any mortal. The bookstore fell silent for 3 seconds. Chen Yuan placed the photograph on the counter, the action gentle. His right hand fell flat, palm down, resting on the wooden surface of the counter. You shouldn't have mentioned that name. His voice was very flat. No trace of emotional fluctuation could be heard. The old man laughed. I insist on. Before he could finish the word mention, Chen Yuan pressed his palm down an inch. No sound. No light. No visible force was released. Suddenly the old man's chest was struck by a tremendous force, sending him flying from the counter. 3 buttons from the Zhongshan suit snapped off in midair. His back slammed against the bookstore's wooden door, the door frame completely dislodging from the wall, with nails shooting into the alley, clinking together. He did not stop. He continued to fly backward, crossing the 3-meter-wide alley, crashing into the opposite brick wall. Half of the wall collapsed, dust rising 2 meters high. The old man was embedded in the rubble, his Zhongshan suit torn to shreds, his white shirt soaked with dark stains. He coughed once, a line of black-red blood spilling from his mouth, dripping onto the brick debris. The street lamp at the alley entrance swayed twice from the shockwave, its light flickering uncertainly. Lin Xia peeked out from behind the stair railing, her eyes widened in fright. She saw nothing. No movement from Chen Yuan's punch, no visual effects from energy fluctuations. Only a man sitting behind the counter, resting his palm on the tabletop. Then the person opposite vanished. The wall had gained a human-shaped indentation. Chen Yuan remained in his original position, his palm still resting on the counter. The photograph was blown over by the air current, then flipped back. Sumu Shui was still smiling. Sounds emerged from the pile of bricks opposite. The broken bricks pushed outward, and the old man's hand emerged first, propping against a broken blue brick, pulling himself out of the wall hole. Only the front of his Zhongshan suit remained on him, his white shirt covered in dust and blood. He stood up, swayed a couple of times, his back bent, coughing up a mouthful of black blood mixed with debris. Then he laughed. It was not the slow, leisurely laugh of an old man before. It was a wild laugh, head thrown back, voice raised, completely disregarding his image. The laughter echoed back and forth in Huayan Alley at night for several rounds. Lin Xia tightened her grip on her phone, her nails digging into her palm. The old man, having laughed enough, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed toward the direction behind Chen Yuan. His fingertip crossed the counter over Chen Yuan's shoulder, directly poking toward the deepest part of the bookstore, the entrance to the basement. You hit me. You have time to hit me. The old man's voice was hoarse, each word laced with blood. You should listen closely. It is about to come out. As soon as the words fell, the wooden floor beneath Chen Yuan's feet emitted a muffled sound. It was not the same rhythm as before. It was denser. It was heavier than before. The thin layer of ice in the purple clay teapot began to crack outward from the center. The wooden floor cracked. Not just one crack, but 7 or 8 fissures radiating out from under the countertop, resembling a parched riverbed being pried open by something from beneath. Immediately a second muffled sound followed. This one was heavier than all the previous ones, thrusting up from the depths of the earth, like a massive hammer crashing down on the spine of the entire alley. Dust began to fall from the bookstore's ceiling, and a Zisha teapot on the counter bounced up and shattered on the floor into 3 pieces. Chen Yuan stood up. His movements were not hurried, even slow and deliberate, as he folded Su Mux's photograph in half twice and stuffed it into the left pocket of his long robe. The third sound came. The entire ground of Huayan Alley began to shake. It was not an illusion, not merely a sensation, but a visible tremor. The concrete utility pole at the alley's entrance broke at its base and crashed onto a trash can 3 meters away, sending sparks flying in all directions. An old man embedded in the wall slid down from the brick pile, kneeling on one knee, supporting himself on his knee as he gasped for breath. The smile on his face finally showed a crack. Faster than I anticipated, he muttered to himself, his voice muffled by the tremors of the ground. At the east end of the alley, an armored personnel carrier disguised as a municipal maintenance vehicle rolled in, crushing broken bricks as the searchlight on top turned on, sweeping over the entire alley with white light. People from the Zero Bureau had arrived. The communication channel was filled with screams. Epicenter confirmed. 12 meters underground in Huayan Alley. Magnitude 4. 2. Still rising. Armored Group 1, prepare. Expand the lockdown radius to 5 kilometers. The sound of rotor blades from 3 armed helicopters pressed down from above, illuminating the entire alley as bright as day. Lin Xia rushed down the stairs, holding onto the railing, her feet slipping, her knee banging against the edge of a step, causing her to gasp in pain. Before she could steady herself, a hand grasped the back of her collar. Chen Yuan lifted her up as if she were a kitten and took 3 steps to the door of the bookstore. Get out. Brother, find Qin Guohai. Chen Yuan's arm swung outward. Lin Xia was propelled out of the bookstore's broken door frame, flipping halfway in the air, and was caught firmly by a pair of aging yet exceptionally strong hands. Qin Guohai stepped back with Lin Xia, his heels hitting the curb before he stopped. He glanced down at the girl in his arms, and then looked up at the person standing in the bookstore. Chen Yuan's long robe shimmered in the searchlight as he turned and walked back inside. Qin Guohai opened his mouth, but did not utter a word. He had lived for over 70 years, and had witnessed too many grand scenes, yet at this moment it felt as if someone had squeezed his throat shut. Lin Xia broke free from his grasp, taking a step toward the bookstore. Qin Guohai grasped her wrist tightly, his strength betraying his age. Don't go over there. But my brother, he told you to come out. Qin Guohai's voice trembled, yet his grip did not loosen. A sound of metal scraping against the ground came from the west end of the alley. The old man had gotten up. His Zhongshan suit was tattered and his white shirt was soaked in blood and dirt. He hobbled toward the alley entrance. With each step he took, the Yama mark on the back of his hand flashed a dark red light. He took 3 steps. The 4th step did not land. A blood-red light tore through the darkness at the alley entrance, accompanied by a sharp explosive scream, directly striking the old man's shadow. A meow knife. 3 feet 2 inches long, forged from fine steel, its blade was bright red, as if freshly pulled from a furnace. The tip pierced through the hem of the old man's Zhongshan suit, cut through the asphalt, and sank 4 inches into the ground, while the handle vibrated incessantly. The old man was pinned in place, unable to move. He glanced down at the blade protruding through his clothing before slowly raising his head. A young man emerged from the shadows at the alley entrance. Shen Fei. He had a buzz cut, wore a gray short-sleeved shirt, his right hand empty, while his left hand held the blood-smeared broken knife given to him by Chen Yuan. He stopped 3 meters in front of the old man, his expression one of pure killing intent. Shen family, 23rd generation Shen Fei. His voice was harsh and stilted, each word seeming to be forced out through clenched teeth. The ancestor is inside. Do you think you can run away? The old man tilted his head to look at him, a smile reappearing at the corner of his mouth. A descendant of the Shen family, still so temperamental. Shen Fei did not respond, holding the broken knife horizontally before him, the dark red patterns on the blade flickering under the searchlight. The 4th muffled sound. This time it did not come from underground, but from inside the bookstore. The sound of metal twisting and breaking was as grating as nails scraping a blackboard. The iron door on the 3rd level of the basement shattered. Lin Xia turned to look at the bookstore. Inside it was pitch black, and Chen Yuan's figure had vanished. Only the staircase leading to the basement emitted a faint green light, flickering like something was breathing. 8 fully armed Special Forces soldiers jumped down from the armored vehicle, guns raised as they advanced toward the bookstore. Chen Jingwo's voice crackled through the communicator, hoarse and urgent. Everyone exit the building by 30 meters. Do not enter the bookstore. Anyone who goes in will be shot. The Special Forces soldiers halted, exchanging glances. The leading officer's lips trembled, and the veins in his hand gripping the rifle bulged as he grit his teeth and finally ordered a retreat. Qin Guohai pulled Lin Xia back behind the armored vehicle, his eyes never leaving the direction of the bookstore. Lin Xia's hands trembled. It was not out of fear. It was the kind of trembling that came from knowing there was nothing she could do, yet desperately wanting to do something. Old Qin. Is my brother going to be all right? Qin Guohai fell silent for 2 seconds. He has lived for 5,000 years. This statement did not answer any questions, but Lin Xia clenched her fist, her nails digging into her flesh, and did not ask further. In the bookstore's basement, the cracked steps creaked beneath Chen Yuan's feet as chunks of concrete rolled down, bouncing off the iron walls with a metallic clatter. First level. Gold bars were still stacked in the wall, frost flowers crawling over the entire brick surface. Second level. The dragon flag and the tribute from all nations painting trembled, the scroll falling from the wall and crashing to the ground. The iron door on the third level was torn open in the middle, its metal skin turned outward, the edges still emit. Chen Yuan sidled through. Green light surged from the depths of the burial chamber, casting half of his face in light and the other half in shadow. In the center of the burial chamber was a bronze coffin. The seals he had personally inscribed 3,000 years ago had all shattered, and the greenish light seeped out through the cracks, illuminating the entire chamber as if it were submerged underwater. The coffin lid was half open. Inside was darkness. Chen Yuan stood 3 steps away from the coffin, his hands in the pockets of his long robe, gazing inside with lowered eyes. A hand emerged from the darkness. It was dry, thin, with prominent knuckles covered in coarse black hair. 5 fingers gripped the edge of the coffin, the nails embedding into the bronze with a grating sound that sent chills down one's spine. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Awake. His voice was soft, as if greeting an old friend who was reluctant to get out of bed. There was no response from the coffin, but that hand tightened its grip. The edge of the bronze coffin began to deform under the strength of that hand, 5 finger marks deeply embedded into the metal. The sound of metal being pressed echoed throughout the sealed chamber. Chen Yuan took half a step back. It was not out of fear. It was to make space. His right hand emerged from his pocket, fingers spread wide, palm facing down, a faint dark golden hue shimmering at his fingertips. The light was dim, even less conspicuous than the green light in the chamber, but the moment it appeared, the hand in the coffin froze, as if sensing something. Then a second hand also reached out. It was equally dry and covered in black hair, but this hand's pinky was broken, leaving only a darkened stub of bone. Both hands pressed against the edge of the coffin, exerting force upward. The coffin lid slid open another 3 inches, the sound of bronze scraping against bronze, piercing and grating. A gust of air surged from the coffin's gap. It was not wind, it was breath. It carried a stench, a mixture of soil and decay wrapped in an inexplicable sweetness. That sweetness was unsettling, like overripe fruit rotting on a branch, making one feel nauseous after a while. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. 300 years without brushing your teeth, and your breath is still this foul. As he spoke, the dark golden light patterns in his palm began to creep up his arm, crawling over his wrist, and disappearing into his sleeve. A sound emanated from the coffin. It was not speech. It was the sound of air being squeezed out of a throat, intermittent, like a rusted machine, trying to restart after 300 years. Yuan. One word. It was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against iron. Chen Yuan did not respond. He looked down at the 2 hands gripping the coffin's edge, his gaze shifting from the left hand to the right, pausing for 2 seconds on the stub of the broken pinky. Last time I was the one who cut it off. His tone was as casual as discussing the weather. Should I take off the other 9 this time? The sound from within the coffin ceased. Silence reigned for a full 3 seconds. Then both hands exerted force simultaneously. The coffin lid was flung open. The 300-pound bronze cover spun and crashed against the chamber's dome, embedding itself into the stone wall, debris raining down. Chen Yuan tilted his head slightly as a fist-sized chunk of stone whizzed past his ear, crashing into the remains of the iron door behind him. The green light surged tenfold the moment the coffin lid was lifted. The entire burial chamber was as bright as day. The thing inside the coffin sat up. It was not human, at least not entirely. Its shape resembled a person with a head, shoulders, and torso, but the proportions were all wrong. Its arms were too long, hanging down past its knees. Its head was too small, nestled between 2 towering shoulder blades. Its skin was a grayish blue, clinging to its bones, revealing the outline of every rib. The most unsettling feature was its eyes. There were no whites, no pupils. The eye sockets were filled with the same green light as the coffin. It turned its head, looking at Chen Yuan. Those 2 pools of green light lingered on Chen Yuan's face for a long time. Then it opened its mouth. There was no tongue, only a row of neatly aligned black teeth, each sharp as a needle. 300 years. This time it was a complete word. The voice remained hoarse, but the intonation was discernible, laced with resentment. Chen Yuan slipped both hands back into his pockets, the dark golden light retracting into his palm, vanishing. He looked at the thing in the coffin as if observing an expired can. 300 years ago you said you wanted to go out and see the world of the Qing dynasty. I said it wasn't possible. You insisted on going out. And then, he tilted his head slightly. You killed an entire village. The thing in the coffin fell silent. The green light flickered twice. Chen Yuan took a step forward. As he stepped down, the green light in the entire burial chamber dimmed momentarily, as if a candle had been blown out by the wind. I pulled you back, breaking 9 of your bones, sealed you for 300 years. Now you tell me. His voice lowered, becoming deep, like it was rising from beneath the ground. Now that you're awake, what are you planning to do? The thing in the coffin stared at him. The 2 pools of green light flickered, as if in contemplation. Then a lipless face formed a curve, revealing all its black sharp teeth, and a thin stream of green liquid oozed from between the gaps, dripping into the bottom of the coffin. Hungry. It uttered just one word. In the next moment, it shot out of the coffin. The speed was so fast that the air in the chamber was torn apart, producing a piercing sound of rushing air. Its target was not Chen Yuan. It was the torn iron door behind him. The staircase outside, leading to the surface, to the alley, to those flesh and blood bodies above. Chen Yuan did not turn around. His right hand emerged from his pocket, pressing backward. His palm pressed against the face of the grayish-blue figure that had swept past his shoulder. His fingers closed around it. The being's body froze in midair. All speed and strength nullified the moment it came into contact with Chen Yuan's palm. Its legs remained in a running posture, suspended in midair, toes a foot off the ground. Chen Yuan held its face, slowly retracting his arm, as if lifting a bag of trash. He brought it before him, facing it directly. Dark golden light seeped from the spaces between his fingers, scorching the being's grayish-blue skin, causing it to sizzle and smoke. It began to struggle, its arms wildly pounding against Chen Yuan's wrist, each strike carrying enough force to shatter concrete. Chen Yuan's wrist did not budge. He gazed into those 2 pools of green light, watching the madness and hunger swirling within. 300 years. He spoke. And yet you still haven't learned your lesson. His grip tightened by an inch. The thing's head emitted a sound of bones grinding together, the green light flickering intensely, and it let out a series of shrieks that sounded inhuman. On the ground in the alley, everyone heard that shriek. Lin Xia covered her ears, crouching behind the wheel of the armored vehicle, her face pale. Qin Guohai leaned against the car door, his veins twitching 3 times. The old man, pinned to the asphalt by the Miao knife, lifted his head, listening to the sounds from below. The smile on his face had completely vanished. In its place was an expression too complex to describe. It resembled awe, or perhaps fear. Just as expected of you, he murmured, his voice drowned out by the sound of helicopter rotors. Shen Fei stood in front of him, the broken knife across his chest, hearing nothing. In the burial chamber, Chen Yuan gripped the being's face, the golden light in his palm growing ever more radiant. It ceased to struggle. The 2 pools of green light fixed their gaze on Chen Yuan's eyes, the madness within retreating bit by bit, replaced by something else. Chen Yuan saw it. In the deepest parts of those 2 pools of green light, there was an extremely small black dot. The black dot shrank, trembled, feared. Chen Yuan released his grip. The being collapsed to the ground, curling up, its arms hugging its head, huddling beside the coffin, its shoulders heaving up and down, like a dog that had been disciplined by its master. Chen Yuan shook off the green liquid on his fingers and looked down at the curled up being on the ground. Go back. The being did not move. I will say it again. Chen Yuan squatted down, and with his right index finger, he tapped its forehead. The golden light at his fingertips sank into the grayish-blue skin, leaving behind a coin-sized mark. The being twitched all over, then slowly released its grip on its head, turned around, and crawled back into the coffin piece by piece. As it lay down, the 2 pools of green light cast one last glance at Chen Yuan. The black dot within the green light still trembled. Chen Yuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his knees. He bent down to pick up the coffin lid embedded in the wall, single-handedly lifting the 300-pound bronze plate, aligning it and covering it back. Bang! The coffin lid closed. The green light extinguished. The burial chamber sank back into darkness. Only the dark golden glow in Chen Yuan's palm faintly illuminated his lowered eyelids and the shallow curve at the corner of his mouth. It was not a smile. It was exhaustion. He pulled out the neatly folded photograph from his pocket, clenched it in his hand, and walked toward the staircase. After taking 2 steps, he stopped. He glanced back at the coffin in the darkness. Next time you think of running away, I won't lock you up again. They'll just kill you. He turned around, stepping over the debris as he ascended. On the ground, Lin Xia saw a point of golden light glow in the darkness of the bookstore, and the figure in the old long robe stepped out from the shattered door frame. Her eyes turned red. Just as she was about to rush over, Qin Guohai yanked her back. Chen Yuan walked to the center of the alley and stopped. He cast a glance at the old man pinned to the ground by the Miao knife. The old man was also looking at him. The 2 locked eyes for 3 seconds. Chen Yuan spoke up. Where is she? The old man grinned, the dried blood at the corners of his mouth cracking, revealing a meaningful expression. You can't demand her without offering a medal in exchange. Chen Yuan's right hand lifted. The old man's voice caught in his throat. But Chen Yuan's hand did not point at him. It pointed toward a direction in the darkness at the end of the alley that no one had noticed. There stood a figure, dressed in a hospital gown, barefoot, with graying hair hunched over, clutching a yellowed letter. Chen Yuan's finger lingered in midair, its joints glistening with a cold white hue as a residual surge of energy coalesced at his fingertips, pointing directly at the impenetrable darkness at the end of the alley. The ground began to tremble again. This was not the dull tremor rising from the depths of the earth. It was as if the entire asphalt surface was gripped by an invisible giant hand twisted violently, while the soles of his shoes distinctly felt the asphalt particles grinding and fracturing beneath. Cracks snaked out from Chen Yuan's feet like black lightning hissing as they spread, releasing scalding white vapor mingled with the acrid scent of burnt asphalt enveloping half the alley in an instant. At the end of the alley, a figure clad in a hospital gown dissolved silently into the inky darkness like a smudge of ink, leaving no trace, not even the flutter of a garment. Chen Yuan retracted his outstretched finger, curling his knuckles slightly, as he looked down at the ever-expanding cracks beneath his feet. His right eyelid twitched unexpectedly, and his brows furrowed faintly. "Can't stay still." The words landed heavily on the cracked ground, imbued with a cold and hard texture, as he turned and walked towards the old bookstore at the alley's entrance, the hem of his dark blue long robe sweeping over the shattered wood chips, stirring up a thin cloud of dust. "Brother." Lin Xia, hiding behind the heavy steel plating of an armored vehicle, leaned out halfway, her voice trembling, tinged with a sobbing quaver. Chen Yuan did not stop, nor did he glance sideways, his steps as steady as if nailed to the ground. "Don't follow me." By the time he spoke, he had already stepped into the thick darkness behind the bookstore door, his figure gradually sinking into the shadows of the ground. From the communicator, Chen Zhengwo's voice pierced, sharply crackling with static, second abnormal movement. "Depth of the epicenter is 8 meters. Everyone retreat 500 meters. Immediately." In the center of the alley, the old man, pinned to the ground by Shun Fei's machete, suddenly opened his blood-seeping cracked mouth, letting out a short, gasping sound from his throat akin to a dying laugh or a cough choked with blood. Too late. Shun Fei's blade pressed tightly against the skin of his neck, the cold edge piercing, leaving a faint, "Shut up." The old man's eyes rolled back completely, the whites staring toward the bookstore, falling silent, only a muffled rasping sound emanating from his throat, a continuous wheeze that sent chills down the listener's spine. 3 levels underground. A damp, cold air wrapped in the scent of copper rust and decaying earth rushed at him. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance of the tomb chamber, his gaze fixed on the bronze coffin 5 steps away. The bronze coffin lid he had just sealed 5 minutes ago was now jumping. It wasn't a subtle tremor, it was a solid. The heavy bronze plate weighing 300 pounds bounced and smashed against the coffin, each impact sending a spray of dark green rust particles flying, the muffled sound vibrating through the walls of the tomb. The green light leaking from the cracks was thick as congealed venom, dyeing the gray-white stone walls into a ghostly hue. Chen Yuan, with his hands tucked in the pockets of his long robe, stood 5 steps away, his form as steady as a rock, not even a crease appearing on his brow. "Did you not hear what I just said?" The response from within the coffin was not a tentative sound, but a roar that erupted directly from the depths of its throat, like thunder crashing in the tomb, causing the lime from the ceiling to fall in showers upon him. Chen Yuan flicked off the white dust clinging to his shoulder, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "Your voice has gotten louder, but your brain still hasn't grown." As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin lid was forcefully pried open to reveal a 2-finger-wide gap. A grotesque claw covered in long black fur suddenly thrust out, not lunging upwards at him. Rather, it was directed downwards. 5 hooked fingers dug fiercely into the stone bricks at the bottom of the coffin, the nails scraping against the stone surface with a screeching sound resembling a flash of black lightning that darted towards Chen Yuan's ankle, aiming to grab. 5 deep half-inch white marks gouged into the bluestone slab, fragments of stone flying everywhere. Chen Yuan remained unmoved. His right foot merely lifted an inch, then steadily descended. He precisely stepped on the wrist joint of that claw. Crack. This was not a clean snap, but a prolonged, muffled sound as if bones were ground to powder. The bluestone slab beneath the claw was forcibly pressed into a deep footprint-shaped pit. Shards of stone, mixed with black, filthy blood, splattered everywhere. A wail erupted from within the coffin, soaring to a piercing pitch sharp enough to pierce eardrums, causing the rusted iron lampstand in the corner to buzz loudly. Chen Yuan's foot did not lift. He simply stepped on that severed claw, taking a step forward, the sole of his boot grinding over the crushed wrist bones, and black fur arriving directly in front of the coffin. "Last time I severed a finger, you slept for 300 years. He lowered his head, the green light seeping from the cracks, illuminating his expressionless face, his brows and eyes cold as ice. "Is breaking a hand enough to make you sleep for another 300 years? No answer. The coffin lid was suddenly thrown open at a 30-degree angle, and a gray-blue head shot out, 2 pulsating green lights locking onto Chen Yuan, panting heavily, the foul odor wafting towards him. Another hand, missing a pinky, clutched desperately at the edge of the coffin, the upper body, straining to squeeze out viscous black liquid oozing from the severed wrist, dripping onto the stone bricks, and hissing as it produced white smoke. It was trying to escape, desperately trying to flee. Chen Yuan withdrew his foot. It was the stance to initiate. His right palm slowly rose, facing downward, pressing flat against the edge of the bronze coffin lid. His 5 fingers spread wide, the pads of his fingertips pressed firmly against the icy, rough metal surface. Go back. With a downward press of his palm. There was no dazzling light, no earth-shattering sound. Only a hand and a 300-pound bronze lid were engaged in a silent contest within the tomb. The 300-pound coffin lid began to close slowly, as if under a binding spell. The gray-blue head was gradually pushed back, the green light flashing wildly, the roar transforming into a piercing scream. With its remaining left hand, it desperately held onto the edge of the coffin lid, fingers embedding deeply into the bronze nails, shattering instantaneously, black blood gushing forth from between the fingers, splattering onto Chen Yuan's sleeve. It was futile. The coffin lid descended at an irresistible uniform speed. 30 degrees, 20 degrees, 10 degrees. In the end, only the hand, clinging to the edge of the coffin, remained still, gripping the bronze edge with all its might. Chen Yuan slightly increased the pressure of his palm. Boom. A muffled roar exploded from the center of the tomb, sending fragments of stone and rust flying. The coffin lid sealed tightly back into place. That hand, along with 10 ghastly finger marks left on the edge of the coffin, was forcibly trapped inside. The tremors ceased in an instant. The green light followed suit, extinguishing. Inside the coffin, only a diminishing muffled sound remained, as if sinking into deep water, resembling a dying whimper. Chen Yuan's palm remained pressed against the coffin lid. He stood silently for 10 seconds. He then released his hand, raising it to his mouth, gently biting the tip of his middle finger. A drop of dark golden blood oozed out, hanging at the tip of his finger, reflecting the darkness of the tomb, glinting with a warm light, suspended and unfallen. He bent down, using this drop of blood to carve the first mark on the cold coffin lid. As the blood touched the bronze, hissing white smoke erupted like a red-hot branding iron pressed against ice. The second mark, the third mark. The lines grew increasingly intricate, winding and interlocking, forming an ancient pattern that had spiraled in his mind for 3,000 years, each stroke laden with immense weight. The final stroke fell. The dark golden runes exploded from the bronze surface, soft golden light flooding the tomb, illuminating every crack on the walls. Even the cobwebs in the corners were visible. It flickered and faded. The patterns gradually settled, turning dark red, merging with the bronze textures, indistinguishable from one another. Silence enveloped the coffin. Chen Yuan straightened up. A wave of sweetness surged in his throat, of burning sensation shooting up through his trachea. He tilted his head, a mouthful of dark red blood spraying against the rough stone wall. The blood trickled down the wall, the droplets carrying an abnormal golden glimmer, flashing once in the darkness before vanishing. He wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, glancing down at the blood on his hand, his fingertips slightly trembling. Aging. His voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, like sandpaper scraping against stone. The old yellowed photograph in his pocket was soaked with sweat, softening at the edges, which curled up. He did not take it out to look, turning instead towards the staircase. 3 steps later, his right hand instinctively pushed against the cold stone wall, leaving a shallow blood mark where his fingertips had grazed. Above the stairs, Lin Xia's voice, tinged with tears, floated down the stone steps, crashing against the stone wall, echoing, "Brother, are you okay?" Chen Yuan's lips twitched, slightly revealing a barely visible smile. "Here." His voice was soft as a sigh, drifting up through the cracks in the stone wall, merging with the light at the staircase's entrance. Lin Xia gripped the old doorframe of the bookstore, her fingertips so tightly clenched that they lost their color, oblivious to the splinters piercing her flesh. In the alley, the old man, who had been laughing with a raspy cough, suddenly fell completely silent. His murky pupils spun at a frightening speed, as if following something, then he lowered his voice almost in a dreamlike murmur with a tone of eerie delight, "Spit blood." Shen Fei's knife remained unmoved, the blade pressed against his carotid artery. The old man tilted his head, his gaze piercing through layers of earth and darkness, as if he could see directly through the ground, fixating on the thread of golden light, slowly dissipating underground. The seal from 3,000 years ago, to use it a second time. The cost is not as simple as just spitting blood. His final words rolled from his throat, light as dust settling, scattering with the wind. "Chen Yuan, how many breaths do you have left to burn like this?" In the deeper darkness at the end of the alley, a corner of a pale hospital gown washed out by the wind fluttered silently for a moment before vanishing completely into the shadows. "Let's go home first." Chen Yuan's hand rested lightly on Lin Xia's cheek, cautious, as if afraid to hurt her. Yet the warmth from his fingertips made Lin Xia shiver. It wasn't the warmth of a fever, it was something else. She recalled the crack on his chest, and Lin Jiangwo's words, "No more than 7 days. Brother, your injury. I want die." Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and turned away. The hem of his long robe brushed against the broken bricks, making a dry, rustling sound. Lin Xia did not let go. Her knuckles dug into the fabric of his sleeve, her nails still embedded with the dirt and dust from the ground. She followed closely behind him, her steps hurried and fragmented. Each movement sent sharp pains shooting through her scraped knees. The pain felt more real than the fear. Huayan Alley was already deserted. The marks left by the armored vehicles were etched into the ground, two deep grooves starkly visible. The old locust tree had lost half of its leaves, and its bare branches pointed towards the gray sky. Chen Yuan's back was rigidly straight. Lin Xia could see the outline of his shoulder blades rising and falling beneath the damp fabric of his long robe. He was panting, his breaths low and barely audible, yet they couldn't mask the roughness of his voice. The backlash from the two coffin-suppressing seals. 7 days. Lin Zhangwo's words echoed in her mind, colliding inside her head, causing her temples to throb. The guardians of the coffins bind their lives with blood. Each coffin guarded shortens their lifespan by 500 years. 7 coffins. She tightened her fingers and asked, "How many have you guarded?" Chen Yuan did not stop. "Brother." 7. His voice drifted back from a head so faint it was almost inaudible. "It's all counted." Lin Xia's foot caught on a protruding brick corner, and she stumbled forward. Chen Yuan did not turn around, but his arm reached back, deftly catching her arm and pulling her upright. The force was strong enough to make her shoulder joint ache. "Watch where you're going," he said. "What about you?" Lin Xia's voice broke. "Did you watch where you were going?" 7 days. "You only have 7 days. Chen Yuan finally stopped. He stood at the mouth of the alley, turning his face slightly. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the gaps between the two old buildings, slicing across half of his cheek, illuminating the scar that stretched from his brow bone to his jaw. He looked at her. His gaze was tranquil, as still as a pond that had not stirred for 1,000 years. "So he's—" Lin Xia was stunned. Chen Yuan withdrew his arm. The motion was slow, yet unyielding. His fingers slipped from between hers, carrying with them a trace of lingering warmth. "Go home," he said, "and apply some medicine." "What about you?" "I have to meet an old friend." Chen Yuan turned, his silhouette stretched long to obtain something. "What is it?" Chen Yuan did not answer. He walked into another alley, his figure quickly swallowed by the shadows. Only his voice remained, mingling with the evening breeze, something to prolong life. Lin Xia did not go home. She turned into the only small shop still lit at the alley's entrance, and with trembling fingers dialed a number. It rang 3 times before connecting. "Uncle Qin." Her voice sounded foreign, hoarse, and unrecognizable. "My brother, he—" "I know," Qin Guohai interrupted her, the background noise filled with the roar of an engine. "Speak on the way. Don't move. Wait there." The call ended. Lin Xia leaned against the counter, her knuckles pressing hard enough to turn blue. The shopkeeper glanced at her over his reading glasses, said nothing, and continued watching television. The television was broadcasting financial news. A man in a suit was speaking, numbers flickering on the screen. The world continued to turn as usual. Yet her world had already shattered in that alley. Zila. The screech of brakes sharply pierced the air. A black sedan came to a near stop by the roadside, the door popping open. Qin Guohai stepped out of the driver's seat and strode into the convenience store. He took off the jacket he always wore and put on a dark shirt, his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing his muscular arms. "Let's go." He grasped Lin Xia's arm, the grip gentle but firm. "Get in the car first." "My brother, he won't die?" Qin Guohai opened the back door and pushed her inside, then walked around to the driver's seat. "At least he won't die today." The car started again. Lin Xia curled up in the back seat, watching the scenery outside rush by. The streetlights flickered on, casting a warm yellow glow that stretched across the car window. "Who was he going to find?" she asked. Qin Guohai did not answer immediately. He focused on the road ahead, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. "An old man with the surname Ji." He said he opened a coffin shop behind the drum tower. Lin Xia's breath hitched. "Is he going to get the prolonging life item?" "What is he getting? What is he trading with?" Lin Xia's voice trembled. Qin Guohai glanced at her through the rearview mirror. His eyes behind the lenses were complex, mixed with helplessness and a fatigue that hinted at a pre-known outcome. "He will trade whatever is left of him." He said he will trade his life, which is already down to 7 days. The car— Lin Xia's body slammed against the car door. "Stop the car." She lunged forward, grabbing Qin Guohai's shoulder. "Stop. I need to find him." "Sit down." Qin Guohai shouted, one hand controlling the steering wheel while the other pushed her back. "If you go now, you will only complicate things." "But he only has 7 days. That's why he has to go." Qin Guohai's voice rose, a vein throbbing at his temple. "Do you think he wants to?" The backlash from the coffin seals blood from his 7 orifices, intestines ruptured. He still has 3 days before it starts to rot. In these 3 days, he must prepare everything he can. The car surged into a tunnel. Darkness quickly enveloped the cabin, with only the dashboard glowing a faint green. Lin Xia froze in place. Rotting. Intestines ruptured. Then, what about Lin Zhangwo? She heard her own voice, dry as sandpaper rubbing together. "Isn't the Zero Bureau supposed to bring him back? Help him?" Qin Guohai scoffed, his laugh echoing in the tunnel. "The Zero Bureau never wanted the living. What they want is the identity of the guardian of the coffin, something that can suppress those 7 coffins. As for whether that something is alive or dead, or whose shell it occupies," he paused, "it makes no difference." The car burst out of the tunnel. The neon lights rushed in, blinding Lin Xia's eyes. She slowly leaned back against the seat, her fingers digging into the leather upholstery. So she said softly, my brother has been waiting for death from the very beginning. He has waited for 3,000 years. Qin Guohai's voice lowered. Since the day he descended from Kunlun ruins, he has been waiting. 3 days later she heard herself ask, when Lin Zhangwo comes back, what if my brother hasn't agreed? Qin Guohai remained silent for a long stretch. Until the car turned onto the street outside Huayan Alley, he finally spoke, his voice lowered. Then he will become the 8th coffin. The car stopped steadily. Lin Xia opened the door and got out, her legs feeling weak. She leaned against the car door looking towards the alley's entrance. The bookstore's second-floor window was dark. There were no lights. The outline of the potted green plant on the windowsill blended into the deep blue night, heavy and lifeless. 3 days. 7 days. 8 coffins. She clenched her fingers, her nails digging into her palm. Blood seeped through her fingers, dripping onto the asphalt, dark red, just like the color of his long robe. The brake pads emitted a sharp, abrupt screech. The tires of the off-road vehicle left 2 dark marks on the road. Sparks flew as the cobblestones of the Drum Tower's back street were ground down. Qin Guohai forcefully pushed open the driver's door. The air in the back seat was thick with the stench of blood mingling with the acrid odor of overheated metal. Chen Yuan leaned back against the genuine leather seat. Large areas of his dark blue long robe had become stiff and clotted. Dark red bloodstains dripped from the hem onto the car mat. The bloodstains turned a grimy black upon contact with the air. His eyes were tightly shut. The rise and fall of his chest was faint to the point of being negligible. His exposed skin appeared a dull paper-like gray. Lin Xia stumbled out from the other side of the car. Half of her foot landed in a puddle by the roadside. Water splashed onto her sneakers. She went around the back of the car to pull open the rear door. Qin Guohai reached out first and helped Chen Yuan out. Chen Yuan's arm draped over Qin Guohai's shoulder. This body, once capable of stopping a blast with a single hand, felt strangely light now. Give me a hand, Qin Guohai said as he turned to Lin Xia. She supported Chen Yuan's left side. The 3 of them walked toward the depths of the street corner. The sound of their footsteps echoed chaotically in the quiet back street. The old roller shutters on both sides were pulled down completely. Up ahead, only one shop front glimmered with faint light. Above this shop front hung a wooden sign. The surface of the sign had cracked with several long fissures. It bore the faded words, GG Coffin Shop. Regular grinding noises emanated from within. Qin Guohai lifted a foot and kicked at the half-open wooden door. The door creaked dryly as the bearings turned. Cold wind rushed in through the gap. Sawdust on the ground was lifted by the wind. The scattered wood shavings appeared a dark red hue. A thin, gray-haired old man squatted in the shadows. He held a piece of coarse sandpaper in his hand. The sandpaper rubbed rapidly against a section of unfinished wood in front of him. The rustling sound echoed in the empty room. The wood emitted a pungent, decayed odor. This was a rare piece of old dark wood. We're closed, the old man said without looking up. He adjusted his grip on the sandpaper with his thumb and continued to rub. Coffins are sold for cash, not on credit. You can come back tomorrow for the deposit, he added, maintaining the rules. Qin Guohai supported Chen Yuan and took a few more steps forward, stepping on a small wooden stick. The crisp sound of the brake made the old man pause his work. Can't understand human speech, he snapped, grabbing a broom by his feet and turning around. His gaze followed Qin Guohai's chin downward. His gaze finally settled on the drooping fingertips of Chen Yuan. A drop of dark golden crystal had formed at the tip of Chen Yuan's middle finger, encased in a layer of charred black ash. The broom fell from the old man's hand, hitting the ground with a muffled thud. He straightened his hunched back. The layers of wrinkles on his face suddenly bunched together. Bring him inside. The old man pointed toward the inner room. He strode over the dark wood debris on the floor. He then moved aside to push open the fabric door curtain of the inner room. Qin Guohai and Lin Xia worked together to lay Chen Yuan flat on the wooden bed. Chen Yuan's back had just touched the bed. The long robe emitted a faint sound of fabric tearing. Dried blood clung to the edge of the wooden board. Lin Xia squeezed into the head position of the bed. Her eyes glistened with an unnatural redness. Tears welled up in her eyes. Grandpa Ji, Lin Xia's voice trembled noticeably. Please save my brother. Qin Guohai steadied himself and stood straight. He reached into his jacket pocket with his free left hand. A green special document was pulled out. The cover was emblazoned with a prominent national emblem and number. He held the document up high, presenting it before the old man's eyes. Mr. G. Qin Guohai began. His pace quickened. The state is willing to pay any price to save Comrade Chen Yuan. Any advanced equipment can be airlifted at any time. Top-tier experts can be guaranteed to arrive within 3 hours wherever they are needed, as long as you specify the exact plan. The old man didn't even glance at the document representing state power. He turned his head and scoffed, the muscles in his cheeks twisting into a disdainful expression. What great authority you wield. The old man stepped aside to let light into the passage. He looked at the document. Put away that scrap of paper. He walked to the edge of the wooden bed. Can your scrap metal and junk reverse a backlash from 3,000 years ago? Can an electrocardiogram show that his soul lamp is going out? Qin Guohai tightened his grip on the document. The old master of forensic science merely shut his mouth. Lin Xia's hands were suspended in the air, unable to respond. The old man extended his withered left hand. His sleeve slipped up. His fingertips pressed, just below Chen Yuan's wrist. His fingertip barely touched the point of the pulse. Suddenly, a change occurred. A golden pattern emerged beneath Chen Yuan's skin, expanding along his arm's veins. A surge of resistance against external forces radiated from the pulse point. Bang! The old man was thrust backward by this force. His heel knocked over a mahogany round chair. He waved his arms in the air, twice before regaining his balance. The old man quickly withdrew his left hand. His fingertips that had just felt the pulse turned dark. The smell of burning flesh wafted through the air. "Have you had enough of dying?" the old man yelled at the bed. He tightly squeezed his charred fingers with his other hand. "Is the coffin seal something you can casually toss away? You forced a formation to your doom in Kunlun ruins 3,000 years ago. That time you nearly burned through your resources. And now you come here to flaunt your little bit of golden light." The old man angrily paced back and forth on the narrow floor. The wooden boards creaked under his feet in protest. He kicked a wooden stick that had fallen in front of him to the corner. The wooden board of the bed trembled slightly. Chen Yuan reacted to this commotion. Chen Yuan's eyelids slowly lifted. The dark golden gleam deep within his pupils faded into a dull blur. His fingers tightly grasped the bed sheet, clenching it into his palm. The pain from tearing muscles elicited a few muffled coughs. "Stay lying there," the old man ordered to stop him from getting up. Chen Yuan obeyed this commanding tone. His shoulder blades settled back against the hard wood. "There are 7 days left." Chen Yuan's lips did not fully close. A whistling sound escaped from the gap in his throat. Every word was wrapped in a parched texture. "That half-blood contract's coffin seal hasn't dissipated yet." Chen Yuan turned his eyes toward the old man. 7 days are enough." The old man grabbed a coarse cloth from the nearby armchair and threw it directly at him. The cloth landed at Chen Yuan's side. Dust rose and settled on Chen Yuan's pale face. With his hands on his hips, the old man glared with wide eyes. "Damn 7 days." He pointed with his freshly injured finger toward the sickbed. "Can't you sense that the furnace fire inside you is malfunctioning? The temperature of your internal organs has been rising steadily. All your flesh and blood are heading toward carbonization. I clearly told you." The old man slammed his hand on the edge of the nearby square table. "At most there are 3 days left. Once the 3 days are up, you won't even leave a pile of ashes." Lin Xia's nails dug into the flesh of her palm. 3 days. This figure overturned previous conclusions. The countdown to time was forcibly accelerated. "What about him?" Lin Xia questioned the old man. The old man did not look at her directly. He turned around, bending down to the half-finished dark wood coffin in the outer room. Half of the old man's body was pressed against the tiled floor. His hands searched around the bottom of the dark coffin. Click! A hidden wooden panel with a deceptive nature fell onto the tiles. The old man pulled out a roll of oil-stained leather scroll from inside. The pungent smell of insect repellent filled the air. He stood up and brushed the cobwebs off the side of the ancient scroll. He walked to the bedside with the leather scroll. With a strong flick of his wrist, he threw the item onto Chen Yuan's chest. The sheepskin scroll unfurled slightly at Chen Yuan's chest. The inner layer depicted interconnected star maps and blood-red runes. "Reverse star formation," the old man articulated clearly, pulling out a thin, dry pipe from his pocket. "This is a method passed down from old times to alleviate the issue. I can help you prepare the formation's eye position." The old man looked down at the closed-eyed Chen Yuan. "Due to your reckless meddling, the current drug catalyst is incomplete." Chen Yuan's Adam's apple moved up and down. "Blood of the Taiyin," Chen Yuan recited. The tone of these 4 words showed no fluctuation. "Your mind hasn't completely gone fuzzy yet." The old man picked up a matchbox from the side. He struck a spark on the side of the box. The bright yellow flame flickered upward. The old man ignited the tobacco leaves in the pipe and inhaled deeply. "It requires over 100 years of Taiyin blood." The old man exhaled white mist as he spoke. "Otherwise," he pointed the pipe toward the massive coffin, "you just measure the dimensions for me and lie down inside yourself." Qin Guohai stepped forward, bending down to look at the sheepskin scroll. The combination of runes on it was beyond his comprehension. "Where does this Taiyin blood come from?" Qin Guohai inquired as it related to the direction of subsequent actions. The old man tilted his head to look at Qin Guohai. "It's the rules written literally." The old man gestured with his pipe in the air. "The blood that flows from a living person who has survived 100 years in the world. The owner of this blood must inherently possess an extreme Yin fate." He exhaled a second puff of smoke. "This old Yin blood will disperse the impending Yang fire within him." Lin Xia's gaze shifted back and forth between the two. She stepped forward, trying to grasp the hem of the old man's clothing. "A living person over 100 years old. Where do we find such an unreasonable person? Even if they exist, how do we confirm their fate attributes?" The old man's shoes squeaked against the floor. The glowing tip of the cigarette flickered in the dark. "There are always gaps in the flow of the world. Others naturally can't find such elusive things." The old man tightened his grip on the pipe. His voice lowered several octaves. Chen Yuan's right eyelid twitched. A fine golden spot erupted on his inner wrist. The charred blood droplets fell at the intersection of the star map on the sheepskin scroll. The coffin shop was filled with a pungent smell of insect repellent. Chen Yuan lay flat on a hard wooden bed of bloodstained sheepskin scrolls spread open before him. The edges of the sheepskin scroll were smeared with the charred blood residue that had dripped from his wrist. Lin Xia stood at the foot of the bed, gripping the edge of the bed tightly with both hands. Her fingernails turned pale. Grandpa Ji Lin Xia spoke, gazing at the old man in gray, who was smoking a pipe. Where exactly can we find the blood of the Taiyin? The old man exhaled a puff of murky smoke which swirled beneath the dim light bulb. The een year, een month, een day, and een hour must all align. The old man pointed with his smoking pipe at the empty air. The 8 characters must fully embody pure een. He turned and walked to the half-finished coffin made of dark wood. Just matching the time isn't enough. He picked up coarse sandpaper from the ground and began to scrape it on the wood. The person's ancestors must not have any ghosts that died an unnatural death in 3 generations. There can be no malignant diseases that shed blood. He continued, the fate must harbor a breath that has not dispersed for 100 years. The old man paused and turned to look at Lin Xia. To find such a person in this vast sea of humanity. He resumed his work. It would be a mystery even after 3 years. I made it clear, the old man said, increasing the pressure of the sandpaper. Now only 3 days remain. Qin Guohai took out the encrypted communicator from the inner pocket of his jacket. He pressed the black button to call in for authorization. 2 monotone beeps came from the speaker. The frequency connected. Chen Zhangwo. Qin Guohai called out his name directly. Immediately connect to the public security network and the core database of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. His speech was rapid. Run a filtering procedure. Sounds of an iron chair moving came from the other end of the receiver. Old Qin, you need to report the filtering criteria. Chen Zhangwo's voice carried a hint of fatigue. I want to check for women with a pure een 8-character configuration. Qin Guohai repeated. Check the death records within 3 generations of their families. The old man chuckled briefly beside him. He knocked the pipe against the sole of his shoe, sparks falling onto the blue bricks and quickly dimming. It's a waste of effort. The old man stood up straight. He looked at Qin Guohai, who was issuing orders to the communicator. Do you think that kind of fate will reveal its true form in electronic files? The old man walked to the old square table to pour himself a glass of water. The causal line of such people is obscured by the will of heaven. He continued, your machines tapping away on keyboards cannot uncover it. Qin Guohai tightened his grip on the communicator's casing. Start the program. First, Qin Guohai shouted at the screen. The old man drank the cool water from his enamel cup and slammed the cup down on the table. The base of the enamel cup chipped off a piece of paint. What a waste of effort. The old man pointed at Chen Yuan on the bed. Only a creature like him can sense the taste of bloodline. Rely on the Immortal to strip away the rules and find it yourself. Qin Guohai cut off the frequency connection. His leather shoes made a dull sound as they hit the blue bricks. Only 3 days remained. Chen Yuan's physical condition was on the brink of collapse. For the injured to sense the breath across the world was akin to reaching for the heavens. At that moment, Chen Yuan's fingers curled slightly. The wooden bed creaked lightly as he moved. Lin Xia hurried over and bent down. Brother, she called out. Chen Yuan lifted his eyelids. His eye sockets were sunken. The dark golden ring around his pupils was shattered. A grayish aura of death enveloped his brow. Chen Yuan pressed his hands on either side of the bed. He exerted force in his waist, lifting his upper body off the board. The sound of bones rubbing together was distinctly clear in the quiet coffin shop. Lie back down. The old man threw the sandpaper aside and took 3 steps toward the wooden bed. If you keep stirring that little bit of fire in your organs, you'll burn yourself to ashes. Chen Yuan ignored the old man. He straightened his body. The sleeves of his dark blue long robe slipped down and piled on his forearms. Chen Yuan turned to look at the night sky outside the window with not a single star visible. Rules. Chen Yuan uttered 2 hoarse syllables. He coughed up a mouthful of dark blood foam with a metallic taste which dripped onto the star chart on the sheepskin scroll. Chen Yuan raised a hand to wipe his chin clean. The rules are set by me. His gaze sharpened and focused. The scattered dark golden hues reignited deep within his pupils. It wants to take my life. Chen Yuan slowly raised his right hand. Not worthy yet. He brought his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword finger. The 2 fingers shot straight toward his brow. The fingertips pierced through flesh. The vertical wound immediately split open and dark golden blood flowed down his nose. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, forcibly channeling the echoes of time. You're courting death, the old man shouted. He reached out to grab Chen Yuan's arm. A powerful invisible shockwave erupted from Chen Yuan's body, pushing the old man back, who stumbled 5 steps. His back collided with the wooden frame, knocking several tools to the ground. Qin Guohai took a step forward to shield Lin Xia. A whirlwind swept through the coffin shop, lifting wood shavings from the ground into the air. Dozens of blank wooden plaques hanging on the wall were all toppled to the ground. Outside, the sky suddenly changed. Lightning split the heavy clouds, striking directly at the back street of the drum tower. Thunder erupted above the rooftops. The glass windows trembled, forming a web of cracks. The backlash of heavenly law descended, a causal punishment directed at the immortals who forcibly probed the secrets of heaven. Chen Yuan's previously pale face rapidly flushed red. Muscles in his forehead twitched uncontrollably. Dark, golden blood oozed from his right ear, trickling down his chin and staining the collar of his long robe. Chen Yuan gritted his back teeth. The jawbone emitted a dislocated cracking sound as he relied on the remaining vitality to resist the pressure descending from a higher dimension. The reality before him began to twist and warp. The perception range of the echoes of time surged outward amidst the thunderous punishment. Chen Yuan tore through the fog of causality with his divine sense, a cacophony of sounds rushing into his mind. He peeled away the useless noises and followed the faint pulse of the sheepskin scroll, tracing back along its weak breath. The pungent scent of disinfectant filled the boundaries of his perception. Bright, blinding fluorescent tubes cast a cold light. Blue plastic chairs lined both sides of the corridor, and a figure in a white coat was running. The woman had her hair tied in a high ponytail. This silhouette bore a familiar resemblance that spanned 80 years. At that moment, the threads of causality clicked into place. Chen Yuan opened his eyes. The capillaries around his eyes burst completely. 2 streams of blood rolled down his cheeks. The pressure surrounding Chen Yuan suddenly collapsed. Wood shavings scattered back to the ground. Broken tiles from the damaged roof fell onto the bluestone pavement of the street. Chen Yuan gasped for breath, his body leaning forward with his hands drooping. Qin Guohai rushed forward to grab his arm. Chen Yuan gripped Qin Guohai's jacket sleeve tightly. Beijing, he said, each word seeping blood. First Municipal Hospital. He tightened his fingers around the fabric. Emergency Department. Lin Xia ran forward, pulling out a tissue to wipe the bloodstains from Chen Yuan's face. Her fingers were drenched in sweat. The tissue became dark red, soaked through with blood. Beijing is 1,200 kilometers from here, Qin Guohai stated. Chen Yuan's eyelids drooped heavily. The golden patterns on the back of his hands spread outward another inch. The old man emerged from the corner of the wooden frame. He picked up the pipe from the ground and wiped off the dust with his sleeve. What good is it to calculate the location? The old man said, pointing at Chen Yuan's body on the verge of collapse. With his leaky, broken vessel. The old man turned around and pulled out some hemp rope from the rack. He slammed the rope down on the square table. If he steps out of this street, he will fall apart. Chen Yuan shrugged off the hands of Qin Guohai, who was trying to help him. He stood alone, gripping the edge of the bed. His feet touched the cold blue brick floor. The bones in his legs creaked under the pressure. As Chen Yuan uttered the words emergency department, the light before him suddenly narrowed into a thin line. His knees buckled forward and his entire body leaned toward the wooden bed. Lin Xia lunged from the side, wrapping her hands around his right arm, her 10 fingers digging into the flesh within the long sleeves. The sensation of her nails breaking through the skin jolted Chen Yuan's consciousness, preventing him from slipping entirely into darkness. Hold on. Lin Xia gritted her teeth and pulled back. Her weight of over 100 pounds was insufficient to counteract the inertia of a falling adult man. Qin Guohai reached out from the other side to support Chen Yuan's back, and the two worked together to hoist him back to the edge of the bed. Chen Yuan's head struck the wooden board, producing a dull thud. He remained silent. The vertical gash on his brow continued to ooze a dark golden liquid which flowed down his nose and pooled at the corner of his mouth. The metallic taste of rust filled his throat. Emergency Department of the First People's Hospital in Jing City. Qin Guohai repeated the coordinates and turned to extract a red secure communicator from the lining of his jacket. It took only 2 seconds to connect to the encrypted frequency. Chen Jingwo. Qin Guohai lowered his voice. Chen Yuan has found the target for the Tying blood at the Emergency Department of the First People's Hospital in Jing City. What is his current condition? The sound of a teacup being placed on the table came from the other end. Chen Jingwo's voice emerged from the speaker. Qin Guohai glanced at Chen Yuan on the bed, whose breathing was extremely shallow, the rise and fall of his chest nearly imperceptible. He suffered a backlash from forcibly activating the echo of time. He has only 3 days left. No, to be precise, 2.5 days left. There was a moment of silence on the line, followed by the sound of porcelain shattering. It wasn't the teacup being placed on the table, it was being crushed. Fragments bounced on the hard table surface, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. 2.5 days. Chen Jingwo's tone rose by half an octave. Mr. G from the coffin shop put it more bluntly. Qin Guohai's lips formed a straight line. He cannot leave this street. The sound of a chair being abruptly pushed back and the chair wheels grinding against the floor came from the other end. Chen Jingwo stood up. The Qingtian plan is immediately upgraded to level 1 response. I will sign it right now. Which unit of the Northwest Military District is nearest to you? The 39th Army's Pit Replacement Garrison Unit. Qin Guohai reported the unit number. Brigadier Li Weidong. The communicator buzzed with urgent dialing sounds as Chen Jingwo simultaneously picked up the second line. His voice became short and fierce. Is this the operations room of the General Staff? I am Chen Jiangwo Code 001 Authorization. Activate the air corridor toward Jing City highest priority. 3 armed helicopters will take off immediately for escort. All airspace along the route must clear. Civil aviation must stop and redirect as needed. If any mistake occurs, I will hold your duty officer accountable. Qin Guohai cut off the frequency. He looked outside the dilapidated wooden door of the coffin shop. The street behind the drum tower was deserted, the streetlights casting long shadows of the phoenix trees. An old man squatted in the corner, reigniting his dry smoke, taking a puff. It won't help to call in more soldiers. The old man squinted as he exhaled smoke rings. At 1,200 kilometers, once he gets in the vehicle, he will dissipate. Lin Xia squatted by the bed, wiping the bloodstains from Chen Yuan's face with her sleeve. Her hands trembled incessantly. Can we fly? Lin Xia suddenly looked up at Qin Guohai. Qin Guohai shook his head. The helicopter's vibration frequency will accelerate the dissipation of the residual qi and blood in his body. But ground transport will take over 14 hours. He won't last that long. The roar of an engine sounded from outside. It was not an ordinary car engine, but a heavy chassis powered by a diesel turbocharger rapidly crushing the ground. The white light of the car's headlights penetrated the wooden door's gap, illuminating the wall of the coffin shop for a brief moment. An emergency brake screeched, the tires shrieking against the bluestone pavement. The airflow generated by the vibrating car body flung the door open, slamming it against the outer wall before bouncing back. A figure in military training attire jumped down from the driver's seat. Military boots shattered the shards of tiles on the threshold. The newcomer stood at 1.85 meters tall, a golden star on his shoulder insignia. Li Weidong. His first action upon entering was not to speak. He knelt on the bluestone floor, raising his right hand above his head, fingers together at the side of his temple. In a standard kneeling military salute. His eyes were red, the whites of his eyes filled with fine blood vessels. Instructor. Li Weidong's voice was hoarse and rough. Brigadier Li Weidong of the 39th Army at your service. Chen Yuan's eyelids flickered. Get up. The hoarse words squeezed out of his mouth. Kneeling is less useful than starting the vehicle. Li Weidong wiped his face, stood up, and rushed out of the door in 3 strides. The vehicle he commandeered was a special medical vehicle from the military hospital, a wheeled chassis with a negative pressure chamber and a full set of life support systems. Lin Xia, help your brother into the vehicle. Li Weidong swung open the rear door. The scent of disinfectant wafted out. Lin Xia and Qin Guohai lifted Chen Yuan from either side. Chen Yuan's feet dragged on the ground, the soles of his shoes scraping against the bluestone, making a friction sound. He had lost strength in his legs. The old man stood behind the door frame, the dry smoking rod pinched between his fingers, not following. Aren't you coming along, Grandpa Ji? Lin Xia called back. The old man scoffed. My coffin hasn't finished drying yet. He paused for a moment and added. Tell that old immortal after finding the person, don't be stingy. His little savings are enough for him to trade his life. Chen Yuan was laid flat on the stretcher in the medical cabin. Electrocardiogram electrodes were attached to his chest, and the heart rate displayed on the screen was 31 beats per minute, half of a normal person's rate. Li Weidong climbed into the driver's seat, turned the key with his left hand, and grabbed the vehicle's radio microphone with his right. 39th Army Headquarters, this is Li Weidong. Level 1 Escort Mission Code Qingtian. All intersections along the route are to be sealed immediately. If you hear my voice, clear the way for me. The radio erupted with a flurry of confirming replies. The medical vehicle roared into action, and the entire street behind the drum tower quickly receded from the window. Li Weidong slammed the accelerator to the floor. The speed of the vehicle soared past 160 kilometers in 12 seconds. 300 meters ahead, 2 military off-road vehicles blocked the intersection, their rooftops flashing red and blue lights, sirens tearing through the night, forcibly creating a passage. The toll booth barriers along the highway were all raised. In the surveillance footage, every 2 kilometers a patrol vehicle from the armed police blocked the ramp entrance, sealing off any potential for social vehicles to merge. On the 6-lane highway, only 1 white medical vehicle remained. A desperate gamble. Qin Guohai sat in the cabin staring at the electrocardiogram. The numbers dropped from 31 to 28, then from 28 to 26. The heart rate is still decreasing. Qin Guohai pressed down on Chen Yuan's wrist. The pulse was extremely faint, nearly undetectable. Li Weidong. Qin Guohai tapped the cockpit partition. Can you go any faster? I'm already going 200 kilometers per hour. Li Weidong's roar came from the front. If the engine pushes any harder, it will start smoking. Lin Xia squatted beside the stretcher, her hands gripping Chen Yuan's icy fingers. She looked down and saw that the dark golden patterns on the back of Chen Yuan's hand, which had only spread to the base of his fingers, had now crawled up to his wrist, continuing to spread toward his forearm. Brother. Lin Xia lowered her voice. Don't sleep. Chen Yuan's lips moved slightly. No sound came. In the skyline outside, 3 black dots swooped in from the northwest, slicing through the air with the sound of rotor blades. The formation of the WZ-10 helicopters hovered 50 meters above the medical vehicle, their belly lights illuminating the entire stretch of highway. Li Weidong's radio crackled to life again. Brigadier, the military airport 30 kilometers ahead has cleared the runway. The Y-20 is on standby with pressurized sealed cabins expected to arrive in Jing City in 40 minutes. Li Weidong did not respond. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. The rearview mirror reflected the empty road extending to the horizon along with the intersecting beams of light cast by the 3 war eagles above. 5,000 years. The Huaxia had never sent off a person in such a manner. Inside the cabin, the numbers on the electrocardiogram flickered. 24. Qin Guohai's palms were soaked in cold sweat. At that moment, the edge of the dark golden pattern on Chen Yuan's wrist quietly moved forward by 2 centimeters. On the outskirts of Geneva, a 17th-century medieval castle stood amidst the rain. Arthur Smith's right hand was wrapped in thick medical gauze. Bloodstains faintly seeped through the gauze. He held half a glass of red wine in his left hand. A massive electronic screen at the edge of the wall flickered with a cold light. The screen was displaying the latest satellite infrared imaging from the northwestern airspace of Huaxia. The infrared silhouettes of 3 WZ-10 attack helicopters glowed a blinding red. They were arranged in an inverted triangle formation, closely guarding a special medical vehicle speeding down the highway below. Duke Smith, the activity level of the Huaxia military has surpassed conventional combat readiness standards. The butler standing in the shadows lowered his voice. Smith downed the wine in his glass. The liquid slid down his esophagus. He watched the red dot on the screen advancing toward the capital. That monster is in trouble. Smith's left hand tightened, and the thin walls of the goblet emitted a teeth-grating sound. He's not just injured. He took 2 steps on the wooden floor. He might even be close to death. He turned and walked to the mahogany desk. He slammed the wine glass onto the desk. Connect to the dark web's central node. The butler quickly approached, typing on a specialized hacking keyboard. An interface emblazoned with a pale skull logo popped up in the center of the screen. Smith pressed his left index finger on the touchpad. Post a bounty. $200 million. The butler's hands hovered in midair, glancing at Smith. Find the man in the long shirt, named Chen Yuan. Target requirements, his real-time geometric coordinates and latest vital signs data. The butler pressed the enter key. The bounty notice spread through the dark web's hidden channels like viral spores to the global hacker community. Headquarters of the Huaxia National Security Bureau. Level 9 underground server room. A vent continuously blew cold air, mixing with the aroma of braised beef noodles. Bai Xian slumped in a worn black gaming chair, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes. In his left hand, he twirled a plastic white fork around a pile of instant noodles. His right hand habitually typed maintenance code on the mechanical keyboard. Suddenly, the red alert square in the bottom right corner of the main monitoring screen flashed wildly. Bai Xian's actions came to an abrupt halt. He casually tossed aside the fork. A few drops of noodle broth splashed onto the edge of the keyboard tray as he straightened his back. His 10 fingers spread flat on the keyboard keys. The server room fell silent for less than half a second. The sound of keyboard strikes resembled torrential rain beating against a tin roof. Characters leaped across the screen, forming a virtual afterimage. The dark web data flow is infiltrating the domestic physical nodes. Bai Xian's gaze was locked onto the rapidly refreshing waterfall of code on the screen. He turned his head to the microphone on the desk. Old Zhao, switch me the internal network firewall number 3. The microphone only emitted a crackling static noise. Bai Xian didn't even wait for a reply from the other side. He directly typed in 13 urgent decryption and disconnection commands. The green code on the screen swiftly transformed into a red tracing graph. A bounty data packet. Bai Xian raised an eyebrow. $200 million to find someone. He switched command line windows, drilling back into the source of the data flow's camouflage. Within 6 seconds after the 7th routing hop, he accurately pinned the IP address to a civilian network port in Geneva. Do overseas institutions have that much money? Bai Xian licked his cracked lips. He typed a line of forced cache overflow code. The 3-layer server defenses set by the other side were torn open as if made of paper. Bai Xian dragged the attachment of the dark web bounty notice back to his local desktop. He double-clicked to extract it. A photo processed with Gaussian blur popped up in the center of the screen. Bai Xian typed on the keyboard to load a sharpening plugin. The blue progress bar filled rapidly. A young man wearing an old blue long shirt appeared on the high-definition screen. The man's complexion was pale, and his eyes were half closed. The background was the interior of an ancient tomb relic in the southwest region. Bai Xian zoomed in on the man's face in the photo. With a face like that, why would he attract international assassin organizations instead of mixing in the entertainment industry? He mumbled. He continued to dig deeper into the internal network using the man's information tags from the dark web. The system automatically captured the residual data traces from the Sinkhole military management area. The 39th Army had thoroughly cleaned up the network there a few days ago, but Bai Xian had his own backdoor to play with. He pulled up a segment of surveillance footage that had been smashed and then painstakingly pieced together. The video image flickered with strip-like snowflakes. The quality had severely degraded. Playback began. The man in the long shirt stood before a massive bronze door. Surrounded by fully armed soldiers of the 39th Army, the man carried no modern heavy engineering tools. He held only a rusted long knife. His wrist rose, and the blade struck a massive granite boulder weighing 3 tons beside him. There was no spray of sparks, only a smooth mirror-like cut emerged. The granite split in two, crashing heavily to the ground. The fragments hit the ground, and the dust kicked up flew out of the screen's range. Bai Xian's mouth slowly opened. The half-glass of iced cola beside him was knocked over by his elbow. The carbonated beverage dripped down the edge of the table onto his jeans. He did not bother to wipe it. He dragged the video progress bar back to the critical moment of that last second. Set to 0. 1 speed. The moment the man's blade made contact with the stone, there was no deformation or pulling caused by any metallic physical collisions. Bai Xian rubbed his eyes. He grabbed a university physics textbook from beside his computer. He opened to the page of Chapter 6, pausing for 2 seconds on the density and pressure formula. He raised his head to look at the screen again. His materialistic scientific worldview began to shake violently. A crack opened in the foundation. The heavy airtight door of the server room was forcefully pushed open from the outside. The rubber strip at the bottom of the door creaked against the concrete floor. Chen Yuan strode in, bringing the cold air from outside beneath his trench coat. Bai Xian. Chen Yuan walked to the control panel. He glanced at the frozen image of the severed boulder on the screen, then turned to Bai Xian with a serious expression. Shred and destroy all residual documents related to this person in the southwest region. Bai Xian looked up. Chief, is this video leaked from a film special effects base? Chen Yuan did not respond to this question. He pulled out a red file stamped with the S001 insignia from the inner pocket of his jacket. He slapped it directly onto Bai Xian's keyboard tray. The broth from the braised beef noodles splattered onto the edge of the document, but Chen Yuan didn't care. Listen carefully, the highest confidentiality order has been issued. Chen Yuan's voice echoed in the empty underground server room. The target is moving towards the First People's Hospital of the capital. Initiate satellite hijacking. Block all foreign commercial and military spy satellite signals over the capital. Cut off all physical external network connections of civilian cameras along the target's route. Do not take any interception actions. Just follow the network cables and burn their servers to ashes. Bai Xian looked into Chen Yuan's eyes. There was no hint of joking in his pupils. Bai Xian's throat bobbed slightly as he pushed the red file to the edge. Both hands returned to the mechanical keyboard. A fervent light surged from the depths of his eyes. He was fed up with intercepting Trojan viruses every day like a neighborhood committee ant. Chief, is the baseline permission fully opened? Fully opened. Chen Yuan straightened up. Bai Xian pulled open the drawer beneath the keyboard, pried off the protective cover, and pressed a hidden red physical switch. The entire level 9 underground server room's lighting instantly shifted to a battle-ready dark blue. The Great Wall counterattack system is activated. He typed a long string of ultimate destruction module codes into the command line. The large screen immediately displayed a dense array of global connection nodes. Geneva Castle, a financial tycoon. Bai Xian entered the enforced tracking code. The dark web server that had been distributing an exorbitant bounty just 3 minutes ago was now transformed into a series of red-circled numerical targets on Bai Xian's monitor. Smith's overseas hacker team sensed the reverse torrent. They began frantically deploying botnet legions to construct external defense walls. Bai Xian sneered. Using this pile of electronic garbage to block me. He mobilized all available computing power from 32 supercomputing centers across the country, condensing it into a straightforward electronic hammer in the data network. This hammer had no blind spots. Bai Xian raised his right hand high. His palm slammed down on the enter key. Bang! A massive data flow crossed half the globe, directly pouring into Geneva's network hub. 17 subnet server arrays across 7 countries in Europe experienced an overload, with all exhaust fans in the cabinets shutting down within a second. The temperature of the core processor chips shot through the red alert threshold. The bottom-level physical alarm defense program was directly tampered with and locked down. In the underground second-level data center of the Geneva Castle, red and blue alarm lights spun wildly. Smith had yet to lift his goblet. The adjacent cabinet room emitted a pungent, burnt smell. A dozen foreign technicians in white shirts dropped their keyboards and screamed as they squeezed towards the iron door. Then a series of muffled explosions erupted in various cabinets. 17 expensive main server motherboards ignited and exploded on the spot. The chemical fire extinguishing gas from the fire suppression system sprayed out from the ceiling, enveloping the entire basement in a white mist. Smith's complexion turned a deep shade of iron. He looked at the massive monitoring screen ahead that had lost all signals, now resembling a blackboard. The exorbitant bounty had not only been forcibly cut off. The network eyes he had built over 3 years across Europe were completely pierced at this moment. In the 9th level of the National Security Bureau, Bai Xian stared at the attack interface that had lost connection feedback. He turned to Chen Yuan behind him. It's all burned clean. Chen Yuan nodded. He turned and walked towards the airtight door. The sound of his military boots on the concrete floor was extremely steady. Guard this place strictly. No data flies are allowed to enter the capital within 3 days. The door closed again, leaving Bai Xian alone to gaze at the man in the long shirt on the screen. At this moment above the capital, the thunderclouds remained tightly locked together. The massive gray body of the Y-20 had pushed through the clouds, its nose aimed directly at the military airport runway as it descended. Around the airport, dozens of military trucks had sealed off a 2-kilometer radius. Meanwhile, in the direction of the city center, the sirens of an ambulance had long resonated in the square in front of the emergency department of the first hospital. The wheels of the stretcher rolled over the concrete speed bump. A complete set of life support equipment swayed on the metal frame. A group of doctors and nurses in white coats, some of whom had lost their shoes, were sprinting towards the special emergency passage. The automatic doors of the rescue room swung open to both sides. At the center of the storm, the raindrops had just begun to touch down. The First People's Hospital of Beijing City. The harsh white lights in the emergency hall shone down on the chaos below. The air in the first-floor hall was a mix of disinfectant and the metallic scent of blood. A bald man stood in front of the circular reception desk. He was stocky, his muscular frame stretching a tight black tank top. He raised his thick right arm. His palms slammed heavily onto the marble surface of the reception desk. A loud bang echoed throughout the emergency hall. The plastic triage sign on the marble surface bounced up from the impact and fell to the ground. Several patients waiting in line for registration stepped back in fright. The bald man glared with bloodshot eyes. Spittle flew toward the pale-faced young nurse across from him. "My son got a scrape from fighting at school. Did you just let him sit on the blue plastic chair outside? If he gets tetanus, are you all ready to take responsibility?" The bald man reached out and grabbed the strap of the nurse's name tag, pulling her directly to the edge of the desk. "Arrange a VIP single room on the top floor for me immediately." "Can't you understand what I'm saying?" The young nurse trembled in fear. She clutched the strap of her name tag tightly, her voice cracking with suppressed tears. "Sir, please don't be impulsive. The VIP rooms are fully booked. Critical patients are waiting for beds. I checked your son's wound, it's just a regular abrasion. You just need to go to the side treatment room for some iodine." The bald man's eye twitched twice. He violently threw the nurse's name tag away. He grabbed the iron rack filled with medical records on the reception desk and slammed it down to the ground. The metal rack hit the floor with a piercing crash. Dozens of medical records scattered across the floor. "Just a regular abrasion. I paid money, so I am a god. You worthless doctors are just asking for trouble." 2 security guards in black uniforms rushed over at the sound. The older guard pointed his baton at the bald man. "What are you doing? This is a hospital, step back." The bald man didn't even glance at the 2 guards. 3 heavily tattooed men stepped out from behind him. The 3 accomplices directly confronted the 2 guards, shoving and pushing. Before the guards could raise their batons, 2 burly men had already twisted their arms. The strong men shoved the guards against a supporting pillar in the corner of the emergency hall. The older guard's back hit the pillar, causing him to groan in pain. Surrounding patients and their families quickly scattered to the sides. Someone raised their phone, wanting to take a picture. One of the bald man's accomplices pointed at the crowd. "Who dares to take a picture? I'll smash all your phones." The crowd quickly fell silent, no one daring to Only the sound of wheels rolling over the ground echoed from the depths of the corridor. The automatic sliding doors of the resuscitation room opened. Su Qing emerged wearing a white coat after completing a 6-hour-long cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Her mask hung on her chin. Her features were delicate, with fine beads of sweat forming on her nose. Her eyes showed the deep fatigue from a long night. Hearing the commotion in the hall, Su Qing paused. She turned her head towards the reception desk. Her brows immediately knitted together. Su Qing instinctively raised her right hand to smooth a small tuft of hair stuck at her temple. She tucked her hands into the pockets of her white coat and strode toward the reception desk, the hem of her coat swaying rapidly with her steps. "Let her go." Su Qing's voice rang out in the spacious hall. It was soft, yet carried an authority forged from years in the emergency department. The bald man turned his head and looked Su Qing up and down. His gaze lingered for a second on the name tag on the doctor's chest. Emergency Department Deputy Director Su Qing. Su Qing walked to the young nurse, who had just been frightened to tears, and pulled her behind her. The nurse hid behind Su Qing, sobbing intermittently. "Dr. Su, he's unreasonable." Su Qing patted the nurse's shoulder, signaling her to be quiet. Su Qing looked directly into the bald man's eyes. "I am the deputy director here. Whatever your demands are, you can discuss them with me. Do not make things difficult for the nurse." The bald man snorted coldly and stepped forward. The overwhelming sense of pressure from his massive frame bore down on Su Qing. "Do you think talking to you will be effective? My son has been waiting outside for half an hour. Clear out a VIP room immediately." Su Qing remained calm, articulating each word clearly. "This family member, let me explain once again. The beds are full. The VIP rooms on the top floor have been fully occupied since last month. There are still 3 newly admitted critical accident victims lying in the emergency corridor, not to mention VIP rooms. Even the extra beds in regular wards are being overdrawn. Your son's skin abrasion can be treated in the surgical treatment room with stitches or bandaging. The bald man's face turned red. He felt embarrassed in front of this young female doctor. The surrounding crowd dared not speak, but their pointed fingers and whispers all fell in the bald man's line of sight. He turned to look at the boy sitting on the blue plastic chair behind him. Other than a bright red abrasion on his knee, he had hardly bled at all. The bald man turned back and raised his right foot, kicking hard at a nearby medical cart that had not been taken away. The cart was sent toppling over. Medical gauze, sterile trays, and tweezers scattered across the floor. Glass containers shattered on the tiles, breaking into countless pieces. Several nurses behind Su Qing gasped in shock. Su Qing stood her ground, not moving an inch. The edges of her white sneakers were splattered with shards of glass. The bald man extended his thick, stubby index finger, directly pointing at Su Qing's face. "Don't you dare use critical patience to fool me. Does the life of a poor soul compare to my son? I'm telling you right now. If you don't provide a bed within 10 minutes, I'll smash your emergency department to pieces." Su Qing's eye twitched slightly. She forcefully suppressed her anger, pushing down the rage that had risen to her throat. "You have damaged the hospital's medical equipment. We have already called the police." Hearing the word police, the bald man was completely enraged. He turned around and grabbed a large bottle of medical disinfectant alcohol from the reception desk. The heavy plastic bottle shook in his hand. He raised the disinfectant high, preparing to smash it down onto the computer monitor behind the reception desk. "Call the police. Get them here right now. Let's see if the police will side with me or with you heartless doctors who refuse to save lives." The two burly accomplices beside him also began shouting. "Smash it. Tear this broken desk apart." The security guard pressed against the wall, struggled desperately, but could not escape the grip of the two strong men. The crowd retreated even further. A mother covering her child's eyes hurriedly ran into the night outside. Su Qing looked at the bottle of disinfectant hanging in midair. She did not back down. Instead, she took a step forward. She boldly stepped past the side edge of the reception desk, placing herself in front of the most crucial row of computer hosts and triage equipment. In that position, she completely shielded the frightened young nurse behind her. Su Qing stood tall, her figure in the white coat appearing somewhat slender. Her cold eyes swept over the beefy man before her, revealing no hint of fear. "This is a hospital." Su Qing spoke, her voice slightly hoarse from fatigue, yet each word struck firmly against the tiles. "This is a place for healing and saving lives. This is not a place for you to run wild." This statement ignited the powder keg in the bald man's mind. He felt that his authority was being trampled underfoot by this woman. In front of so many of his brothers, he couldn't even handle a female doctor. The bald man's eyes were filled with rage. He directly tossed the disinfectant he had been holding. With a loud crash, the bottle hit the ground. The acrid smell of alcohol quickly filled the hall. The bald man stepped forward, spitting out a string of curses. "Today I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of your father." He raised his massive, the muscles in his arm bulged, carrying immense force. That rough hand sliced through the air under the corridor light. It was aimed straight at Su Qing's fair left cheek. The young nurse behind let out a terrified scream. Su Qing stood her ground. Glass shards still lay at her feet. Just as the hand was about to hit Su Qing's face, an indescribable roar suddenly descended from above. The tremendous sound wave penetrated the ceiling of the outpatient building of the first hospital, crashing directly into the emergency hall. The helicopter's heavy rotor blades tore through the air outside. At that moment, the explosion-proof glass windows of the entire emergency hall began to tremble violently. The bald man's right arm hung in the air. A tremendous roar suppressed all other sounds. A gust of wind carried rainwater down from the rooftop of the outpatient building. The 5-meter-high blast-proof glass in the emergency hall emitted a sharp deformation sound. The white incandescent lampshades at the top shook violently. Two beams of intense white spotlight descended from above. The light beams penetrated the glass, casting onto the marble floor in front of the triage desk. The blinding white light left everyone unable to open their eyes. The bald man retracted his right hand and turned to look at the emergency room door. The heavy windbreak curtain was lifted high by the wind pressure created by the rotor blades. The pungent smell of disinfectant was completely blown away by the gale. 3 dark green military Hummers rushed directly into the hospital's front yard. The barrier at the entrance was broken sideways by the bumper. The metal rod spun and flew into the bushes of the landscaped area. The 8-wheeled chassis of the special medical vehicle heavily crushed the concrete speed bump. The vehicle and the entire floor of the emergency hall trembled twice. The tires screeched to a halt 10 centimeters before the threshold. The thick rubber screeched against the ground, producing a piercing shriek. The car door popped open. Li Weidong, dressed in camouflage fatigues, jumped down from the driver's seat. He held a Type 95 automatic rifle in his hands. Black combat boots slammed onto the wet steps. 2 squads of fully armed assault soldiers poured out of the Hummer in succession. The windbreak goggles under their tactical helmets obscured their faces. The heavy footsteps formed a continuous sound. They brandished their guns and stepped over the shattered glass to enter the hall. The tactical attachments on their bulletproof vests clinked against each other, creating a sharp sound. The three muscular men with tattooed arms brought by the bald man stared in shock. One of them had half a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Ash fell onto his black vest, burning a hole in the fabric without him noticing. They spent their days on the streets collecting debts and brawling, never having seen a real armed military unit. The gun barrels reflected the stark white light of the hall. "Attention, everyone!" Li Weidong's shout made people's eardrums ache. He pulled back the rifle bolt with a swift motion. The metallic clink of the bullet being chambered echoed in everyone's hearts. "Clear the corridor within 30 seconds. Everyone take cover immediately. Those who disobey will be punished on the spot." The assault soldiers quickly dispersed. Pairing up, they used tactical movements to secure all exits. The gun muzzles were pointed directly at the crowd in front of the triage desk. The closest tattooed man to the door felt his knees weaken. He slid to his knees, pressing his hands tightly against the back of his head. Two nearby thugs followed suit, burying their faces into their knees. The bald man took 2 steps back. His heel caught on a bundle of blood-soaked medical gauze. He fell flat on it. The back of his head struck the shattered base of an 4 bottle, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. Yet he dared not utter a single word. His hands instinctively cradled his shiny bald head, curling into a ball. The idle patients and their families in the hall crouched against the walls. The entire first floor was only filled with the sounds of military boots moving back and forth. Su Qing still stood at the triage desk. The young nurse behind her curled up beside the main equipment under the desk. She held onto the hem of Su Qing's white coat tightly with both hands. Su Qing did not retreat. She looked up at the torrential rain swept by the raging wind outside. 2 soldiers worked together to pull open the rear door of the medical vehicle. Qin Guohai was the first to jump down from the vehicle. He held the portable ECG monitor, which was beeping incessantly. Lin Xia followed, leaning out. She grasped the door handle with both hands, her fingers stained with dark golden blood. 2 assault soldiers leaped onto the vehicle. They pulled out a military stretcher with universal folding wheels. Chen Yuan lay on the stretcher as he was pushed toward the hall. His blue robe was tattered and soaked in blood. Dark patterns crawled from his neck down along his jawline. His eyelids were half closed. The rise and fall of his chest were faint, nearly stopped. The wheels of the stretcher rolled over the smooth porcelain tiles of the hall. Qin Guohai pushed the equipment cart while scanning the scattered crowd. He fixed his gaze on the only standing female doctor at the triage desk. "Who is Su Qing?" Qin Guohai shouted hoarsely. His voice conveyed extreme urgency. "Where is the head of the emergency department, Su Qing?" Su Qing let go of the triage folder she was holding. The metal clipboard slapped against the marble surface. She stepped forward half a step. "I am Su Qing." The stretcher was pushed to the illuminated area beside the triage desk. Chen Yuan's head tilted to the left. His blood-stained eyelashes trembled violently. His eyelids struggled to open a crack. A figure in a plain white coat was reflected in his retina. Su Qing stood at the edge of the shattered glass ruins. Her hands were slanted into her pockets. There was no trace of makeup on her face. Her features were strikingly clear. A few strands of hair were stuck to her temples with sweat. Her right cheek bore a faint scratch from a fingernail. It was left from earlier when she performed chest compressions in the ambulance. Chen Yuan gazed intently at her face. The surrounding sounds of footsteps, wind, and shouting were all stretched far away. The screen of the ECG monitor displayed a near-death value of 20 beats per minute. The gentle green curve suddenly jumped sharply upward. It emitted 2 urgent and powerful beeps. Over the course of 5,000 years, Chen Yuan had crossed countless dry rivers of the heart. At this moment, his heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. In 1941, the mountain city. Overlapping faces transcended time and space. That person wore a faded coarse cloth nurse's uniform. Standing stubbornly in front of the crumbling wall, protecting several boxes of penicillin amidst the piercing sound of the air raid alarm. "Hurry up, don't worry about me." That hoarse cry transcended the long passage of time, directly drilling into Chen Yuan's current eardrum. His fingers twitched slightly. The dark red and gold patterns burst with a faint glow at the knuckles. He attempted to raise his arm, even if it was just to touch the air. But his muscles couldn't muster the strength to lift even half an inch. "Brother." Lin Xia noticed Chen Yuan's movement. She rushed forward and covered his completely cold hand with both of hers. "Don't move, we've arrived, we're at the hospital." Lin Xia turned her head to look at Su Qing. Large tears mixed with the blood on her cheeks fell down. "Dr. Su, please save him immediately." Qin Guohai slammed the ECG monitor onto the metal frame beneath the stretcher. "Director Su, the target is you. He is in critical condition and his internal organs are failing." Qin Guohai even forgot to use vocabulary that modern medicine would understand. Su Qing's brows furrowed tightly. She withdrew her hands from her pockets. Striding toward the stationary stretcher, her professional instincts compelled her to extend her index and middle fingers to check the pulse of Chen Yuan's carotid artery. The moment her fingertips touched his pale skin, a chill far beyond the human body's temperature limit surged through Su Qing's veins. Her gaze collided with Chen Yuan's fully opened eyes. Hidden deep within his pupils was something heavier than the night, unfathomable. Su Qing's heart raced uncontrollably. An overwhelming sense of anguish surged toward her nostrils. She shook her head violently, forcibly crushing this emotion that did not belong to a clinical doctor. Heart rate severely low, significant hypothermia. Su Qing summoned the execution ability she had honed from years of working in the emergency department. She shouted emergency orders toward the triage desk behind her. Clear room 1. Bring the cardiopulmonary resuscitation machine over. Prepare the defibrillator and set it to maximum joules. Li Weidong swung his right fist heavily forward. 2 groups of soldiers immediately grabbed the rails on both sides of the stretcher and sped up. In the passageway leading to room 1, a 2-tiered stainless steel cart lay overturned. Soaked with iodine and shattered glass trays blocked the path. The bald man had just rolled against the edge. His wide half-body still lay across the tiles of the passageway. The left front wheel of the stretcher was caught in the metal base of an 4 apparatus. The soldier pushing the cart braced against the rear and struck it forcefully. The wheels became jammed, unable to overcome the obstacle. The cart shook violently. A muffled, painful sound escaped Chen Yuan's throat. Fresh blood seeped from the cracks in his lips, dripping onto the white pillow. Li Weidong's eyes turned red immediately. He took 2 steps forward. His high-top military boots crushed half of the partition of the obstructing cart. The bald man looked at the muddy boot, sole hovering just before his nose. He tilted his neck to glance at the armed soldier above. His gaze swept over the stretcher where the patient lay pale as gold paper covered in blood. He was used to being domineering in this area. After the shock began to fade, his inherent arrogance flared up once more. Why does he get to go in first when he's almost dead, eh? The bald man braced himself with his hands against the ground, raising his butt off the tiles. He pointed randomly toward the open area outside the hall. My son has been waiting in line for half a day. There should be rules for seeing a doctor. Just because you're in green can you barge in and create a special passage. He turned his body, spreading his arms wide. His bulky shoulders blocked most of the entrance to the rescue room. The hall was silent as a grave. The voice of the bald man became the only noise. Li Weidong's hand gripping the gun bulged with veins as he strode forward. Seeing Li Weidong approach, the bald man trembled at the knees, swallowed hard, and caught a glimpse of his subordinate squatting nearby. To preserve his brother's dignity, he steeled his heart. Can soldiers take lives so lightly? The bald man's voice rose an octave as he got up from the ground, reaching out to push the stretcher in front of him. Get away. The bald man's coarse fingers brushed against the edge of the stretcher. Just as his left hand touched the sheet, the gravely ill man on the stretcher opened his eyes. Within those eyes lay a chilling pressure. The bald man's actions froze midair, cold sweat trickling down his back, his mind unable to grasp the situation. What are you looking at, you sickly wretch? The bald man cursed, redirecting his right hand to push against Chen Yuan's chest. Li Weidong's eyes were bloodshot. You want to die? He shouted, drawing a large caliber handgun from his waist. The gun's muzzle was aimed directly at the bald man's head. The metallic click of the safety being disengaged rang sharply in the emergency hall. The bald man's fingers were less than 2 centimeters away from Chen Yuan's chest. A pale, withered hand lifted from below. Chen Yuan's movement was exceedingly slow, precisely locking onto the bald man's wrist joint. His 5 fingers gently clasped down. There was no unnecessary force. Chen Yuan merely curled his fingers slowly. Crack! A sound emerged that was wholly inconsistent with the fracturing strength of human bones. The bald man's eyebrows twisted together. He barely had time to let out a scream. The connection between his wrist bone and finger bones was crushed into dust by an overwhelming force. Blood burst through the skin of his wrist. Several jagged shards of white bone ejected, landing on the gleaming tiles. Chen Yuan released his grip. The bald man's massive body lost support, his knees crashing down onto the tiles. The patella collided with the floor with a dull thud. The bald man opened his mouth wide, a wail rolling up from his throat. He clutched his twisted right arm, curling up on the ground and rolling over continuously. His hefty body rolled over shards of glass and iodine-soaked bandages. Dark red blood trailed behind him, creating a long streak. Li Weidong pressed the gun back into its holster and kicked the bald man in the abdomen. 2 fully armed soldiers stepped forward, the butt of their guns striking the bald man's nape. His wailing stopped abruptly. He collapsed unconscious beside the load-bearing pillar. Chen Yuan leaned against the edge of the stretcher, the dark golden patterns on his hand flickering with a fading light. The previous movement had drained the last drops of vitality from his body. He pushed away Qin Guohai, who had rushed over to support him. Mr. Chen. Qin Guohai's voice trembled with urgency as he reached for the electrodes of the ECG monitor. The readings on the machine dropped to 0. Don't move. Lin Xia cried as she rushed over, tears mixing with the blood on her face. Brother, lie down, the doctor is right here. Chen Yuan did not turn his head. His gaze passed over the stark white lights of the hall, landing squarely on the figure in a white coat several meters away. Chen Yuan's feet stood on the cold tiles. His leg muscles trembled violently. A few drops of thick blood dripped down his blue front and fell into the cracks of the tiles. Chen Yuan took his first step. His movement was slow with a steady rhythm. As he stepped out, Li Weidong's raised hand hung in the air, afraid to touch him at all. Li Weidong turned his head, shouting towards the head nurse deep in the corridor. "Bring me the defibrillator." Chen Yuan stepped over the incapacitated figure on the ground. He avoided the shards of glass and discarded debris scattered on the floor. He stopped in front of Su Qing, the distance between them shrinking to half a meter. Su Qing still stood at the edge of the triage desk. A neutral pin used for rounds was still tucked in her white coat pocket. Su Qing remained frozen in place, her heart racing at an unnaturally fast pace. The man in the tattered green shirt before her exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Su Qing found herself with no place to retreat. She scrutinized his bloodless face, gazing into his empty eyes. A wave of sour emotion surged up her nostrils. This emotion arrived violently devoid of logic. The calm rationality formed over 8 years in medicine crumbled in an instant. She parted her lips, attempting to ask for his medical information. Yet her throat was heavily blocked by an invisible force, unable to utter a single word. Her legs felt as if they were submerged in heavy lead. This sensation evoked images lost for half a century, directly impacting her modern body. Su Qing's eyes turned red with tears welling up beneath the surface. Chen Yuan gazed down at her quietly. The surrounding clamor faded into an infinite distance within those few seconds. The sounds of military boots, the beeping of the ECG, and the noise of rain pounding against glass all receded, leaving only the person before her. In the span of 5,000 years, the fragments of memory that escaped the erasure of heavenly laws were few and far between. The backlash of the heavenly principles still tore through Chen Yuan's internal organs. But this excruciating pain upon meeting that face was entirely suppressed in that brief moment. She and the shadow frozen outside the air defense cave in Shanxing perfectly overlapped. The rise and fall of his brows and eyes, the position of his hair bun, even the dust on the right side of his face were all identical. Not a single detail was amiss. Chen Yuan raised his left hand. His fingers, stained with dark golden blood, reached towards Su Qing's face. Su Qing did not harbor any thoughts of evasion. Chen Yuan's fingers halted just half an inch from her cheek. He worried that the remnants of energy clinging to his fingertips might harm her face again. The fate of an immortal was boundless, with heavy karmic ties entwined. Chen Yuan's oppressive gaze traced slowly over Su Qing's forehead and chin. His cracked and dry lips opened slightly. His voice was hoarse, carrying the weight and damage of being ground down by time countless times. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." These 6 words were barely audible, only reaching their ears. As the words fell into Su Qing's ears, they shattered all her thoughts in that moment. The sharp wail of the air defense alarm erupted violently from the depths of her brain. The white light in her vision began to warp and contort severely. The brilliance of the fluorescent lights transformed into the orange-eared flames of burning fire. The stone edge of the triage desk crumbled into a collapsed brick wall. The acrid sulfur ash surged violently into her lungs. She felt herself in a yellowed, pilled nurse's dress. Kneeling beneath the shattered blue tiles, she used her back to shield 2 wooden medicine boxes. The shrill scream of a bomb slicing through the air pressed down from above. Shortly after, a figure in a long gown appeared, the fabric covered in glaring dark bloodstains. This broad back shielded her from the falling hot steel rebar and explosive flames. This became the ultimate scene her previous body had witnessed. "You go." Su Qing's lips uncontrollably uttered the words. 2 streams of clear tears pushed past the edges of her eye sockets, sliding down her cheeks and soaking the collar of her white coat. Su Qing could not pinpoint the exact reason for her tears. She even couldn't understand why she uttered this unfamiliar phrase. It was all the feedback from the remnants of her cells deep within, issuing commands that crossed over the frontal lobe. The tears flowed endlessly, unable to stop. Chen Yuan's suspended fingers finally fell. His thick, calloused thumb brushed against Su Qing's cheek, wiping away the dampness. Su Qing sensed the icy cold transmitted through her skin. It was so cold that it felt lifeless. This piercing sensation forcefully seized her ability to think. The sound of the air defense alarm was abruptly cut off, and the flames vanished. Su Qing blinked hard, regaining her focus. The rigorous training of an emergency physician reclaimed control in just 2 seconds. She saw Chen Yuan's near-death appearance. The man's face was stark white, and the movement of his chest was almost at the zero boundary. Su Qing's gaze traveled down from the remnants of blood on his chin. Her eyes fell just below Chen Yuan's collarbone. The tattered blue fabric was soaked with thick, dark red matter. The edge of the cotton fabric was torn back, exposing the underlying wound. This was not the result of a conventional sharp object. A whole chunk of thick pectoral muscle and ribcage had dramatically caved in. As the skin flipped, numerous shattered rib fragments pointed towards the heart's diaphragm. A large volume of fresh blood continuously flowed out from the gaps in the joints. This was an absolute fatal injury, enough to cause immediate shock in an ordinary person from just 1 hint of this damage. The color of the inner organ tissues had already turned dark, with signs of decay and deterioration glaringly evident. Su Qing's eyelids twitched suddenly, as her field of vision closed and she caught a glimpse of the bizarre appearance at the outer edge of the blood. Around those black tissues swam a circle of fine dark golden networks. Sturdy fibrous structures interlaced through the muscle fractures, tightly sealing the damaged inner wall of the aorta. Su Qing even felt that the entire mass of flesh was on the verge of exploding into destruction. The wails of the bald man echoed in the hall for a brief moment before abruptly stopping. His body lay in a heap beside the pillar, blood gushing from his wrist and staining a large area of the tiled floor. His three accomplices finally snapped back to reality. One of them, a bare-chested fat man, twitched at the corner of his eye. He turned to glance at the unconscious leader and took 2 steps back. His hand brushed against a stainless steel pillar used to secure a medical screen. The fat man steeled himself, gripping the pillar tightly and yanking it upwards with force. The base along with the steel pipe was pulled out directly. He raised the heavy solid metal rod high, aiming for Li Weidong's occiput and bringing it down with force. "What are you doing?" Qin Guohai shouted. The armed soldiers raised their Type 95 rifles in unison. Li Weidong did not even turn his head. He lifted his right hand clad in tactical gloves, making a gesture. The soldiers about to chamber their bullets immediately halted their movements. Li Weidong's military boot heel scraped against the floor. His left leg advanced as support. The muscles in his waist tightened and contracted beneath his clothing. His right leg shot upward, creating a residual shadow in the air. A standard tactical high sweep kick. The front of his military boot accurately kicked the stainless steel pipe that was descending with a whoosh. The clanging sound of metal colliding stimulated the crowd's eardrums. The steel pipe bent under the force in the middle. The fat man's hand split open and the weapon flew out 30 meters away. Li Weidong did not retract his leg. He changed the direction of his force in midair. His hips flipped forward in response. The hard-soled military boot swept directly across the fat man's left jaw. The fat man's 200-pound body completely left the ground. The 200-pound body flew horizontally backward, crashing into the 2 accomplices who were trying to advance. The 3 of them rolled across the floor littered with glass shards for 5 to 6 meters. The tremendous impact overturned the base of a row of chairs. The 3 bodies crushed against each other, rolling their eyes back and losing consciousness. No one dared to move a single finger again. Li Weidong brushed off the dust from his trousers. He stepped forward, looking down at the group of ruffians. Li Weidong pulled out a black tactical restraint belt from his waist. He tossed it to a nearby soldier. "Handcuff them all. Don't waste local police resources. Transfer them directly to the military tribunal for endangering national security." Endangering national security. Military tribunal. These phrases echoed in the ears of bystanders. The family members of the patients who had initially intended to watch the commotion buried their heads down. The emergency room lobby remained so quiet that one could hear the sound of rain hitting the glass outside. Lin Xia stumbled towards the stretcher. She completely ignored the blood on Chen Yuan. She pressed her hands firmly against Chen Yuan's icy palm. She had never seen Chen Yuan appear so weak that he could barely breathe. The readings on the heart monitor hovered dangerously close to a red line. Su Qing blinked her eyelashes. Her gaze refocused on the area just below Chen Yuan's collarbone. That was the place where the bleeding was most severe. Dark red liquid continued to seep out. The amount and color of the bleeding were extremely abnormal. Su Qing's emergency instincts completely suppressed any inappropriate emotions. She stepped forward 2 paces and stood beside the stretcher. Su Qing extended her hands, her 10 fingers directly gripping Chen Yuan's blood-soaked right arm. "You've sustained a fatal injury. Signs of internal organ failure are present. Immediate entry into the emergency room is necessary to clean the wound." Su Qing's voice was very steady. Qin Guohai was beside himself with anxiety, rubbing his hands. He was about to step forward to dissuade her. Usually even standing a little too close would be met with Chen Yuan's extreme hostility. Li Weidong was even more aware of this gentleman's temperament. Contrary to everyone's expectations, faced with physical contact, Chen Yuan made no attempt to struggle. His elbows remained at an extremely relaxed angle, allowing Su Qing to grip his forearm pulse point. The oppressive aura surrounding him was completely retracted. He obediently shifted his weight in accordance with Su Qing's lead. This demeanor was a far cry from the person who had just crushed a bully's bones with his bare hands. Su Qing sensed the other party's compliance as well. She turned to the little nurse at the nurse's station and issued orders. "Prepare a high-standard emergency table. No need to change stretchers, just roll this stretcher inside directly. Lin Xia, hold the heart monitor and force stand. Weidong, have your men clear the rescue passage." The soldiers immediately retreated to the sides. The wheels of the stretcher rolled over the debris on the floor, pushing towards the automatic sliding door of the number 1 emergency room. Chen Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Su Qing's face. The door closed from both sides, isolating all the noise of the emergency lobby from the outside. The temperature inside the emergency room was maintained at a somewhat low constant state year-round. The surgical lights flickered on one after another, illuminating the operating table clearly at the intersection of 7 light zones. Su Qing donned a pair of light blue medical silicone gloves. She picked up the long-handled surgical scissors from the tray.